You scored 0 points in the mock exam. Not only is your parents not angry. Instead, he showed an expression of great relief. It can be the next day. They will send you to a funeral home where you can't live. An old employee took you to my envelope and bag while walking. From now on, it's your master. He has taken you through all the induction procedures. After allocating your dormitory and time, I can't wait to bring you into the workshop. He pointed to a corpse in front of him and said, "Your job is very simple. Push these bodies into the crematorium. Then turn on the crematorium. After confirming that the body was burned to ashes, take out the ashes. Continue to burn another corpse. After finishing the workflow, Bao Duo stares at you with bright eyes. You do it again. Try it. There is currently only one corpse in the entire workshop, and it is placed there quietly. It seems to be specially designed for you to practice. You dare not neglect. Take action quickly. Want to stuff the corpse on the ground into the crematorium. But this corpse is extremely heavy. It makes you tired. With contact, there is also a weird feeling. The corpse seems to be dead. Crosstalk gradually regained its vitality. You even see the dead man's nails growing and bent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, you have been practicing martial arts for many years. Have a strength. In the end, you stuffed the body in before it changed further. Then the crematorium was turned on. The crematorium begins to operate. Heat waves hit. You subconsciously retreat and make progress. Only then did I realize that Baodian had already retreated to the door. He looked solemnly at the working grave. Just when you look puzzled, suddenly, sharp and harsh sounds came from the crematorium. It seems that someone is grabbing his nails with his arm and he is following him. Try one dull shaking after another. There are actually several more rites on the wall of the crematorium. You were shocked. He quickly flashed to Bao Dun's side. Asked with a striking and suspicious look on his face. What's going on? Different packages. His eyes were still staring at the crematorium. I don't know for so many years. No one can figure it out. The cause of these strange things can only be determined by the fact that these corpses are unwilling to be burned like this. That's why I started to cause trouble. You took a breath of air conditioner when you heard this. Asked carefully. Is it still too late for me to resign now? Baodian turned around. Look at you. A smile that looks like a smile. People's hearts are seen. Hair trembling. You feel a pain in your heart. You finally know why the salary of a corpse burner is so high. And I have to buy so much insurance before joining the job. Fortunately, there was no greater disease in the crematorium in the end. Slowly calm down. Bao didn't see this calmly. You have good luck. Then I signal you to continue the operation. You carefully shut down the crematorium. Look inward. Most of the torso of these corpses have been burned to ashes. Only a few pieces left. The residue that cannot be burned no matter how hard it is. Just as I turned around and asked Baodian for advice, I heard a tingling sound from my mind. The burning of the body is over. Check the rewards? You were stunned at first. Then he reacted instantly. I wish I could get the reward on the spot. But considering that you are still under the gaze of an unknown dancer, a cautious heart reappeared. You click the fork. Put the panel temporarily away. Then turn around. Let the bag see the scene in the crematorium. Then he said, Master. After the body was burned, the bag was different, and the eyebrows were frowning in an instant. I couldn't help but take a closer look. The more I looked at his brows, the more I frowned. This shouldn't be done. It's not an ordinary corpse. You're a little curious. He turned his head and took a look like a crematorium. As a result, you were stunned when you saw it. There was only ashes in the crematorium. I don't know where the part of the charred meat that you saw before that was not burned to ashes went. You were shocked at first. Then I figured it out. Can't finish. That's my reward. Bao Dan reached out to snatch the crematorium for a long time. I couldn't find anything. The face was full of confusion. You're already stunned by the side. You should know that the crematorium has just stopped working. After a while, the furnace body was still dark red. I don't know how high it is. As a result, Baodian just reached in. You finally understand something now. Why are so many people desperately trying to dancers? This track is crowded. You are curious to ask the master. What are you looking for? Bao Dan pointed to the corpses placed on the ground. Among these corpses you will burn every day. Some are ordinary corpses. There is no difference when burning. But there is another part like the body you just burned. Very strange and extraordinary. After the corpse is burned, there will usually be a part. Can't burn it anyway. But this is no harm. You're going to pick these things out of the stove. Put it in this special iron box. I come to count and collect every day. The bag is different, and it points to the iron box standing in the corner. You blinked. Asked curiously. Is this thing useful? The different tempers of the bag instantly become worse. I angrily shouted at your child's house and asked what this was done. You are too young and old. This is not something you can contact. Just do what I said. After giving this advice, the bag was different and he was about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, you were anxious in an instant. Follow up quickly. Ask the master something very important. You haven't told me yet. The body was burned smoothly. I will pick up the burned items and leave them for you. I know if the corpse cannot be burned smoothly. As you said. Some corpses are very weird. Speech. What if he was not burned into ashes in the crematorium and crawled out? Bao Dan rolled his eyes. I'm not you and you don't need to work in such a place. Work hard. How do I know how you want to survive? You were shocked when you heard this. But you are my master. The bag shrugged. Looks like he is taken for granted. Said. I am your master. Not your father. Why should you think about it? Let me tell you the truth. Do this job. It depends on the command. Speaking of this, Baudi has already walked out of this workshop. He also wants to go out with your father. Then he suddenly closed the iron door heavily. You can hear the sound of locking outside the iron door in the workshop. And the laughter that became very dull inside the bag. Xiao Jue, let's be stronger. The minimum working standard for each of you is that you can't burn 10 bodies. No leave of get off work. You scolded for a while. Until I confirm that the person outside has indeed left. I quickly walked around the workroom. The most conspicuous in the workroom. The largest area is the crematorium and the inlet. The corpse slipped in from the mouth of the soaked corpse. It is a corpse that can accommodate. The pipe crossing that was lying flat and scratched has been specially designed. Only the corpse can slide in from that end. Can't let anything pass through this passage. Several surveillance monitors were found in the corner of the workroom. All destroyed. Then I dared to change out the system panel and click on the rewards. Please select your rewards. The original endocrine body extraction method. Tickets for the National 5 Road Competition. Click the Earth's free attributes. Endocrine body extraction method. I seem to be there. You've seen you take out your phone and start searching. Soon. The result is out. The ultimate body extraction method costs 1 million yuan. You chose the endocrine body extraction method without hesitation. There are 4 realms of endocrine body extraction method. Mucus. Yellow. Bile. Blood. Black. Silic acid does not correspond to the dancer's 1st to 4th grades. With a slight sound of the wave, you can feel a stream of heat appearing out of thin air. Start swinging through you. The increase in the practice of the mucus stage is your strength. Your body shape has not changed much. The density of bones and muscles is increasing. One punch was clearly hitting the air. But he can strike and break the dream like a cloth. This should be the realm of the dead body before its lifetime. If you choose exercises or cultivation, can it directly reach the state of dead corpses before their lifetime? Thinking of this, your eyes can't help but lit up. Completely determined to stay in the funeral home and the corpse burning room. But at this moment, your system panel suddenly flashes. A row of black countdowns began to slowly rise. The tutorial for beginners is over. Newbie protective paint is about to end. At 23:59. 59 seconds. 58:50. See this? Your face suddenly became ugly. You finally understand why the corpse before clearly existed abnormally. In the end, he was burned to ashes in the crematorium obediently. If the protective paint is over, what would that result? You haven't figured it out yet. A special corpse was cut in. As much benefit as you can get before the beginner protective paint is over. Thinking of this, strolling over, there was no caution or panic of other corpse burners. Just use your hands to pass through the armpit of the corpse. Just drag the heavy body towards the direction of the crematorium. Until you threw it into the crematorium with your hand. This corpse has no tendency or action to attack. You sprinkle a pile of ignition chemicals on the body. Then closed the furnace cover. Open the way. Incinerator. The heat waves were extinguished in an instant. Fires spewed out from the mouths of fire. Burn towards the corpse. A wailing that is not like a human voice suddenly sounded. The sound of impact that had been heard from the crematorium. On several occasions, I even shattered the huge instrument. You glanced in the workroom. Hold the shovel used to shovel the ashes in your hand and hit him. From time to time, you can take your hands and check the time. Only then did I find that this corpse is more difficult than the previous one. It's been burning for a long time and it doesn't melt. A new body has arrived. The previous corpse still occupied the crematorium and refused to leave. Thinking that I am now in the system's novice's protection period. Your courage has become much bigger. Just open the stove cover. Throw the first corpse in. The two bodies were burned together as the furnace cover. The center of gravity closed and there was a louder sound in the crematorium. It seemed like two corpses were fighting inside. When you planned to throw the third body in, I saw that there were only half of the burning corpse in the crematorium. Take a look at the system panel. It turned out that the body of the social person with the tattoo had been burned. You leaped. After throwing the body in your hand. Can't wait to start checking out the reward for that tattooed corpse. There is an increase in the choice of rewards. The tattoo memory ball free attribute resisted the corpse had been contaminated underground before it had been explored underground. You can learn a lot of secrets by choosing a memory ball. If you are interested, you will start to check out the relevant introduction to the memory ball. After reading it once, I will also show you the detailed introduction of other rewards. Hesitate for a moment. You'd rather choose a slow tattoo. As your mind grows, the tattoo slowly emerged. A thought moves. He hit it again. You threw it down and dragged the fourth body over. Thrown into the crematorium. With the blessing of the system's novice's protector. You have no taboos. If there is a corpse, burn it and pull it away. For a moment, my heart was filled with a huge sense of happiness. I just think that this corpse in the tomb is simply your feng shui treasure land. But there were short screams from the corpses of other tombs. But I'm telling you that this is not a feng shui treasure land. This is the Shura hell that eats people without seeking bones. Suddenly you heard a slight sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. The other party did not deliberately cover it up. It's just through the thick iron. With the hearing of ordinary people, they must not hear anything. The eyes that were wrapped in different appearances outside the small iron window. Observe everything in the workroom carefully. You have already noticed his arrival. Of course, he is diligent. Shovel the ashes. Bao Duo hummed and smiled. Open slowly. The big iron gate walked in. Can't see it. You guys are lucky. He can live until now. You look shy and surprised. Adolescent teenager. Holding the shovel obediently, standing aside. The different goals are quite clear. Go straight to the portrayer. The iron box of Taoist prisoners of good and evil. It suddenly lifted in front of you. It was naturally empty inside. The face of Bao Di is full of disappointment and anger. He raised his head. Blazed at you fiercely. The body that has been burned for so long. You didn't burn a single wreck. You look pitiful. Nodded. Said with a glad face. Fortunately, I didn't burn it. Otherwise, if you encounter a corpse that can burn out the remains. Can I still have the life to talk to you here? The difference in the bag is first anger. Then he was stunned. Yes. You are not wrong. But why do I always feel that you are a little weird and you are careful to ask the master and the gods? Is that true? Bao Dian came back to his senses. Ha ha. Isn't this lunchtime? I'll open the door for you to have a meal. He pulled you aside as soon as he reached out. The tone seems a little sincere and enthusiastic. I didn't expect you to do it for 7 days. You burned the corpse like this in the morning. I didn't encounter a word about the corpse of the polluter. You look like a curious baby. What is the corpse of a polluter? The old indifferent faces who realize that they say the wrong thing. Slap your hand down your mouth. Only good transfer rice. This is not you, a newcomer, can be so sad that you look like you hear this. I heard many screams from my colleagues this morning. How are they? Could it be that they were all killed, right? Look at you looking scared. Bao Duo sighed. I'm not this or not. Someone found the entrance to the underground in Changdal. As you said that, the cafeteria arrived and Baotong pushed you behind your back. Push you into the cafeteria? He said with a smile. Although you have started a job. Legally speaking. He is indeed a formal employee of the funeral home. But in the eyes of us old employees. But it's no different from Lin Shigong. After all, what can you do if you suffer casualties? If this incident ends, you can still live and represent you. You have become an old employee of the funeral home. Now you should go to the meal. You only have about 30 minutes to rest. Half an hour later. I'll pick you up here. Qin Fangtong took a deep look. Standing outside the cafeteria. Lulu smiled and nodded. Turn your head around and walk into food. Fry food and eat in the dignified state. I have to say. The fire in the funeral home is really good. Large. Tasty. The key ring price is low. If the work is not too dangerous, perhaps it will become the unit that many people yearn for the most. The cafeteria slowly became lively. One after another. Under the leadership and drag of the old employees, he was taken to the cafeteria. These people all looked dull. The eyes trembled. If it's a little stimulating, it'll go crazy. Usually shouting. It looks really scared. Many of them were covered in blood. Wrapped in gauze. Qin Fangtong glanced at him. You can see many disabled people. Moreover, the gauze that was quickly wrapped in a disabled person just now was still bleeding. Even so, they were also not allowed to leave the funeral home. And it looks like after lunch, they are still going to be locked in the corpse burning room to continue the work of burning the body. Looking at those colleagues who are missing their arms and legs, Qin Fangtong's heart was full of sympathy. Not to mention resisting the corpses of crazy polluters. Whether it can work normally is unknown. Some people don't accept this arrangement. It was a big clamor on the spot. Even resisting and pushing. The old employee was beaten to death on the spot. The blood that splashed out vibrated everyone. After killing the chicken to warn the monkey, the remaining corpse burners dare not act rashly. But they have no appetite. Just sitting in a daze. Even if you know that this will waste your time and life, do the same. Qin Fangtong observed it. I found that Bao's hands should have the only one wish under him. Maybe it should be said that it is the heart that is still alive under his hands. Yuan. I'm the only one left. Qin Fangtong took a sip and added silently in his heart. I took a look at the noisy cafeteria and the old employees walking around as sternly as the patrolman. He wiped his mouth. I feel helpless. Originally, he wanted to contact these old employees in the cafeteria. Find out what methods they use. Are you working hard to become an old employee in such a dangerous funeral home? If there is no explicit method to deal with the corpse of a polluter, then it should be in countless trial and error. Some corpse burners slowly excavated the key points. A complete set of response methods has been summarized. What's strange is that they taught us newcomers nothing. I threw us into the workshop and was strange to the dangerous and unpredictable situation. Are they not afraid of the polluter's corpse after killing the burner? Is it becoming more dangerous to make further changes? Etc. By the way, what changes will happen to the polluter's corpse after a little killing the burner? Qin Fangtong's eating action stopped instantly. He felt that he had already caught that little bit of inspiration. There is a sudden enlightenment feeling that is Tao. Whether it is him or other newcomers. Keep racking your brains. All I think about is how to survive. What they are most reluctant to face is the polluters who come back to life. The corpse never thought of the polluter. What changes will happen to the corpse after killing the burner? And why funeral homes and old employees let this happen? I even vaguely hope that the new people will be killed by the corpses of the polluters. Could it be that they are not afraid of the interests of the funeral home and old employees? The corpse of a polluter will lose its danger after killing people. Can be burned easily. This is the person who captured these corpses and does not deal with them themselves. I have to send it to the funeral home. The reason why the funeral home wants to recruit a large number of new people again. Although there is no evidence. But the intuition told Qin Fangtong. His conjecture is likely to be the truth. It's so fucking hard enough. After eating the food contained in the plate, Qin Fangtong touched his stomach. He didn't feel any obvious fullness. This is normal. After all, he is no longer an ordinary person in the woohoo before. Although I have not participated in the warrior rating. But he is already a true first-rate peak warrior. To practice hard, wealthy and martial arts, you need to consume more energy. Simply put, every dancer is the higher the grade of the big eater. The greater the appetite. It is said that warriors above the 5th grade. If you only rely on eating to absorb energy, then I can't stop my mouth all day. So, all kinds of rare fruits and energy bars containing huge energy came into being. And gradually they were torpedoed to high prices. No wonder you always say that you are poor, literary, and rich. This is not a warrior. It's simply a golden swallowing beast and a bottomless pit. Qin Fangtong sighed. In one fell swoop, I went to make a full meal. After a look at the time, start eating and chewing food. It contains not only high wages and benefits, but also good. Just talking about this food is not ordinary food. It is a high-energy food cultivated later. It contains higher energy than ordinary food. Such a meal is outside. At least thousands. But you can eat dozens of dollars in the funeral home cafeteria. Or brew a bun every 2. Listen to the canteen auntie. This is because you consider that you will come to the cafeteria to have a meal these days. They are all new corpse burners of the martial arts and ordinary people. So, some unpleasant ingredients are used. Funeral home like a bag. The elderly eat higher energy level small stoves. This treatment is no worse than that of those top martial arts universities. What should I do if I want to call myself Jen? I rushed into the canteen gate with different figures. Fangtong of the former Qin dynasty finally swept the food on the plate. Usually I ate it clean. Open the beverage lid. Drink all the high energy sweets inside. After that, he had accumulated his life. He stood up. I will rush back to the workshop together. I hope you can be so lucky in the afternoon. Before the big iron door was closed, Bao Duo presented one with a smile. I don't know if it's a blessing or a sarcastic thing. Qin Fangtong did not respond. He picked up the shovel and stopped working for 30 minutes. It has cooled down initially. Just shovel out the ashes accumulated in the area. Fortunately, this is not a serious funeral home. No family members of the deceased would come to claim the ashes. Good. It's perfectly portable. He brought the big iron bucket in the corner of the room. Scoop all these ashes into it. He went out for a meal. 2 more bodies were thrown into the entrance of the passage. Both of these corpses are a bit unusual. A monkey-looking cheek. It's a thief at first glance. Illegal vendors. Careers like Dieter Spy. Another body went cold. But when he got up, he felt frightened. After these 2 corpses were burned, the rewards given are indeed extraordinary. The guy with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek has a Taoist technique called stealing the sky and change the sun hand. He's really a thief. Looking at the hands waving the afterimage in front of you. Qin Fangtong, who decisively exchanged for the sky and the sun, nodded with satisfaction. The guy with a sharp mouth and a monkey cheek is a local Taoist legend in Chang'an City. After the brother found the entrance, he also went to join in the fun. He died inside. Although this is the method of the thief. But this speed is too fast. If it is used to kill people. Feeling that I am flexible. I don't know how many hands and bodies. Qin Fangtong felt it was worth it. The ordinary body next surprised him even more. He is actually a martial arts killer. Although only one product. But this guy is talented. He was even planned to be trained as a successor by the leader of the killer organization where he was located. It's a pity that the snake has arrived at my younger brother. This killer provided Qin Fangtong with dazzling options. A rare choice for Qin Fangtong. Earn hard. You can choose to reward with Killer Instinct. Killing Skills. Free attribute points for the first grade 5-way cultivation skills. Qin Fangtong's eyes kept spinning back and forth over the first 3 choices. Through the introduction, he understands. Each of these 3 options has its own emphasis. But there are also overlapping parts. I'm now at the top of my list. No training options are required. 3. It's very tempting to eliminate murder skills. But the killer's instinct itself can be regarded as a simplified version of the killing technique. Keep familiar with the killer's instinct one day, you can one day use all the killing skills of this killer during his lifetime. More importantly, Killer Instinct is a growth-oriented skill. It also has its own attribute of a dying blow. If the increase determines, choose the Killer Instinct. With Qin Fangtong's hard work, one after another, the corpse that slid into the entrance of the corpse was stuffed into the corpse-blocking furnace, and the fire was on. Watching the increasing number of free attribute points on the system panel, he laughed so much that he slid. Although not every corpse will produce amazing rewards, but these free attribute points accumulate together. But it is also quite considerable. Just when he was hunching and planning to continue working until the end of time, the corpse no longer slips down. He was so angry that he slapped the baffle and cursed. At this time, Bao Bian's undisguised footsteps came again outside. Qin Fangtong's eyelids jumped hard. He quickly took the shovel and worked diligently. He guarded in front of the crematorium. Fortunately, under the suppression of the system's novice protector, the corpses filled with crematoriums have become quiet. No more movement, you can fool it. But the corpses inside were still full of stuff. If this is found out, if it is wrapped, maybe I can only break up with him in advance. Qin Fangtong was nervous. Almost crushed the shovel in my hand. He is now a veritable first-class peak warrior. But unlike the unknown realm, it will fight. He wasn't sure if he could have the upper hand. The key is that I have saved so many free attribute points. Not too late to add some. He couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Otherwise, it would be okay to add points now. Rapidly improve the realm in a short period of time. That kind of chi and blood changes are too obvious. It will definitely be discovered. Just when he was struggling, the big iron door was opened with a creaking sound. The different size of the bag blocks all the space of the door. He heads to the world of burning. It seemed that his face was shocked. You really survived. He walked to the dark iron box again. Reach your hand and open the river cover. Looking at the empty inside. As an old employee of the funeral home, I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Looking at Qin Fangtong with shock. Your boy's luck is really so unpredictable. A polluter. I didn't meet the corpse. It is all thanks to the ancestors' blessing underground. Qin Fangtong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I couldn't help but sigh. After all, I am now the only male in the Qin family. He shoulders the important task of continuing the family line. My ancestors can't see me carrying the body here. I seem to hear my ancestors breaking their heads in the underworld. Is that so? Bao Dun couldn't help but admire you. The ancestors are so powerful. I just don't know how long your ancestors can bless you. Turn off the machine. You're off work. Qin Fangtong was shocked. But it's not very good. It seems like I just arrived at the hotel. But what you told me before was different from the get-off work time. Rules are dead. But the human being is alive. Bao Budong pointed to the empty tomb corpse and said. The people who were responsible for the body have already gotten off work. You burned all the bodies you came in again. Then why are you still here? Even if you stay here, it's just a waste of time. Getting off work early also makes our funeral home humane. It is a flexible working mechanism that is not suitable. Even though that's true. But there is still a corpse burning in my crematorium. Can you wait for the body to burn? I'll get off work again. Qin Fangtong asked carefully. He definitely can't get off work early. Because his crematorium is still filled with corpses. And his novice's protection period will end until 10:51 tomorrow morning. The working hours of the funeral home start from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. That is to say, no surprises. Then he will not step into this corpse burning room until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to continue burning the body. Working hours are already very tight. If it's going to burn for a long time tomorrow, if the remaining corpses today, that would be a waste. Therefore, Qin Fangtong was very persistent. I have always been a person with a beginning and an end. Today's matter will never be delayed until tomorrow. Seeing Qin Fangtong persisted so much. The knife is different. I don't have a good mouth, but I will continue to stick to it. I want Qin Fangtong to get off work early. All right. That's up to you. It's really strange. This is the first time in the funeral home that I have encountered you as unwilling to get off work early in so many years. After muttering for a while, he took out a key from his pocket and threw it over. Said, "You don't want to get off work early. But I'm going to go there with ease. I don't have time to come back and open the door for you. You can leave when you want to leave. But remember to lock the door of the burning corpse." If Qin Fangtong was happy, he knew that it must be his performance today that touched Bao Budong in the funeral home. He has been initially identified as having some qualifications. Next, just wait until the tide is over. You can almost become an elderly person in the funeral home. After sending off the bag, he stood alone among the burning corpses, watching silently as the firepower is fully opened. The crematorium that swallows the corpse hard. I just woke up to what happened. With spare time, must improve yourself as much as possible. You must never have a hamster mind anymore. This world is too dangerous. Unexpected accidents emerge one after another. Not cautious enough. He will only die without a place to bury him. He took a deep breath. Illuminate the system panel. Looking at the 32 free attribute points in the panel. Slide to your personal information page. I found the endocrine brittle body method above. His fingers move inside. 6 words, endocrine brittle body method. A plus sign appears behind it. With his fingers a little. Free attribute points on the panel. The value began to drop like a drop. Soon, there are only 22 6 attribute points left. Instead, there were traces in Qin Fangtong's body again. The heat flows out, flocking to his limbs. He could hear his skeletal muscles. The sound of constant tearing and reorganization. Black tattoos are pouring out independently. It grows with his body growing. Qin Fangtong suppressed the low roar in his throat. Despite the pain, but he was also enduring it. He keeps distracting his mind. Want to distract yourself from this? Reduce pain. Sure enough, you can directly add points to improve your martial arts and realm by using the free attribute points. 10 points per realm. This is too profitable. Maybe I can directly reach the 5th to 4th grade today. Don't know how long. The physical changes are finally over. Qin Fangtong can no longer hold on. Falling directly on the ground. Gasping breathlessly. The body surface is covered with sweat. It's very uncomfortable to beat it. But when he finished breathing, when I stood up again from the ground, the power that can be felt personally. But it fascinated him. The main enhancement of this realm of yellow bile is the flexibility and agility of the body. In combination, steal the day and change the day. The instinct of the hands and killer did make me much stronger. He moved a little. Body. I have tried a set of sword body boxing techniques taught in school. Originally, it could only be considered a well-known boxing technique. At this moment, the fight was full of vigor. Under the instinct of the killer. There is also a murderous aura in Poo-Poo's boxing. I haven't noticed it before. There are so many flaws and killer moves in this boxing technique. Qin Fangtong thought about it. I feel like I have further integrated into the killer instinct. I felt a little happy in my heart. There is a killer instinct. He wouldn't be just a whiteboard of Poo-Poo. The instinct of 5-2 will make him unconsciously moves with various killing skills. And he can improve with his realm. Even if he is a system that adds points. There will be no corresponding means at all if there are 5 or 2 transactions. Open the furnace cover. I looked at the corpse that was originally stuffed. More than half of it has been burned at this moment. It seems that competition has taken me a little time. Take a look at the new entry on the system panel. All are a bunch of waste. He replaced them all with free attribute points. It's okay to find the free attribute point back 28 o'clock. Today I will take advantage of the victory. Qin Fangtong is eager to try the continuous upgrades. Find the option for endocrine brittle body method again. Prepare to upgrade. As a result, the plus sign turned gray this time. Can't move at all. What's going on? Qin Fangtong's face turned down. After trying many times. In the end, I had to accept this fact. Isn't it a 10-point state? The more you need to upgrade later, the more you need. So how many free attribute points do you need to reach the blood realm? If you look at it this way, at least I have no hope today. Qin Fangtong's face collapsed. Looking at the crematorium exactly. The corpse was burned by the flames for a while. Then I put my eyes back on the system panel. But this time his sight fell on the killer. Instinctively, I saw that it was written on the system panel. Killer instinct rate and talent can also be upgraded. Green represents excellent talent. This plus sign is not gray. Can be moved. Then Qin Budong hesitated for a moment and chose this plus sign and clicked a moment. His attribute point dropped to 3 points. This also means that this time, it took him 28 points to his original green talent. It also turned blue. Qin Fangtong didn't feel the difference between rare talent and excellent talent. Don't talk about the difference. It appeared instantly. In his mind, the fist of the fist that had just been practiced began to be split. Reorganization is useless. The cumbersome and flawed moves were abandoned. Those are eye-catching. It can evolve into various killer moves. It is enhanced and optimized. It seems to be the original trick. But in fact, there is a hidden murderous intent. It can take human life at any time. That's all. Qin Fangtong has 4 additional sword body loose hand, which is still possible. Qin Fangtong was both surprised and happy. I quickly practiced it on the spot. The sky stolen sun stolen hand that he exchanged before. Then close your eyes again. Use the rarity killer instinct to disassemble it and reorganize it. The sky stealing hand is not used to kill people. It's used to steal things. So fast. It is a masterpiece of the world. If there is no surveillance as evidence, I'm afraid even the owner couldn't believe that he was at least stolen from the wallet at that time. Also because of the popularity of surveillance and electronics. Let this top technique be buried gradually. A generation of Taoist legends. I even had to go underground to find opportunities. Now, under the decomposition and reorganization of the killer's instinct, the move to steal the sky and change the sun has changed. This method originally used to steal. It can be used to kill people. And it is more efficient than ordinary methods. The sky stealing hand is indeed extraordinary. Even the rarity killer? Instinctual talents cannot be optimized based on their original basis. It just turns it from the original stealing method to the killing method. After practicing the reorganization and optimization, the hands merged into the 40 scattered hands that Qin Fangtong had obtained from the sword before, and his confidence increased greatly. At least in terms of inheritance and means. I am far superior to ordinary warriors. At this time, the corpses in the crematorium were almost burned out. All the residual substances were exchanged for free attribute points. The total value of his free attribute points has risen back to the 15th mark again. Close like fire. After cleaning the corpse in the grave, he walked out of the tomb corpse. I took my shriveled belly to the cafeteria for a big meal. The cafeteria was quiet at this time. There were some blood and footprints left on the ground. Just a few. It should be the previous batch that was kicked out at mealtime. The new people who were having dinner stayed. I don't know which newcomers can survive this time. Qin Fangtong, who is obviously a newcomer. But he sighed the same as the old man. He was gnawing on the knife and could bark. While taking out your cell phone. Prepare to watch some short videos for dinner. It turned out that the phone had no signal at all. Yes. I should be afraid that the new people will tell the truth here. This caused an outrageous public opinion outside. Therefore, many areas of the funeral home blocked mobile phone signals. Qin Fangtong smiled clearly. Quickly get yourself overeating and return to the dormitory. The dormitory is a 4-person room. Compared to some schools, they are very spacious. Lying on your own bed. Looking at the empty dormitory. The piano sounded the same way. Others have not gotten off work yet. I don't know if they still have a chance to get off work. I hope no one will be in the middle of the night. I suddenly came back to wake me up. In that case, I'm really angry to get up. He was about to wash and go to bed. I heard a lot of news coming from my phone. The prompt sound took out the phone and looked at it. Only then did I find out. The mobile network has recovered all kinds of accumulated news. At this time, everyone jumped out. Is the dormitory network accessible? I can also return to the dormitory to rest alive. Or have been warned. Or you know it in your heart. I won't talk nonsense online. Certainly. Perhaps the funeral home will monitor and suppress relevant online public opinion. Qin Fangtong had these thoughts in his mind. Start watching these messages. The news about the class group has been added for 99 years. As a result, I am still constantly checking dozens of AI Qin Fangtong online. Qin Fangtong clicked in and took a look. Most of the sarcasm. He slipped the news to the beginning. Only then did I realize that. It turned out that the classmates discovered that he did not go to school today in the morning. At noon. The squad leader finally found out the exact news. Confirm. Qin Fangtong has been sent off from school by her parents. This is why the noise in the class group is now. A bunch of deputy brothers despise poor students, mocking them for being appointed like Qin Fangtong as soon as possible. Get out of school early and look for a job. Maybe you can make more money for a few more months. At the beginning, poor students can refute a few more sentences. Then I didn't say anything. Even the voice of sympathy for Qin Fangtong at the beginning completely disappeared. In the current class group, only those annoying guys. Still sending messages to bombard. Childish and boring. Qin Fangtong shook his head. Don't say that he is no longer the same person he is. After experiencing so many things in the funeral home, he can no longer respect the little quarrels in the school. Clicked on the phone. Finally his finger stopped and exited the group chat. And block all the group chats. Member button. Thinking about it. In the end, he didn't do that. Just blocked the message notifications from the class group. Then he responded to a few people who had a good relationship in private. Students who sent a message to ask. Then it was the family's inquiry. My mother first sent a message at noon. Ask him if he wants to go home for dinner. After not getting the reply, I complained again. Qin Fangtong is ignorant. I asked again before supper. He also asked him why he hadn't seen him and came home from get off work. Have you learned bad things from those people in society who are not good at it? English? Qin Fangtong looked at the information. Frowning. But after all, it's family. And he also wanted to test whether Qin Zhenghua knew the truth behind the funeral home. So when I sent a message back to work, there are regulations that are not allowed to play with mobile phones. The unit also blocked all the signals. Open now. So I didn't see the message you sent before. In addition, I may not go home recently. Instead, they live directly in the dormitory of the unit. This is how busy I've been lately. The unit strictly prohibits employees from entering and exiting without permission. Why didn't my dad tell you? I originally wanted to see what information Museum Qin you disappeared. As a result, my mother's voice came directly. Then he even called the video directly. Qin Fangtong was also helpless. I had to connect to the video. Be careful to deal with it. Soon. Qin Zhenghua's face also appeared in the video. Facing my wife's accusations. He looked shocked and at a loss. Zhang. I don't know. The introducer didn't tell me this. Qin Fangtong squinted his eyes and observed carefully. Then there is a mobile phone screen. He could not tell whether Qin Zhenghua was lying. Soon. Qin Yuxiao's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. He frowned and took the phone. Talk to Qin Fangtong in person. If not, you just quit your job and come back. There are problems with this kind of unit as soon as it sounds. How can parents directly restrict the freedom of employees become voiceovers? Both sides have their own opinions. Begin quarrels. My mother supports Qin Fangtong back. At worst, you can find a new job. Qin Zhenghua tried to scold him in a rough voice. Seriously oppose it. Where can I find such a good job? A salary of just a month can be more than 50,000. I heard there is also a performance commission. You guys talk about it yourself. Where can I find a job like Fong Tong's education? Nowhere to find it. Do you know? After passing this village, there will be no electricity. The noise is getting more and more complicated. Qin Yusio frowned. He hid back to his room with great dissatisfaction. Qin Fongtong looked at the shaking camera opposite and fell into deep thought. Everything you see before your eyes. It's the true expression of love. It's still a performance that has been practiced for a long time. The parents who had already started pushing each other. The two will be singing the same white face. A person who sings like a red face. Before he could think about it, Qin Yuxiao's face reappeared on the screen and talked to him normally. What the hell is going on? I always think that Dad's introducer is unreliable. Qin Yuxiao, who was a little cold on weekdays, said a lot in one breath. Qin Fongtong also had to respond with a voice. It's really unreliable. This job is dangerous. No newcomers of my same age come back to rest alive now. Qin Fongtong showed it to the empty space. A dormitory with only oneself. Only I was shocked. Then you won't run away yet. I'll go find Dad now. Let him take you back. This move further escalates family conflicts. No. Can't do this. Can you understand? Qin Zhenghua's excited face turned red and his neck was thick. When signing the contract, it clearly stated on it. If you run away within the contract period, you have to pay a sky-high liquidated damages. That money can ruin our whole family. Everything I have now disappeared without saying it. A ray of hope that I finally got will be completely wiped out. Our Qin family really wants to be eternal and never be able to turn over. Rain sky. I'm all for your own good. Don't forget it. It's my brother's insurance. Only then can our family finally buy you a crisp bone pill. With this pill, you have a great chance to become a dancer before you take the exam. Only in this way, you can achieve better results. Truly stand out among the thousands of candidates. Screaming quarrels. Crying. Tears. Family conflicts are just that. Trivial and helpless. Really in the period. There is even more unwillingness to face it. Just a mentality of escaping. Qin Fongtong only felt that his brain hurt. He quickly stopped the continuous family verbal wars. My current situation is. It's impossible to leave if you want to. The funeral home will not let me leave this ghost place and the energy and terror that are beyond your imagination. Let's take one step at this moment. After saying this, he hung up the video call. Helplessly rubbed the son's blood, Ma de Qin Zhenhua. This guy actually signed me for 10 years in one go. No wonder I can suddenly afford to buy the crisp bone pill. This is simply selling your son. Regardless of whether you are acting or not. I know this. I don't have to be too rude to you. Actually, Qin Fongtong was not as sad and angry as his family imagined. Although very angry. But I was just angry at Qin Zhenhua for selling him this matter. He was not angry that Qin Zhenhua sold it to the funeral home. This magic cave. Because for him, this demon cave may be the most worthy place in the world. Tomorrow is crucial. As long as you can hold on tomorrow. Get more incineration rewards. Then I will be sure to survive in the funeral home. And gradually became a veteran corpse burner. By that time, I can develop silently. This world is too dangerous. Polluter again. It's weird underground again. It's not as simple as it seems. I'm still cautious. When did you practice yourself into a martial god? When will you try out? The depth of this world yawned. He got off the bed a little tired. Change off the blood-stained work clothes on your body. He threw it into the washing machine and started to wake up. After taking a nice hot shower, he changed into the clothes he had worn. Looking at the empty bathroom, I fell into silence. Forgot to go to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. At the moment, his towel. There is nothing toothpaste. I always take a shower with my hands. It's in the funeral home and supermarket not far from the dormitory. The bright light was extremely persuading to retreat. Forget it. Just deal with it casually. Tomorrow is very critical. At this time, he really doesn't want to run again. Just turn off the lights and go to bed. He slept very soundly that night. The whole dormitory was still quiet until he woke up in the morning. He was the only one and there was no roommate who came back in the middle of the night. It seems that my original roommates are not very lucky. Jean Fangtong yawned. Gargle your mouth simply. I patted my face with cold water. After wiping it clean, run downstairs. It was only 7:30 this time. But he can no longer sleep. Anxiety in my heart. I wish I could rush into the burning corpse immediately. By the way, I have the key in my hand. You can go in by yourself. His eyes lit up. He rushed into the burning corpse. As a result, I waited in the empty grave corpse for a long time before I remembered it. At this time, the employees responsible for allocating corpses to the corpses of each grave should not have started work. Even if he came in early, he couldn't start working. Maid is holding such a high salary one by one. Eat such a good benefit. But he was still so lazy. I'm so angry. Touch your conscience. Are you really worthy of all this you have obtained? Qin Fangtong was so angry that his teeth were itchy. But there is no way. I had to come out of the corpse of the grave. I planned to go to the cafeteria to turn grief and anger into appetite. As a result, I actually met Bao Datong on the road. 3 other heads followed behind him. A foolish person with clear eyes. You guys get up so early. Bao Datong glanced at Qin Fangtong in surprise. Yes. When I think of so many corpses waiting for me to burn, I'm full of cleanliness. I can't sleep at all. The shabby boy looks like a dog-rolling dog. I couldn't wait to ask. Master, when will those who release the bodies go to work? I can't wait to start working. What's the problem that you're going to worry about? Datong's eyes were strange at first. Then I felt a little disdainful. Don't think you were invincible all day yesterday. Your ancestors cannot protect you for the rest of their lives. Maybe today you will encounter a powerful polluter corpse. Then I will see if you dare to be so arrogant and active. System panel novice protection 7th timer. Qin Fangtong wanted to cry but no tears. I just worry that I will encounter the corpse of a powerful polluter today. That's why I want to start working as soon as possible. What Bao Datong wondered if he had something wrong with his ears. I heard it awkwardly. But seeing Qin Fangtong's appearance as a born calf. Don't be afraid of asking questions repeatedly. He still kindly answered. Those who release the corpses are not the same as us. Logically speaking, it is also about 9 o'clock. However, the body was first placed from 9:0 to your workroom. It was in room 17. It should be a little further back. Maybe it will not be until 9:30 to receive the body. What Qin Fangtong screamed in surprise. I just feel a chill in my heart. Can steal half an hour of laziness? This is something that many people can't envy. You kid actually dislike the bag? The big boy shook his head and laughed. I think Qin Fangtong is a young man after all. Too naive. They don't have the experience or the mentality of stumble on fishing like them. Now the 3 newcomers behind Bao Datong. He also looked at Qin Fangtong curiously. They all look bigger than Qin Fangtong. We also need to have more social experience. The dialogue between Qin Fangtong and Bao Datong. They don't understand much. But I didn't ask rashly at this moment. Instead, he listened silently to collect information. By the way, Qin Fangtong pointed to the 3 newcomers in these matters. There was also a little curious in my eyes. A newcomer. From now on, I will be a colleague with you. Bao Datong squeezed his eyes at Qin Fangtong and said. After all, business volume has increased sharply in the past few days. Our original staff were simply too busy. Qin Fangtong naturally understood. Don't talk too much about the figure in Bao Datong's eyes. He pulled the corner of his mouth. He barely put a word out from his throat. So that's it. That master. Are you going to take them to the job? You guys go. I went to the cafeteria to have some breakfast myself. Speaking of which, Qin Fangtong had similar procedures yesterday. It's just that it came late for some reasons. Not able to move into the job with other newcomers. I haven't seen my colleagues' faces much. Work hard. Maybe you will have a day to bring new people in the future. A different smile. I took the newcomer away on my own. Qin Fangtong's breakfast. The taste is as spicy as chewy. Although it contains a lot of energy, the taste is also very good. But he didn't have the heart to taste it. He kept staring at the time. I wish I could let time go faster. Finally arrived at 9 o'clock. He returned to the current incident of his 17th. Make all kinds of preparations. He stared at the food intake nervously and anxiously. Waiting is the most painful. Time passes minute by minute. The eating child still had no movement. No corpse fell down. He was so angry that he couldn't help but want to curse. It was past 9 o'clock. For the corpse burning room a little further away, one newcomer after another came. The rushing sound. Screaming. The screams were entangled with the sounds of all kinds of flying people. This further adds to Qin Fangtong's anxiety. Finally, the entrance was passed at 9:30. Finally there was movement. A corpse covered in black hair slid in from the entrance. It's so heavyweight. Qin Fangtong gritted her teeth. He felt fate played a huge joke on himself. Or just targeting yourself. I waited for the stars and the moon for so long. No body came. The result is so heavyweight. Isn't this intentional trick to me? Qin Fangtong complains. But the movement is not slow at all. The hands are like iron claws. He grabbed the body covered in black hair. I don't know if this corpse has encountered some changes underground. How many years have I been soaking in the ground? The danger is far greater than the bodies burned yesterday. The thick and hard black hair is like the corpse wrapped in iron bars, like a hedgehog. Qin Fangtong's hands stretched out were covered in blood. It's really troublesome. He muttered. Get the corpse hook. Hook towards the corpse. As a result, even the shiny hooks could not pierce the skin of the corpse. Visible. This corpse is weird and powerful. Qin Fangtong hated her teeth itched. Another corpse hook was taken. Holding the corpse's armpit, he forced the corpse to the crematorium. Then use force hard. I'm going to throw this body in. With his current strength. Of course I won't be able to look at it. Not accurate. Have no choice. This is not an ordinary corpse. Just when the body was about to be thrown into it. What Qin Fangtong saw with his own eyes. This corpse was opened with both hands. It hit the mouth of the crematorium directly. The body was not thrown in smoothly. Instead, it fell down. It's about to land again. Instead, it adds you. Qin Fangtong was completely angered. Hold the hook in both hands. Poke forward. 2 hooks. It was poked into the heart of the corpse. He pressed his upper body against the mouth of the crematorium furnace. The body and feet on the ground. Maintain a strange standing posture. Like a hedgehog, it wraps its entire body in the thick and hard black hair. A pair of cold pupils spread silently. Staring at Qin Fangtong's dancer. Intuition and instinct feel a chill and danger. But he did not retreat. Instead, he tried hard to push the corpse into the crematorium. Pretend to be your horse. If you have the ability, please give me a try. Now it's still during my novice protection period. What are you staring at me? With Qin Fangtong's efforts, this corpse is slowly being pushed into the crematorium. The corpse is naturally unwilling to accept it. He stretched out his hand again. It is as tight as a human cross. In the furnace mouth. I'm so shameless about you. Qin Fangtong cursed angrily. Put the hook of the right hand to the left hand. Hold 2 hooks with your left hand. Hold the body tightly. With his right hand, he reached out to grab the shovel next to him. Smashing towards the right shoulder of the corpse. With the sound of iron striking, the shovel curled quickly. But Qin Fangtong is still trying hard. At this time, he heard Bao's different footsteps ringing outside the door. Then the small window on the large iron door was opened. Bao Budong leaned close to his eyes and looked in. Master Bao, come and help. Qin Fangtong instantly stopped the force in his hand. It looked very difficult to smash. Big feat. I just said, will your kid's luck always be so good? Bao Budong not only did not come into the house to help. Instead, he became sarcastic outside the door. We can't afford to rely on just a temporary good luck. Didn't you say that you didn't have enough, so you couldn't come in and help? Qin Fangtong roared angrily. Yes, it's okay. But there is no need to shrug. He looks like he takes it for granted. Said. I'll tell you a worse news. Just last night, the group of people who handled the underground troops were interested in discovering it underground in Changle City. Take out a lot of corpses that have been kept for many years. It's the kind in front of you. So you understand? Most of the corpses you and other newcomers have to deal with today are like this. I can help you for a while today. Can you help you all day long? Speaking of this, I don't know if it's a coincidence. To meet the situation, the entrance to the corpse of the 17th grave room. A strange thing about black hair slipped down again. Look. In this case, even if I enter, I may not guarantee that I can escape unstoppable. Why should I help you? Young people should learn to rely on themselves. Don't always think about relying on others. After a lecture, Bao Budong was finally satisfied. Amid Qin Fangtong's angrily scolding and insulting, leaving slowly, confirmed that this guy is really gone. After, Qin Fangtong breathed a sigh of relief. Exercising power suddenly. With a shovel, he smashed the right shoulder of the black-haired monster corpse in front of him. Cut off a right hand that was stuck there. No black hair on the right hand. The strange corpse was instantly pushed into it. Most of the bodies quickly clamped the intersection of the crematorium with their left hands. Qin Fangtong held a shovel in his right hand and smashed the monster corpse hard. He quickly smashed the left hand to the palm of the monster's left hand. The black-haired monster corpse, which had lost all the means of blocking, was forced into the crematorium. Only let go of your head. Silent malicious condensation towards Qin Fangtong. Like stone. My favorite thing is to listen to the wailing of him being the loser. Qin Fangtong sneered. He directly sprinkled a large bottle of combustion aids at the black-haired monster corpse. Then the crematorium switch was turned on. There was a sudden sound. The flames are rising. The surging flames even spewed out of the oven. Rubbed his shoulders. Qin Fangtong turned his head to look at the second black-haired monster corpse that fell out. I just felt a chill rising from the soles of my feet and rushing into my heart. He poured all his previous enthusiasm and ambition into pieces. One is so troublesome. If I had been laying this kind of black-haired monster corpse today, that's really bad news. Qin Fangtong grinned his teeth. I feel like yesterday and today. It's simply hell mode. But no matter how you live, still have to do it. He picked up the entire shovel surrounded by the burning corpse from the wall. Finally, the intact small cart that was carrying the corpse walked to the side of the corpse. Use a shovel to shovel the body and want to put it on the cart. It turned out to be a little difficult. This body is a little different from the previous corpse. The black hair is still very moist. The odorous liquid dripped downwards was more than twice as heavy. Good guy. All to this level. Still putting pressure on me. Qin Fangtong no longer hesitated. The qi and blood of the second-grade warriors are burning. Suddenly, he seemed to have turned into a human-shaped stove. Dispel the chill and strange coldness around it. The muscles of the arm are swollen and beating. He walked to the crematorium with his body wrapped around him and walked to the crematorium like the previous one. When Qin Fangtong wanted to throw this corpse into the crematorium, the corpse struggled and resisted violently. Try not to let yourself be thrown in. But this time, Qin Fangtong has accumulated a little breath. And there is no longer the cloth head that has been circling outside the door. He has no scruples anymore. He was holding a shovel in both hands. Now it's one-handed. He quickly stepped forward and kicked him forward. Kicked 2 feet like wind and thunder. He directly kicked the shoulders of the black-haired monster corpse. Taking advantage of the moment when the black-haired monster corpse was unable to support it, the left hand shook forward. He threw it into the depths of the crematorium. The unwilling Qin Fangtong came from the surging and burning flames. Not at all a habit of right. Sprinkle 2 bottles of combustion aids in it. Suddenly the flames surging even more. This time his shovel was not hurt much. He allowed him to wrap his forearms scattered on the ground and throw them into the crematorium. At this time, the first corpse that was thrown in earlier was almost unable to hold on. Such a fierce fire. With a tragic howl. The originally thick and hard black hair. It instantly turns into a combustible substance and turns into a burn. The fire-burning bear begins to burn the corpse directly. The black-haired monster corpse is several levels better than Poo-Poo's corpse of polluters. It was only then that the lacquer body began to burn. According to this estimate, a corpse was completely burned. It will take about 5 minutes at least. Lao-E, you looked at the time. It's already 9:40 now. His face suddenly turned ugly. I mean, it is impossible for me to burn a body before the end of the novice's protection period. Complete today's mission. No. My thinking was taken apart. 10 corpses are hard indicators for funeral homes. But according to the current situation, what should be considered is not what indicators and stay in the funeral home. Instead, try your best to survive. Screams came from the funeral home. The quality of this group of newcomers is very poor. Soon no more sound came. It should be killed. If I don't have the only way to stay here, I'm sticking to it. In this case, there is cold sweat dripping on the forehead. Qin Fangtong had a very bad guess. The next moment's guess was confirmed. The sound of the corpse's mouth came from the forbidden hall. One sentence after another, the black-haired monster's corpse was vomited from it. In the blink of an eye, it was filled with the location close to the corpse's mouth. The body is blocked afterwards. There was in the passage. Damn, this really doesn't have any way out for people. Qin Fangtong felt that his mentality was a little broken. Why do you have to give me a hell mode at the stall where the novice protection period is about to end? Master, what kind of hatred do I have with you? He held back. Complaint. Let the 3-minute hand in a posture. There is indeed resentment for 7 cents and 3 cents. 7 points are specially performed for others to watch. Sure enough. With the sound of the iron window being pulled open, Bao Dun's face that deserves a beating appears outside the iron window again. Master Bao, I can't stand it anymore. This isn't working at all. But he is killing his life. In comparison, I would rather pay a sky-high liquidated damages. I don't want to continue doing it anymore. Qin Fangtong looked like he was collapsed. Shouted. What are you quarreling? Such a situation scares you. Bao Butong's face didn't look very good either. I didn't expect that this black-haired strange thing would be so powerful. He killed all the newcomers outside the deal in less than an hour. Now the above has issued the order. Let us old employees enter the burning room. The black-haired monster corpses must be burned as soon as possible. Qin Fangtong didn't expect that the situation would be so bad. But this made him feel relieved. If someone shares the burden, then you won't send all the black-haired monster corpses to him. If you want to leave Guagui in a desperate situation, do you think we will keep this ghost? Different packages are expressed. Qin Fangtong's previous words. It's totally whimsical. Don't be stupid. The sky-high liquidated damages of children are used to fool your family. There is another set of handling procedures for the corpse burner funeral home. Over the years, anyone who wants to escape and run away from a corpse or a corpse is still an old corpse. The body would be hung at the entrance of the canteen the next day, for everyone to admire. Warn Qin Fangtong. Don't worry about it. I left if I don't know how to keep my baby. He also needs to go back to his corpse to start work confirmation. This guy is really gone. After, Qin Fangtong breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly carried the shovel to transport the black-haired monster corpse. At the same time, I can't help but scold you as a fat man. Why do you talk so much nonsense? My time is very precious. The backpack is different. A lot of time wasted. Now he has only 1 hour left for the novice protector. Qin Fangtong dared not neglect attacking wildly at these black-haired monster corpses. If you don't beat it, you'll be kicked. The crematorium was filled with a lot of money. Now the system suppresses these corpses. Only dare to spread your hands. Don't want to be burned. After the system suppression is over, I dare not think about how fierce this corpse would be. Qin Fangtong sprinkled a burning agent into the crematorium. While turning his head worriedly, he looked at the entrance of the corpse. He finally cleared the area around the inlet. As a result, the corpse that kept slipping out was blocked. It should be that the body was recovered. After flowing, the guy above is responsible for distributing the corpse. There is a space here. So the pipe was filled again. I really want to be so doggy. Qin Fangtong was so angry that his teeth were itchy. He stretched out his hook and kept pushing into the crematorium and stirred it. Strive to every inch of skin of every corpse. All can be edified by flames. The black-haired monster corpse is really hard to burn. The first corpse that was stuffed in around 10:30 was not burned. Qin Fangtong has been prepared long ago. In an instant, a new black-haired monster corpse used to substitute was stuffed into it. Now he can only put one piece of it in one sentence. Until this time, he just turned the light. The reward for looking at the first black-haired monster corpse on the system panel has been burned out. I have to mention that the skill reward of the black hair monster corpse is very attractive. But Qin Fangtong can only give up now. Because the situation is too critical. What he needs now is enough strength. Use these black-haired monster corpses from Baohua uniforms. Instead of pursuing more fancy skills, redeem it directly to the free attribute point. The black-haired monster corpse is hard to burn. The reward given is far more than that of ordinary corpses. The first one. The black-haired monster corpse directly gave Qin Fangtong 20 free attribute points. Add to the remaining 15 points of Qin Fangtong's free attribute points. The total amount reached 35 points. Qin Fangtong took out the system panel. Try to press the plus sign of the endocrine brittle body method. As a result, this plus sign is still gray. Can't move secretly. The 35 free attributes still cannot get the endocrine fragility body law realm to the 3rd level. It's blood. Watching the countdown of the novice protector keeps jumping. Qin Fangtong's heart was filled with helplessness and tension. His gaze looked inside the crematorium for a moment. After a while, he turned to look at the entrance of the corpse. The corpse companions there try to disappear during the novice protection period. The black-haired monster corpse that was originally piled up near the entrance of the corpse gradually began to move. Black hairs? It pointed at Qin Fangtong like a living detector. A pair of cold eyes opened. Staring at Qin Fangtong. Damn it, because I have been living in the same room with these corpses for too long. Qin Fangtong's face looked ugly. Burn the world's combustion aids. He has basically all been thrown away. The heat waves in the crematorium are rushing. But this could not suppress the corpses inside that were still shaking their heads. Qin Fangtong glanced at the incinerator furnace. Take a look at the system panel again. He was very nervous. Finally, before the arrival of 1051, the second body he threw into the crematorium was also burned. Qin Fangtong races against time. Don't even look at it. It directly converts the reward into a free attribute point. The second corpse contributed a total of 30 free attribute points to him. Add to the previous 35 points. His total number of free attribute points reached 65. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate at all. Immediately I pulled the system page to the endocrine brittle body method column. His pupils shrank. Ecstasy surges onto the cheeks. The plus sign of the endocrine brittle body method is finally no longer gray. Able to tick. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate at all. Immediately clicked on it. In an instant, the huge sum he had just obtained began to shrink wildly. In the blink of an eye, there was only 15 o'clock left. This means that he will upgrade this time. A total of 50 free attribute points were used. Think about these things forcibly. Qin Fangtong distracted himself. Hearing Ding's voice, Xingxiang was in the pain all over his body. He looked at the system panel with his trembling eyes. I saw that the countdown of the novice protector has been completely zeroed. In an instant, all the black-haired monster corpses who were previously suppressed by the system became lively. The data piled up at the corpse's mouth. The corpse stood up immediately. It seemed like I was about to lift the roof. With these corpses moving out of the entrance to the corpse, more black-haired monster corpses began to slide down. Fortunately, these corpses did not have long-term contact with the yang energy. There wasn't a little in a while. Then there are the black-haired monster corpses that have been stuffed into the crematorium. They all started to struggle. The sound of ding-dang-dang is endless. One pit after another and the marks of outer rays began to appear on the wall of the crematorium furnace. Fortunately, these corpses fill the crematorium. When it's hard to exert force after a moment of consciousness, you need to fight with your own people first to squeeze out the empty space. Because these corpses were stuffed into the crematorium. Qin Fangtong smashed his shoulders. Cut off your hands. They can only be as lonely as deworming. For a moment. Don't worry. The data at the entrance of these corpses had already stood up at this moment. Open your mouth and exhale a mouthful of corrupt and dead resentment. Then they laughed and shouted. A fool rushed towards Qin Fangtong. Your movements are too slow. Qin Fang jumped up from the ground with a carp. At this time, he had already completed the healing of all the blood in his body and activated it. Bring him a steady stream of blood. He also officially stepped into the third horse, facing the black-haired monster corpse rushing towards him. He was eager to try. Not retreating but advancing. He waved the shovel in his hand and rushed over. No rules. Just rely on the killer's instinct to swing suddenly. The shovel is harmonious and oblique. This shovel is used to shovel the ashes. The edges of the shovel are not sharp. Not enough to cut off the head of the black-haired monster corpse. But the huge force covered on it. It was enough to smash the black-haired monster corpse to fly out. I have never learned the stick method to suck it away. But under the influence of the killer's instinct, he waved the shovel in his hand so tightly that it was airtight. The black-haired monster corpse that Lutu was forced to come forward could not enter. But this also completely scrapped the shovel. The shovel was beaten into pieces of iron wrapped on a wooden stick. Qin Fangtong did not give up the shovel. He used the shovel in his hand as a spear. Hold the stick with your left palm. The bottom suddenly swirled. The end wrapped in the pointed iron rotates. Punched into the mouth of one of the black-haired monsters. The black minced meat and dirty blood gushed out of the monster horns and was pressed to the bottom of the throat. The black-haired monster corpse was knocked away. Qin Fangtong also lost the shovel in his hand. But he was still not afraid to remove the double grooves from his waist. He began to get entangled with the black-haired monster corpses. The blood stage of the endocrine brittle body method is mainly to enhance self-healing ability. At the same time, the force that has increased significantly in the mucus stage has also increased. A series of strange black patterns began to appear on Qin Fangtong's skin. Blessing. His hands and feet blessed. His internal organs make him stronger. He is not a dodge or delay time. Still attacking. When only 3 black-haired monster corpses were left on the spot, they were still fighting with him. There are 7 black-haired monster corpses at the exit of the army. He stood up shakingly. With the extension of time and the burning corpse, these corpses have also changed. With reinforcements, the 3-headed monster corpse made strange laughs. Looks very proud. Qin Fangtong was also proud. A smile also appeared on his face. This puzzles the monster corpse. Qin Fangtong naturally won't understand him. Show the system panel that only you can see. Then press the plus sign of the endocrine brittle body method again. While fighting outside the incinerator furnace, the bodies in the incinerator were burned a lot again. The remaining black-haired monster corpses were only left with their remains. Although still struggling, but it is destined to be impossible to climb out. They will all turn into Qin Fangtong's Chai Xin. With the loyal support of these old men, Qin Fangtong's freedom attribute point exceeded the 100 mark for the first time. It was also at this time he found that the plus sign of the endocrine brittle body method can be ticked again. Then, without hesitation, he chose to advance to the highest level of endocrine brittle body method. Black bile is the same as the previous 3 times. The process of improvement is painful. But with the experience of the first 3 times and the physique of a third-grade warrior, Qin Fangtong no longer felt so painful that he couldn't stand up. I can only be slaughtered. He grinned his teeth and escalated, while carefully avoiding the black-haired monster corpses. The main blessing of the yellow bile realm is the flexibility and agility of the body. He escaped the disaster several times by the black monster corpses, and he was extremely thrillingly, finally accompanied by the pain. A powerful force flowed and upgraded in his body and was allowed to be completed. Today, Qin Fangtong has become a 4th-grade warrior. The realm of black bile is mainly to enhance his realm, but it can also integrate the 4 realms. Qin Fangtong whistled. A thin layer of blood and energy is released, surrounded by his fist. At this moment, his body made a loud thunderous sound. The sticky yellow inside the body. Bile. Blood and black bile riot at the same time. Extract all your strength and blessings. Under this punch, Qin Fangtong only felt that his spiritual will was highly concentrated. In addition to this punch, there is nothing else in your eyes. He vaguely knew that he was in this state. It is the legendary 3-in-1 spirit. The precious colleagues are also extremely powerful. A black-haired monster corpse was directly broken by his punch. After the headless body swayed for a while, he fell to the ground with a bang. The other monster corpses were creepy. They wanted to jointly kill Qin Fangtong. At this moment, I couldn't help but take a step back. It seems to be when he was born. The instinct to avoid good and bad luck. Still driving these corpses. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate at all. Take a heavy hand. Kill these corpses. Now his spirit is in 3-in-1. The state is unprecedentedly warlike. The weak-legged steel whip cut off a black-haired monster corpse in the waist. Stepping down the soles of the feet, the other black-haired monster corpse broke alive. The corpse was broken. The remaining body shot everywhere like fragments in a grenade. Qin Fangtong was not afraid of such an influence. He walked calmly among the burning corpses. Like one black-haired monster corpse after another. Every time I can predict the future. Avoid all kinds of sneak attacks and attacks. As he stretched out his muscles, with the intention to continue to attack and kill, the will becomes more and more intense. Since the completion of the study, the whole body's qi and blood, which had never been completely stimulated, was as vast as a river. For kinds of liquids in the body, it's just shining. Until this time, Qin Fangtong felt that he had completely mastered the green body. I used to add points to my system to quickly complete the work. But it has never been done in a real way. This body of qi and blood is still the mentality of an ordinary person. I don't know how powerful I am. Such a thought flashed through Qin Fangtong's heart. The attack explodes more and more. Use the sky-stealing sun change hand. The hands are about to show the afterimage. After the blink of an eye, the remaining few black-haired monsters shook their heads. Their heads fell down. This is why Qin Fangtong threw it aside. Secretly changing the sun corpse is fast enough. It seems to be stealing the enemy's elephant. The head was as fast as thunder. Qin Fangtong nodded and praised secretly. At this time, a new batch of black-haired monster corpses that had just slipped in from the entrance also stood up with their bodies shaking. They are still confused. I saw that Qin Fangtong had already reached the forefront. This time, he used the 40 he had learned from his sword fist. The free hand seems to be stretching the body. Strengthen your body. In fact, it implies the sword of light and darkness that is extremely domineering. The bodies of these black-haired monster corpses were slapped into pieces. My strength now should be enough to protect myself in the funeral home. I just don't know how compared to the funeral home elderly like Bao. They felt a little drifting. It's different if you don't beat up the bag. That fat face looked at the corpses all over the ground. He shook his head. Retrieve scrapped shovels. But the raw noodles stretched the iron piece again with a pair of fleshy palms. Pinch the shovel back. Although it is stained with blood from the corpse, there are a few more cracks. But it is barely lost. The child used the shovel to throw the stolen corpse into the burning furnace, etc. He finished these new batch of black-haired monster corpses. He also stood up staggeringly when shoveling these new pieces of fragments into the crematorium. The crematorium is about to be exploded. Fortunately, these black-haired corpses were smashed to pieces. The burning of pieces is faster and faster. Qin Fangtong silently summarized his experience in burning corpses. Soon, his system panel has dynamic and static endocrine. The brittle body method has been practiced to the end. Qin Fangtong wanted to practice a new martial arts. But I found that the other options this time were garbled. It's hard to have your own attribute points. One option is quite complete. Could it be that the body was broken into pieces by me? Therefore, the martial arts of the corpse during its lifetime cannot be revealed. And such wit! Qin Fangtong scratched his head. Explain. This is progressing and progressing. Understand how to play the system. No way. Since there are no other martial arts or skills to learn, then let's push the realm to the peak of the 4th grade first. It took him 85 free attribute points. But now he is rich and powerful. The corpses are endless. I don't care how much I have reached this point. The endocrine brittle body method has changed. There is a knot in the brackets at the end. As a result, Qin Fangtong found a secret book that was not written in the secret book. It is called Bone Broken Body. Is the endocrine brittle body method I got actually incomplete? Qin Fangtong guessed so much. Already frown. The power of the endocrine body. He has seen it today. If you can. He also wants to practice down this path. But how can I get the rest? If there is no way for a short period of time, can you still keep suppressing the state and waiting? Shake your head. Temporarily put this option out of your mind. Qin Fangtong looked at her secrets. This secret has been separated from the endocrine brittle kicking method. I opened up a skill bar of my own alone. Qin Fangtong is quietly stingy. Spend 60 free attribute points. Push the secret to the realm of great perfection. Suddenly, he only felt that his legs were heavy. When I lifted up my trouser legs, I saw that his legs became much thicker. He tried this broken bone and pulled the air out of the flames. It looks amazing. Next he tried a few black-haired monster corpses. It was discovered that these black-haired monster corpses could not bear it at all. The power of this broken bone tea was kicked to death without any flesh and blood. Clean up. Don't say the difficulties. The rewards that deserved have shrunk. It seems to be very awesome. Qin Fangtong was trying his own ladder skills in the burning corpse. I heard uncovered footsteps outside. It quickly became normal. Soon, the small window on the iron door was opened, showing a tired bag with different fat faces. His eyes swept through the burning corpses. Asked. Lunchtime is up. Why are you still staying in there? Is it time for lunch? Qin Fangtong was stunned. Then I remember to see the time. It is indeed as Bao said differently. When he passionately spreads his youth and sweat. Lunchtime has come quietly. I looked at the quiet crematorium. The corpses inside are broken. It's impossible to be a traitor. You can take some time to have a meal. But Qin Fangtong looked at the entrance of the corpse. There are again piles of black-haired monster corpses. Just go to have a meal like this. Don't care about them. Is it really good? Bao Budong looked along Qin Fangtong's sight. I also know what he is worried about. Laugh immediately. Of course there is no problem with the explanation. Just go to dinner with me. The reason why the corpse is still moving after being processed by the relevant departments is: one is because I don't want to be burned toward nothingness completely. Second, because I stayed in the same space with the corpse burner for a long time. Inhaled the yang energy of the living person exhaled by the corpse burner. This yang energy is not carbon dioxide. As long as you leave, no longer stay in this world of corpse burning, the corpse cannot absorb the yang energy of the living person. There is no danger of being burned. Naturally, there will be no corpse transformation. After listening to Bao Butong's explanation, Qin Fangtong was a little relieved. Put the shovel at will. Patch the dust on your hands. Turn around and walk towards the gate. Said. Then I will feel at ease. During the turn, his eyes inevitably saw it. A relaxed mind became tense again. Damn it! Why did I forget this thing? If it were in the past. I'm afraid Qin Fangtong is already sweating coldly on his forehead. Nervous expression. It makes people see the flaw. But he is practicing endocrine now. The brittle body method reaches the 5th to 4th grade. The realm is very different from the past. Just control the endocrine system in the body. Just make no alien species on your face. The object he saw was a gift. He repeatedly told him to put the remains of the burned corpse into it. There are also patterns on the surface that look like Taoist blessings. But the remains of the bodies he burned. He basically redeems all of them with the system to reward. Where can I have 1.5 left? Yesterday. This question is not a problem. Because Qin Fangtong was lucky enough to burn a polluter's body to excuse him. Bao Bian believes in this. There was no too much inquiry. But now it can't do it. Now all the corpses placed on top are even more powerful than the corpses of ordinary polluters. They also saw his own eyes fighting with the black-haired monster corpse. The previous excuse has expired. That is to say, the remains of the burning of the corpse must be handed over. But even though the above didn't know how many corpses I burned, the person who passed and released the corpse, you can still know about the game. Very different. Even if I start now. Never embezzle. Water all the burned remains. I'm afraid it won't match it. Although the forehead is not cold sweating. But Qin Fangtong's heart was really cold. All the wreckage obtained from the burning of the corpse this morning was exchanged for a reward. The total amount of free attributes is more than 300 points. This is not a small number. It can be seen from the system's quotations and rewards. The value of these residues is absolutely amazing. The interests will naturally be taken seriously. If we want to investigate Qin Fangtong strictly, this giant paralysis is absolutely unhidden. I was thinking about these things that might cause my head to lose. Qin Fangtong had already walked to the big iron gate. Take out the key. He opened the iron door from inside. It's different to the impatient bag that I've been waiting outside the door. Smiled apologetically. Said. Excuse me. Let you wait for a long time. Let's go. Since before seeing the black iron box realizes this crucial issue, he had already said he was leaving. It also shows the movement of going out the door. Then you have to persevere. Can't change halfway. Otherwise, Bao Budong will be suspicious. Qin Fangtong finished saying this, stepping out of the burning corpse room. Then turn around. Close the iron door again with great speed. Blocked the different sightlines of the bag. Fortunately, Bao Budong did not ask about the Xian iron box. Not like the previous 2 times. Enter the incineration room to check the residue in the iron box. He and Qin Fangtong faced the canteen side by side. Why do you look at Qin Fangtong in surprise and can't tell the sound from his mouth? You guys? He's still a little master. Half a pig eats a tiger. If you hadn't had so many black-haired monster corpses today, you can never hide it anymore. I'm afraid you don't know when you want to fool me. You guys aren't here to explain your hidden aura and realm quickly. What exactly do you want to do when you sneak into a funeral home? Hearing this, Qin Fangtong almost suffered cardiac arrest. Fortunately, Bao Budong was saying this in a joking tone. This made him stop the killer's instinct in time. Black Tiger's bag slap master. What were you saying? Why can't I understand? At this time, Qin Fangtong could only pretend to be stupid. No, don't call me master again. I can't stand the bag differently. He quickly stopped and corrected the problem of Qin Fangtong's title. You used to be a newcomer. I'll take you into the industry. Call me a master. No problem. But now you have been recognized. He can be considered an old employee of our funeral home. It would be inappropriate to call me a master. Yeah. I can be considered an old employee of our funeral home. Qin Fangtong was delighted with the deflection of the topic. Certainly. Bao Budong seems to want to say something. But it stopped. He sighed. He glanced at Qin Fangtong again. Then he said with a smile. Actually, whether new or old employees, for our funeral home, they are just consumables. Very affectionate. Even if you are a school teacher, you will die in a near future. In a tomb corpse. This is the truth that countless old predecessors in our funeral home practiced with their lives. It is precisely because of this. The above will turn a blind eye to some of the small actions of us corpse workers. Even if someone hides his breath and realm. Enter the funeral home. Become a corpse burner. They won't look after it, either. Instead, you will be happy with the high quality of consumables. Hearing this, the washing that was disguised on Qin Fangtong's face gradually disintegrated. Only then did he realize that it is possible to have a strong force in society like the same kind of gangster society. Then the Jian was changed to the topic. Qin Fangtong, who was focused on the topic. After all, I'm just a heartbeat who just stepped into the dancer. The predecessor was just learning martial arts in school and I didn't know and understand many things. For example, he knew that Taoists could perceive each other. The higher the level, the more hard the warriors are, they will be filled with laughter. Under the perception of a dancer of a higher level or higher level. Just as conspicuous as a torch in the dark. Can't hide it at all. As for the dancers of lower levels to perceive higher levels, you will only feel that the other party's chi and blood are huge. It's impossible to measure at all. Qin Fangtong is at the peak of the 4th grade after all. Dancers perceive it. I barely confirmed the different realms of Bao. The 5th grade dancer and I are not very different. I have full confidence in my own system when I ask Bao Tong if I want to do it. It will be different from the bag soon. This guy talks casually. After a few words, I arrived at the cafeteria. Today's canteen is particularly deserted. Looking around. Very big. There is only one table in Tangshur district. When 18 people waited for the bags and sat down with Qin Fangtong after having sex with him. The number of people at this table has increased to 10. Why are we old vegetables? Baudi just sat down. Just asked yellingly. Come to have dinner before you get off work. It shouldn't be. Isn't this old guy quite slippery on weekdays? The atmosphere of lazy fish among our corpse burners. It started with him. As he said, Bao Butong's words stopped. He stared at the 11th man's actions. There is a meal plate in us. It's full of food. A pair of chopsticks are inserted straight into the white rice. The heat of the meal slowly drifts upward along the chopsticks. It seems like a lit incense candle. Old vegetable. He rolled his throat with different raps. In the end, I didn't say that word in person. That's right. We've confirmed it. Old Kai is dead. Even the whole body was not left behind. I was chewed clean by the group of black-haired monster corpses. The other corpse burners said in words. The tone is filled with endless sighs. The atmosphere at the scene was solemn. Everyone seemed to be watching silence. Qin Fangtong doesn't know how to move the chopsticks first. I had to stare at me. Wait silently with everyone. Fortunately, this time-waste behavior did not last long. Soon with the first person's movement. Others were moving quickly. Everyone is like starving ghosts who have been hungry for hundreds of years. Gorge and sweep the remains. I don't know whether these people are turning grief and anger into appetite or what. Anyway, Qin Fangtong is the same as they do. Wolf. The wind blows away the remaining clouds. The third one ended the battle and picked up the soup bowl and drank it clean. He washed down all the food stuffed in his mouth and esophagus. Feeling a burp. He just felt his whole stomach was warm. After becoming an old employee. The food I ate has reached another level. What level have you reached? Qin Fangtong didn't know either. It's delicious anyway. And it's also very energy-rich. Even with the chi, blood and digestive ability of these 4th-grade warriors now. It's just that he's slightly full. Others also ended the battle. Everyone kicks teeth and smokes. Slowly started chatting. Soon. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Qin Fangtong, the newcomer who appeared in front of them for the first time. The new supervisor who has lived yesterday to now said in person. He can be considered an old employee. I brought him here. That's right. The bag I brought out is different. He introduced Fangtong with his neck straightened and a man with a black scar on his face. While smoking a cigarette. He said in a muffled voice. Newcomers who can live to this day. You can be considered a legend. Becoming an old employee is the right thing to do. Good strength. Even among our old employees, it is not the bottom. Others have also begun to evaluate the young 5th to 4th grades. It's simply promising. How could you come to our funeral home? Some people laughed strangely. Someone is flashing. Suspected Qin Fangtong's identity, origin, and purpose. Facing these various meaningful gazes, Qin Fangtong only kept smiling. It seems that everything is under control. Extremely mysterious. In fact, only he knows it. This is just helpless. It seems that I need to obtain a high-level face-hearted magical method as soon as possible. Now these people can accept that Qin Fangtong is a 4th-rank 5th person. But if Qin Fangtong was under their noses, in just a few days or less, it rose to the 5th and 6th grades. That's going to explode. After these old employees finished their discussions on Qin Fangtong's various qualities, it was Qin Fangtong's turn to ask them questions. I heard from the bag differently. Not every day our funeral home has been as busy and dangerous as the past 2 days. It used to be very calm. It was because something happened underground near Changle City. That's right. Someone nodded and explained to him. First, someone accidentally discovered a direct underground passage in the suburbs of Changle City. It attracted a large number of people to die. After they died, the body is still wandering underground. It became one of the sources of danger. Later, the official took over that passage. Clean up these dangers. All of these corpses were sent over. The official has taken this matter very seriously. As the news spread, More people come from all over the world. They found more passages. More adventures were conducted. There are more and more dead. Our workload and risk are increasing day by day. That's why the funeral home offers generous prices and high-priced pensions. Newcomers are recruiting every day. Hearing this, Shin Fangton was quite surprised. It sounds like we old employees are for funeral homes. It seems very precious. Just a more precious consumable. The way is different. Humph. Funeral homes do need some old employees to suppress the situation at critical moments. But they will not be stingy with the death of these consumables. Or start from the day we became corpse burners. In the funeral home and higher floors, we are already dying. Discussed the situation of the corpse burner. The funeral home was condemned collectively. After a meal, Shin Fangton asked about things underground again. How could it be so dangerous underground? If the underground is really so dangerous. So many drilling exploration. Oil extraction. Various underground minerals. How could human civilization develop to this point? This is what puzzled him the most. Although there is martial arts in this world. But the development of technology is similar to that of his Qianshi. If the underground is really that dangerous. So many people die at any time. How did that happen to this point? Is it based on human life to fill it? And ordinary people know nothing about this. Not all underground is so dangerous. Some old employees corrected those minds. Those oily lands are indeed as ordinary people know. It's just that the very ordinary natural resources are not so dangerous. What we call underground is a special place. Basically some ancient cities. There were various incredible legends in ancient times. The underground of this kind of place is what we call it. Only this kind of underground in this domain has all kinds of troubles and dangers. Shin Fangton was surprised. What do you say? Is the danger formed based on our ancient legends? Of course not. The old employees frowned. He seemed to be hesitating how to explain this issue clearly to Shin Fangton. It should be said that it is because of the real danger that led to the emergence of those ancient legends. At least among the circulating information. Explain clearly. There was once a danger from an ancient land underground. It comes from an ancient city that inexplicably settled into the strata. Hearing this, Shin Fangton's eyelids twitched. It feels a bit incredible. That is to say, the danger that once existed above the surface. It settled to the ground later. That's right. That valley is also the only existence that has discovered the source of danger today. Some people speculate based on this. There should be almost a lot of similarities in other places. Unfortunately, every time such a place appears, the official response was extremely fast. We'll block messages as much as possible. Exploring alone people who are out of the official position or those at the bottom of the official position will not get any useful information. An old employee sighed so much. It made others pay attention. The same is true for Shin Fangton. Through the previous introduction to the different words, he already understood. The old employees of the funeral home have more or less their own secrets. Some people even Ming Langwang is the wife arranged by other forces. Discussions about underground dangers. Frozen here. Even old employees can't give more effective information. Be careful. Our workload will be very large this time. The work cycle will be very old. After Kaitu died, the backbone of the old employees, Mr. N frowned. He said with a worried face. According to my experience of the old man. Next, we will deal with a large number of corpses every day. This kind of life may even last more than a year. Everyone else was shocked. Ask Mr. N. Shin Fangton was also full of excitement. Looking at Mr. N. Mr. N is as famous as his name. It's an old man. Looks like he is 70 or 80 years old. The skin on the face is scattered together. Can kill mosquitoes. The old man is still old but has not retired yet. Still fighting on the front line of burning corpses. It further demonstrated the cruelty of the environment and treatment of the corpse burner. It seems that as long as you enter the funeral home, become a corpse burner, I will never be liberated forever. What kind of retirement policy does not work here? The corpse burner died only in the corpse burning room. it is impossible to leave the job and retire. Although Mr. In is already very old. Only skin and bones are left. But he is very energetic. There is no tomb spirit of ordinary old people. Even speaking is full of energy. Old man, since I became a corpse burner in my life. Participated in large and small sizes. A total of 5 outings support those where underground passages were discovered. Whether it is civil or official. A lot of trials and explorations will be made. This is usually accompanied by tragic deaths and injuries. A large number of bodies will be sent to our funeral home. So to say. As long as the underground of Changle City has not been fully explored. The dead will never stop. Our work will not be easy either. After saying this, everyone was in trouble. Someone muttered. Then, with your old man's experience, when will the underground problems in Changle City be solved? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It depends on the official attitude and determination. As short as 1 year. There will be no result for dozens or hundreds of years. Mr. N looks like an old-fashioned character. What era has it been? He was still smoking with a gun. He said things in a slow manner. But it allowed the corpse burners to further bomb the country. This is impossible. Not only are you so scary. How could it be so long? With this frequency and risk level. Who can live that long? Everyone is in trouble. His face was full of incredible. Only Qin Fangton was shocked. I felt ecstasy in my heart. Faced with the accusations of the younger generations. As the oldest corpse burner on the field. Mr. In snorted coldly. Said. What do you think is underground? The other corpse burners who were still shouting just now stopped. Some kind word said. How can we know this? Do you know? Facing the curious and anticipated gazes of the younger generations. Mr. In said, when he knelt on the dining table, he said. I don't know either. Just because everyone is going to feel lost about it. When I even wanted to rush up and strangle this old guy to death. Mr. In changed his voice again. Said. But when I first entered the industry. It happened to be the era when martial arts emerged and fully connected to society. At that time. I've heard a saying. Under everyone's eager eyes. Mr. In slowly exhaled a second-hand smoke. The body leaned forward slowly. The sky widened. Old eyes lowered their voices. Said word by word. Martial arts originated from the underground. What? Everyone exclaimed. He started screaming with strange things. But the next second they all covered their mouths as guilty as if they were thieves. Looking up at the cafeteria. Auntie and other characters. Confirmed that they didn't pay much attention. Only then did the voice be lowered again. He asked Mr. N repeatedly. Mr. N squirted his mouth. Just like the old man who likes to tell his children about bones. Slowly talk about the various rumors and essays of my era. Throughout the dynasties, underground dangers are endless. Many people have made explorations. Each has its own income. This has created all kinds of legends and records in our history that are very lingering. This dynasty has naturally explored underground. After a lot of casualties, they retrieved a broken martial arts celestial monument underground. It can be said that all the martial arts in this world are deduced from the deciphered martial arts celestial monument. This statement naturally shocks people's hearts. But some people can't help but refute. You? This is all about the rumors of your era. Is there any evidence? No. Mr. N simply shook his head and said. If there is evidence. Old man. Can I still live until now? This message can still be a rumor. Or it would have been revealed to the world early on. Let everyone know. Or it would have been completely banned long ago. Speaking of this, Mr. N slowed down the manual. The old employees' faces are wonderful. They all thought of this message at the same time. It's indeed a book from a long time ago. If it weren't for Mr. N, we wouldn't even know this state. It really seems to be banned. Is this true? After they're heartbroken. I can't help but find it funny. How could the old man be so scary? How could the truth of the origin of martial arts be so simple? How is it possible? Even a corpse burner at that time could control it. They shook their heads and laughed. Sarcasm and ridicule Mr. N. The old man doesn't care. Just quietly looked at Qin Fong and said with agreement. It seems that the newcomer forgot to give you something. He slowly took out an old book of rice from his pocket. Huang's book was handed over slowly. Said. This is the staff manual of our Changle City funeral home. Suddenly there was no sound here. All the old employees looked at Mr. N with their eyes bulging. That yellowed booklet. Comrade Qin Fong felt it was inexplicable. Don't understand what happened. Make these old employees look like this. However, the old man kindly handed him halfway through the employee manual. He has no expression. Not very polite. So he stood up. The official stretched out his hands. After taking this old yellowed book, only by truly holding it in your hand can you know how damaged this employee manual is. A few pages of the book that were not many inside were torn off. Only one is still intact. But it also contains some oil stains and stains. This page is printed. It seems to be the owner of this employee manual. Above is his details page. The photos have faded long ago. But it can be seen that this is a cheerful man. The name is Lu Laguan. I don't know what his parents think. Take a look at the name of this senior. Qin Fongtong chose to turn the page to see the half of the broken page. This made him careless. Become pupil disorder. Hold on to check carefully. Written. I saw it as it was written on it. The staff of Changle City Funeral Home stayed in the rules. Want to survive? It is necessary to strictly implement the above codes before entering the incineration room to carry out work. Be sure to wear your hand sign. If the product license is damaged, please immediately pause all work. Exit the burning room. Then apply for a new professional license from above. Before you get a new card, no work is allowed. 2. If the crematorium is destroyed, please contact the maintenance personnel through the dedicated line as soon as possible to provide repairs. Notice: all maintenance personnel of this funeral home wear blue work signs. If you encounter a repairman wearing other colors of work clothes, please do not open the door. After they left. Of course there will be real maintenance personnel on-site repairs. 3. Burning of corpses at night is prohibited. 4. If you burn something special from the crematorium, please sound the alarm as soon as possible and submit it. Otherwise you may be in danger of life. If I drop a special corpse from the entrance, please burn it as soon as possible, regardless of whether the other person has your face or not. 6. The funeral home never starts with the 6th article incomplete pages. I can't see what's behind. Qin Fongtong suddenly closed the employee manual in his hand. Look vigilantly at the left and right sides. I saw that the old employees had come to him quietly at some point. At this moment, he was stretching his neck to look at the employee manual in his hand. I haven't had time to finish reading it yet. What are you doing together? They started to shout in dissatisfaction. Qin Fongtong's eyes squinted. This is what Mr. N gave me. Since it's my thing, then I naturally have the right to deal with it. I just want to put it together. I open it if I want to. Why are you not convinced? Don't anyone laugh so angry. It seems to be trying to threaten Qin Fongtong. But he was pulled away by others in time. Xiao Qin. Everyone is a corpse burner at the funeral home. It can be said to be a grasshopper on a rope. Why do you have to be so stingy? So what if I show you a look? Bao Duo coughed twice. He said with a smile. Qin Fongtong's evil eyes. This is what Mr. N gave me. I've been there before. Why don't you dare to talk to him like this? The cremators were speechless. Then he became angry and embarrassed. Sure enough, the truth is that the bag is different. I plan to continue to fool. Qin Fongtong suddenly asked. Since this is the employee manual of our Changle City funeral home, don't you have any? You haven't seen the content here. The corpse burners' faces were a little unnatural. You also see how old this book is. I don't know how many years ago this is. The funeral home has stopped sending it. This thing is just the old guy named and who was still holding such a book in his hand. Someone's eyes rolled. Found a new direction. Used to fool Qin Fongtong. Do you know why this is happening? Because the times are developing and changing. This is already unpractical. Only the guy in Lagos still follows the rules of the old era. So that's how it is. Qin Fangtong looked like he suddenly realized. He put the employee manual in his hand into the work clothes in front of Bao Budong and others. Said in his pocket. Since this is an old thing from the previous era, that can't pollute you people of the new era. Don't look at it. Even if I saw 1 or 2 words before, please forget as soon as possible. After saying this, he broke free from the encirclement of the corpse burners. He chased after Mr. N, who slowly walked out of the canteen with his hands behind his back. Old man, wait for me. I have something to ask. The rejected corpse burners looked fierce. There was murderous intent in his eyes, but he turned around again. In front of Olden. They hurriedly lowered their heads again. He looks kind-hearted. Old man. You said that the underground exploration of Changle City may continue to rise for 100 years. Is this true? Qin Fangtong asked Old Manon. Have you ever entered the underground city of Changle? Why do you say that? Faced with Qin Fangtong's questioning, Olden was not angry. He said slowly, do you know which underground has been thoroughly investigated since ancient times? Qin Fangtong shook his head quickly. Of course he wouldn't know about this kind of thing. I'll tell you now. Olden knelt on the heel of the shoe and smiled. None of them is anything. Qin Fangtong exclaimed in surprise. What? Qin Fangtong fell into deep shock. He never expected Mr. N to give him such an incredible answer. It feels very unbelievable. Right? Mr. N smiled. Slowly start filling the tobacco pipe with shreds. Qin Fangtong nodded and said. 5,000 years ago. There are so many people and so many events in all dynasties. If you are exploring the underground, I don't know how many people have died underground. So many attempts. Among so many manpowers. So many people have given their lives. Isn't it enough to solve all the mystery of even an underground place? Will there be a complete search? This was extremely absurd to Qin Fangtong's opinion. When I heard this news, it's as unbelievable as you. Mr. N seemed to recall his youthful years. I can't help but sigh. Finally said. But that's true. From ancient times to the present, none of us was able to detect any underground remains. And when we finally made up our minds, no longer hostile to the underground, but like some people in history, when accepting underground output, a martial arts steel that was easily retrieved from the underground. This has caused the eyes of the 5 Daoxingsharen, who is spread to the present, to be confused. So do you understand? Not only are there dangers underground, but I don't know. There is also a treasure house of many treasures. Until now, we are not able to find any underground. So when will this wave of Changle City end? Everything depends on the official determination. If the official is determined, that might take a long time to explore. It will last for more than 100 years. Not necessarily. But if the official's determination is average, that may be a year or a few months later. All the entrances leading to the underground will be sealed. This remains as temporarily blocked. You will talk about it later. Speaking of this, Qin Fangtong's many major events happening in Changle City today. I have also gained a general understanding. He respectfully looked at Mr. N. After bowing and bowing, asked suddenly, why did you choose me? This problem seems to have no beginning or end. But it contains a storm. The so-called choice theory. The paper generation is naturally the employee manual that Mr. N gave him in public. Although Qin Fangtong can't understand what secrets it contains at present. But it can be seen from the reactions of other corpse burners. That thing is not very ordinary. There may be another meaning or secret behind it. Mr. N has held the employee manual in his hands for so many years. Suddenly, he handed it to him quietly. This young man who just became a formal corpse burner was really a bit too sudden. That's why Qin Fangtong had this question. Choose you. Mr. N smiled silently. Shake your head. Smiling. Who said I chose you? Qin Fangtong is a little fierce. But you are not. Mr. N shook your head. Ignore him walking forward on his own. Old man. I haven't made up my mind yet. You kid are just barely qualified to accept people you hate. Looking at the old man Qin Fangtong who was gradually moving away, he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, the harsh ringtone rang. I was originally gathered in the cafeteria to talk about something. Bao Du and others quickly ran out of it. When passing by Qin Fangtong, said a few words in a low and fast manner. Don't be stunned. Go back to your grave and continue working. At this time, the warning order personally pulled by the supervisor. Keep procrastinating. Go lazily. I'm afraid I'll have to lose my hardship. I accidentally played too many things today. Time is beyond. Qin Fangtong's heart is in his mind. Running with these people quickly. Run towards the burning corpse. Everyone is a dancer. Everyone leaps like flying. Extremely fast. Soon. He ran back to his corpse No. 17 and showed his watch. At a glance. Only then did I realize that they did have been delayed in the cafeteria for too long. The original 30-minute mealtime. They were more than 10 minutes long. By the way, I haven't met the supervisor yet. I don't know what kind of person he is. Qin Fangtong shook his head. Open the stove cover and look for 30 minutes. It's enough. Burn the minced meat he shoveled in before. Open the system panel and take a look. Kill a stove and break the corpse. It is expected that he can provide a total of 83 free attribute points. It's indeed a black-haired monster corpse. Before, Qin Fangtong didn't rush to continue working. I was not in a hurry to receive this reward. He was careful. Open the burning room. The door looked out and looked around. Then I ran to the debris room. Received 2 new shovels and enough to aid the fire. The crematorium of the corpse was once again filled with the inlet. A new corpse was also dropped again. This time, Qin Fangtong was not waiting for the corpses to slowly stand up. He took advantage of the fact that these corpses had not yet gained the ability to move. All the limbs of these corpses were torn off for a lifetime. This is the time for lunch. The tricks that the corpse burners told him casually. In this way, you don't have to worry too much about slapping a dead body can greatly reduce the frequency of combat. Qin Fangtong felt so humble and bloody in an instant. Occasionally, I will use these black-haired monster corpses to temper my combat skills. But I won't deliberately let myself take the exam without any hardship. Certainly. These little tricks do not completely guarantee the safety of the corpse burner. Lao Keita's death is a clear proof. Qin Fangtong squatted in front of the black iron box. Looking at the empty iron box, I felt very upset. No matter what. Residue. This level is always something you have to pass. Maid doesn't care. Anyway, I'm already conscientious enough. Believe it or not is your business? Qin Fangtong cursed inwardly. I chose to collect the previous stove of broken corpses. But this time he did not exchange it for a free attribute point. Instead, the remains of the body were chosen. In an instant, the pile of wreckage appeared out of thin air and covered the floor in front of him. But these wreckages are smaller in size. However, the size of the fingernail is compared to the residue on the left and right of the normal fist. It's really a bit conspicuous. Qin Fangtong wrapped the wreckage with a shovel. They all were placed in the black iron box, making them biscuit box. The slightly larger black iron box was actually unable to close the lid. This situation attracted Qin Fangtong's attention. Such a regular iron box size. It should be standard for every incineration room. It should also be a funeral home. Designed based on the long-term work performance of the corpse burners. In other words, the residues handed in by others every day will never exceed this iron box. Qin Fangtong only felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. It's also different for me and ordinary corpse burners. They have no system to burn the body. No rewards. Instead, there will be danger. Then why do they still have to work hard? If I had the workload guaranteed for them that day. That is, the 10 bodies stipulated by the funeral home. In this way, of course there will not be too many residues in hand. It is in line with the size of this iron box. So, I've really become a dog. Qin Fangtong scratched his head. So, except for the residue I handed in. Smaller than normal residues. In addition to some burned corpses. I have no other doubts. The problem of the size of the residue can be made up. Try to fool it. Not many burned corpses are troublesome. If that supervisor would communicate data with the person who placed the corpse on his back, then I'm really in trouble. Once the supervisor found out that Qin Fangtong had burned too many bodies, if the amount of residues submitted does not match, then he will surely arouse suspicion and vigilance. But Bao Budong said that the person responsible for putting the body on it is not subordinate to the funeral home system, but the people who cleaned the troops underground. Then we may not communicate with the supervisors to analyze data. Qin Fangtong had no choice but to find that he could only wait silently. God's will and good luck. This feeling is really bad. He stood up. Open the furnace cover. The corpses inside began to be fully covered. Make them heat as evenly as possible. All these corpses were swelling with all their best efforts. It looks like I don't want to be burned. I've tried to save it. The integrity of these corpses. Now I can finally get the reward of martial arts nuclear skills. Unfortunately, if you have this martial arts nuclear skill, then I can continue to improve my realm and strength. If I could slap the robber's hand. If the whole funeral home is invincible. That's really a worry-free place. Qin Fangtong thought for a while. Unfortunately, these black-haired monsters are quite resistant to burning. It can't be burned for a moment. After practicing boxing for a while after being bored, he took out the employee manual that Mr. Rin gave him and started to check it carefully. Without missing any clues or text, he carefully checked them. He really found some clues. This employee manual was printed for 16 years. After turning the cover of the employee manual to the back, Qin Fangtong found the printing time of this employee manual, pricing and other information. I also found that the barcode on the back cover of the employee manual was kept very clearly. He quickly took out his cell phone and took a photo. 16 years is almost 9 years away from now. Is Optimism an employee who joined the company in 16 years? Qin Fangtong began to think. He is now in 25 years. In this regard, this employee's time is about the same. The funeral home was still distributing employee manuals to employees for at least 16 years. I stopped posting later. Why is that? Has any incident happened to the funeral home? Bao Bian and others have never read the employee manual. So, they are all employees who only joined the company after the incident. Strangeness. If the employee manual really can't keep up with the times, then wouldn't it be better to rechange the historical talisman above in this era? What exactly happened? I actually arrived at the place where the employee manual was directly issued. It is clear that a good employee manual can reduce the casualty rate of corpse burners. There are also Bao Bian and others. If you really want to know the contents of the employee manual, then why not ask Mr. Rin? Why don't you ask me about medicine? There is also this one left in the museum. Where has he gone? Dead? How did you die at what time? Qin Fangtong recalls the memories of his predecessor. I didn't remember what happened in the past 16 years. Was it covered up? Thinking about these things, Qin Fangtong discovered that, in the end, all his questions pointed to the same person. Can Mr. Rin be called a living fossil of Changle City Funeral Home? Although I don't know his specific recruitment incident, but I think he should have started at the martial arts era. He must have personally experienced the great changes in the funeral home during that period. What did he look for him? Maybe I can figure out a lot of things from him. Resolve many of my doubts. So, I want to ask him about the question. Qin Fangtong frowned and thought. This thought took him a long time. Until all the corpses filled with stuffed bodies were burned. He came to his senses. Shake your head. His thoughts will be broken before. He is brave and brave. Those black monster corpses were thrown into them. Then, the few corpses that had just fallen out of the inlet were stuffed into the crematorium. After making the crematorium full again, he returned to the entrance. Move a few bodies here. Let more corpses fall. Soon, 10 corpses were piled up before entering the corpse. He broke all the hands and feet of these corpses. 10 corpses were just enough to burn a furnace. At this time, Qin Fangtong finally made up his mind. Don't get involved in these things. Mr. Rin gave me the employee manual, but he chose me. But it is testing me. But why should I accept his test? Why should I get involved in these things? I'm a systematic man. It was obvious that the body was burned in detail. It will gradually become stronger. In the end, the world is invincible. Why do you have to intrigue with others to check what? Adult past. Qin Fangtong's head shaking failed. After making up your mind, he opened the staff manual again. I'm no longer as nervous as before. But this time, when he looked at him again, his mind became tense again. The first employee code is to enter the burning room. Work must be worn at work. Qin Fangtong touched his empty chest and looked a little ugly. From the time of joining the company, I've never seen anything like a product brand. I have violated the first code. He quickly looked down. Discover yourself. It also seems to be a violation of Article 4 code. If you burn something special from the crematorium, the alarm should be sounded and handed over as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will likely be in danger of life. Maybe the package is different. They are right. The employee manual given to me by Mr. In is indeed lagging behind the times. Useless. Qin Fangtong shook his head. Smilingly stuffed the employee manual back into the work clothes and infighted. Since he started burning the body, in addition to the small residue that Dang Dang was ready to hand in pain, he basically embezzled the residue from the burnt. Didn't do as stated in the code. It turned out not to be a good life. Even stronger. But if the employee manual is really useless, then why did they react at that time? Although I really want to convince myself. But Qin Fangtong still kept thinking about it. Soon he had a not-so-good association. If the employee code says something special is burned from the crematorium, it doesn't mean residue. No. No. Can't think about it anymore? The more I think about it, the more I feel terrified. Qin Fangtong forced his thoughts to earn back. He opened the system panel. I intend to use this to divert attention. I have to say, his move was very successful. His attention has indeed deflected successfully. The rewards on the screen were already dazzled by him. Not bad. It's worthy of being a black-haired monster corpse. Much stronger than the corpse of an ordinary polluter. Qin Fangtong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. According to the lunch exchange, everyone speculated that these black-haired monster corpses should have been people who came down to the underground of Chang'e's room earlier. After they died underground, wandering for a long time, they have suffered more erosion from the underground, become more dangerous. While it's even harder to burn, it also brought better rewards to Qin Fangtong. Human skin captive. Summer visualization picture. The magic trick is like a larvae in the dark. Xinghe flip cloud fist turning sea fist turning sky mirror. Step into the sky and walk in Taizu's long fist. Various rewards. Qin Fangtong drooled in a drooling way when he saw it. What a pity. I am now confined to an invisible cage. Before you obtain a high-level method of face, mind, and spirit, it is not advisable to improve yourself too violently. Wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth. I wiped my pupils and my face was covered with my face. Unfortunately, I swept around. I was unable to find any stronger method of practicing mind and mind among these rewards. This made him helpless. Fortunately, these rewards are not required to be received on site. I can completely put it there empty. When the conditions are right in the future, it's not too late to come and collect it again. Qin Fangtong thought so in his heart. I feel that the sadness in my heart has been relieved by a large part of it. Not all of these rewards cannot receive some fighting techniques that are not fundamental skills. It's worth collecting. Modern martial arts practice is divided into practice and fighting methods. The two most practiced methods are the fundamentals used by daily practice to improve the realm. What improves martial arts is inner rules of play. It's fist, palm, gun, great, etc. If you practice martial arts, you won't improve realm, but it can improve combat power within the same realm. Qin Fangtong began to exchange for the flip cloud hand-shaped sea fist. Stepping in the air, Taizu's long fist and other fists. He naturally exchanged all the kung fu. The same is true for the phantom magic. This magic skill can be practiced as a martial art. It can also be practiced as a body technique. Very exquisite. After completion, The body skills of the fourth sister is as hard as the ghost. Suddenly, Qin Fengtong's middle-level illusion unfolds in turn. This time he received the deceased's creation of these martial arts in his lifetime. This is not the end. Then he exchanged for darkness again. Qinghe's talent is combined with the original Xingfu tattoo, going to the next level. He also exchanged the picture of human skin blessing and great sun visualization. These two things are rare food rewards. As the name suggests, human skin blessing is a talisman drawn on human skin. But the size of a palm. Put it in the palm of your hand. Gently knead. It does feel like it is clear to the human skin. This human skin is painted with a five-eyed ghost covered in darkness. The pen is so elegant that the strange ghost seems to be about to come back to life. It may crawl out of the human body at any time. When Qin Fengtong chose this reward, a strange fate flashed before my eyes. The master will naturally know the cause and effect of making this ghost talisman. The five-eyed evil spirit is actually the soul of the dead, caused by underground erosion. The wound sealed on his chest. I will never break free from it forever. Because of the system transformation of Qin Fengtong, this became this five-eyed ghost talisman. Qin Fengtong didn't want to hold this thing too much. 10 free attribute diagrams were drawn. A real cubic system space was opened in the system warehouse. Throw this thing in. Then he unfolded the visualization diagram of the sun. Check it carefully. Layers of illusions appear in front of you. The master is really amazing. Old clothes? Not dead in the passage like other wastes. He successfully broke through the passage. Frightened the underground ruins. Inside a Taoist temple. I saw the real visualization of the big sun. I was fascinated by it for a moment. He came to his senses. Only then did I realize that half of my body was rotten in panic. He quickly escaped from the underground ruins. In the end, he died in the passage. He failed to escape from heaven alive. This picture of the visualization of the sun in Qin Fengtong's hands. In fact, it is made by the system based on its memory. The surface also has a skin-like texture and touch. It turned out that the underground ruins were after the Xingzi saw the scene in the illusion. Qin Fengtong was still amazed at the underground ruins he saw with a glimpse of the illusion. He opened the visualization diagram of the sun. I saw a star in the painting. The heat wave is coming. It seemed as if he was really in the sun. Immediately afterwards, in his eyes, the asterisk seemed to have really come alive. As you see on weekdays, gradually, the perspective is getting closer and closer. Qin Fengtong's body trembled violently. His black bile boiled and rose to heaven. Qin Fengtong's perspective has already arrived at the cold and quiet starry sky of the universe. Close to the huge sun that burns. He is already completely selfless. Every ray of sunlight emitted by the sun was forgotten in his eyes. This makes a new set of martial arts derived from Xiao. Wrong. Martial arts are still too low level. It should be more advanced. It should be able to absorb sunlight directly into the body. Lead yourself out of the low end and simple body of Yulei. Become stronger. More perfect. Qin Fengtong looked excited. Unconsciously, he is completely addicted. His black juice emits a brighter and smoother. It's like sunshine. That little bit smooth. Gradually spreading to the surroundings. He actually turned black bile into golden sunshine. Smooth and shining sun panels began to appear on Qin Fengtong's body and skin. After the flare flashes, what is left is a bloody wound. Some places are even burnt to be bright before and after. He was about to burn himself to nothingness like this. The black-haired monster corpse stuffed into the furnace before has been burned through. There is nothing to burn inside. I had to burn my own crematorium. But suddenly a loud bang. The red surface was completely burned through. This crematorium that has been running for unknown amounts has been scrapped. This sound exploded. Finally, Qin Fengtong was withdrawn from his previous state of selflessness. Only then did he notice the severe pain and changes in black bile coming from his body. Fortunately, this old guy got rid of me and woke me up. Otherwise, maybe I will burn myself to ashes. Qin Fengtong looked at the scrapped crematorium with gratitude. He quickly closed the Deriguan incense burner. I also threw it into the center of the system space and felt a little scared. He didn't expect that. Check out the visualization diagram. It actually caused his spirit to be completely sucked into it. Can't extricate yourself. The body is still starting to operate according to the spirit of some miscellaneous things that have been understood from the visualization diagram. Want to transform yourself into a sun spirit? What Qin Fangtong learned from the Dari visualization diagram may not be that bad. Now think about it carefully. He felt that there were thousands of inspiration and knowledge pouring into his mind. But at that time his spirit and consciousness were in a state of forgetting things. Can't change scientifically. Basically, you can just start to realize what you realize. Then, when you realize the new thing, you abandon the previous things. Going to run new things? This caused too much damage to his body. But this is not a bad thing. Feel the sudden improvement of my spirit. Qin Fangtong was happy in his heart. Part of his black bile turned into a semen color. There have been too much improvement in spirit. Too many bring great benefits. But he still can't understand it. I can't realize that at least the other 3 liquids that can be driven by the transformation of black bile will burst out stronger. Qin Fangtong's 4 major liquids are vibrated by the operation technique. Especially his blood was heard through. His body was accompanied by the turbulence of blood and energy. The injuries on his body are practicing the method of repairing endocrine fragility at an extremely fast speed. The blood produced has already brought him great self-healing ability. At this time, he took the initiative to exercise his skills to heal his wounds. The effect is even more amazing. But in a few minutes, he stood up from the ground. Looks lively. All wounds healed. No scars. This time the harvest is amazing. But the disaster under the bed is not small. Looking at the scrapped crematorium in front of you, Qin Fangtong sighed helplessly. This big thing happened the day after work. I hope the supervisor will not be too prejudiced to me. By the way, it seems that there is blood on the employee manual. In this case, you should call the repair line as soon as possible. Let the repairman come and repair it. This thought suddenly popped up in Qin Fangtong's mind with complicated thoughts. He glanced around and, sure enough, I saw a landline on the wall not far away. The words maintenance are written in black notes. It seems that this is the maintenance line mentioned in the employee manual. Qin Fangtong smiled clearly. Go over and take off the microphone directly. The phone number will be automatically called out. It was connected soon. Hello? This is the maintenance department. What's wrong? Qin Fangtong naturally had to respond. Excuse me. The crematorium in the No. 17 burning room was scrapped. Can you come and repair it? Sure. This is our job. Don't worry. The repairman will arrive outside your door soon. Please open the door to greet the response from the opposite side when you arrive. Although it feels a bit difficult to speak of. But Qin Fangtong still hesitated and struggled for a while. He spoke. How long will it take for you to repair it? Is it okay to try to repair it before getting off work? Also, can you not inform my supervisor about this matter? This is just the second day I went to work. I haven't met the supervisor yet. I don't want to see him for the first time. He will be thrown away. The opposite was silent for a moment. He said in a very light tone. Don't worry. The problem will be resolved soon. There is also the maintenance department and the corpse burning department are not the same system. Your supervisor has no right to know about the maintenance department. I hung up when I finished speaking. Qin Fangtong didn't think anything was abnormal. He happily hung the microphone back on the landline. Unexpectedly, the people in the maintenance department are so reasonable. Something seems to be wrong. He scratched his head and suddenly felt this way. And this feeling is getting heavier. The black bile in his body vibrates violently. The golden part began to shine independently. It seemed like I wanted to dispel the mist for him. The extra expression on Qin Fangtong's face gradually disappeared. Becoming solemn. He no longer waits. The automatic mutual mastery of golden black bile. Instead, it actively operates endocrine. For kinds of liquids sound together. Finally, the fog in his mind was completely wiped out. It gave him an instant insight into the source of something wrong. When are the landlines equipped in the grave? The cold sweat from Qin Fangtong's forehead rolled down. He recalled carefully. In my memory. There are so many things in the grave room. Say little, too little. The largest area. The first to be conspicuous crematorium. Soak the corpse mouth. Shovel. Hook. Few made. Black iron boxes and other items. There is nothing but that. Where did the repair line come from? Qin Fangtong suddenly turned his head. Look at the dedicated line where you just called. There is empty. There is nothing. But when he was fully engaged in the endocrine brittle tea method, the golden black bile light overflowed from his eyes. Everything has changed again. He saw the repair line hanging on the wall again. In addition to the maintenance line, he also saw the sirens used to sound the alarms. A fan opened beside the crematorium. I don't know the red door leading to the forehead. A messy workbench. There are patches on it. Saw. Chisels and other things. But recently, Qin Fangtong's attention has attracted the attention of. It's still a blood-stained work certificate above. The 3-inch photo of an optimistic and cheerful person above is so familiar. The black name is indeed so dazzling. Stay optimistic. This is the roar of Qin Fangtong's blood all over his body. There is no sense of color. He did not hesitate at all. Walk directly towards these things. Reach out and grab it. But I caught a blank. How so? I have already moved my skills to the limit, but I can only see them. Can't touch it? It is because my spiritual visualization has been improved. Is it the reason why the body still has only defective products? The golden light in Qin Fangtong's eyes was dazzling. He stared at everything in front of him like a divine eye. I worked for almost 2 days in the corpse of the 17th. I only realized that there were so many secrets hidden in this small burning corpse. At this time, unconcealed footsteps suddenly came from outside. Immediately afterwards, the large iron door in the tomb corpse was snapped. Someone said in a low and dumb voice outside. The maintenance department came to repair the crematorium and opened the door so quickly. Qin Fangtong was quite surprised. Stepped towards the iron gate. He really wanted to be cautious when the maintenance staff came out of this maintenance department. During this period, he opened the iron bars on the iron window. Looking out. When I saw that, I froze. I saw 2 repairmen wearing red work clothes standing outside the iron gate. They also had a repair bag crossbody. Both of them have ordinary faces. It's really hard to find any sacrifices. Through the iron window, the 2 looked at each other with Qin Fangtong. Each nodded. Scheming Qin Yentong to open the door. Let them in. Qin Fangtong took any action. Because he remembers the second code in the employee manual. If the crematorium is destroyed, please contact the maintenance personnel through the dedicated line as soon as possible to provide repairs. Notice: all maintenance personnel of this funeral home are uniformly dressed in blue work clothes. If you encounter a repairman wearing other colors of work clothes, please do not open the door. After they left, of course there will be real maintenance personnel on-site repairs. Excuse me. It will be a waste of time for you. Before, I really thought something was wrong with the crematorium. As a result, I tried it casually. I just realized. It just tripped. Now the crematorium has returned to normal. Qin Fangtong's voice came from the door. It looks a bit dull. What's the thing? 2 maintenance personnel in red work clothes were very dissatisfied with this. We're all here. You don't even open the door. Can't argue. At least let's go in and check it out. If there is any hidden device, the problem is good. It's solved for you. 2 maintenance personnel were talking nice things outside the door. As a result, half a day passed. Qin Fangtong still looks like that. Even closed the small iron window again. No more conversation with them. This made the 2 maintenance personnel look ugly in an instant. They slapped the door violently and reached out to push the small iron window away and looked inside. As a result, the small iron window was pushed tightly by Qin Fangtong. They didn't let them move. After a while of cursing, the 2 maintenance personnel left hatred. After a while, new footsteps appeared outside the door. There is only one person. The sound is a bit weird. It seems that the person who came has a little thin feet. The iron door was snapped again. Someone said outside the door. The maintenance department. I heard that something was wrong with your crematorium. You called the previous phone number. Qin Fangtong opened the iron window again. Look outside. I saw a somewhat lame maintenance worker standing outside the door. This man looks about 30 years old. Wearing blue work clothes. Carrying a toolbox. There are some scars on the face. There are cracks in the corners of the eyes and mouth. In some places, Qin Fangtong can be attached to the windows and slowly open the iron door. Let the other party in. Then close the iron door again. The repairman looked at Qin Fangtong in surprise. Didn't say anything. Not to stop it. He just walked silently to the burned crematorium inside. It's a big problem. Can it be repaired? Qin Fangtong stood silently next to the repairman and got off the repairman. Being able to practice means being able to practice. It just took a little more time. The repairman puts the tool bag on the ground. Take it out of it. All kinds of tools walked to the crematorium and started to beat them quietly. Qin Fangtong stared at the repairman with his eyes fixed on him. He spoke slowly. Before you. Two repairmen in red work clothes came over. I know the repair foreman doesn't lift it. Focusing on repairing the crematorium in front of you. It seems you didn't let them in. Otherwise. This is not the case now. From Qin Fangtong stared at the repairman. Turning back to his own figure. Take it out of the inner pocket of the clothes. The employee manual with only 2 broken pages left. I slowly thought about the grave maintenance worker above, but he didn't start fighting. The Qin police officer contacted the maintenance personnel through the dedicated line to repair the service. Note that all maintenance personnel in this funeral home wear blue work clothes. If you encounter a repairman wearing other colors of work clothes, please do not open the door. After they left. Naturally, there will be real maintenance personnel who come to the door to the repairman to slow down. Wait until Qin Fangtong finishes his employee rules. 2. He turned around. Looking at Qin Fangtong slowly. You found this from the inside. You said that Qin Fangtong raised the employee manual in his hand. Said. It was Mr. Ren who told me. He said that he was testing the blue maintenance worker and said. Continue to knock quietly. Seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining or paying attention to him, Qin Fangtong had no choice but to come forward. Asked. What the hell is going on? Where did those red-clothed maintenance personnel come from? How did they know I called the maintenance department? Why did you beat me in advance? What is the purpose of this employee manual for? He said that all the questions were accumulated in his mind. As a result, the maintenance workers didn't even look at it. Still beating the burning corpse in front of me. As said. If you want to know the truth. Everyone, you are going to check the door yourself. You mysterious people. Is it interesting? You see what you have been beaten to. Qin Fangtong resisted his anger and scolded everyone. Can't it be brighter? Tell me the truth directly? Certainly. The repairman finally revealed something. First. No one is sure of your position and background. If you are disguised by the enemy. What to do? Second. Knowing too much is nothing for you. Coming out these words. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but grin. Let me investigate without saying anything. How do I investigate this? Start investigating from there. In addition to Mr. Ren, all the corpse burners who joined the job 16 years ago have died. Haven't you investigated something? The repairman said expressionlessly. And besides Mr. Ren, isn't there any old vegetable? That old guy is so nice. Say he is a good old man. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a coward? You scare him for a while. Maybe he will tell you everything. Listening to the maintenance worker's disdainful words, Qin Fangtong's face was strange. Don't you know? Lao Kai-tu is dead. What kind of repairman? A scream of exclamation. Finally turned around and looked at Qin Fangtong and asked in a trembling voice. How did he die? When did he die? Just this morning. Qin Fangtong was about to speak. But suddenly he closed his mouth and looked at the repairman in front of him with a smile. Finally couldn't help it. I can't tell you for nothing, either. So, let's exchange. Don't act in front of me. Although I just joined the funeral home. In less than 2 days. But I also know that there is no repair in such a large funeral home. Without your department. Without you special maintenance personnel. There is no dormitory for you to live in either. Only after you call the repair line. You can only show up. In addition to Mr. N. Among the corpse burners, I should be the only one who can still talk to you normally. No one else has read the staff manual. Even if you call the repair line, they will only be successful by those red-clothed repairmen. The blue-clothed repairman was full of tangle. In the end, he agreed to Qin Fangtong's proposal. But he asked Qin Fangtong to talk about Lao Kai first. Qin Fangtong saw that this condition could not be negotiated. I had to tell the news I heard during lunch truthfully. The repairman's face was cold. Just this amount of information, how can you scare me? Don't worry about this. Just tell me if I have told you about Lao Kai's death. Qin Fangtong rubbed his hands and said. Then it's time for you to answer my question next. All right. You can ask me any question. But in return, I will only give you some vague answers. The maintenance worker continued to knock on the incinerator. Qin Fangtong began to think about what questions he wanted to ask. Ask the funeral home for the reason. No. The repairman said. I'll just give a general answer. I'm afraid there are no useful clues. And until now, Qin Fangtong is sticking to his previous ideas. Don't worry about too many other things. The development of burning is lost. One day, the world will be invincible. Then ask a question that I am more interested in. All right. Qin Fangtong quickly made up his mind. Asked the repairman. What's going on with your maintenance department? Why can't you see you at all? There is no trace of you. When you need help. But you can see the maintenance line. And contact you. How did this be done? The tone of spell technology is not a repairman has finally fluctuated. The strength in his hands also began to regain a lot of cremation furnaces. The knock is smaller. The situation is even more complicated than you think. And it's hard for me to explain it to you clearly. Because I don't know what's going on. I can only tell you. Our maintenance department also stays in funeral management on weekdays. It's just the funeral home where we are. There are only one department for repair. Just with your funeral home. There is only one department in the burning department. Only the maintenance center receives a dedicated call. The passage between the two departments of the funeral home will be opened. Only then can you see you and come to the bathroom department. How so? How did this be done? A parallel world? Not right. Qin Fangtong exclaimed. Asked in a hurry. How many departments are there in the funeral home? It is impossible that only our corpse burning department has the need for maintenance. Compared to us cremators? At least you repairmen can still go to various departments to solve the problem. But hold more information. Although I would like to answer your question. But I'm sorry. This is the second question. The maintenance worker's tone returns to indifference. No matter how I hear it, I don't really want to answer Qin Fangtong's question. What about those red-clothed repairmen? They came from maintenance. Do they live in the same funeral home as you on weekdays? Have you been beaten by them? Kaitong asked several repairmen unwillingly. The question that Coco will answer happily. As a result, the repairman still looked cold. This is not what you should ask. Ask our maintenance department's feelings. Our maintenance department will solve the problem that our department will shut up. He carefully observed the repairman's face. They felt that the maintenance worker didn't seem to want to answer their questions. But it really cannot answer. There is an inexplicable law or power that limits him. This law or force does not allow repairers how to leak important information by other departments of our department. But this can be exchanged in an equivalent way. Exchange information from him. Recalling the conversation between the two before. Qin Fangtong's eyes lit up. Try several times in a row. However, a new round of equivalent exchange cannot be triggered. It is the exchange information I proposed. Not recognized by the inexplicable laws and power. Qin Fangtong was a little worried. He is a newcomer who has just been in the job for 2 days. I still know too little about funeral homes. If you can't master much relevant information, you can't get the recognition of the inexplicable law. But the repairman had already hinted at him. But he lives in the same funeral home as the red-clothed repairman. He said. This is something inside the maintenance department. No need for other departments to intervene. Is this arguing or what else? Qin Fangtong felt a little dizzy. Sure enough, intrigue with people. The most tiring. I might as well give up. Being burned, the corpse becomes stronger. Finally, I will break all the methods with one more pill. Qin Fangtong smiled bitterly. At this time, the repairman suddenly put away his ping-pong, knocking hammers non-stop. Take a step back slightly, looking at the crematorium in front of you. Then smile with satisfaction, turning around and saying to Qin Fangtong, "All right. The crematorium has been repaired so quickly." Qin Fangtong looked up in shock. Sure enough, the crematorium has been completely renewed. This is unscientific. Even more, 10,000 alpacas were whizzing by Qin Fangtong's mind. The repairman doesn't care about this. I packed up my own things. Put the repair toolbox on your back. Just walk out the door. The work has ended. I'm leaving. You can open the door. So anxious. Why not sit down and have a cup of tea first? Qin Fangtong subconsciously wanted to keep him. But I saw the solemnity deep in the maintenance worker's eyes. He immediately understood it as soon as he let his mind. It's not what the repairman wants to leave. But there are special rules and regulations. Or the power in the dark makes him leave immediately after the repair work is completed. I figured out another rule. So, the exchange of information with the repairman can only occur during the repair period. All right. Today's first contact was a bit too time-consuming. Qin Fangtong slowly twisted the key. I'll see you today. I don't know if there is a next chance. The repairman responded immediately. If you stop messing around on purpose. If the burning furnace is burned through, then maybe we will not see each other again in a long time. Don't worry. I will definitely pay attention. Qin Fangtong's eyes signaled that he had already realized what he was going to send the repairman out. His eyes were circling around the work sign that the repairman hung around his neck. Remember the name of the repairman. Huan stared at the repairman's back. Disappear. No sight to shake your head. Get rid of that unknown cognitive influence. Qin Fangtong muttered. Close the big iron door again. Continue to burn the corpse carelessly and enter the corpse's mouth with 10 black-haired monster corpses have already gained the ability to move. But because of his broken hands and feet, he turned into a stick. Only lonely on the ground. Watching Qin Fangtong walk into them step by step. Exudes anger. Voice of resentment. Throw all the 10 bodies into the grave and fill them up. After a lot of time, Qin Fang restarted the corpse burner that had been recognized by the corpse shadows. I don't know if it's psychological reasons. Even the fire that was gushing became even more intense. Qin Fangtong hummed a small song. The strange thing about black hair rolling down from the entrance. Break hands and feet one by one. What parallel department? What kind of funeral home changes? Whatever you want. He can make him strong. The breeze lies on the hills. Wait until I'm invincible. Just press all of you to death. The black-haired monsters are filled with incinerator furnaces. He was constantly brave under the scorching flames. Qin Fangtong's heart was filled with joy and expectation. In a good mood, he opened the system panel. Looking at the 10 new system rewards. The mood gets better. However, this reward is still different from the last 10 items. The number of fundamental techniques in the last 10 rewards is small. Basically, most of them are martial arts that can be claimed. There are many fundamental techniques this time. All are advanced martial arts. It really makes me embarrassed. Qin Fangtong slides up and down on the system panel. In the end, he still reluctantly exchanged all 9 of the rewards for free attributes. Only the strongest martial arts book is left. After the innate chi is cultivated, can attack or defend. There are all steel swords and steel knives in the middle of raising your hand. Practice a skill. Practicing top boxing techniques at the same time. Sword technique. The sword technique must be stronger. The only thing to worry about is, this martial arts does not seem to be the martial arts of these 5 epochs. But no matter how hard he can practice and become stronger. Qin Fangtong's mentality is very optimistic. He checked his current free attribute points. I saw that the total amount had reached 223. He was so happy. Really? Explore the plan. The path to taking the university exam is weak. Burning the body is the most suitable for me. Although his total income of points exceeded 300 points in the morning. But after all, he spent all of them one by one. It's far less than the pleasure that is gradually accumulating now. Unless it's really amazing. Otherwise, there is no need to rush to acquire martial arts and talents at present. Until I got a high-level trick. Besides, Maid does not have the method of sucking his face to restrain his breath. Hidden realm. I don't dare to continue to become stronger. Taking advantage of the burning space of the body, Qin Fangtong began to practice the fist and foot skills he had obtained before in the burning corpse. And add free attribute points to the great perfection one by one. In this way, these martial arts that he had just obtained were used in his hands. There was a little master in an instant. When the weather turns clouds are played. The air in the entire incineration corpse was stirred. It seems that it is really turning between the palms and fingers. When the sea punch is shot. In a trance, I could hear the loud noise of the waves striking the shore. Not bad. All are good kung fu. Just so stupid. Still not satisfied. Qin Fangtong turned his gaze to the entrance of the corpse. Kicked the bodies that had been broken by him to the side. Suddenly, more corpses were scared out from the mouth of the corpse. Qin Fangtong deliberately exhaled at them. After a while, these black-haired monster corpses slowly stood up. A cold breath began to spread among the burning corpses. Even the flames spewed out from the mouth of the crematorium had become much weaker. It is more powerful than ordinary black-haired monster corpses. I just came just right, so I used you to verify my martial acupoint. Qin Fangtong deliberately waited until these black-haired monster corpses could move freely. Then rush forward to the Phantom Demon Palace. Make his movements as fast as ghosts. Sometimes he walks on the ground. It's like a dark shadow. Even though these black-haired monster corpses are more ordinary than that. The black-haired monster corpse is even stronger. Can't stand it either. Qin Fangtong's fist is difficult. If it is broken into pieces. But addicted. It's really not satisfying. Qin Fangtong's head is on the grave. The ceiling of the world. Looking at the broken stones below. His face was full of displeasure. This is the ultimate light skill he obtained in the first round of redemption in the afternoon. Can fly on grass and float on water. It is said that practice has reached the highest level. Able to lift without any food. And rise step by step in the air. It's like flying in the clouds and fog. There is no doubt that what Qin Fangtong is now using is the highest level of stepping in the air. This grave is still too short. If there is no limit. I really want to go into the air. Look at the limits of this light skill. Qin Fangtong not only returned to the ground slowly but flew. It has always been one of the ultimate ideals of mankind. Although there are already planes. But if you can soar in the sky with your own strength. Looking down at the earth. Who wouldn't want to? But I never saw such a report. It's not going to take a stroll. It is also a martial art that does not belong to this era. Speaking of which, the clothes on these black-haired monster corpses are indeed quite old. Is it now that ordinary people know? Before the martial arts era, there was another martial arts Saint Qin Fangtong who couldn't help but imagine. Mr. Rin said. The current martial arts era gradually developed based on a 5 divine steel dug from the ground in the early years. Also said. This is the official abandonment of old ideas. I intend to be like some people in history. Use the results of underground development. From ancient times to modern times. So many people have gone underground. In ancient times, there were martial arts masters and lost martial arts masters. Not worth surprise. It just makes the world more complicated. Qin Fangtong thought carefully. If someone had dug up similar martial arts in history. Things from the Celestial Monument. But martial arts has not been fully implemented. Just a small group of people are studying and practicing. So there are countless masters and hidden captains hidden in the people. The water in this world is getting deeper and deeper. Qin Fangtong stretched out the iron hook. The corpse in the crematorium was stirred up. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside. Qin Fangtong heard this. I heard that this is the sound of different footsteps. Why did this guy come out and run through the maintenance department's rules so strictly? Even if the burning corpse department is worse than that, it shouldn't be too relaxed. Qin Fangtong muttered and raised his wrist. At a glance. Only then did I realize that it turned out to be supper time. Why did it come again after dinner so soon? This day by day I rest every day. Have a meal. I didn't have time to do more work. Qin Fangtong closed the furnace cover heavily. The entrance of the corpse has been shaking. After the 10 black-haired monster corpses who were about to stand up broke their limbs one by one. Then we walked towards the big iron gate. Slammed the iron door open. The bag that was about to open the iron window and peek inside was different. Maintaining the funny posture of raising your hands. Standing awkwardly on the original brother Qin brother. So you still remember the supper time? I thought you had to remind me again. Take it well and let this kind of small matter involve Brother Bao's mind. Qin Fangtong took a step forward with a smile. Forced the bag to retreat. Then he closed the iron gate and patted his palms. Said. Let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria. When the two arrived at the rice, other tomb workers had already eaten inside. This time, Lao Keitu's death was gone as a reason. Everyone didn't gather on the same table. It's just about eating your own relationship. Okay. Then 3 or 2 gather together. Qin Fangtong made a meal. It seems like the baby is not a child. He looked like he had to eat with himself. He smiled slightly. Sitting silently opposite Mr. N. Mr. N looked up at him. There is no rejection or touching. Silently chewing the food in his mouth. Your old man is so nice. When I reached your age, if I could have such a good mouthful of teeth, then I must thank God. Qin Fangtong gave his thumbs up to Mr. N. You can live to the old man first. Let's talk about this age. Bao Budong stuck to her like a dogskin plaster. I have to sit next to Qin Fangtong. That fat face smiled silly. It seems that I am waiting for something silently. The entire cafeteria seemed to have entered for a moment at this moment. All kinds of sounds were downgraded by several decibels. Everyone seems to be doing their own things. But in fact, they all raised their ears silently. Waiting towards this side. Qin Fangtong and Mr. N spoke. But they were disappointed. Until the 30-minute dinner time is over. Neither Qin Fangtong nor Mr. N said a word. The two of them seemed to be worried. There may be an eavesdropping. Deliberately not saying a word. But the more they were doing this, the more it makes others feel like a cat is working hard. Can you grow your ears directly onto the two of you? Feel the few sights that are firmly attached to yourself. Qin Fangtong looked up and smiled slightly at old Master N. The secret passage. Did you see it? It's really not that I don't want to tell you anything. It's not that I haven't noticed. But there are many people and eyes. Everyone is watching. I don't dare to say it. Although I don't know what Mr. N is selling in the gourd. But Qin Fangtong had already made up his mind. Will not participate deeply. It will just disappear silently. I will talk about everything after I get the reward. Now it's just right to use other people's surveillance to block Mr. N's mouth. It's hard for him to ask anything. Facing Qin Fangtong's smile, Mr. N nodded slowly. He looked clear. Qin Fang's voice sounded. Someone's spoon fell to the ground. A pair of shock and incredible sight. Turning back and forth between Qin Fangtong and old Master N. The most shocking number of medicines is different when sitting next to Qin Fangtong. This guy opened his mouth wide. His eyes were full of surprise. I'm not sitting next to you. I didn't hear you speak. I didn't see any violent eye interactions. Just exchange information. Although Bao Budong didn't speak. But Qin Fangtong did read such a message from his eyes. He himself was confused. I'll be polite. What's your head? It seems like I have known some key information. Could it be that you are also making coincidences? I met Huang Huan. What news did he know from him? But this shouldn't be. How can you control the time so accurately? I don't know it myself. I'll burn the stove today. Qin Fangtong's heart is full of confusion. But he didn't show it. Instead, he showed the same understanding and unfathomable as Mr. N. Don't ask, just show off. After dinner time, He returned to the corpse burning room on the 17th again and began to work hard. The black-haired monster corpse in front was burned out while he was eating. Qin Fangtong took a look at the reward but still had no way to cherish it. And the fundamental skills account for the majority. Is my luck so lucky? Qin Fangtong had no choice but to choose all of them as free attribute points. This is true for the next 2 furnaces. That's all. After 3 furnaces, Qin Fangtong's free attribute point exceeded 500 for the first time. It was at this time that he found that it had turned gray. Endocrine that cannot be jogged. After the brittle body method, Jiahao became clearer again. This means that you can rejoin. What's going on? Can the original incomplete exercises be completed so strongly by adding points? Qin Fangtong was overjoyed. I quickly ordered it. At this point, the 500 free attribute points he had just accumulated began to plunge. Finally, only the starting point of each digit is left. But the gains are also great. The endocrine brittle body method has been completed. The 5th realm is revealed. I spent a total of 500 free attribute points at will. But he only gave the 5th level of cultivation method. I didn't wait for my cultivation to help me break through. If it is just used to repair the incomplete exercises, it's really expensive. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but complain. But thinking about this brittle body technique, it's up to 1 million on the market. I also think that the 500 free attribute points are worth it. He did not practice rashly. Instead, he continued to burn the body diligently. After all, he doesn't have enough free attribute points now. Second, he still didn't get the face he had been thinking about. The method of loyalty can only be low-key. That's all. Unconsciously, it was time to burn on the arch. Qin Fangtong, who was paying attention to time, was not waiting for the arrival of the bag. It was confirmed that the last furnace of corpses were burned. After, he closed the crematorium. Pick up the black iron box from the ground. This leaves the burning corpse room. Lock the burning corpse room. He walked in the passage. I soon met other corpse burners. Everyone held the black iron box in their arms. Put on both ends and walk together on the same road. At the end of this road is the head of the burning department. Office. The supervisor has been waiting here for a long time. This is the first time Qin Fangtong has seen this legendary supervisor. I saw this a young man about 40 years old. 2 mustaches on the lips. The hair is fixed with oil. Wearing a capable suit. A little thin. There are not many flesh and bones on the face. It looks a bit mean and sarcastic. 10 corpse burners lined up in front of the supervisor. Mr. N should have been ranked first in the supervisor and stood up. Hands behind your back. Walk slowly towards the burning of the corpse. Workers. He stood in front of Mr. N. Humph as an order. Mr. N calmly opened the black iron box supervisor in his hand. Looks like there are not many inside. It just enough to completely fill the black iron box with residue. A satisfied voice. Take a step to the right. Stopped in front of Bao Budong. Bao Budong had a flattering smile on his face. Opened my own box. The supervisor snorted dissatisfied. Didn't say much. Continue with the next person. Soon. He came to Qin Fangtong. Now the other's eyes were finally able to shift openly to Fong Tongtong. He was just because this kid was too eye-catching. Everyone's iron box. Regardless of the amount of residue inside. All of them are covered firmly with only a small box that is broken. The items are not supported by the box. Everyone stands out in the crowd. Try it in the supervisor. Qin Fangtong slowly opened the lid of the black iron box. The residue was revealed below. It seemed as if his hand slightly shook. These residues that are so full that they are about to overflow will fall out directly. Why is your head shrinking so much than others? My supervisor was curious and pinched a piece of fingernail and said, Come on, come on. Qin Fangtong's heart was in chaos. But there was no confusion on the surface. Calmly answered. Maybe it was burned in the grave corpse stove for a long time. Manager Sun expressed his doubts with the laughter from his nose. I'm a newcomer after all. It is normal to improperly master it after the fire. The corpse inlet was terrified of me. The body of the previous furnace was just burned. I threw a stove of corpses in it. Before I could get the remaining residue from the previous batch of corpses. It just kept burning. This was what happened when I finally remembered to take out the residue. The other corpse burners all looked at Qin Fangtong with a squinted look. I believe you. The reason why there are residues appear? It's because this thing can't be burned. Later, it was taken to do various research. People slowly realized the effectiveness of this thing. Then it evolved into a kind of cherishing resources. How could it be burned to such a small burn? The ministries all expressed their lies to Qin Fangtong. 100 don't believe it. Manager Sun believed it. Not only did he believe it, and sighed. He patted Qin Fangtong's shoulder vigorously. Explain. He is a real worker. On the spot, other burning workers were called on to learn from Qin Fangtong. The cremators sneered. The contempt in my heart even more. Although I have known that you are an old boy, you are sitting in the office every day to drink tea. Blow air conditioning. I don't know about frontline work. A waste that doesn't know the market. But I didn't expect you to be so ruined. You can believe such lies. I knew this would be the case. Why do I have to be honest for so long? For a moment, everyone's minds are alive. Each of them set up their own small plans. Until this time, Manager Sun also feels that he is very smart. He said to Qin Fangtong, "You have achieved such good results in just 2 days after joining the company." Later, he became a skilled worker. It can't shrink. You must continue to keep going up. Manager Sun smiled. I feel like the electronics factory owners who did not go offline when they were sending goods and changing their skills. Qin Fangtong blinked. He responded well. Oath. It doesn't seem to be a slight dissatisfaction. Make Manager Sun more satisfied. It's not just that there is no dissatisfaction. Qin Fangtong was thrust in his heart by ecstasy. Almost laughed out loud on the spot. I didn't expect it to pass the test so simply. I would have been afraid for so long if I had known it. For him, this amount is almost the output of a furnace. Although I feel a little sad. But it wasn't that much tolerant. Use the yield of 1 stove per day to exchange for the harvest of picking the stove every day. It's still very cost-effective for him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office is fun. Manager Sun became more and more satisfied with Qin Fangtong. All right. Since you are so sensible, then I monitor it myself. For the matter of just destroying the grave. Therefore, my face froze a little. Then he remembered when he just entered the corpse of the grave yesterday to monitor it. To prevent your secrets from being exposed, he removed all the surveillance in the grave. No one came to him to talk about this day and night. He thought the above didn't know or didn't care. I didn't expect it to be here. I am the same as before. In their eyes, I'm probably just a consumable for ordinary believers. I don't know when I'll care about these things. There is no need to deduct surveillance money from your salary directly at that time. Now I've become a formal corpse worker. I can survive in the grave for a long time. This is why I am qualified to be held accountable. Qin Fangtong knew it in his heart and saw Manager Sun walking back to his desk. At the back is one of the drawers. Take something out of it. Shiwei was able to throw the corpse from the grave. This is your handy card. Qin Fangtong took it and took a closer look. It is indeed a work card with a blue bag. The work card contains information such as your name. As for the photos, it should be downloaded directly from your own file. The self above is full of youth. She looks like a young person. Qin Fangtong tossed and turned his work card and didn't notice it. What's different? I couldn't help but beat the drums in my heart. Only then did the business card be issued. Would it be a bit too late? The plaque that occurs after the sentence. Is he effective? Thinking about it, uneasy, he decided to test Manager Sun. The supervisor enters the corpse burning room to operate. Do you have to bring a professional license? Certainly. Manager Sun gave an unhesitant reply. What regulations are clearly written on the regulations? The cremators were all shocked. Ask questions in a long and sarcastic manner. It's the only one behind you, the Manager Sun pointed to a sign hanging on the wall behind the corpse burner. Everyone took a closer look. There are indeed some painless regulations written above. It looks similar to the standards of primary and secondary school students. Everyone's faces were all black. What is unreliable to Manager Sun? The impression was a little deeper. Is this regulation I am looking for? What I want is the kind of thing in the employee manual. But today and yesterday I didn't bring any professional cards. Enter the incineration room to operate. Qin Fangtong still has doubts and concerns about this. Then you asked Manager Sun about the doubts in your heart. Is this really good? Is there something wrong? Manager Sun shook his head and smiled. Did you start to teach Qin a lesson in the tone of an old senior? You young, you have really just entered society. What are the rules and regulations that are worth worrying about? Actual work is another matter. Have you done fewer illegal operations in private? Don't worry. This kind of thing is not a question. As long as you don't make a big deal, it's okay. Looking at the disregard of Director Sun, Qin Fangtong, his face turned dark. This waste is even more unreliable than me, a newcomer who just joined the funeral home? All right. Although I only got a lot of nonsense. But it's not without gains. At least certain. Even Manager Sun doesn't know the existence of the employee code. It seems that I can't get any useful clues from Manager Sun. No one wants to waste time on this waste anymore. So they all planned to leave. But when Qin Fangtong was about to step out of the office. But suddenly he was stopped by Manager Sun. I almost forgot. You are now a formal Grave City worker. They also have to take responsibility just like Baudi. Come. Remember to get up earlier tomorrow. You also want to go to the funeral home with them to welcome the newcomers. And brought a generation of 2D to get such a temporary order. Qin Fangtong was slightly surprised. But I accepted it anyway. Become a formal worker certified by colleagues and superiors at the same time. His level of treatment has not improved much. The salary is still the same. Commission pricing. It's still the same commission price as before. No new contract was signed either. In these basic aspects, the treatment of the elderly and the newcomers is exactly the same. The difference between the elderly and the newcomer is reflected in some small details in daily life that cannot be found when reading paper reports. After leaving the office, Qin Fangtong found that Bao was not far away. Looking at this side with a smile. It seems that I have been waiting for myself. He delayed a few words in the office. The others have slowly walked away. Is there anything wrong with Brother Bao? Bao Tongtong reveals false enthusiasm. The smile won. The two walked out side by side. Are you short of money? The bag is no longer like before. Let's exchange a few greetings first. Instead, it goes straight to the topic. Just have the same rear end. Somewhat surprised to look different. But after thinking about it, he responded. Of course, it's missing. Who is not short of money? As the saying goes, poor, rich. Wanna have a level in the martial arts path? What doesn't cost money? I'm now stuck in the 4th grade peak warrior realm. Want to go one step forward. Only then did I realize how difficult it was. Need exercises. No skills. The law requires resources but no resources. If you want pills, don't have pills. A casual cultivator. Not to mention that I have a genius in my family. My sister needs me to make money. The same conversational box of the custodian. It looks like it's endless when it is opened. Talking about his own difficulties. If it weren't for the funeral home canteen that was pretty good. I just spend money on eating every day. It can make me live high. Bao Dun did not interrupt him. After listening with a smile for a while, he suddenly said. I didn't expect that you had so many difficulties and pressures at a young age. But you are an 18-year-old 4th-class person. The warrior is not rich. A bright future. Why not seek refuge in a big force? With your talent. Whether you are entering Wawodeo University, or go to those who are in poverty, the group of great powers can even get pretty good treatment if it joins the official group. So many of your current difficulties can be solved easily. Can be cultivated to the maximum extent. Why do you have to come to the funeral home to fight desperately? Come here, come here. After Xing Fangtong exclaimed in her heart that she accidentally exposed her state. He knew that he would one day have such a question. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly. I haven't had time to make up an excuse yet. Qin Fangtong cursed in his heart. He originally planned to think about the countermeasures in the afternoon. As a result, Mr. N gave him the employee manual again. Another image of the sun. The crematorium was burned again. I saw the hidden rust again. Red. Small doors and other things. Repairman again. A lot of things are crowded together. Make him tired of dealing with it. I forgot about this matter. All right. If you forget, forget it. Be honest in life. Feel sorry. Brother Bao. Every family has a difficult sutra to recite. Everyone has their own difficulties. He raised his head. Jubi said sincerely, looking at Bao's eyes. I think I have no obligation to answer you. This is indeed the problem. I just asked casually. After Bao Budon laughed for a while, the topic was decisively changed. If you hand in the residue like this today every day, then this month is your commission reward. I'm afraid it can reach 1,000,000 steps of residues so valuable. Xing Fangtong exclaimed. Through the system, he already knew that the residue was very impressive. But I didn't expect that the value would be so high. This is simply violence. Now, I think about it. The endocrine fragility method that costs 1,000,000 is not a big deal. That's right. Baudi said with a golden light blooming in his small eyes. And I can tell you directly. The true value of the residue is still above this money. What is money? It's just a pile of waste paper guaranteed by the state credit. The official uses this pile of waste paper to drive us to work hard in the burning corpse every day without any effort. He took away the residue we had worked so hard to get. Seeing Baudi's more excited as he talked about it. Words are becoming more and more dangerous. Qin Fangtong quickly interrupted him. Excuse me. Brother Bao can still buy things or live coins as long as this pile of waste paper, is it? Then I can't love to wrap it. Shocked. He turned around and met. Qin Fangtong was full of complaining eyes. It clearly states inside. You must be angry with worldly customs. It's okay if you want to rebel. But can you stop talking about these remarks in front of me? It will lead to the arrival of the great river crab god. All right. It seems that it is impossible to brainwash with reactionary speech. Qin Fang's children's bags are different, so they can only change one strategy. In fact, the commission price given by the funeral home is still a bit low. I know some people outside. They are also buying residues. And the price given is much higher than the commission price of the funeral home. Brother, if you really lack money, I can introduce these ways to the bag you are trying to wink at yourself. Big boy. Qin Fangtong nodded with a smile. Then I'll thank Brother Bao here first. He just said why his stove was burning stones and corpses. Other corpse burners. The guaranteed one day is also to burn food utensils. As a result, the total amount of residues handed in is different. Feelings are the secretly filling you guys. Wrong. If this guy said that, you can't do all these corpse burners. Perhaps some of the residue was indeed sold at a high price. But there are certainly some guys who sent the residue back to their organization. The value of residue is still high. After getting a few contact information from the package, Xing Fangtong returned to his dormitory. But for the formal cremator who was recognized. After, his cell phone signal has been restored at a fixed point. From now on, you can connect to the internet and use your mobile phone normally at any location in the funeral home. He was also pulled into the management of the burning department and went to the group to tag him. I almost forgot one thing. You are now a formal corpse burner. It's time to move out of the temporary dormitory. I've assigned you. The dormitory is in the old dormitory room 204. You can move over tonight. There are also industrial cards. Although it's useless, but the cost is very expensive. Reissue is also very troublesome. It doesn't matter whether you take it yourself or not. The key is to keep it and lose it. Don't ask me for a program and it's very troublesome to go through. Maid didn't know how many benefits the supervisors in the early years had given to the work card. It's actually causing such trouble. Looking at the big complaints posted by Director Sun in the group, Qin Fangtong held the work card in his hand. I really felt a sense of peace of mind. It seems that in the relevant procedures of the business card, the same thing as before. I'm relieved that at least the product brand should be useful. Take a look at the empty dormitory. Qin Fangtong shook his head. That's it. He had nothing to clean up either. Put several pieces of clothes into your school bag and put them in your school bag. Carrying a school bag, I went straight to the so-called old dormitory. The old dormitory looks like it's been a long time, but it still stands firmly in place. There is no aging phenomenon such as cracking. Qin Fangtong met many other corpse burners in the corridor. It seems that this is recognized. It is the residence of the corpse burners. Surprisingly, the old dormitory building is different from the temporary dormitory building. There is a dormitory manager. And this dormitory manager is the surprised look of Mr. N at the houseboy. Mr. N sat steadily in the duty room and raised the thermos in his hand at Qin Fangtong. There was an unpredictable smile on his face. Qin Fangtong also recalled his unfathomable smile. But after the old man said hello, he went up to the second floor and found room 204. The key is inserted into the lock. Unplug the key. Key door. This is a one-bedroom apartment. It's about 20 square meters. For single-person dormitory, the only bed in the room has been laid with bedding and other things. Qin Fangtong slowly descended to the door. Close the disease and lock it up. Then start a carpet search in the room. I haven't confirmed that there is nothing right. I didn't have any surveillance hall equipment before I breathed a sigh of relief. After so many things have been busy for a day, even he felt a little tired. Exhausted to the point. Balcony washing table. Qin Shintong looked at herself in the mirror as she was empty. There is no room on the ground door when washing up. I forgot to buy daily necessities on the door again. Think about your dealings and settlements yesterday. For a moment, he overcame his laziness. I hurried downstairs and ran. I always bought enough chin suya and other things in one go. Back to the dormitory. Slide things. It looks like I'm not so popular anymore. He quickly washed up. Turn off the lights and go to bed. I slept quite soundly this time. After waking up, I took out my phone and looked at it. It happened to be another pass at 8 o'clock in the morning. After a hurry to wash up, he quickly went downstairs. The other corpse burners are almost gone. Mr. N holds the door key in his hand. Standing at the door of the dormitory building, smiled. You won't come out again. It's about to be locked inside. Qin Fangtong touched his head and smiled silly. Quickly out of the dormitory building. Walked towards the door of the funeral home. There, he met Bao Bin and others. A group of people who were still kind to each other when they were having dinner. Now to steal the apprentice. But he fought so hard that his face turned red and his neck was thick. To the confused newcomer. All kinds of deceptions. It's like a time when a club recruits new things. Try to show your seniors. Do you guys do this? Just a newcomer. Not which one should I choose? Is there any difference? Qin Fangtong yawned. Walking into the field, we stopped the upcoming conflict. Said so. Many newcomers looked at this young man who suddenly appeared. All confused. Why don't you look younger than me and the cremator with black scars on your face? Just down the slope and gave Qin Fangtong a face. No fight started on the spot. Xiao Qin. You don't understand. Newcomers are not all the same. Some people are foolish. Some people are smart. Very pretty. Come to talk about it. Just like you. Any newcomer will transform into one of us overnight. Come again. Turn around and take a look. From these newcomers, can you see your past shadow? Bao Duan pointed to the young newcomer with a concealed face and said. The young newcomer looked at Qin Fangtong with his eyes bulging. Looking at the panic on these people's faces. Confused and puzzled. Qin Fangtong nodded. For a moment, I was also filled with emotion. You said that. I really feel that seeing them is like seeing who I used to be. Many newcomers rolled their eyes together. Please, brother. You look younger than us at your age. What are you feeling about here? The competition between corpse burners for newcomers has become fierce. Qin Fangtong felt a little bored. He doesn't want to take his apprentice. I think this is a waste of time. If I had this time, it's better to lie in the bed for a while. Or go to the cafeteria to have a high-energy breakfast. Looking at the endless disputes. Qin Fangtong was helpless in his heart. It is also inevitable that the collection will be darkly concentrated. I hope to end this farce before officially starting work. Don't delay my normal working hours. Otherwise, I'm really going to get angry. Gradually, most of the newcomers have their belongings. There are 30 crematoriums in the funeral home. Today, we also received 30 newcomers. According to the division of Superintendent Sun, everyone has to bring 3 apprentices. This is also the reason why Qin Fangtong is a little resistant. In this way, 30 burning corpses were all occupied. He couldn't get the reward for burning the corpse. But he wasn't worried. These rookies will definitely die soon. At that time, I will still have to free up the burning corpse room for me. It is because of this consideration. So he did not participate in the competition with Bao Bian and others. Bao Dun and others picked up the batches that looked more lustful and were all wasteful. The waste will die quickly. The faster the trash is, the faster the trash is. The more in line with Qin Fangtong's interests. So he didn't try hard to shout. Instead, hold your hands on your chest. Wait silently. Mr. unlocks the dormitory. Behind the door. He was not involved in the battle either. He has no self, either. And people have never expressed their opinions. The man went up silently. He was taken to his position by Mr. N. It turns out to be very eye-catching. No wonder I'm in a hurry. It turned out that it had been decided long ago. Black Ba's face is sour. Said. His gaze turned to Qin Fangtong's face. You are always in a hurry. Have you decided already? The apprentice I want to take. How can this be done? Qin Fangtong teaches the district. I'm not using the fine traditions. Let you choose first. What you picked up on me will naturally belong to me. I can't say that there are 3 people who have been decided by you long ago. Never choose. Until you finally picked it away. Black Bai is a conspiracy theory. Accustomed to using the darkest thoughts to figure out what others say to you, the same person as you are, and the same person shook his head. Refused to communicate with Haiba. He thought he would have to wait for a while before someone else would challenge him. Follow him. As a result, a piece of beautiful jade suddenly walked up to him. Said. Hello? Little master. Is it abolished? Look, Liang Kai Meiyu, who was unable to convince others, actually ran to you on his own initiative. Want to be a job? You are tight Nin, what's the point? He yelled aside. It looks like you have seen through the truth. Close your broken mouth. Qin Fangtong gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Heibai. Then he turned his head and looked at the beautiful jade in front of him. This is a young man in his early 20s. It can be seen that the clothes you wear for a long time but have turned white. Give people a clean and refreshing feeling. Pretty. Anyway, it gives people a good first impression. The reason why this person is everyone is trying to win. Liang Kaimei is like this person. Age. But he is already a first-rate warrior. But he is like this warrior. It is precisely because of this. So he was judged to have a greater chance of surviving the burning corpse. And gradually grew into a formal corpse burner. Qin Fangtong looked at this talented and beautiful jade speechlessly. He saw some kind of clarity in the other person's eyes. This is quite rare. Just this time of looking at each other. Let Qin Fangtong confirm that the other party is not a fool. On the contrary, he is still very smart. In comparison, the little fat man following the other person is not good. A follower attitude. Judging from the qi and blood in the body. Just a dancer. A pair of small eyes were scribbling around. At first glance, he looks like a little clever person like Yu Hua. Qin Fangtong hates this kind of person the most. What's its name? Why choose me? He asked lazily. How can you care about the talented and beautiful jade that others are rushing to? My name is Yi Jihuan. Liang Kai Mayuban replied with a straightforward answer. This guy beside me is my good friend, Didi. Why did he choose you? I heard the conversation with this senior just now. You said you don't mind collecting some rags and waste. So I'm here. Are you sure Qin Fangtong is just skeptical about whether there is something wrong with his ears? I'm really very popular. That's right. Many masters want me to enter his disciples. But virtue cannot do it. Yi Jihuan said helplessly. We're together. I promised to take care of him. Then we will naturally worship the same master as him. But no one else wants to accept him. Even if I do not want to take care of it. So I can only finish your words. The atmosphere in the field is a bit weird. Originally, Bao Bin and others were a little reluctant to look at this side and wait for an explanation. Now, I feel guilty and turn my head away and continue doing my own things. This made Qin Fangtong feel a little surprised and suspicious. Why do they not want to accept it? Although Qin Defa looks bad, it is true. But if it is a talented and beautiful jade, Yi Jihuan, they should be happy. This is what Qin Fangtong carefully observed the situation in the field. Only then did I realize that. In addition to him and Mr. Ren who has left. Different packages. Haiba and other corpse burners have already taken 2 apprentices. We are competing for the 3rd junior brother. Because the number of people is not correct. These guys can't be shameless. If I were them, just kick one of the apprentices who had agreed to be away. Yi Jihuan must also be taken to his subordinates. It seems that some other reason restricts them. To force them to do this. What is it? At this moment, a flash of inspiration in Qin Fangtong's mind. Suddenly I remembered the statement Haiba said in advance when teasing him. Yes. Only this statement can explain it. It's not that they don't want to return it. But they can't return it. The 2 apprentices they are taking now have been decided in advance. Looks like bustling. An extremely lively funeral home. The master and apprentice chose Qin Fangtong's back neck area on the scene. But a few drops of cold sweat slowly oozed out. With Changle, it was a crazy turn of underground news. Even the originally peaceful funeral home has become uneasy. The water in this pond is getting deeper and deeper. The little master, Yi Jihuan, called twice in a row. It was only then that Qin Fangtong's attention was pulled back. He asked. Little master. Do you want to accept 2 of us? Qin Fangtong, who was unwilling to tread this muddy water, rolled his eyes. Said. No charge. Why? Once arouses 1,000 waves. For a moment, everyone turned around and waited for Qin Fangtong's answer. Because I'm a straight man. Qin Fangtong breathed slowly. Answered extremely seriously. I respect everyone's sexual orientation. But I won't allow me to appear around me. This will make me feel very disgusting when I am in my back. I don't want to be all the time. Everyone should pay attention to protecting my butt. What are you talking about? Yi Jihuan is sad and angry. We are normal guys. I'm straight. I only like women. Yes. Yes. Wang Defa nodded wildly beside him. He looked like he was crying but no tears. Little master. You really misunderstood us. Is this really the case? Qin Fangtong still doubts what's going on in this society. Why are normal friendships misunderstood like this? Yi Jihuan was a little crazy. It's still smooth at the critical moment. Wang Defa responded quickly. Take out your phone directly. Open your hidden and collected movie and play it in public. And he made a splash on the spot to show that his sexual orientation is fine. People have worked so hard. Qin Fangtong is not good to refuse anymore. Let Wang Defa close the movie. And send him a copy in private. He then accepted these 2 as apprentices. Then he led the 2 straight into the crowd. An introverted young man who doesn't want to take care of anyone. Be my apprentice. What introverted young people are still a little unresponsive? He took a step back with a little shrunk. I raised my watch and looked at it. It was already 8:40. Qin Fangtong, who was unwilling to continue wasting time, said directly. Haven't you realized it yet? Your overall quality is the worst among the newcomers. No one else wants to pay attention to you. You're a waste too. I didn't even dare to go up and talk to you. I will just stay where I am waiting silently. Now the master you are waiting for is here. What are you still hesitating about? Come with me. Even if you keep waiting, this is the same result. The introverted young man had a red face. But he still followed Qin Fangtong silently and walked into the funeral home. Qin Fangtong walked quickly. All 3 of them could only chase after them. That's all. They completed all the induction procedures while constantly breathing. Qin Fangtong also had the keys to the other 2 burning corpses in his hands. No rest or gap. He pulled the 3 of them and walked towards the burning corpse again. Not a master. Are we so anxious? When you start a job, didn't that aunt ask you to take us to the dormitory first? Wang Defa ran away with oil and sweat. I couldn't help but want Qin Fangtong to slow down. Is it necessary to hurry up and start the official start time? You want to be recognized. Don't think about being lazy. Qin Fangtong directly pushed the introverted young man into the No. 17 burning corpse that he had used before. Then locked the iron door. It feels a little bit wrong, Yi Jiwan said with her eyes narrowed. As smart as him? I've already smelled something bad. Unfortunately, it's too late. Qin Fangtong laughed strangely. You have good luck. I chose to be my master. In today's funeral home. In the old burning corpse palace. I should be one of the few. I am willing to teach you something sincerely. Remember. If you want to survive. Bold and caring. Nothing is indispensable. Let me teach you a little trick. After entering, I saw a corpse coming in at the entrance. Don't panic. While the body cannot move. Then he went up and smashed all the limbs of the body. This reduces the frequency of combat. Make yourself as safe as possible. What's the meaning? The introverted young man screamed in panic from the dull iron gate. The corpse will move. There is still a fight. No one told me this before I came. By chance. No one told me about this when I first came. Qin Fangtong shrugged and said. The black-haired monster corpse came from the burning corpse. Although the sound of sliding down from the inlet pipe is blocked by the iron door. But the sound is already very small. But it was accurately captured by Qin Fangtong. What I remembered was the black hair that exclaimed to the young man. The corpse began to be removed from the entrance. By chance. How could he scare so many corpses in one breath? Qin Fangtong listened to the sound coming from inside. It is estimated that introverted youth should try to move those corpses. As a result, the black-haired monster corpse blocked the entrance of the corpse. He pushed away more corpses and whistled out. Qin Fangtong shook his head. I've already sentenced this guy to death in my heart. Sure enough, everyone avoided it. Waste that you don't want to collect at all. It's really lungful. And he is also very determined to be dying. But anyone who tells me to like yours. He almost hummed happily. But. Under the eyes of Yi Jiwan and Wang Defa. He didn't cough too much after all. Through the iron gate, I started to direct homework to the young man in the door. What you have to do is simple. Throw those corpses into the crematorium. Then turn on the crematorium. Burn it to ashes. It really can't burn it. Then he picked it up from the crematorium. Put it on that surface. In an iron box with Taoist prisoner's fortune pattern. Come on. A sexy year. During lunch. I'll let you out. After saying this. He still has some conscience in his heart. I don't want to hear the screams to the young man before he dies. He hurriedly grabbed Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa and left Yi Ji. It feels worse and worse. He tried to resist. But he couldn't resist at all. Qin Fangtong's hand seemed to just grab his shoulder casually. But he blocked all his blood and blood. Make his muscles soft all over his body. Can't kick it up at all. He could only be grabbed by Qin Fangtong. You guys are lucky. These 3 or 4 or 2 burning corpses are connected. Qin Fangtong led the 2 of them to the outside of their burning corpse. Then they let go of the 2 and patted their hands. Take out the key. Open the 2 iron doors. There were already some corpses piled up at the entrance of the 2 burning corpses. Qin Fangtong raised her watch and looked at it. It's only 9:20 now. Much ahead of time. It seems that there is pressure on the top. Want to deal with these corpses as soon as possible. Okay, don't stand there. Let's choose one to work in. Qin Fangtong patted Yi Jihuan on the shoulders. Push them into the crematorium. I've told you before. Come on. Surviving is success. Yi Jihuan and the others naturally fought desperately. They stretched out their hands and feet to the doorframe and threshold of the burning corpse. Originally, the 2 of them came out to find a summer job. I heard from the agent that this job is simple and profitable. And you can exit at any time. For many years, no one who found this job has ever made a bad review. The 2 of them rushed over. Who knew that after coming in? That's not the case at all. It's not that we regret it. Want to quit now? Is it still too late to leave? Wang Defa's body was trembling. I'm almost unable to hold on. I asked the same questions as you 2 days ago. You see, I'm still working here now. You will know the answer. Look at the old man in the distance, he is almost in his 80s. Tell you. He came in to work in his 20s. I haven't been able to go out until now. Want to leave the funeral home? Only the road to death is not far away. Mr. N, who was smoking and watching the fun, turned dark. The corpse 1 and 2 were used by the people he brought. The sound coming from inside at this moment. It seems that I have already injured my brother with the black-haired monster corpse. But the genius who was admitted early by top martial arts universities. If it comes out here. Can you stand it? Wang Defa was pushed into the corpse of the No, for grave under fear. Shouted. Don't worry. Yi Jihuan is much better than you. If you follow my guidance strictly, maybe he can survive. Will not die. Compared to him, you should worry about yourself first. Qin Feng. The figure of the child is like a ghost Yi Jihuan. I just feel that my back is under a slight pressure. Not too late to react. Just as I heard that the large iron door in the No for grave was suddenly closed. Speak silently and then continue. Qin Fengtong returned to his back. The moment he kicked him into the corpse of grave No. 3, he threw him to the ground. He immediately jumped up again. But at this time, the large iron gate in the corpse of Tomb No. 3 has been closed heavily. Wait for the conditions I want to talk to you about. He shouted through the iron gate. The sound of the iron door locking came clearly and didn't stand. And the dull sound of returning the call Qin Fengtong being blocked by the iron gate. Let's live until lunch first. Otherwise, you are not qualified to talk to me about any conditions, etc. Yi Jihuan started to run with an anxious mouth. I may have to take it over. But Fatty Wine can't do it. Didn't you say before that each of us has to burn 10 bodies every day for the minimum workload? The 2 of us combined have 20 corpses. Under this limitation. Can't you be more flexible? What's the meaning? Now. Qin Fengtong is really interested. Yi Jihuan slowed down. Then he continued to say. So you get the fat man over first. The corpse of the 3rd grave. We work together to complete the 10 corpses in the corpse of Tomb No. 3. Then go to complete the task of the corpse of the No. 4 grave. It seems that the officials did not stipulate that the burners were not allowed to help each other. There is no such regulation. That's right. But are you sure? Qin Fengtong said from the side of the iron gate. You can help him for a day or 2. Can you help him for the rest of your life? Don't wait. Be kind to revenge. Brothers turn against each other. No. Yi Jihuan is very persistent. Please help me. Fatty and I are willing to use all the income this month. Be filial to you. Okay. Since you say so, then I'm not good either. It won't help you. Qin Fengtong said so. After all, Qin Fengtong is not a bad guy either. If Yi Jihuan and the others are urged to hand over the full amount of residue every day, then he will get an additional commission bonus of more than 2 million this month. If it can really happen. What's wrong with this? Thinking of this, he opened the large iron gate of the No. for burning corpse. He pulled Wang Defa, who was moved to tears, out of the inside. Closed the iron door again. He looked inside before. I saw the black-haired monsters at the entrance of the corpse. It has begun to tremble slightly. No wonder all the above are anxious. These corpses that were put down are getting worse and worse. Qin Fengtong knew it in his heart. He quickly locked the door of the No. for burning core. Then the door to the No. for burning core room was opened. He pushed Wang De in. Right. Yi Jihuan said. Remember your previous words. Yi Jihuan held Wang Defa, who almost fell down, and said. It is related to your elderly's own interests. Can you give me a few more instructions to hit the snake and go ashore with the stick? Yi Fengtong shook your head. The door of the No. 3 burning corpse was directly closed. I've said everything I should say. Can you survive? It depends on your own ability. At 12 o'clock noon. I'll open the door. Take you to lunch. I hope you can live until that time. I also hope you have successfully finished the burn by then. You just said 10 corpses. Qin Fangtong's voice gradually disappeared. The iron door is closed again. The entire burning corpse was in darkness. Yi Jihuan turned on the lights casually. It illuminated his embarrassing face. Sorry. Brother Yi blames me for being too greedy. It hurts you too. Wang Defa's face was full of guilt. You're just not blamed. If I am determined myself. If there is no greed in your heart. It's impossible for you to pull me here. Yi Jihuan quickly abandoned those useless emotions. It's no longer interesting to say this. The most important thing for us now is to survive. You can burn anything else later. Speaking of this, he found that Wang Defa's face suddenly changed. What's wrong with becoming frightened? Yi Jihuan's heart tightened. He also keenly noticed that a cold and strange aura began to spread out from the corpse of the tomb. Roar 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 you. Later, Wang Defa, the waste, finally said something useful. Yi Jihuan rolled to the side suddenly. I saw a black-haired monster corpse coming behind him. He swept forward his dry and cold claws and wiped out a string of Mars on the ground. More corpses came out shakingly. Slowly surrounded the two of them. Yi Jihuan's face looked ugly. These corpses actually came alive. What's going on in this ghost place? Xing Fangtong locked the door of the No. 3 burning core room and said hello to Mr. Rin, then turned around. Walked towards the 17th burning core. The burning corpse rooms that passed along the way. Most of the time no one is fishing. Not as fearless as I am. One mind. I just want to burn my youth for the funeral home. When he returned to the corpse No. 17 and opened the door. A strong smell of blood came to my nose. Very good corpse in the grave. The ground was covered with bloodstains and scattered one black-haired monster corpse after another. Standing quietly on the ground. There are more black-haired monster corpses. Dropped from the inlet. Then he stood up staggeringly. There is no introverted young man in the corpse of the grave. Apparently he is dead. Can't die anymore. You eat people. Can you stop making my room so bloody and dirty? It will be very troublesome to clean later. Qin Fangtong stepped into the burning corpse with complaining rain. He closed the iron gate and moved all the black hairs that approached the black hair monsters on his body. Pointed straight at him as if he could sense his blood in blood. The black-haired monster corpses suddenly stood up. Green eyes stared at Qin Fangtong. Faced with such a situation, Qin Fangtong was fearless. Instead, he was stride forward. It seems that you are better than the ones yesterday. Then let me see if you can give me a good time. The blood of Qin Fangtong roared. A palm slapped the bloody airwaves. It seems to be 1,000. The black-haired monster corpse, which was slightly behind, was hit by the blood-colored airwaves and flew backwards and threw them back. They smashed heavily on the walls of the burning corpses. After falling down, there is no food that ordinary people have. On the contrary, it is even more ferocious. This came to Qin Fangtong. Qin Fangtong used the phantom magic skill to perform his body. Like a ghost. No black-haired monster could touch the corner of his clothes. He used his killer instinct to make moves after moves. Try not to explode these corpses. Incapacitated. What a waste. Can't open the crematorium even before dying? Qin Fangtong's figure flashed. Appeared in front of the huge crematorium. Start the crematorium at will. Suddenly, the machine that had been silent for a night roared again. One by one, the firemouths were spewing out flames. Qin Fangtong used the phantom magic skills. In less than 2 seconds, the black-haired monster corpse was stuffed into it. Then he broke all the black-haired monsters that had just been stabbed into the mouth of the corpse. The limbs blocked the entrance of the corpse. Taking advantage of the gap between burning the corpse, he started working as a cleaner again. Start cleaning up the corpse No. 17. He shoveled a lot of broken corpses into the crematorium and stuffed them all. Then cleansed the blood left by the introverted youth. When he finally finished his work, cell phone. Repeated news began to come. Prompt tone. Take it out and take a look. It turned out to be manager's son. He also whispered in the group. Basically all the incompetent newcomers died. The remaining newcomers are just struggling to support now. After that, he has vacated all the corpses of the tomb by you. Out of waste. Now you all return to your corpse to start working. The old employees are naturally full of grief. As for why the newcomer hasn't finished yet, they have to go to work. The reason given by Director Sun is very simple. But it's impossible to refuse. Because this is from the above command. There are too many corpses on it. A batch must be processed as soon as possible to make room for later. Otherwise, the morgue is about to get bloody. Don't complain. Take action quickly. You old fried dough sticks can't learn more like Xiaoqin, a newcomer. People find that the new man they brought died. He immediately ran back to the No. 17 burning corpse where he was responsible and started working hard. Director Sun turned into the first love in the group. What kind of model worker do you want to brag about? All the names of burning corpses and ignoring light were put on Qin Fangtong. As he wants to set an example. Lead other corpse burners. Get out of the salted fish state. Work hard. But this is certainly impossible. Everyone is adults. How could it be brainwashed by these empty and boring words? You do this in vain. Instead, it will make me hate you. Qin Fangtong also felt resentful towards Director Sun. He punched the corpse No. 17. Confirmed that there are no new monitoring equipment installed here. It seems that Manager Sun saw my movements from the corridor monitoring to confirm this. Fangtong of the later Qin dynasty felt a little relieved. Walked to the burning corpse. In the middle, I began to study several special corpses. These corpses are also black-haired monsters. Just at this moment, the black hair on their bodies turned bloody. It seems to be stained red by the blood of the introverted young man. The skin of these corpses, which were originally as hard as iron, also became soft, slippery, and elastic. It also bulged the red corpses like water, lying motionless on the ground. It should be these corpses that caused the death of the introverted young man. And ate the introverted youth. Is this the state of the corpse after killing and eating blood? We'll lose risk. No wonder the funeral home so keen on recruiting new employees. Qin Fangtong muttered a few times. When I opened the system, I saw that the new corpse had already swelled a little. Obviously, several of the corpses inside had been completely burned. So he opened the furnace cover. Several blood-colored corpses on the ground were stuffed into the crematorium. The bloody corpses have encountered flames. Just like fat. Chop. The blazing flames encouraged the blink of an eye. These blood-colored corpses were burned completely. The fat left behind is still burning. The body released is not a normal yellow color. Instead, it seems to have a few charming fires. The temperature inside the crematorium became even higher. The black-haired monster corpses inside that were just struggling start getting burned at a faster rate. These corpses with blood that have killed people have such benefits. Qin Fangtong couldn't believe it at first. Then, looking at the rewards that are emerging one after another in the system panel. Another ecstasy. He rushed to the entrance of the corpse. The corpse had filled the crematorium again. Next he strictly controlled the time and compared it. After discovering the fat left by the blood-colored corpses to help the ignition, the black-haired monster corpse is indeed burning and accelerating at a faster speed. In this way, what should I do if the number of newcomers I stayed behind dies? What surprised him next happened. In the process of Tao Li, he finally found the new high-level face method that he had been thinking about. This method is called Guishi. An ordinary name. The effect is quite amazing. Once performed, be able to follow your own wishes. Constrain all spirits and spirits. Qi and blood. Mana. Dojo fluctuations. Disguise yourself as an ordinary person. Or any level of practice. He can take into account all aspects and is extremely specialized. Although Qin Fangtong couldn't quite understand the fluctuations in the Soul Temple. But he just needs to know that this thing can be used. So he chose Guishi without hesitation. The illusion unfolds before my eyes again. However, the history of the fantasy this time seems to be quite ancient. All the characters seen in the illusion are wearing ancient costumes and talking. It is also a Jihu person who is mysterious and mysterious. Hidden wind. If it's just an illusion teaching, that colleague Qin Feng couldn't learn it. Fortunately, he chose Gacy. After all, it automatically gained the cultivation of Geesis insulated master and was able to operate freely. He tried this method. Sure enough, under the cover of Gaziju, he suddenly became an ordinary person with ordinary states. It's changed back to the 4th grade again. It is easy to use for warriors. But there seems to be some problems with this origin. The corpse I burned seems to be the explorer who scared the underground later. So an existence escaped from the underground ruins. Recalling the existence you saw in the illusion, Qin Jingtong's face became serious. What seems to be happening in the illusion? The one who practiced Gixiju after great changes, forced to fall into a deep state with others. When he woke up unexpectedly. But I saw that I was already in the underground ruins. All the familiar masters and elders who used to be together disappeared. In panic, he followed a road and wanted to escape. But in the end, he was infected by some strange force halfway. Turned into a black-haired monster corpse. This underground ruin is becoming more and more mysterious and dangerous. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but sigh. Even if it is an existence that awakens from underground ruins. In the end, he died while escaping from the remains. I originally thought that the underground ruins were caused by this guy's sect. As a result, the situation now seems not that simple. Never mind. No matter this. Anyway, I don't have to go to the underground ruins. Try your life. Qin Fangtong shook his head. Throw out these messy thoughts. Begin to focus on your own great cause. The secret to return to the West is thought of every moment. After finally getting it, he was finally able to continue to increase points and become stronger. He found the familiar endocrine brittle body method in the system panel. The fifth realm marrow liquid was already supplemented by him yesterday for 500 free attribute points. The current endocrine brittle body method. The plus sign behind was also revealed again. Obviously you can add some points. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate. Just press it on it. His free attribute number of points with more than 400 points. It instantly dropped to more than 200. Spend 500 free attribute points. His 5 realms have risen to the 5th level. It has been cultivated into marrow fluid. Qin Fangtong was lying on the ground and twitching constantly. Clench your fists with both hands. The insteps are stretched. He felt that the pain this time was much more painful than before. It was the most painful time ever. Because marrow fluid is his bone marrow. Practiced to this point, it involves the nerves of the whole body. How can it not be good? The benefits after pain are also the naked eye. It can be seen that his marrow liquid emits a faint white light, continuously nourishing his bones. A mysterious star scale appeared on the bones. Qin Fangtong could feel that his bones were getting heavier and heavier. But at the same time, his power is also increasing exponentially. Still able to control perfectly. The body will not be inconsistent or unskilled. With the help of the killer's instinct, not only did he easily master the strength of the 5th grade dancer, it is also integrated. Adjust your kung fu to the most suitable state for the current situation. You can continue to add some more. That's the case. Then you might as well break through to the 5th grade peak dancer in one fell swoop. Qin Fangtong looked at the column of endocrine brittle body methods. The plus sign behind is still there. It has not changed. Will still be able to activate. After that, I felt itchy. In the end, I couldn't help but press it hard. Suddenly, his bones are glowing. The mysterious star map spreads to every corner of the bones. This time, the points added cost him 180 points of freedom. The whole body's bones are heavier than 1,000 pounds. When the star map shines, he seemed to be able to sense the stars outside the sky. Be able to resonate with it. The stars outside the sky use the power of the star to brittle the body. Isn't that the stars in the extreme distance? Isn't that just a little sun? Normal practice must choose a place with the most favorable starlight at night. Thousands of stars gather the body. But since the origin of the starlight is the sunlight in the extreme distance, then I can guide the sunlight cylinder to practice in broad daylight. Qin Fangtong's sequelae of watching the visualization of the big sun began to appear initially. A lot of insights about the big day. From his mind, he almost couldn't help but go out to bask in the sun. Fortunately, he still has some reason. Forcibly suppressed this impulse. My body still can't afford it. The situation is directly transformed into the sun spirit. It's likely to collapse on the spot. Die. Let's do it step by step. Next. Qin Fangtong is skilled. With the current strength, he was also working diligently to burn the body. With the help of the bloody flame, Soon 2 more corpses were burned into ashes by him. According to the original work efficiency, I can only burn about 4 furnaces of corpses in the morning. That is, 40 corpses. Each black-haired monster corpse can contribute more than 20 free attribute points to me. If it's not considered other rewards, I was able to obtain about 800 free attribute points in the morning. But now there is the bloody flame to help burn. Go back. Maybe it can be burned out by force. Step 5. Looking at the 5th furnace of corpses that had been stuffed into the crematorium, Qin Fangtong's eyes were full of expectations. He has burned the first 4 furnaces of corpses. Now the number of free attribute points has reached 543 points. This is because it used to upgrade the endocrine system before. The brittle body method took 380 points. All in all, today is his lucky day. The number of points of 543 is enough. Qin Fangtong kept pulling his system panel. There is a reward. He kept it all the time. No redemption. It is because this technique reward is too tempting. Before the innate Qi, it was because it could not cover up one's state in Qi and blood. There will be big problems with rash upgrades. But now I don't have this problem. Qin Fangtong took a deep breath. In the end, I chose to receive this reward. The illusion in front of me slowly unfolds again. What you see is that Qin Fangtong, an ancient man who has taken a deep eye on the ancient costume, discovered it. Any better rewards? Basically, they were obtained from the corpses of ancient people. Want to cultivate the innate Qi? First of all, you need to turn the acquired nature into the innate nature. This is the basis of everything. No conversion was completed. You can't play your innate role. The power of a strong air. Although the move is still the same move. But it can no longer be called innate Qi. It can be called acquired Qi. This time, the illusion teacher was very strict in looking at the main perspective Qin Fangtong brought in. Is it always right? Fortunately, I have taught everything I need to teach. There is really no hidden privateness in the practice. If you want to blame, you can only blame the main perspective brought by Qin Fangtong. Too wasteful. Wasted so much time. Neither the genius treasure was completed. The step of the acquired transformation into the innate. It seems that our innate gate is destined to lose the inheritance of the illusion. Finally, the stern master sat on the ground with a depressed face and lamented. He looked up and looked at it. The disciple who seemed to want to say something shook his head and said, I know that over the past few days, you've always felt inferior. Very depressed. But this is not your fault. Innate Qi. This technique is practiced. Extremely difficult. Want to complete the acquired transfer. This innate step. Even a genius who chooses 1 in 100 is difficult to do. Maybe I need to find a genius who can choose from thousands of people. And cast a wide net and collect a few more disciples to teach at the same time. This may be effective. But I don't have time anymore. The master suddenly collapsed. Looking up at the funnel-like sky. Crying. Why did this god suddenly change? Isn't this trying to completely eliminate the inheritance of my innate sect? The sky is getting darker. There seemed to be a pair of ruthless eyes in the funnel. Looking down coldly, the teacher below finally found a little rationality. He no longer cried meaninglessly. Instead, he turned to his disciple and told him, this time, a large number of people will die. This is an unstoppable event. This is how history ended. Master. I can't leave anymore. You may have this one. This is the token of our innate gate. You take this item to the underground of Chang'e City. You can obtain a dormant qualification. Perhaps one day in the future, the Taoist Dharma will be revealed again in the world. You'd like to collect a few more geniuses. My apprentice taught you. Teach them again. Maybe you can get lucky. I really teach a disciple who can complete the acquired transformation into the innate world. By then, my inheritance of the innate sect will not be cut off from the illusion. Finally collapsed and fell into darkness. Qin Fangtong woke up with his eyes open. I just feel that my Dantian ancient stick is extremely powerful. A stream of true energy flows out from the Dantian. The true Qi wanders around his meridians. Feel this power. Qin Fangtong was very happy. This was once a native obsession. Today's warriors are classified. As long as some hard indicators can be achieved. For example, speed. endurance, etc. It can be done. But it wasn't like that at the beginning. Only warriors who have cultivated true chi. Only then can you be called a warrior. Later, martial arts gradually developed, such as endocrine brittle body method. This kind of exercise that refers to the practice of not producing true chi in the body gradually appears. This gradually changed. If such powerful true energy is involved in the grading, maybe it can be determined to be above the 7th grade in one fell swoop. But this is how it is in the mouth of the leader of the innate sect. But it is still just a not-so-level acquired realm. Qin Fangtong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. What does this mean? It shows that the starting point of the innate chi technique is extremely high. The subsequent results will naturally reach the ceiling that other exercises cannot reach. It seems that the acquired transformation into the innate state is indeed an extremely difficult stage. At this step alone, I don't know how many heroes will stump them. Fortunately, I have a system and don't have to follow the rules like others. The system adds some to me. Qin Fangtong is full of confidence. It's time to add some points to complete. The acquired transformation into the innate officially begins. The cultivation of innate chi. As a result, it was pressed. I discovered that the column of innate chi is. The plus sign behind is gray. Don't move secretly. No? My more than 500 free attribute points are not enough to complete. Is it the acquired nature to be transformed into the innate? It's really so difficult. Qin Fangtong was shocked. After recovering, he wasn't very upset. Because there is too much income in the corpse burning room. Too fast. 500 free attributes. Nothing moves. Then try to see that there is nothing that can be stopped by 1,000 points and 10,000 points. Qin Fangtong groaned. I think when he just stepped into the funeral home the day before yesterday. It's just a small group of martial arts who doesn't know anything. 2 days later, he is already the 5th grade peak dancer. Keep going at this rate. Maybe there will be hope for breaking through to the 9th grade in 1 week. Qin Fangtong looked into the crematorium. It was confirmed that all the bodies were burned. Then close the crematorium. Close the furnace cover. Then he walked out of his No. 17 burning corpse room. Good time that makes people feel happy. It always passes quickly without realizing it. Lunchtime is up. As an old employee, Qin Fangtong. Naturally, take on your own responsibilities. Go and see the 2 newly acquired cheap ones. The apprentice is dead. No, if not dead. Then he naturally had to fulfill his previous silence. Let them out at lunchtime. Take a break. It's time for lunch to burn the body after burner. I couldn't wait to walk out of the burning corpse. Everyone met each other in the same corridor. Everyone greeted him politely. I couldn't help but complain. How many black-haired monster corpses are there? I don't know how long it has been stacked on it. As soon as I got out of the inlet, it gradually began to move abnormally. Evil Dead. It's several levels more difficult to handle than before. If this continues, stop talking about newcomers. We old people are almost unable to bear it. There will inevitably be large-scale casualties. Qin Fangtong did not participate in these discussions. He just listened silently and felt extremely joyful in his heart. Only waste. Only the weak will fear powerful corpses. What a 1,000-year-old corpse monster. Come all the 10,000-year-old demons. It's more violent. He tried his best to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked outside the No. 3 burning corpse. The gates of the burning corpses of No. 1 and No. 2 were also opened. Mr. N brought the 2 taciturn newcomers. Nodded slightly to Qin Fangtong. Then he walked towards the canteen. After Qin Fangtong responded with a smile. Take out the key. The iron door of the No. 3 burning corpse was slowly opened. My master. My dad. You finally opened the door. As soon as I opened it, I heard Wang Defa's howling of ghosts and wolves. Then I saw the fat man flexibly coming out of it. Yi Jihuan waved the shovel that was only half left. Fighting with the pain of tree ulcers. Puncture a few black-haired monster corpses. Then he quickly retreated. He shouted at Qin Fangtong with lingering fear. Close the door quickly. Qin Fangtong looked at the 2 of them with a squint eyes. I saw 2 people in a dirt face. Colors are hanging everywhere on the body. A big injury. All minor injuries. Going out non-stop. It turns out that I have eaten a lot before. Deficit. Why are you stunned? Just close the door quickly. Wang Defa shouted heart-wrenchingly. Just such a delayed time. The two black-haired monsters have tried to purge them. I heard the fishy storm and felt like vomiting. This absorbs yang energy. The black-haired monster corpse with the greatest ability to move. Extremely awesome. He can even use some of his life's strength and weapons. Sharp curved black nails gripped on steel and bricks. It can be pinched and even bent like pinching tofu. Wang Defa closed his eyes in despair. Persist until now. They rely on the belief that Qin Tongtong came to save them from the sea of suffering at lunchtime. Now. Qin Fengtong's belief disappeared. They felt tired and painful. I can no longer raise any strength. Looking at the two black hairs. The strange corpse rushed over and the three generals were smashed into pieces. Qin Feng. The child shook his head. Legs are as iron. Iron goes forward and get out. These two black-haired monsters kicked back hard. Not yet implemented. They are shattering in the empty space. A fierce aura spreads from him. The originally ferocious black-haired monster corpses stopped all the time. He looked at Qin Fengtong in surprise and looked at these black-haired monster corpses who dared not move anymore. Qin Fengtong's face was cold. Slowly closed the large iron door again. I fuck the master. You are really awesome. I can't tell that I'm so young. It's so strong. Wang Defa is on the side. Due to emotional excitement. So I couldn't remember any good words for a while. I can only repeat the awesomeness over and over again. Yi Jihuan also looked at Qin Fengtong with a complicated face. He didn't expect that this little master, who seemed a few years younger than him, would have picked up the black-haired monster corpse so strongly and kicked it hard. This is the strength of the old funeral home staff. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Qin Tongtong didn't prolong it much. Just keep them up. Then he took them to the direction of the cafeteria. The cafeteria is quite lively today. A brief blink of an eye. Although not all 30 stars survive. But there are 30 old employees. Faced with these black-haired monster corpses that are even stronger than yesterday. These newcomers can stick to this much. Leave it incredible. Qin Fengtong cooked the dishes thoughtfully. These old employees are relatively new to eat. Trail. The food is better than what newcomers eat. When he found a table to sit down for dinner. Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa also came over. Master. Where is the infirmary? We have so many injuries. You are not allowed to take leave to bandage. It looks smooth. Wang Defa said pitifully. I don't know where the infirmary room is. I just know that you just suffered such a small injury. 30 minutes after breaking hands and feet. I also have to go back to the corpse of the grave and continue working. Wang Defa was extremely disappointed in an instant. This is too cold. Originally, they were born from the same root. Why not worry about each other? Don't you old people grow up from newcomers like us? Why be so cruel? You're right. We old people are indeed coming from the stage of newcomers like you. Wang Defa chewed the chicken legs in his mouth. Said to Wang Defa. Everything you've experienced now. I've experienced it before. I can tell you now. The day before yesterday. There are also a group of new people in this canteen. They fight the corpse. Injury caused by broken hands and feet. Heavier than the two of you. As a result, lunchtime ended. They were driven back to the corpse to work on the ball. No matter how they cried and begged, they couldn't change. The final result was listen to Qin Fengtong's remarks. Wang Defa and Yi Jihuan couldn't help but raise their hearts. Then what happened later? Later, Qin Fengtong spit out the chicken bones with a pounce. Said coldly. Among those newcomers, except me. No one survived. Aji Yi Jihuan and the others felt a chill from their hearts. Master. We are a community of interests. Wang Defa swallowed. He said grinning. I don't ask you to give us some creatures or extra worry. I just want to know that our brothers seem to be poisoned by corpse now. Feeling very uncomfortable. Do you have any way to deal with it? No matter what. You are an elderly person in the funeral home after all. Don't you have any special medicine? Have you never been bothered by this problem? Faced with the difficulty of Wang Defa not giving up, did you look up silently and forget the ceiling of the canteen? After thinking for a while, give him a positive answer. I have never had such troubles. This body hurt me. Let me contaminate the corpse poison. They touched their corners one after another. I solved it all. All right. It seems that a strong man like you cannot understand the difficulties and pains of us as a weak man. Wang Defa pulled the corner of his mouth. Bulb your eyes. Looking at the food on the plate in front of you. In the end, he was born with greed and turned his grief into appetite. It tasted really good at first. The food in this funeral home are still quite good. It contains non-very rich eating mistakes. And it is very digestible and absorbable. Let's eat more. Maybe it can increase resistance, he said vaguely while eating. Yi Jihuan's face looked ugly. Forced himself to eat bit by bit. Qin Fangtong carefully observed the two of them and found that the wounds on their bodies were indeed black. Toxins visible to the naked eye are passing through the wound. Penetration into their bodies. Because there are too many wounds. The poisoning is too long. It is no longer possible to force these toxins out of their destiny. Qin Fangtong shook his head and gave the two people an ultimatum. Originally, he saw Yi Jihuan as a dancer. Maybe there is a chance to survive in the funeral home. It seems now that he is still too optimistic. The current first-class warriors in funeral homes are no longer qualified to struggle and survive here. Hateful. Those forces who don't know are actually secretly mixing sand into the funeral home. Qin Fangtong had a meal while watching the newcomers look similar to his table. The other old grave servants also brought two newcomers to dinner. These people have been decided by the public before. Only Mr. Ren was having a meal with three newcomers. These newcomers who survived successfully. Although it is a little embarrassed and has a disorder of blood in blood. But now it has recovered. The wounds on the body were bandaged with medicinal powder. It seems that the condition is better than that of Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa who joined forces. Of course, newcomers of this quality are not funeral homes. You can recruit Qin Fangtong from society at will. You can guess it with a pig's brain. These people must be some forces who have heard the underground news in Chang'an City. Emergency insertion into the funeral home. It's just why I have to put people in the funeral home. They can't get rewards in the grave? It's really strange. Manager Sun and other senior officials of the funeral home didn't know how to take care of it. Just let the funeral home be infiltrated. Although they are all consumables. But my body will be divided. He was in a state of grief and anger and was constantly sending news from his phone. Tip the phone and take it out. It turned out that Manager Sun posted a high-profile official Weibo account in the group. It's just the message from Manager Sun this time. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but feel stunned. Emergency notice. Starting from noon today. The Burning Affairs Department is on holiday. How many days will it be? Not decided yet. You just need to wait for the notification. Remember to watch the group and don't miss the notification. Otherwise, if you don't return after the deadline, I can't save it then. What's going on with you? Qin Fangtong was shocked. Unconsciously performing a move to steal the sky. Start typing quickly on your phone keyboard. In less than a second. Kung Fu put out a series of words and sent them out. It's not a sudden holiday. How can this be allowed? There are so many corpses piled up on it and no one deals with it. Wouldn't that be a big deal? This is simply unreasonable. Supervisor Sun. You're not talking nonsense when you're drunk. Others were also typing on their phones. But what I'm going to send is a variety of surprises. Celebrate and lick the news about Manager Sun's wise. As a result, they were all stunned after seeing the news about Qin Fangtong. Shi-Chi turned to Qin Fangtong and looked at him with anger gradually appearing in her eyes. You damn scoop dog, declare bloodletting to the teacher. Everyone is happy. But there is someone who is not open to his eyes. Suddenly, I stood up and reminded the teacher that I haven't assigned my homework yet. Qin Fangtong turned a blind eye to his colleague's angry eyes. Focusing on the phone in your hand. Waiting for Manager Sun's explanation. He hoped that all this was really that unreliable guy from Sun Weitong. Drunk and sent it. He really doesn't want to leave the burning corpse. Only those who are useless to society will have a holiday. The news that he was willing to stay at the funeral home to protect the lights of thousands of families was late. No. This is a very serious notice. I'm just forwarding the above command. Tell you the truth. Changle is something that is found underground is amazing. The above has made up his mind. It takes a long time to explore. And this is not something that Changle City has to achieve. Elites from all over the country need to be drawn to support. The underground cleaning troops have withdrawn from the underground and sealed the passageway. If you need to recuperate temporarily, we are not the only ones. Our funeral home support order has also been issued. How many days are you going to rest and relax? After the support arrives, the funeral home will be completely blocked and carry out militarized management. Then you just want to rest and relax. There is no time left. After reading these explanations, although Qin Fengtong's anger was slightly relieved, but it didn't completely disappear. He continued to send messages. But with the extension of time, the bodies piled up in the morgue. Only further deterioration will occur. Or we burn the bodies first. Have another holiday. Feeling the murderous intent of other colleagues vaguely exuding Qin Fengtong's facial expressions to continue editing information. Of course, if you don't want to, then leave me alone to continue on duty. Alright. I promise to stick to my post. How did you say that sentence? Human nature always likes to compromise. If you want to overturn the roof, no one would agree. But if you don't get support and approval for the idea of overturning the roof, say you want to open the window, then everyone will agree. Qin Fengtong thought he could stay on duty smoothly. Unexpectedly, Director Sun simply rejected it. No. Xiao Qin. I know that you are enthusiastic about doing things and are the model worker in our unit. But the above notice requires us to have all holidays. How can I lie to disobey? As for the problems of the corpses in the morgue, problems such as the morgue have really happened. What are you talking about? Looking at these words, Qin Fengtong seemed to be able to see the bureaucratic face of Sun Weitong through the screen. I couldn't help but roar and punch, which made the number of dining tables in the cafeteria premeditated to defeat. The dining table in the cafeteria naturally needs compensation, since Qin Fengtong has no money in his account now. So it naturally became deducted from his salary and bonus this month. Now Qin Fengtong has no intention of paying attention to these trivial matters. He felt only waves of frustration. He never expected that his ambition would be defeated by Sun Weitong's bureaucratic formalism. Master, has something happened? At this time, Wang Defa wiped the grease that spilled on his face. He dares to be angry but dares not speak up to swallow his resentment. Asked carefully. Nothing. It's just that our idiot supervisor just sent a notice. He said he wanted to have a holiday for us. Qin Fengtong took a deep breath. Suppress all kinds of emotions in my heart. It doesn't matter. This is not the end. I am also a corpse burner in the funeral home. Just a few days off for now. Wait until the end of the holiday. I can still come back to continue working. Rewarded. Consoling yourself in this way. After the pain, Qin Fengtong felt that he was in a much better mood. What's better than him is Wang Defa, who was sitting beside him. The fat man's eyes widened. Confirmed the message. After true or false? He cheered loudly. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't help but hug Yi Ji. Huan cried. Have you heard it? Brother Huan. Have you heard it? This isn't me listening to the ears. We don't have to face those things anymore. No need to die. Looking at this fat man with great excitement, Qin Fengtong couldn't help but want to hit him hard. Don't think too good about things. It's just a few days off for the time being. When the time comes, you have to work or do it. Damn people will still die. This won't change much. Qin Fengtong sneered. Not a master. We are a community of interests at least. Do you hate us so much? Could it be that something is wrong with us? Is it unhappy for you? Yi Jihuan asked helplessly. There is no such thing. I just see you unhappy. I miss that I didn't have such good luck as you guys at that time. Just been working for less than a long time. It's actually on holiday. Qin Fengtong shook his head. Lift up the watch and looked at the time. 30 minutes of lunchtime. It's almost over. So he stood up from his seat. Said. Let's go. Where to go home? Wang Defa raised it. Face is full of face. All are joy and happiness. Of course not. It's time to go back to the grave. Xing Fangtong smiled. Although it's going to be a holiday. But don't be too frizzy. Do the things you should do well. You must not clean up your workroom before the holiday. You don't want to accept it. Then come and face the mess left a few days ago. Wang Defa drooped his face in an instant. A face full of dismay. Yi Jiawan's face was also serious and blue. The situation of the corpse between the no for grave was tightly clenched with both fists. Not too serious yet. The world of Toon No 3 is full of corpses. I want to take out the black iron box under this situation. And clean up all the corpses. With the solid colors of both of them. Then I can only rely on outsiders. So the two of them naturally turned to Qin Fangtong. I thought of me at this time. Thinking about relying on others every day. When will you really grow up? I can help you for a while. Can you help you all your life? Qin Fangtong scolded his master with a look of regret. Don't worry about the long future. We both don't care about poetry and distance at all now. I just want to live for a few days. Wang Defa said pitifully. We've paid you a month's salary and bonus. As long as you are willing to help. We will also pay you the second month's salary. Of course the premise is that we can live until that time. Wang Defa forced the sentence back into his stomach. Carefully observed Qin Fangtong's face. Qin Fangtong's face eased slightly. Said. Whether it's fine. After all, you are the first batch of apprentices I have taken. I'm just about to live a few more days. But he will die because of cleaning the workroom. That's really a bit too unworthy. You go back to the dormitory to pack up your things. Go home and go freely. Cleaning up the corpse room. I'll help you with it. Qin Fangtong said as he patted his chest. He looks selfless. At this moment, his figure became infinitely packed in the eyes of the two apprentices. In fact, of course he is not a nanny for his apprentice. A bad guy who infinitely tolerate his disciples. He will do all this. It is naturally all for the sake of interests. According to manager Sun's meaning, the person who is responsible for putting the corpse on it. Let it go now. Wait for the corpse to be stuffed into the pipe in the entrance. After burning. Even if Qin Fangtong stays in the burning corpse, there are no corpses to burn. In this way, the corpses in the burning rooms of No 3 and No 4 seem to be extremely precious. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still fleshy. Qin Fangtong sighed. His eyes turned to the others. I saw the new and old people celebrating. A rare holiday. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak now. I dare not expose my own special features at all. Otherwise, I'll be a good person just once. Help them get all the cleaning work of the burning corpse. Thinking of those cute corpses, Qin Fangtong couldn't help feeling a burst of heartache. At this time, Bao Budong also brought his two apprentices to sway over. After laughing and greeting Qin Fangtong, his eyes were flowing back and forth on Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa's faces. Two little brothers. This is injured. It's quite serious about legs. These corpses are poisoned by corpses. If you let it go, I'm afraid that the two of you will not live tomorrow. He smiled and took out a few bags from his own. The medicine powder packaged in a sealed bag said. This is my own detoxification powder. Recognized cheap. Easy to use. I started to brag about selling my own products. His two apprentices came out to serve as walking signs for him. Yi Jiwan, who was deeply troubled by detoxification. The two turned their attention to Qin Fangtong's face for comments. Qin Fangtong talked. Don't look at me. I don't know how to mix detoxification powder. I haven't bought this guy's product. Not. I don't know how the effect is. As soon as the words come out, something is a bit cold. Fortunately, in order to sell your own products, I will still work hard to warm up the scene. After Yi Jitong and the others were entangled for a while. In the end, I decided to buy us, but we don't have money at the moment. But we will pay you back when our salary is paid. Of course this will happen 3 months later. Because of the salary income of the first 2 months. We all deserved it to our little master. Excuse me. Small business. No credit bags are accepted. But Ong was confused by the medicine in his hand. He said with a smile. In the end, Yi Ji-won and the others exchanged money through online loans. Buy the poison powder. Because this is their urgent need. They have no room for rejection. Qin Fangtong ignored these trivial matters. He walked to Tomb No. 3 by himself. In the world. Prepare to help your good apprentice. Handle the trouble they cause. Here's the result. He met Mr. N again. Mr. N and his 3 apprentices stood at the door of the grave No. 1 and 2 incident. It seems that he is also preparing to go in and help his apprentice solve the problem himself. Speaking of which, Mr. An's grave seems to be after the 20th. Qin Fangtong blinked. Such thoughts arose in my mind. Say hello to Mr. N. When newcomers are assigned to corpse burning rooms, I often worry about the situation of the old men who bring these newcomers. For example, Qin Fangtong's corpse in the tomb. On No. 17, he had the key of No. 17. Then when the corpse is distributed, he would agree that one of his newcomers would work in the corpse of the No. 17 grave. Qin Fangtong will only get 2 additional keys. This will not only make it convenient, and it can also save a lot of trouble. Avoid a dispute over the ownership of the special blood corpse after killing the newcomer and sucking the blood. These are all experiences summarized by the funeral home from a long history. So Mr. N also had an apprentice working in his original tomb corpse. The other 2 apprentices are the first to take their apprentices to join the company today. So they were assigned to the corpses of graves No. 1 and No. 2. Later, the unqualified newcomer died and was free of time. Manager's son ordered all old employees to go in and burn the body. Depending on the situation, all 3 newcomers led by Mr. N survived. So he went to a tomb corpse that did not originally belong to him. He held the key to the 4th tomb corpse. This thought suddenly appeared in Qin Fangtong's mind. Inexplicably, Mr. N was under normal behavior. It seems to be something hidden. Things you can't see through. But master the key to a tomb corpse. Is it really useful? Qin Fangtong was very confused. After saying hello to Mr. N, Qin Fangtong opened the 3rd number. The gate of the tomb corpse walked in. There are many corpses inside. Almost filled the entire tomb corpse. There is no place to stay. Looking at this situation, Qin Fangtong smiled happily. He likes this situation the most. Without saying a word, he punched. 3 minutes later, the corpses all over the floor completely covered the floor. Qin Fangtong hummed a small song, forming a corpse fragment. Find the shovel intact. Throw these pieces into the stove shovel after shovel. The rebooted cremator spits out high temperatures. The flames burn. These corpses were fucked for 2 hours. Finally, he shoveled all the bodies on the ground in. After no obstacle, a new corpse fell from the mouth of the corpse. These corpses are all those who put the corpses on them. It was forcibly stuffed into the pipe before the holiday. It doesn't matter whether the body below has been burned or not. Qin Fangtong is not waiting. These corpses recovered their movements and cut them into adult sticks and stuffed them into the crematorium. After the bodies in the No. 3 burning corpse were cleaned up, he went to the No. 4 burning body room again. The corpses here are not as good as those in the No. 3 burning core. So many Qin Fangtongs only barely burned 2 furnaces. At this time, all the corpses in the No. 3 burning room were burned. Qin Fangtong pulled out the system panel and took a look. I only see my own free attribute point. It has exceeded 1,000 large cans. The plus sign behind the innate chi column is finally no longer gray. Can be moved. Endocrine brittle body method. The plus sign behind is no longer gray. I can also move. Qin Fangtong hummed. I closed the crematorium and the 2 crematoriums and cleaned it up casually. After, he walked out of the room. Locked the 2 large iron doors firmly. Then he rushed to his corpse at the No. 17th grave. Here, he barely burned 2 more free attribute points. The total number has reached 1,400 points. It's time to turn into the innate nature after birth. Qin Fangtong closed the crematorium. Weld the iron bars on the iron door to death. Confirm that no one can peek at him. After, Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, dragging out the system panel. Slide all the way to the column of innate steel gas. Better on the plus sign behind. Suddenly, his dantian suddenly twitched. The true energy in his body seemed to have lost the air and suddenly became violent. Run wildly according to a certain established route and method. Qin Fangtong did not resist. Endure silently. He stared at the eyes. Look at your own system panel. I saw the 1400 free attribute points I just got. Diving wildly. Finally retreated to 400 points. It will cost you to turn into the innate nature after birth. I have 1000 free attribute points. Is the starting point so high? Qin Fangtong discovered again. Accompanied by free attribute points. Only 400 endocrine brittle body methods are left. The plus sign behind turns gray again. Can't take it anymore. In this hardship of desperately distracting one's own thinking, the process of becoming innate has finally ended. The original 5 true qi disappeared. A brand new energy appears in the dantian. He began to wander through his limbs and meridians to nourish his body. Qin Fangtong's mucus. Blood yellow bile. Black bile and blood and stars on the bones. After encountering this energy, they all started to vibrate violently. An unprecedented feeling arises from my heart. Qin Fangtong found that these things that had already been promoted to an endless state, it is actually slowly transforming and upgrading. Is it so magical? What exactly is this brand new energy? Qin Fangtong was shocked. He closed his eyes. I began to carefully recall the memory of the previous successor of the innate sect. Then I found out that, because this successor failed to successfully complete the transformation from acquired to innate, it disappointed the leader of the innate sect. So there is no disclosure of the changes after the acquired transformation into the innate, and related precautions. There is no explanation either. What is the energy that appears instead of true qi after the acquired transformation into the innate world? Isn't he cheating on him? You're doing this. He also asked that kid to continue to inherit the innate sect's inheritance. Qin Fangtong gritted his teeth and scolded him angrily. Since you cannot learn the relevant information from your memory, then he can only understand everything by himself. He closed his eyes. Feel your state carefully. He could feel that this energy was not produced out of thin air. Only when he operates his exercises will he slowly appear. The exercises make my skin feel cold. Can feel something entering into the body along the meridians. Entering into the dantian. Then follow the exercises to transform into this special energy. Good time always passes quickly. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Fangtong had already finished his own boxing. He slapped the blocking of the entrance to the evening without giving up. Of course, no new corpses will fall down. In the end, he could only walk out of the grave world helplessly. After locking the corpse of the No. 17 grave, I walked towards the dormitory and a little confused. Why did you come back? The entire dormitory building has become empty. Only Mr. N stood at the gate to greet him. As soon as I saw him coming, I couldn't help but complain. Everyone else has already left. Only you boy is gone yet. This is a holiday at all. You kid can't move more quickly. If it weren't for the old man, I still shoulder the responsibility of the dormitory manager. It must be the last one to leave. Mr. N kept urging him. He didn't seem to want to take advantage of this without outsiders. Only the two of them had the opportunity to talk deeply with Qin Fangtong about something. Qin Fangtong is not in the mood to do these small moves now. His heart is now swept by a deep sense of loss. Although I know I'm just letting it go for a few days, but I still feel a little anxious. But such negative emotions surrounded him and did not notice Mr. An's abnormality. Go back to the dormitory by yourself. Cleaned up some things. Then he walked out. Walking out of the funeral home gate with confused steps. Choose a direction casually. Just wandering aimlessly on the national highway. As a result, as he walked, his increasingly sensitive ears heard someone hiding in the public bathroom ahead to make a phone call. Right. That's right. Official support is already halfway. This is the last window period. If you want to do it, hurry up. Qin Fang's face was strange. After hearing the master of this voice, he was sure. As he got closer and closer. When he was about to walk to the front of the public toilet. Walk out slowly from the public toilet. A man swaying water droplets on his hands. Concealment is different. The two of them looked at each other. There was a clear panic flashing in Bao Butong's eyes. But soon he kissed again. It's Xiao Qin. You're coming out at this time. Why don't you take a taxi like everyone else? Or notify your family to pick you up? Instead, they swayed around the road. He tried to pretend to be nothing. Asked. Working with knife strength for several consecutive days. It makes my spirit a little tight. I forgot to do this. Qin Fangtong smiled apologetically. Take out your cell phone from your pocket. Open the taxi software. Sliding your fingers up and down on the phone screen. Asked casually. What about you? Brother Bao. Why don't you take a taxi? Or ask your family to take you away? Instead, he ran to the public toilet a few hundred meters away from the door. Didn't I have a stomachache as soon as I went out? So let's go to the toilet first. The forehead is covered with sweat. Some stuttering explanation. So that's how it is. Qin Fangtong's face was meaningful. It seems to know something. Make the bag different and nervous. A fierce light flashed from time to time in the depths of his eyes. This was naturally seen by Qin Fangtong. He smiled slightly. Not afraid at all. The same is true for the package, it is a quality warrior bag. Fang Tongtong is a kind of character. And it is the peak of the 5th grade. And he has just completed the acquired transformation into innate changes. Practice with innate qi. There is a mysterious energy flowing in the body. Let him constantly transform his body. Let him gradually become a 5th grade powerful. Evolve towards perfection. This is the extraordinary hearing just now. Qin Fangtong is sure that his comprehensive strength now exceeds the 5th grade. Which level do the 5 levels are at? He doesn't know yet. If not different. If you really want to die. Then he minded trying it out with the other party. The first stop for the reappearance of the innate qi in the world. It's always too cold and shabby. Tongtong's heart is circling. Looking forward to fighting one by one. The bags are different. He looks like hesitation. There are endless talks. Qin Tongtong, who doesn't watch it, is all in a hurry. A few 3 pieces. No, stimulate him a few more times. So he raised the cell phone in his hand and asked. By the way. Brother Bao. Where do you live in? The address is revealed. I'll see if it's going well. If it's the way. Let's get in the car together. Can you save some money? The bags are as beautiful as the same color. Follow the seal. This is not necessary. We all earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. Millions of lords. You also need to save this amount of taxi wallet, brother. This is why you are not afraid of Brother Bao, who regrets you so much that you are disgusted. Xiao Lu has no way to form a river. No matter how much money you make, you can't spend it indiscriminately. It's still stupid to be able to be. Especially the man you are. Interpersonal children are chewing on each other. You have to submit different addresses to your life or death. Unfortunately, Baodian had to grit his teeth and come out. As for whether it is his family, then it was a matter of shock. Have no choice. This is still acceptable. Qin Fangtong even felt a little respect for Bao Baodong. He is the one who can follow his mobile phone in tens of thousands of dollars. This is a surprising sound. Brother Bao. This is a coincidence. We were just in a position to let go. In fact, the address reported by different people is simply different from that of Qin Fangtong's home, right? Bao asked with a ugly face. Judging from his appearance, I was afraid he would cry. Of course I didn't expect it. We are so destined to be so destined. Brother Bao. Qin Fangtong smiled. I took a taxi on the mobile software. Next, he was so ungrateful to Bao Baodong. There is a chat without saying a word. Every sentence seems casual. But it points directly to Xin. He always asked where the 2 apprentices who Bao Dui received came from. How much money has been collected in total? After a while. If you don't have any bags, you will sweat all over your head and lower your head. Looking at the lion on the ground. Don't want the murderous intent in your eyes. Discovered by Qin Fangtong. This guy probably planned how to kill me. Can't you just report it on the spot? The children who are online are looking forward to it. At this moment, online car hailing is here. Stop slowly in front of the two of them. It's this car. That's right. Shin Duo compared the license plate number. I took a bag and sat in the back row. After confirming the last number of the phone with the driver, online car hailing is slowly launched. He left the funeral home. What happened next? Let Qin Fangtong be boldly disappointed. Let him ask questions in the car. Baodi closed his mouth tightly. I didn't reply to the words. The car should be parked online. Next, I got out of the car like a escaping field and ran out. Hello? Why are you running so fast? Haven't paid for my car yet. Qin Duo shouted in anger. When Bao's figure disappeared into a dark alley after a flash. This made him grind his teeth in anger. Actually, with his current hearing, he can still flow from all kinds of sounds of people coming and going to the car nest. Accurately capture different locations of the package. These are all talismans that worship the innate energy in the body. Until now, his body is still soaked in this innate energy. Slowly improve yourself. It's far from reaching its limit. Even accompanied him out of the burning corpse. During the exercises, absorb the cold thing from the outside world. The process and speed of conversion into innate energy is faster. It seems that the burning corpse will suppress my innate energy recovery and absorption speed. Qin Fangtong talked to himself in his heart. Hello? Brother? Did your friend run away from the order? You might as well want to escape the order. I can warn you. Your mobile phone number is a vigilant for online ride-hailing masters who have registered their real name on our platform. Staring at Qin Fangtong. I don't do such a thing. Qin Fangtong shook his head. After paying on your phone, get off the car. His eyes swept across a certain direction intentionally or unintentionally. He hid there when he knew the bag was different. The line of sight shot out from the gap. Staring at him. It seems that I was at the entrance of the funeral home before. Now I stand in public again. So he didn't dare to do it. Qin Fangtong smacked his lips. Take the initiative to drill into all kinds of remote and uninhabited paths. He was seducing Bao to do something differently. I jumped out of the car with different bags. When you escape. 11 sure flashed with his speed. You can stop him from the uniform. But as Bao Dian is concerned. After all, this is a pedestrian street with crowds. Not to mention the attention of the blockbusters. Not good yet. Kill the personality on the spot. Just hold the bag differently. Before snatching the tire. If you want to reveal some of your trump cards, that's really worthless. In different eyes. I'm just afraid that I'm still the young 4th grade warrior. Whether it is martial arts strength, even life experience cannot compare to him. Only with this understanding, he will be willing to take action. Qin Fangtong walked casually. Walk around. In the dark and remote path. The innate Qi technique is of infinite use. With his improved hearing, I should have heard a lot of things in an instant. Covering your ears with pain is many superhero movies. Squat down. But he was not reluctant at all. As long as you practice the exercises, it can automatically filter those noises. Just listen to what you want to hear. So he can always grasp the different trends of Bao Bao. Why did this guy chase further and further? Qin Fangtong was puzzled. Bao Budong has been tracking himself. But the result is that it goes further. What made Qin Fangtong even more depressed was that he once again encountered a dead end. The alleyways in this place are a little too complicated. Qin Fangtong retreated to the previous intersection. Turn left and walk casually. He felt like he was lost. He quickly took out his phone and opened the navigation software. At this time, he finally knew where he was. This is the legendary famous urban village. On this dense and narrow path, all around are buildings. Block all the sunlight. Only a cold and dampness left. In such a place, even the navigation software becomes inaccurate. When Qin Fangtong took some time to finally transfer, he found that Bao Dian had been dumped by himself. It seems that his house does not live here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be even more familiar with me. Terrain. Qin Fangtong's mouth twitched. I had to choose to pull from manager's son to the group to add different friends. Then send a message to the other party. Brother Bao. Where are you now? If it is convenient, I can give me a car of money without paying it. No response. He also did not apply for Qin Fangtong's friend. Qin Fangtong curled his lips. Wandering aimlessly in the city again. This time he really has no intention. Because for a moment, he couldn't find his own home. Don't be funny at home. That's a family. Not to mention that he is a time traveler. Even if Qin Fangtong is the original Qin Fangtong, he will never go home again. Then other than that, where else can he go? It seems like there is nowhere to go. In the end, it will be the grave of the funeral home. The world can give me more sense of belonging. Qin Fangtong sighed in a low voice. A brilliant student full of youthful vitality. He awakened him from this aimless state. Only then did I realize that I had arrived at a high school while wandering aimlessly. Outside the school, through the iron fence, he could see that it happened to be the playground of this high school. At this time, a teacher with a national face is teaching students to box. After the boxing, some students moved a series of abandonment. Before, the students who were boxing all looked a little nervous. All right. This is the last time you didn't take the exam. If the martial arts toilet cannot meet the standards in my place, then I advise you not to go. It's embarrassing not to pass the exam. Now I have a teacher with a national face. Hold your chest with both hands. Stern voice. The students all shrank their necks. A little nervous. Looking at this scene, Qin Fangtong's long-standing memories were evoked. I couldn't help but stop and wait and see. He is so young. What's wrong with these students and teachers? He was in the contemplation field. But the sword test speed has begun. Strength. Power is finally in actual combat tests. All students were held by the teacher in the national character. Defeat in just one move. He fell to the ground and wailed. You are all students who have started practicing martial arts since childhood. The dancer stage is the time to lay the foundation. I won't say much. But some of you have clearly broken through to warriors. The result is still so unbearable. Teacher Guazilian was shaken at Qin Fangtong. Qin Fangtong couldn't see the expression on his face, but he could hear the disappointment in his tone. Teacher. This is unfair. You are all a fourth-grade warrior. Some students feel wronged. But when I started it, all of them have put my physical fitness on the same stage as each of you. You are dancers. I'm a dancer too. Don't make excuses for yourself anymore. You are usually lazy and lazy. Didn't follow what I said. Focus on practicing martial arts. Improve yourself. At the most rebellious age, the teacher was so involved. Who can stand it? But the rebellious young people present dared not to blow it to death. Because they can't beat the teacher. And if you talk back, you will really be beaten. In such a case, they don't want to continue being scolded. So how to do it? Very simple. What distracts the teacher's attention is and surprises them even more. They happen to find such a scapegoat. Isn't that Qin Fangtong? Why did he stand there and peek? A student pointed at Qin Fangtong. Teachers with Chinese faces and Qin Fangtong were both surprised. The teacher with a Chinese face turned his head instantly. Frowning at Qin Fang, Tong Wan comes to Qin Fang. The child looked at the teacher and these students in surprise. At this moment, a flash of inspiration in his mind. Suddenly, I remembered. Isn't this the classmates and teachers in school? The sight turns in the crowd. He discovered that after the scores of the first mock exam were released, a guy who sarcastically mocks himself. I came outside the school without realizing it. Is this a coincidence? Or is it a kind of obsession that cannot be dispelled in the dark? Is it affecting me? Qin Fangtong was a little surprised. But the students seemed to have found the catharsis of their emotions in an instant. He started to sarcastically at him. Classmate Qin. Why are you standing outside? How long has this been in class? Absent from class for no reason. But it must be punished. Hi, you forgot, Qin Fangtong has dropped out of school. I heard it was to give way and make money for my sister at home. Go out to work early. Then what is he doing now? Someone deliberately made trouble. What else can I do if I ask in a very uncomfortable tone? The former martial arts genius was unwilling to be like this and everyone came back to take a look. Someone told the truth in his eyes. It instantly attracted a lot of laughter. You guys have enough. When the laughter drops a little, someone stood up and glared. Qin Fangtong experienced such a major change in life. I still feel sad and depressed. Do you have to tear his wounds open in public? You might as well apologize to classmate Qin. At the end of the day, the classmate couldn't help laughing. The students laughed louder. Qin Fang Tong looked coldly, and not only was he not angry. Instead, it still feels a little funny. Young people who have never experienced social beatings. You don't wait for him to turn his mind around. I heard a sudden burst of blowing sound from the scene. Shut up, all of them. It turned out that the teacher with a Chinese face was angry. This teacher is very skilled and very strict. He has always had the nickname of the iron-faced King of Hell among his students. At this moment, the King of Hell was angry. Everyone was trembling. How dare you be as unscrupulous as before? The students in the class were shocked. After, the teacher with a Chinese face turned his head. Is it easy to get in with a bright look at Qin Fangtong, a classmate outside the school? A sudden impulse emerged in Qin Fangtong's heart. So he nodded with a smile. Said, "What's wrong? Jump gently." He had already crossed the 3-meter-high fence. It fell steadily on the face of the Chinese character. In front of the teacher. This hand shocked everyone present. Just now, all kinds of sarcasm. Those who looked down on him. Eyes widened. You're looking at Qin Fangtong like a ghost, have you all seen it? This guy jumped over just now. How could this be possible for at least a first-class warrior to do it? Did the classmates all stare at each other? Watching Qin Fangtong waiting for the answer that he had guessed in his heart. Qin Fangtong didn't even look at it. They had no intention of giving them any answers. He smiled and hugged the state-owned assets union teacher. Said, "Teacher Yan, long time no see. It's been a long time since. It's only been a few days." Even if Yan Chankong has taught and educated for so many years. At this moment, I couldn't help but stare at Qin Fangtong with a strange light. I heard the day before yesterday that when you dropped out of school. I'm still sorry for you. Unexpectedly, meeting. You have become a dancer. Qin Fangtong said with a smile. Teacher Yan killed me. I haven't participated in the dancer rating yet. It's not a dancer at the moment. You've said more than 1,000 words. I have taught and educated for so many years. There is still some vision. Yan Chankong was surrounding Qin Fangtong in awe. Said, being full of energy. The eyes are as bright as stars. Upright body. Like pine. The back is straight like a gun. Standing on the earth with your feet. It seems to have taken root. Be able to steal power from the earth continuously. In addition, this aura is not weaker than my peak period. Yan Chankong took a deep breath. Said a word that made him tremble slightly. I suspect that if you participate in martial arts rating at this time, I'm afraid it can be directly a sound of gasping in the 4th grade warrior field. Those classmates who were sarcastic at Qin Fangtong just now. At this moment, my eyes widened. I wish I could let my eyes roll out of my sockets. Teacher Yan. You are not feeling wrong, right? How could this be a few days? Fangtong, the former Qin dynasty, was just a dancer in Chu district. At that time, he is still a classmate who is not much different from us. His total score in the mock exam was only 202 points. Faced with teacher Yan Chankong's insight and his classmates' doubts, Qin Fangtong didn't say anything. Just smile and say nothing. Finally, these noises gradually decreased. Everyone turned their attention to the class. Those deputy brothers who broke through to the dancer stage early asked one after another, "Aren't you crazy on weekdays? Why are you mute now? You are dancers too." I can't sense the qi and blood in Qin Fangtong's body. Under the gaze of these eyes, those deputy brothers looked embarrassed. Said hesitantly, "Recognize that the swallow is empty. We're angry. I feel that you are as strong as Chanking Shishi. Now, everyone believes it. You have to believe it. Yen Xiankong grabbed Qin Tongtong's hand in hand. You go to the school to walk into the blood compartment to see your qi in blood. It has reached the level of a top warrior. Qin Fangtong seemed to have taken root in the same place. No matter how hard Yen Xiankong tried, he couldn't pull it. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, he shook his head slightly. Said, "No. It's enough for Teacher Yen to have a heart for something like this. I don't want to judge me with the blood system of the world's instruments. You kid now don't need to be a silly child. If you really have the blood of a fourth-grade dancer, that will really shock the whole world. Once the news spreads, you don't even need to participate in the dance. Naturally, the top martial arts university will invite you to join. If you really have top treatment, this life, you can break through to the product world. Does Gigi mean? Even if you have amazing talents, it cannot be abused. Even if the news doesn't spread. During the period before you took the dance exam, I'll give you some urgent training. It can also allow you to play the skills of at least a third-grade warrior. You can get the best scores at that time. This is the only chance for ordinary people to change their destiny." Yen Xiankong's kindness moved Qin Fangtong. But he really can't leave any record of his strength in the outside world. You can't participate in the rating of warriors. You can't take the dance exam either. So he could only say something to Yen Xiankong, which was useless. Teacher Yen wants to gain strength. Of course, you have to make some contributions. You know why I can make such a rapid progress in a short period of time? Because my dad sent me to the funeral home as a corpse burner. What's wrong? Yen Xiankong's face was full of confusion and confusion. Obviously, he didn't know about the funeral home. It's hard to explain it to you clearly for a while. And I have discipline requirements. I can't say much. Qin Fangtong said with a mysterious look. I can only tell you that it is a place where people eat but don't miss the bones. It's a very high mortality rate. And dangerous units that cannot be withdrawn for life. It is a wonderful place where danger and opportunity coexist. Qin Fangtong described the funeral home vividly. Finally said, "Once joined the funeral home, I will never leave for life. Not to mention entering the martial arts university if you take the martial arts exam." When saying this, Qin Fangtong shook the black bile in his body, and a faint golden light shone out from him. The innate energy that everyone present had just obtained from the cultivation of innate energy, continuously amplifying black bile. The eyes of Yen Xiankong and the students present became more empty and dull. It became a surprise in Qin Fangtong's heart. He just wanted to experiment casually. I didn't expect it to be a black bile mole. It represents my spirit. After experiencing the Big Sun visualization event, there has been a certain increase and evolution. Now there is continuous warming of innate energy. It's already time to be able to let go. The point that affects the outside world. Qin Fangtong interfered with and controlled the spirit of everyone present. You will still remember everything today. But it will subconsciously fade the existence of the period. Your related memories and cognition will gradually become blurred. I won't tell the outside world about me. Qin Fangtong began to set his mind firm for his teachers and students. You will subconsciously awe because you know the truth. I subconsciously know the reason. But I can't remember it no matter how hard it is. Wait until you have a firm mind. Qin Fangtong felt a trance. Mental weakness. It seems that, with my current spiritual cultivation, have to hypnotic in one breath. So many people have set their spirits on their backs. Still a little too forced. Qin Fangtong rubbed his eyebrows. Relieve mental control? Just now, each of them was dull. In an instant, there was vitality again. What I said before was a bit ugly. Hope you don't mind. This is my pocket money. All for you. Treat it as an apology. Several deputy brothers said together. Each of them transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars to Qin Fangtong. With your knowledge of God, when you do not participate in the exam. But it's a pity. Teacher Yen Xiankong's face was full of helplessness. Wow. Qin Fangtong, you are so awesome. Can you teach us? A bunch of students surrounded Qin Fangtong's scumbag Fangtong's confession about you. I've thought about it for a long time. Finally decided to agree. The class beauty came to Qin Fangtong in a snail. He blushed and his voice was weak. One Na said. Feel sorry. I don't like you anymore. Qin Fangtong pushed the class beauties away from death indifferently. Get away from green tea. Also confessed. That was when my previous senior high school was a while. Now I am in my senior year of high school. Back to campus again. Not only did Qin Fangtong not encounter sarcasm and all kinds of malice again. Instead, it is very comfortable to call friends. Just as he enjoys it. The campus radio suddenly rang. The principal broadcasts himself. The voice trembles. Very comfortable. Dear teacher, all students of all the colleagues know 3 middle school. Today I want to announce a historic good news to you. Just today. Our school's reputation list has been refreshed. Just now. Our school received the message. Qin Yuxiao, a classmate from Class 2, Grade 3, was included as a special class by Shanghai 5th College. The student blew. The whole school was in full swing. Today's society. Who doesn't know that martial arts is the only way to change one's own destiny in class? The 5 exams are the most important levels on the 5 roads. For the 5 exams, how many people work hard? Fight desperately. Just to be admitted to the 5th courtyard of Shanghai. That's the top martial arts university. As a result, it is now on the eve of the 5th exam. Someone actually passed the 5th exam directly. It was included in exceptional terms. This fact is so sensational. It's the level of making local news headlines the next morning. Soon, all the teachers and students in the school were gathered together. Everyone stands on the playground together, watching the beautiful girl named Qin Yuxiao standing on the podium. He said something expressionlessly, some passionate chicken soup that encouraged others. Qin Fangtong and Yan Shankong stood in the corner together, also watching silently. I don't know if it's a coincidence or some necessity. During the speech, Qin Yuxiao's eyes swept here. He actually met Qin Fangtong like this. Both were stunned. Then Qin Yuxiao's originally expressionless face. A smile actually appeared. At last. At this time, the speech with the manuscript has also arrived. At last. The teachers and students at the audience applauded very loudly, and the whole voice was filled with tides. It's not discussed for a long time. Until the principal announced his dissolution. The students were talking about it. Back to the classroom. Someone still stood there and applauded vigorously. It's Qin Zhenhua and his wife. The two of them came to the school at some point. Both of them slapped their palms red, but they still held back. Continue to slap hard. Hot tears flowed down from the corners of my eyes. Finally, so many years have not been in vain. The two looked at Qin Yu walking down the podium. Xiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Open your arms. I plan to hug my daughter and cry. Tell each other about their hearts. But I saw my daughter running to the other end of the playground. He threw himself into the arms of a young man. As parents, Qin Zhenhua and his wife's vigilance was instantly filled with anxiety. All kinds of disastrous associations keep bursting in my mind. Did my daughter fall in love early? The two of them came to the scene with great momentum. It turned out that I could see Qin Fangtong's face clearly. In this strange situation, the family of 4 was. The atmosphere of reunion was a bit awkward. That night, the Qin family held a banquet at the 5-star hotel in Chang'an City to celebrate Qin Yuxiao's admission to Wuhan University. Many people have come. These include the principal of No 3 Middle School, the head teacher of the teaching director Qin Yuxiao. The teacher is in need. As soon as they arrived, they grabbed Qin Yuxiao's hand. All kinds of sighs and sighs. Saying something. I've long seen that you can do something like that. Then people from the local authorities also came. Although it was the first time we met. But he was very enthusiastic with Qin Zhenhua. Very familiar. Both sides shook hands. Swinging up and down hard, laughing. Some official said, Mr. Qin, you have a good daughter. Early specialist students from Shanghai 5th Hospital. Our Chang'an has not appeared for many years. Even the city leaders said, you made his face shine. If it weren't for the busy things. That is to ask for a glass of wine in person. Qin Zhenhua responded quickly. Wherever you are, the leaders pay attention to their children's education. If there is no general environment created by the leader, Both sides have a lot of complexity. The atmosphere quickly became warmer. In addition to these two groups of people, there are more people coming. They are children from No. 3 middle school. Of course, parents can get news and have enough energy to participate. This dinner is basically successful among parents. They are either rich and powerful, or you have a clear hand and eye contact. Each one is a person who cannot be offended. It is also the character Chin Genoa Mrs. Beiji day and night. At this time, Chin Genoa, who joined several glasses of white wine, was not drunk at all. Instead, eyes radiate. Extremely energetic. Smiling to meet. Ask everyone who comes. Build a relationship quickly. He is extremely passionate about this. After all, these are all connections. My mother Wusuli was also surrounded by a bunch of noble ladies. Although compared to these alcohol-infused noble ladies, Chin Suli, who temporarily wore high-end dresses, it looks a bit shabby and deflated. But who made her have a good daughter? Faced with the continuous inquiries from the ladies. Parenting experience. Chin Suli was almost lifting her nose to the sky. Chin Yuxiao, who is not at all touch, is even more lively. Someone wearing glasses appeared beside her. A middle-aged female teacher who looks a bit old-fashioned. But no one dared to underestimate this person who could come to participate in this dinner. How powerful is martial arts? At least your eyesight will not be bad. You can see at a glance that this is probably a real martial arts master. After inquiring, it is even more possible to learn the identity of this middle-aged female teacher from each other, Chin Genoa and Wu Suli. Specialty teachers from Shanghai 5th College. Responsible for the selection of special science students this year. Although Chin Fangtong did not hear the sound of playing. But I feel that the temperature in the hotel has risen a lot. Immediately afterwards, Chin Yuxiao and his two men, who were already surrounded by the crowd, became more and more annoyed. On weekdays, they all know how to observe their expressions and expressions. The people who change their minds. At this moment, he had no such shrewd attitude at all. Licking his face and moving forward. No way. It's really too rolling. Don't move forward at this time. It will not be remembered at all. Go ahead. Although there will be a certain bad impression. But at least it left an impression. No. This is a special science teacher at Shanghai 5th College. One sentence can determine the future fate of a person or even a family. After being annoyed for a long time, the special science teacher finally broke out. Forcibly drink the annoying flies back. Chin Yuxiao then found the opportunity to rush out of the crowd. Run to the corner. Chin Fangtong was eating and screaming in front of Chin Fangtong. Chin Fangtong tried hard to swallow the food stuffed with his mouth. I saw the old girl in front of me. He was turning around and waved to the special science teacher. Urge. Teacher. This is the brother I told you. She is much better than me. The middle-aged female teacher has also come close to her. At this moment, he was staring at Chin Fangtong with surprise. Depend on how old you are this year. Chin Fangtong, who inexplicably became the focus of the audience. Take out a few pieces of paper from the side. Wipe the greasy hands and mouth. Some people can't figure out the other party's road rat. Responded carefully. It's 18 soon. The eyes of the middle-aged female teacher changed instantly. 5 or 4 horses less than 18 years old. His pupils vibrate. I couldn't help but move my eyes back and forth on the faces of the Chin brothers and sisters. Then he turned to look at Chin Genoa and his wife, who were confused inside. What kind of genes do you two have? When combined together, one can actually give birth to a brother and sister who are more tragic than the heavens. 2 people. Maybe I should report to the above. Let top research institutes study. You middle-aged female teachers are in deep thought. The hotel that was just stunned by the shock. But a sudden noise broke out. A series of extremely enthusiastic sights. The participants who looked back and forth at Chin Fangtong were already surprised. That only knows how to hide in the corner and eat big feet. A guy who is not wearing low enough. Who put it in? Later, after learning that this person was Chin Yuxiao's brother. It's barely acceptable. As a result, it was completely shocked now. What did you say? The 5th and 4th rank who was less than 18 years old. Everyone felt their eyelids were pounding. If this is true, that's really a lot. There are 5 people who have the ability to cultivate themselves. He has begun to silently sense Qin Fangtong's realm. Feel the change in attitudes of these people. Qin Fangtong's face seemed to be unchanged. A calm look. Already nervous and upset. I'm still too young. His real martial arts realm has reached the peak of the 5th grade. If you add in 8 chi. He felt that even if he faced a top 6th or even a 7th grade warrior, he would not have no chance of winning. At least he can sense the realm of the middle-aged female teacher in front of him now. 5 to 7th grade. Under the influence of Guishi bamboo. Outsiders cannot see through his real realm. He will only recognize his intentionally exposed surface state. The 4th grade and 5th grade. But the problem lies here. The reason why the realm is maintained at the 4th level of warrior is. It is because I exposed the blood of this realm in the funeral home. In order not to arouse suspicion. That's why. But now. I've already left the funeral home. You should not expose your 4th grade warrior realm. Now it's okay. It's been troubled. Qin Fangtong is proud in his heart. In fact, when Yan Changkong was discovered on the playground, he should wake up in time. But at that time he first experimented with his mind control valve. Then I encountered my sister's schooling. For a moment, I forgot to look at those extremely hot eyes. Qin Fangtong was extremely helpless. I just hope the funeral home is tough enough. Can keep me behind. Not stolen by these martial arts universities. He was about to explain a few words. But suddenly I moved in my heart. His outstanding hearing captured a somewhat familiar sound of footsteps and heartbeats. Recalling carefully, he recalled. Isn't this just the sound of different footsteps and heartbeats? This guy is finally here. He really knows how to choose time. Qin Fangtong's heart calmed down instantly. Begin to think carefully. After being teased all the time, Bao Dun's murderous intent towards him may have expanded to its peak. There is no doubt that. This time he came to take Qin Fangtong's life. No matter how hard it is. Just a simple luck. I still noticed the arrival of opportunity. The timing of Bao's disappearance at this moment is very clever. Qin Fangtong has now become the most dazzling heart on the stage. Everyone stared at him. At this moment, the case is different. Qin Fangtong's aiming is really possible that he will succeed. But what you don't know is. I already knew you were here in advance. Qin Fangtong smiled in his heart. Talking to myself softly. Become a crowd. The focus of the eyes has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that he will be found casually. The advantage is. He is always under everyone's gaze. Bao Bian shouldn't dare to attack him in public. Not to mention that there is a special teacher at Shanghai 5th College in the venue from 5th to 7th grades. I don't have a bet bag, where do I want to hide and attack me? Qin Fangtong made such a judgment. Pour yourself a cup of coke to shock you. Sure enough. The different footsteps moved to the last partition of the bathroom. Waiting silently. He thought I would go to the bathroom. This is also the case. It is very likely that I have made excuses to use the bathroom to seek temporary time alone. Then give him a chance to do it. Qin Fangtong blinked. Stand up slowly. Under the gaze of one pair after another. He said. Excuse me. Drink too much water. I'll go to the bathroom first. Since the bags are different, they have already been ambushed. Then how could Qin Fangtong not let his wish be successful? After all, I can't afford to be a child. He was the old master in charge of leading him into the industry. This virtue of respecting teachers and respecting Tao. Qin Fangtong is still willing to perform. That's all. He was staring at everyone's eyes. Get out of here. Walked into the bathroom. He seemed to be unaware of the ambush in the bathroom. He walked straight toward the last change against the wall. The last toilet compartment in the bathroom corresponds to this last change. In addition, Qin Fangtong deliberately spoke before entering the bathroom. It means I really just want to go to the bathroom. Let the gentleman behind stop coming in and watch again. Qin Fangtong's footsteps stood before the last change of the bucket and there was a fierce sound of water flowing. It was the sound of a stream of water gathering into a fluctuation. Men are silent about this voice. Now that the bag that hid in the last compartment is different, it can be confirmed. Qin Fangtong slowly took out a demon-subduing bag from his bag in his specific location. Buton's face was covered with ferociousness. Shao Qing. Don't blame me for asking for death if I want to blame you. Silent in my heart. After saying this, he had almost silent movements. Slowly opened the lock of the compartment. Then, I suddenly slid the toilet. The door of the compartment is pushed open. It will rush out like a tiger. He used the tip of the demon-subduing place in his hand to penetrate Qin Fangtong's heart. As a result, he rushed out. Only then did I realize that Qin Fangtong was not peeing at all. This guy turned around halfway. Looking at myself with a smile. He squeezed a bottle of mineral water in his left hand. Drill a small hole in the bottle cap. Pinch the bottle hard. There will naturally be a stream of mature water. From it, the sound of urinating was shot. Not child was shocked. In this case, where can he not see it? Qin Fangtong had already discovered himself. What you did before. It's just to lure myself into showing up. As for how Qin Fangtong discovered this problem, Bao Budong has no intention of thinking about it. He had flushed out of the toilet compartment. As for Qin Fangtong, it only takes 2 steps. There is not much time for him to think between life and death. He only knows that the arrow is on the string. No matter what. He must kill Qin Fangtong here and die. Bao Budong's face turned red. Eyes burst. He said with a low growl. Pity. Reality is not anime. You won't become the protagonist just because you have a loud voice. A clear look of contempt flashed across Qin Fangtong's face. He threw the water bottle in his hand upwards and spread the phantom magician. In an instant, he lost sight from Bao Dun's eyes. What kind of bag is not a child was shocked. Wait until he can react. I felt a panic in my hands. The demon-subduing pestle that was originally held tightly in his hand. It actually passed by in that instant. Qin Fangtong used his hand to steal the bag but failed to take it. A pungent moment. At this time, where did he not understand? Qin Fangtong must have hidden his strength in daily life. Others rushed to halfway. There is change in front of you. Stop quickly. Then he clung to the ground. As a result, my head turned back. Just match it. Qin Fangtong's smiling face. Not a child's heart panic. Immediately, I have to take a step back and pull the distance away. Prevent possible attacks. As a result, his back was on the treadmill. A stinging pain came from the chest. Looking down, I saw the devil-subduing pestle that had just disappeared was inserted into my chest. The blood is dyed red quickly. Clothes depressed downward. I didn't expect that different bags of me would spit out a mouthful of blood from my mouth. Just as I was about to express my touching dying words. Just when I saw Qin Buton's brows frowning instantly. As fast as a ghost. Waving his hands to create a afterimage. Take out a few tissues from your pocket. He caught all the blood dripping from Baodi. It's a good thing that I'll catch it if the package is different. Otherwise, it will leave traces. Maybe someone will find out then. Qin Fangtong breathed a sigh of relief. Then I couldn't help but scold Bao Budong's army. Do you have some moral character? Can you vomit blood when you are injured? Do you know that cleaning ant is very troublesome to clean? Never mind. Is it impossible to tell you, a dying person? Qin Fangtong shook his head. With a casual wave. The bag that is also different when I am talking about something. The whole person disappeared from the spot. She was taken into the system space opened with the free attribute point and popped up instantly. The special shape has been added with large red characters. Flashing constantly. Pay attention to the system space that cannot collect living things. No living oxygen in the system space enters it. There is no doubt that death is inevitable. This is what I want. Qin Fangtong smiled indifferently. Take it with your own hands. The bottle he threw out before the fight diverged his mind. Think about it. In fact, the system space can completely become his trump card. In the position of the system. If you encounter any powerful enemy you can't deal with in the future, just put her into the system space and suffocate it to death. The only regret she is, the collection of system space can only be carried out within 2 steps of my body. After Qin Fangtong killed the bag. Take relaxed steps. Return to the hotel banquet hall. returning to everyone's sight again. In the focus. After no worries, she was finally able to concentrate on dealing with these human accidents in front of her. Teacher Zhou. Thank you for your kindness. But I really can't go to Shanghai 5th Courtyard. She sincerely apologized to the female specialty teacher of Shanghai 5th College. Why have other colleges and universities already contacted you in advance? Teacher Zhou said with concern. Child. After all, your age will inevitably be deceived by some people. It is best to compare the situation in this way. Choose the one that is best for you. Teacher Zhou actually began to openly encourage Qin Fangtong to raise the price. It can be seen how obsessed he is with Qin Fangtong. Not so. I already have a job. Qin Fangtong said with some trepidation in his heart. Changbei Funeral Home. You know? A few days ago, I was sent in to be a corpse burner. The older generation told me. Once inside, there is almost no chance to come out again. I don't want to make you embarrassed. Teacher Zhou exclaimed. Xiaoqing's face became quite embarrassed. Are you sure you have really become a formal corpse burner? The kind that signed the contract. Certainly. Qin Fangtong was delighted. It seems that the funeral home is indeed quite important. It actually made the teachers from Shanghai 5th College feel afraid. This is naturally good news for him. If it goes smoothly, I am afraid that Shanghai 5th Courtyard would not be able to transfer him out of the funeral home. To prove your own words, he also took out the work license issued to him by the funeral home from his pocket. Said. You see, I even have a professional card. The others around looked at the scene with confusion. I really couldn't get it for a while. Is this funeral home work precious? This little Qin can even reject a professional card in Shanghai 5th Courtyard. What's so strange about it? Is it necessary to show off as a 5-pack of famous brands? This kind of broken work. If I had the invitation from Shanghai 5th Courtyard, I can't even look at it. Teacher Zhou, amid all the noises, he took Qin Fangtong's card with his hands trembling. It is true that it is checked carefully. After, he returned the work license to Qin Fangtong. It seems that society is indeed hierarchical. Qin Fangtong listened to the various puzzled words of these people around him. My heart was relaxed. Ordinary people and even these upper-class people in normal society do not know the true face of the funeral home. Only Teacher Zhou from Shanghai 5th College seems to know a little. He thought that this would allow him to survive this difficulty safely. But beyond Qin Fangtong's expectations, Teacher Zhou was not resigned from the funeral home. The teacher raised his head. He stared at Qin Fangtong with a burning gaze and said, Xiaoqing, your talent and achievements must not be ruined in the funeral home system. Don't worry. I immediately reported to the dean. Even if we exhaust all the strength of our Shanghai 5 courtyards, you must also be snatched out of the funeral home. Farewell to Qin Fangtong. But I never thought of it for a moment. What can be used to reject Teacher Zhou's legitimate reason? I was so anxious that I was in a hurry. Now the entrance to the ruins underground in Chang'an City has just been discovered. From the official to the public, I don't know how much I will die on it. This is exactly the same as Qin and Qin in the ritual hall. This is a good machine. He can't waste this precious time in his boring college career. But for a while, he really couldn't think of any right reason to refuse the teacher. After all, it's normal people. Especially in the eyes of normal people who know the inside story. Funeral home, corpse palace. In this museum, it is simply a one-way ticket to know the inner museum. Being able to jump from it is a lifelong dream of a few people. Qin Fangtong now has the opportunity to jump out of it. I can also go to Shanghai 5th College to study. It's simply a floater and a pie from the sky. It would seem abnormal if you refuse. Am I going to expose my golden fingers? Qin Fangtong was helpless, too. At this time, an excuse to think of. To him, he seemed so pale and powerless. Teacher Zhou. There is no need for you to go to the funeral home for how terrifying and harsh it is. We all know it in our hearts. The melon-eating crowds next to them were hustling again. They have realized that. I'm afraid the funeral home mentioned by Qin Fangtong has exceeded their understanding and imagination. They are a little incredible. Never expected. On the land where the family has taken root for generations, There is actually such a mysterious institution that I don't know about. Xiaoqing. You don't need to say anything. Teaching and educating people. Continuously cultivate talents and pillars of the country for society. It is the purpose of us teachers. Teacher Zhou's tone is very firm. The face was even more full of glory of mission. I will never allow such a peerless genius as you to be buried in the mud of funeral home. Qin Fangtong's lips were squirming. Want to say something. But I can't say it. But he was so suffocated. At this moment, a prompt sound came from the cell phone he put in his pocket. He seemed to have finally found the crack in the ground. He quickly showed an apologetic smile to everyone. Take out your phone and walk aside to check it out. It was Sun Weitong who tagged all members in the group. Emergency notice. Temporary holiday cancellation. Everyone must now rush back to the funeral home. What Qin Fangtong was a little surprised. The others in the group were also surprised. All kinds of replies came up for a moment. Some wailing. Any questions? Everyone is very dissatisfied. No? Supervisor Sun. It's agreed to take a holiday. As a result, it hasn't arrived for a long time. I'm going to call us back. Isn't this a joke? It's nonsense. We're looking dark now. It started to rain again. I really can't go back. What's the use of going back to this situation? Anyway, our corpse burners don't have night shifts. Sun Weitong doesn't talk nonsense. Everyone must come back tonight. I returned to the world at 9 o'clock in the evening and had not come back to see me yet. You know the consequences of the report. I have a wish. I know what to expect. Qin Fangtong scratched her head. But he didn't complain. There was a hint of suspicion on his face. The holiday is finally over. Good man can devote himself to the happy work of burning corpses. I'm so sorry. Teacher Zhou, my vacation is over. Now the funeral home is going to call us corpse burners back to work urgently. Qin Fangtong walked to Teacher Zhou. Said helplessly. What? Teacher Zhou was startled. Then he quickly reacted. The brain turns quickly. In the heart. Carve your own words. Xiaoqing is not as good as you. Just don't go back. Just stay by my side. We will set off tonight and go back to Shanghai 5th College to complete the admission procedures for you. Let's cook the raw rice first. Then we slowly pull the funeral home. Don't worry. As long as you arrive at the 5th hospital, the dean doesn't let go. No one can force you away. Facing Teacher Zhou's kindness, Qin Fangtong was amused and crying. He glanced outside the hotel. I saw heavy rain pouring down from the sky and the earth. Looking out along the glass wall. Rain is misty. Can't see anything clearly. The rainstorm is really coming. This made him feel more impatient. I wish I could fly back to the funeral home immediately to start working. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. But the consequences of the funeral home's rage are not something I can bear. And everything you are talking about at the moment is just your own wishful thinking. What is the opinion of Shanghai 5th Academy and the president? It's still unknown. Qin Fangtong walked out of the hotel door. Speaking while. Even if I can leave. But I still have family. When my friend was in Shanghai. Looking at the boy. The back of walking alone towards the door. Teacher Zhou felt mixed feelings for a moment. Qin Yuxiao, who had been standing next to him and listening silently. Lost eyes. Crystal tears flashed in my eyes. After gaining the appreciation of Teacher Zhou and a large amount of money, he has always mentioned his brother in front of Teacher Zhou intentionally or unintentionally. He always remembers. In a video call, Qin Fangtong said, once in the funeral home, it is very difficult to leave. So he wanted to use the power of Shanghai 5th courtyards. But now it seems that, even if it is the 5 courtyards of Shanghai, I'm afraid his goal will not be achieved. Qin Fangtong had not had time to leave yet. After a few steps, Teacher Zhou stopped him again. I couldn't help but feel a little angry. He really wanted to go back to the funeral home to continue working. Listen to me. I will contact the dean, director, and others soon. Let them work from the top. Let's see if you can transfer you from the funeral home to our Shanghai 5th courtyard. Teacher Joe said with a very fast speech. All you have to do is to be successful before we succeed. Try to protect the ghost place in your funeral home. I know something dangerous is very. You want to hide the table in danger. Listening to the kindness in Teacher Zhou's words, Qin Fangtong was really helpless. Yes. I know that all you said is for my good. If an error occurs at the starting point, no matter how hard you work, it will only hurt me. Ah. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Take it out and take a look. It was actually the voice call from manager's son. He showed an apology to Teacher Zhou. Qin Fangtong got rid of Teacher Zhou's hand. Go to the side. The voice call from manager's son was connected. Asked. Director. Is there anything wrong? Is there anything else? Sun Weitong asked quite irritably on the other end of the phone. I've been sending a notification in the group. 3 minutes have passed. Why didn't you show up in the group? I didn't participate in receiving the notification and I looked at your mobile phone location. In 3 minutes. You haven't moved a single step. I'm not taking a few steps? Qin Fangtong was a little helpless. Turning his head to look at Teacher Zhou, he lowered his voice. Said to the other end of the phone. My situation is a bit complicated. I'll go with you when I go back. Anyway, I've seen your notification. I will definitely go back to work tonight. Just let it go. That's how. Manager's son on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved. The tone became softer. Xiao Qin. I knew you were the one that made me worry the most. Then that's it. Has hung up. I also have to contact others to urge them. Tonight. I'll wait for you to see you in the office. After saying this, Qin Fang hung up after the voice call. Tong shrugged and said to Teacher Zhou and others. The supervisor has called to urge him. I can't continue to delay. I have to leave. What else is Teacher Zhou talking about? Qin Fangtong's cell phone rang again. Or video call. Still Superintendent's son. Now even Qin Fangtong himself was helpless. Big brother. What exactly do you want to do? He asked helplessly, answering the voice call. Is there anything else? Sun Weitong on the other end of the phone said with a smile. I just took a look at your positioning again. I found that one of our reinforcements is very close to you. And you're going to pass by the hotel you're currently staying at. Isn't it raining heavily now? You don't have a driver's license. No cars. In this kind of ghost weather, I want to get a car and come back. It can be said that it is a huge difficulty. You are so obedient and sensible. As a supervisor, I cannot have the heart of you as a model worker. I have greeted my brothers in the reinforcements. They will bring them with them later when they pass by. You walked together and the phone was over. Sun Master Pavilion sent Qin Fangtong a real-time updated coordinate map. The red dot is Qin Fangtong's own approaching green, which is the reinforcement force. I'm afraid I won't fulfill my silence. I must strictly control my boarding and arrival time. Qin Fangtong looked at the cell phone in his hand. Lamenting for your distrust. Manager's son is so anxious and strong. It also made Teacher Zhou feel very stressed. I talked nonsense and talked a little more. After, Qin Fangtong said goodbye to his family and went to the hotel door. With the opening of the glass door, the cold wind whistled in. Noisy sound of rain. Only then did the people in the hotel hear it. Qin Fangtong took over the deceased in the hotel. The black umbrella handed over from the side was behind him. Everyone walked out of the hotel under silent gaze. One black vehicle after another. It had already stopped steadily in front of the hotel. The car door opened and the long legs wrapped in black stockings got out of the car. A beauty in a small black suit opened the black umbrella. Standing silently by the side, watching Qin Fangtong gradually approaching. Then he reached out to the car door and made a gesture of asking for help. Qin Fangtong nodded slightly. Put away the black umbrella. Get into the car. The same is true for beauty. With the door closed. The engine that has never stopped. Make a louder tweet. The bright headlights are like sharp swords tearing open the rain curtain. The black vehicle is like a black dragon crawling into the rain. Soon even the taillights disappeared. Until Qin Fangtong left for a long time. The hotel gate is still quiet. I don't know who it is. Take a breath of air conditioning. Breaking this peace. Then all kinds of noisy sounds started to ring. Everyone is whispering to each other. Expressing his calmness at this moment. Who is this funeral home sacred? Just pick up a corpse burner. All are so big. Will it discriminate against the funeral home? Not the funeral home we know. The burning palace is not the burning palace we know. These things actually refer to a kind of slander. Someone made such a guess. It instantly received unanimous approval from others. They don't know the truth. But because of this made Qin Fangtong more mysterious in their eyes. Is that so? But a few days ago, it was clearly the funeral home where I personally went to. The funeral home is really just a funeral home. Qin Zhenghua, standing in the crowd, looked confused. He scratched his head. I just feel that there are too many confusions and doubts in my mind. Besides, there was still some anger in my heart. If you want to leave, leave. Don't just come back. What should I do with such a mysterious and awesome? He stole all my limelight. Qin Zhenghua talked about the wine in the cup with a little depressed feeling. As Qin Yuxiao's father. Originally, he was also considered to be the star of the moon. Talk to one successful person after another whom you never see on weekdays. It feels quite proud of spring breeze. Vanity is greatly satisfied. But since Qin Fangtong became the focus of everyone's attention, all of this changed. Everyone went to see Qin Fangtong. Even if he is Qin Fangtong's father. Not many people came to talk to him. Even if there are a few people coming to talk to you. He also wants to ask about Qin Fangtong from his mouth. He told the truth. The other party doesn't believe it. I even think he doesn't know much. Then he walked away. Think about these. Qin Zhenhua felt a little depressed. So have I made friends with each other? At this moment, a question with some anger suddenly came from beside him. It is you who stepped Qin Fangtong into the process. I heard this sound in the funeral home. Qin Zhenhua was clever. Turn around and look. Teacher Zhou was glaring at him. Ajin. Can't call it any pulse. It's just to find him a serious job. Qin Zhenhua shrank his head. Defend yourself quietly. Turn around to work. Who told you? The corpse burners in the funeral home are serious jobs. Teacher Zhou didn't take it at all and slapped Qin Zhenhua hard on the face. Although I deliberately received the force. But he also made him walk 3 times. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time with a sound. Teacher Zhou, who was still angry, was still venting his cell phone ringtone, but it rang. Take it out and take a look. It is the phone number of the admissions office teacher of Shanghai 5th College. After the phone is connected, the other person informed him of bad news. What a kid is crazy. All have received the admission letter. He even went to the funeral home to sign a contract. The voice of the burning corpse worker, Mr. Zhou, increased the voice by a certain degree. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. But now Teacher Zhou has no intention of paying attention to these fish people. All his attention was focused on the other end of the phone. After a while of phone call. In the end, Teacher Zhou had to frown and said, all right. I can try to deal with this. I happen to explore the funeral home. No way. Who asked me to be in Changle City now? I'll tell you. I really got a treasure this time. I discovered a 4th grade warrior who was less than 18 years old. Do you know what this means? Of course, the genius is real. What are the benefits of lying to you? Teacher Zhou was talking on the phone. While leaving slowly, only the melon-eating crowd who could not eat the complete melon was left. They looked at each other. After a while, discussion started to begin again. Who was Teacher Zhou talking about at the beginning? It doesn't sound very different from Qin Fangtong. Yes. Teacher Zhou only knew Qin Fangtong. I haven't had time to give any admission letter. So another person from Shanghai 5th Courtyard joined that funeral home. What's going on with this funeral home? It can actually make Shanghai Fifth Courtyards feel such a headache. Although Qin Fangtong is no longer present. But you can still guess how things will develop in the future. In the future, Shanghai Fifth Courtyards should put pressure on us. Want to transfer me away? He asked Sun Weitong in front of him with some headache. Supervisor Sun. What do you think? Our funeral home will surrender. Did you Shanghai's Fifth Courtyard hand over me? Of course not. Manager Sun's answer was decisive. After so many years, funeral homes have always only entered but not exited. Never heard of anyone who entered the funeral home. Can you still leave this system alive? Even if Shanghai Five Courtyards come to ask for someone, it is absolutely impossible to do it. If Shanghai Fifth Courtyard opens its mouth, applying a little pressure can make people go away. Then everyone has to run away. Everyone has always thought about making connections. Transfer yourself away. Where can I concentrate on my work like now? This is absolutely impossible to make this truth. I can know which big guys are naturally more clear about. They will not be the sinners in our funeral home system. That's how. Then I'll feel relieved. After Qin Fangtong heard Manager Sun's decisive promise, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you still relieved? Sun Weitong looked at Qin Fang in surprise. You shouldn't be disappointed or even despair? You are such a promising genius. I will spend my whole life in the funeral home from now on. How could it be? Qin Fangtong shook his head and laughed. Facing the unreliable Manager Sun, he was finally willing to express his thoughts a little. I love this job. If possible, I really want to work in our funeral home system until I grow old. There is no need to say these scenes before me. Sun Weitong obviously doesn't believe it. Qin Fangtong didn't think about letting him believe Sun Weitong's letter or not. It doesn't matter to him. What is important is that the other party can provide him with geckos. Let him get rewards by burning it in the tomb and corpse hall. Then I'll go back to work now. Qin Fangtong couldn't wait to turn around and leave. But Sun Weitong stopped him. Don't rush to leave first. The funeral home is different now than before. Many foreign players flocked in. You must do things according to rules and regulations. Can't be the same as before. Otherwise it will cause a lot of chaos. You can wait here. After all the people came back at 9 o'clock. Go back to work together. It looks neat. The people above were happy to see it. Qin Fangtong's bureaucracy towards Sun Weitong. Formalism. Very dissatisfied with the work style requirements. But I have to wait obediently. Just as Sun Weitong said. In just half a day, a large number of foreign aid workers poured in. The originally deserted funeral home has become lively. Both of them could hear the sound outside when they stayed in the office. Qin Fangtong sensed the hot blood rolling up in this cold and rainy night. There is no doubt that these are masters. He just wanted to burn his body silently. Receive a reward. I don't want to cause any big trouble. That's all. During the chat between the two of them, one after another, the burners returned one after another. These guys gritted their teeth in the group. He swears that he will never succumb to Sun Weitong's bureaucratic fate. I'll be able to come back before 9 o'clock. Basically all came back. Of course, those who cannot come back are destined to not come back. What's wrong with different bags? Manager Sun roared fiercely. It's already 99:05 now. It has been more than 5 minutes since the 9-point deadline I set. He hasn't come back yet. Even if you call him, you dare not answer. He wanted to die. Facing these roars, Qin Fangtong, who was in an equally bad mood, became even more impatient. He wiped the saliva that squirted on his face. Replied coldly. The one who made a mistake was the one who did not come. You are for us who are coming back before the deadline. What kind of fire? I really think we are good boys. Easy to bully. Sun Weitong was stunned by this backlash. Then anger popped up in his eyes. His eyes and Qin Fangtong faced each other in the air. Then the anger was reduced obediently. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Sun Weitong coughed dryly. Vicious eyes. He asked. I've set my sights on the two apprentices who have different bags among the newcomers. What's going on with your master? Why not come back? The two newcomers were wronged. We don't know, either. We also couldn't contact him for several hours. He didn't answer the phone call. Sun Weidong's face became cold. As a supervisor, I have done my best to him. But since he insisted on committing suicide, then I will not be able to seek death. He poked hard with his hands. There is a red dot on the computer screen. It is the different mobile phone positioning of the package. Since he likes to stay there so much, then there will naturally be special punishment personnel coming to the door. Let him seek death forever. He knew it was a coincidence there. To meet the situation, a cold wind passes through the door. It makes everyone's face look ancient. The same goes for others. All those who do not come back on time will inevitably be punished. No one can be spared. Sun Weitong looked at Qin Fangtong, the person who had not returned from the supermarket. It's not just a different person. There are also two apprentices of Qin Fangtong, Wang Defa and Yi Jihuan. Qin Fangtong shrugged and said, I've called them already. They said they didn't want to come back. It sounds like there is a hidden secret behind it. This is their own choice. Even if you die in the end, it's not my business. I just want to say, I'm just their temporary master. It's not their father anymore. It's just a break in their list. Don't know what they want to do. There is no right or obligation to stop it. If someone insists on deducting these two people who have not returned from time to time, then I won't be polite. How could it be? After all, are you a model worker in our unit? I'm still waiting for you to continue to shine and lively. Sun Weitong smiled. I took a few pens on the sign-in form in my hand. Then said, since what should be back has already started, then start working in their own positions. Now, I won't hide it from you anymore. The reason for urgent cancellation of your holidays is, it is because of the blockade of underground cleaning troops. Breakthrough by a mysterious force. They forced their brother to scare. I don't know what I touched. It triggered a riot for my younger brother. The underground cleaning troops originally subordinate to our Changle city suffered heavy losses. There is really no one left. What's more troublesome is, their bodies are prone to sophistry even if they are on the ground. To prevent larger chaos? Starting today, the funeral home implements 2 shifts of crematoriums. It needs to be incinerated for a moment. Those corpses were till this chaos subsided. As the host and local funeral home, the employees come from us to the first shift. Sun Wei and the two started shouting slogans with enthusiasm. Stay at your post. Guardian condensate. However, few people paid attention to him. The corpse burners looked at each other. Each of them saw a hint of panic in the depths of each other's eyes. But it's not very good. Haiba swallowed, and said, the corpse burning department of the funeral home has been operating during the day. There is no precedent for burning corpses at night. That's just because your onboarding for too short. So I didn't need it. Sun Weitong is very tough at this moment. Not to be black at all. 8. A chance to say something more. And precedents are not created by people. So what can we do if we set a precedent for burning corpses at night? But He Ba is still uneasy. His eyes were sweeping around the faces of Mr. Ren and Qin Fangtong. I saw that the two of them also looked solemn. But he did not stand up to express his objection. Qin Fangtong noticed Haiba's sight. I'll look back at him. But there is no clear information. He lowered his eyes silently. He knew the reason why He Ba was so resistant. Perhaps it was because I saw the employee manual in the cafeteria that I was not allowed to burn corpses at night. Plus the body sent to the funeral home. All kinds of strange changes are prone to occur. Night. It is also the time when the Yin energy is the heaviest in folk customs. Burning corpses at night. No matter from any aspect. The danger will increase exponentially. But Manager Sun has obviously made up his mind. We must start to push this system hard. So what can we do if we are just workers? Qin Fang sighed in his heart. I deeply understand the helplessness and pain of the layman commanding the insider. Actually, he knows. Sun Weitong alone cannot promote such a big event. There must be someone at higher levels with the same sound. Maybe someone above Hin's Sun Weitong. Then Sun Weitong was the pawn. The 18 newcomers obviously learned a lot from their masters. At this moment, he looked equally panicked. But these are useless. In the end, everyone was driven away by Sun Weitong. Entering the burning corpse. Stay on your own. No, 17. In the burning room, Qin Fangtong's face looked a little ugly. Burning of corpses at night is an absolute forbidden force in the employee manual. Even he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Hopefully no major problems will occur. He spoke clearly. With unique sounds. One corpse after another. Rolling down from the mouth of the incoming corpse. Soon the small area in front of the entrance was filled with the small area. It looks ugly from the liquid that was burned in the past few days. These corpses are really too fresh. It's so fresh that there's still a certain sound in the skin. Black blood flowed out at the same time. All of these corpses were in uniform burning shapes. It was a soldier who died in battle in the underground cleaning force. In the corner against the wall of the burning corpse, rows of urns were placed. That means putting the ashes of these people separately. But I don't have this time. Qin Fangtong shook his head. Silently opened the crematorium. Then he took out the different corpses that he had collected into the system space. Then it was thrown into the crematorium. Let the fire swallow it under the action of the combustion aid. In less than 5 minutes, the bodies that were wrapped in different ways were burned to ashes. Really? This crematorium is not prepared for the corpses of ordinary people or even ordinary dancers. Only those weird corpses. It will take longer to burn. Qin Fangtong further confirmed his conjecture. He transported a body of a war corpse to the crematorium. Then threw it in. Let the fire swallow it. But this time the body was not that fast. It was burned so easily. Under the burning of fire, the corpse trembled strangely. It seems to be struggling. No wonder the superiors dare not keep these corpses for a long time. We must let the corpse burners come back and burn them quickly. Qin Fangtong shook his head. All of these corpses have been contaminated. Qin Fangtong no longer hesitated. Throw one corpse after another into the crematorium. 10 corpses soon filled the crematorium. In the process, it's not that there's no body changed. Some corpses even jumped up to attack him. But he quickly suppressed it. Qin Fangtong's face turned as usual and broke the body that had just fallen out of the entrance. Unless the means in when dealing with the black-haired monster corpses a few days ago. There is no other two. It's not that he doesn't want to be open to the internet because of the identities of these warriors. Treat it gentle. But the facts do not allow it. Dust returns to dust. People die like a lamp extinguishing. When you die, everything that happened before his death disappeared. Qin Fangtong was stirring up the corpse stuffed with the crematorium. While talking softly. I don't know if it's for the king's body. Still talking to yourself. You are dead and staying. It's just one contaminated corpse after another. From the perspective of the corpse burner, these soldiers' bodies are no different from the corpses of the polluters sent before. You also need to be careful to deal with it. There will also be corpses. It also needs to fight. Rewards can also be drawn. Qin Fangtong's mouth slightly raised. Watching the rewards after rewards that keep refreshing on the system panel. Perhaps it is because it is not polluted. The bags of the 5th grade and the 5th grade are different and burned into ashes. He was only given a reward of free attribute points. Certainly. Qin Fangtong can also choose to buy different exercises as rewards. But of course he wouldn't choose. Bao Budong currently only has 5 to 5 grades of exercises. It seems to be a Buddhist practice. It's pretty average anyway. It didn't catch his eye at all. I thought there would be some surprises in this furnace of corpses. In the end, Qin Fangtong was disappointed. Although the military system also has its own skills. But it's all too templated. It can be said that it can be seen everywhere on the internet. Can't get into his eyes. Then there is nothing to do. All can only be exchanged for free attribute points. Fortunately, these corpses were heavily polluted. A corpse can provide him with 10 free attribute points. Although it is not as good as those black-haired monster corpses. But no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still fleshy. Qin Fangtong looked at the rapidly increasing 100 free attribute points on the panel. I think I should be right. After all, where did so many high-quality corpses come from in this world to burn him? He has to accept low incomes from time to time. Qin Fangtong was not in a hurry to fill in the new batch of corpses. Instead, shoveled out the ashes from the stove one by one. There are 2 shovels of ashes in each urn. Then the body of the new furnace was stuffed in. Don't blame me for being perfunctory. This is already the mechanism for me to balance rewards and personal morality. Qin Fangtong closed the urns filled with ashes. Speaking while. We must strictly follow the above various processes and commands. That day, he could burn more than 30 corpses. If others are naturally lazy. But he can't do it. He has to burn more corpses and get more rewards. Anyway, people die like a lamp extinguished. You can't see behind this. Certainly. If you're really dissatisfied with this, you can also rush out from the ground. Tell me. Qin Fangtong waited for a while. I haven't seen any soul. I didn't hear any dissatisfaction accusations. This satisfied him very much. It seems that everyone has no objection to my workflow. That's all. He started working diligently. Just when he thought he would be safe tonight. It's here at midnight. Accompanied by a strange sound from the crematorium. Something was wrong in the burning corpse room of No. 17. The bright lights instantly turned dark red. It covered everything in this room with a layer of sticky blood. Qin Fangtong's face changed suddenly. Scan the left and right. Then there will be changes that may come at any time. He soon discovered the biggest change. Before that, he needed to resonate with his spirit. It is necessary to blur when black bile is promoted to the extreme. The maintenance department I saw. Maintenance line. Alarm. Workbench. The industrial sign and the rusty red door next to the crematorium were gradually becoming clear. Even if Qin Fangtong did not perform his skills. No spirit resonance. No vibration. Black bile is gradually becoming clear. And there was an extremely clear sound of footsteps. It began to appear behind the rusty red door. It seemed like a person was walking from that side to the burning corpse, and then there would be such a change at midnight at 12 o'clock. Is this the reason why a ban on burning corpses at night is set up? While Qin Fangtong was alert. I can't help but be curious. He slowly walked towards the workbench of some era. Lu's bloodstained work card is still quietly placed in its original position. The dark red bloodstains have penetrated into the workbench. Corrode half of Lu's optimistic face without waiting for Qin Fangtong to observe further. Even touch it. The rusty red door opened after a creaking sound. A person comes out of it. He looked at Qin Fangtong's face with a look of surprise. Who are you? Why in my grave corpse? You are Lu Liguan. Qin Fangtong also looked at the person who came with surprise. He once saw the other party's entry photos in the employee manual. The other party's work card is now placed on the work table in front of him. Therefore, he was able to recognize the other person's identity at a glance. You know me. Lu Liguan was even more surprised. He walked out of the rusty red door. Rusty red door. Slowly closed in a squeaking whirlwind. It is hard not to know Qin Fangtong holding up Lu Liguan's bloodstained work card. Said. My product brand. Lu Liguan exclaimed. Subconsciously touching his chest. There is empty. Nothing. This changed his face again. How so? I always wear a handmade card. Before leaving the door. I also checked it. It's over. I broke the rules on the staff manual. He was trembling with fear. It looks like the sky is about to collapse. Qin Fangtong narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lu Lunar like this. While the other party is not paying attention. Lu Liguan's industrial license was included in the system. In the space. Lu's optimistic state is very strange. It takes great care to contact him. Just when the worker waited to enter the corpse. Several corpses rolled down. Lu Liguan, who had been trembling in the employee, suddenly stopped. Then he slowly stood up from the ground. His face was a little confused. The incombustible and mechanical corpses have come down. Then we must start burning the body as soon as possible. Get started working. With such whispers, he mechanically removed the hook from the wall next to him. Walk towards the entrance of the corpse. You will burn the body, too. Qin Fangtong was shocked. Then his face became serious. There is killing in your eyes. Intent to scroll. He will never allow anyone to compete with him for business. Of course, he is a peace-loving person. If not necessary. Otherwise, you will not want to have bloody conflicts with others. So he tried to persuade Lu Liguan. It's the sure to let the other party turn back. I only saw your work card and employee manual in the funeral home. I haven't seen you myself. No one else has ever mentioned that you are really someone from our funeral home. Although I don't know what happened. But now the corpse burning room on the 17th is my territory. All the corpses here belong to me. I'm afraid none of them can understand. Qin Fangtong's words become faster and faster. The more you say it, the heavier it is. But Lu Liguan seemed to have never heard of it. He was still walking towards the entrance of the corpse. Lu Fangtong could only follow him and talk, while carefully observing his face. Beware of attacks that may come at any time. Official Lu has arrived at the entrance of the corpse. Start dealing with the newly fallen corpse here. Qin Fangtong saw it. I was stunned. Arrived since midnight. After the red light spreads the entire burning corpse like blood. There was a big change in the corpse burning room of No. 17. Qin Fangtong knows this. But his previous attention was focused on the workbench that he could already touch. And Lu Liguan, who walked out of the rusty red door. I did not pay attention to the changes in the entrance. Until this time, he only realized that those who were broken by themselves. Throw your limbs here at will. Prepare the polluter who will burn the next furnace. The body has disappeared. Instead, the corpse that just fell from it. Looking at these corpses, Qin Fangtong's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't know whether she should call these things corpses. Can see that. These are people. They all closed their eyes. Lying quietly in front of the entrance. No heartbeat. No pulse. Wearing a black underground cleanup military uniform. It seems that it is no different from the corpse of the polluter that Qin Fangtong burned before. But in fact, the difference is big. Qin Fangtong did not find any thorn marks on these corpses. These corpses are rosy in their faces. There is no dust or mud on the body. There is no pollution. It seems that it is just a living person who has just fallen asleep. More importantly, Qin Fangtong saw several acquaintances in the corpses. In this corpse, the oldest one is Mr. Zhou, a female specialty teacher at Shanghai Fifth College, whom he met at a hotel dinner today. This is a special school from the same special school in Shanghai and the 5 Academy of Mountains and Seas. Exploring the outdoor guest Chung Qinfangtong opened it. The stream, who was about to use a hook to hook the corpse, rushed to the pile of corpses optimistically. Take away several annoying corpses. Suddenly, originally buried below, all the bodies that were left with half of their faces were exposed to Qin Feng. In front of the child. How so? It's really you, Qin Feng. Tong looked at the corpse in front of him with disbelief. The other party was also wearing a black military uniform of the underground cleaning force, tied with a high ponytail, showing that beautiful and refined face. It was his sister Qin Yuxiao Qin Feng. Tong was completely confused by the scene in front of him. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Illusion? This was the first guess that rose in his heart. Then, he shook the black bile. Let your spirit resonate to the highest state. But everything in front of you still remains unchanged. My sister's body was still quietly placed in front of him. What are you doing? Lu Liguan, who was pulled aside, was a little unhappy. His fierce eyes stared at Qin Fangtong. Appeared in my burning corpse for no reason. Just steal my card. Now it's still hindering my normal work. Who are you? Qin Fangtong's forehead leaped straight with blue veins. He took a deep breath. He slowly stood up from the ground. He faced Lu's optimistic face. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always felt that the other party was in a very strange state. A face is cold and hard. It's like a corpse. Even if you are in anger at this moment, I can't make many vivid expressions. You ask who I am. Then you'll be optimistic. To this point, Qin Fangtong was becoming more and more shocked about the various secrets of the funeral home. So far, he only saw the appearance. There is no way to know the secrets and truths buried deep under this appearance. But even so, it was enough to disturb him. Therefore, he decided to try to extract some information from Lu Liguan in front of him. Qin Fangtong slowly took out the work sign he had also been wearing from under the work clothes. He raised it in front of Lu Liguan and said, I am also a corpse burner at the funeral home. Currently, the 17th burning corpse is my territory. What? How is this possible? Lu Liguan exclaimed. In those pupils that were a little scattered and silent. The rippling emotions are known as shock and disbelief. Watch for you literature for free for the first time. No 17 burning core room? It's obviously my exclusive burning room. I've never seen you. You must be lying to me. Lu Liguan stared at Qin Fong. Ton, you said. The more paranoid you are. The tone is getting heavier and heavier. In the bee's corpse, I don't know where to blow. Blowing wind. The temperature began to drop sharply. Looking at Lu Lunar like this, Qin Fangtong narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Said. You've never seen me. By chance. I haven't seen you myself before today. I have only seen your entry literature from the employee manual given to me by Mr. N. You want to lie to me? Lu Liguan shouted angrily. His hands holding two iron hooks shook slightly. Looking at this guy. More excited. A golden light flashed in Qin Fangtong's eyes. Decided to stimulate him further. Can you ask? In your memory or corpse? Now is the year of God? Of course it was 2016. Otherwise, what else can be done? Lu Liguan seems to be angry and laughed. If you make up a lie, Qin Fangtong didn't say much. Instead, he silently took out his cell phone. After unlocking, put it in front of Lu Liguan's eyes. All Lu Liguan's actions froze. His eyes widened. Staring at Qin Fangtong's cell phone. There is a very obvious year display on the interface. How is this possible in 2025? Lu Liguan took a few steps backwards. All my strength seemed to be exhausted. This shouldn't be done. I've just been in the job for less than half a year. I can recall the memories of every day clearly. Right. It's out of the question. I'm right. This is a new scam. He reconvinced his fierce gaze. It fell on Lu Fangtong again. The double hook in hand is eager to try. That's it. Right? You've taken great pains to deceive me. He even got a cell phone. Although I don't know how you changed the year above. But now none of this matters. Watching Lu Liguan recover from his self-doubt, Qin Fangtong completely lost his patience. He used the phantom magical art. Lu Liguan only felt that there was a lot of effort in front of him. He had already appeared behind Lu Liguan. A hand gently placed on Lu Liguan's shoulder. It was crushed with a light pinch. Lu Liguan right-clicked forward. He kicked Lu into the ground optimistically. One foot on Lu Liguan's back. He suppressed him so much that he could not get up from the ground. Since it doesn't make sense to tell you the truth, then I won't talk about it. From now on. What I asked. What did you answer? Do you understand? Qin Fangtong said coldly. Now let's say all the rules you know about funeral homes. Do you think I will surrender to you? Lu is optimistic. Even if it reaches this point. Still struggling. Tell you. As long as I stop burning the body for a while. The alarm in the corpse will sound automatically. Someone from the security department will come to check the situation. You will surely die at that time. Qin Fangtong picked it up from the ground. The iron hook that just fell out of Lu Liguan's hand. He suddenly stabbed him hard. Lu Liguan pulled his back gently out again. This caused severe pain to Lu Liguan. Now I'm asking you to answer. Not to let you vent your emotions. Can you understand what others say? Qin Fangtong looked at Lu Liguan's two wounds carefully. He could see it clearly, because no blood was pouring out from Lu Liguan's wound. This made him further confirm that Lu Liguan in front of him was probably no longer a normal person. I originally thought that the time and space would be chaotic in the burning corpse at night. Now, the past and the future live together in the same room. It shouldn't look like this now. Such thoughts flashed through Xing Fengtong's heart. Unfortunately, no matter how he pulled the iron hook. Even if you use this iron hook. Lu Liguan clenched his teeth while stirring back and forth in Lu Liguan's body. No sound. It's very hard to show. But such a severe pain. Even if you are shouting hard. I should also be unable to help but let out a sound of pain or two to make him feel like he is very patient. Instead, it seems that I can't feel much pain. Xing Fengtong had another stir. After you pulled out the iron hook from Lu Liguan's body. Then he put it in front of Lu Liguan's eyes. Said. Have you seen the thing hanging on it? This is your heart that has been broken by me. Do you think if you are still a normal person? Then when my heart is crushed by me, how much pain will you feel? Can you still be alive now? But you are still alive now. This further proves my point of view. It's not me who has the problem. But you. You can no longer be considered human. Looking at the heart fragments on the iron hook, Xing Liguan widened his eyes. He almost glared his eyes out of his sockets. His self-awareness as a human. It was completely defeated at this moment. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. It turns out that this is how I have deceived myself for so long. After all, I had to wake up from this dream. Seeing Lu Liguan finally recognize the reality. Xing Fengtong breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping on his back. I also slightly retracted my strength. This is used to show your kindness. Now. You will never despise us so much anymore. Get up. I have many questions to ask you. The employee manual given to me by Mr. In is incomplete. Many of the above rules are missing. You need to do it for me. And this funeral home? The secrets are buried in the museum. There are so many secrets. Do you know something? How did you get into trouble at the beginning? What drastic changes have happened in the funeral home? Do you have any memories now? Xing Fengtong couldn't wait to ask. Lu Liguan has no memories. He still lay on the ground. He murmured some self-destructive words in his mouth. Xing Fengtong frowned. I couldn't help but open my feet completely from Lu Liguan's back. Then grab it with your hands. Lu was optimistic and was completely defeated. Pull the leap from the ground. Okay. The situation is strange. There is no time to collapse. You don't break up here. Answer my question first. Is it okay? Unexpectedly, this catch. Lu is optimistic. That was actually quite solid. The left and left shoulders look like rotten mud. He dumped everything. Look at the meat paste in your left hand. Xing Fengtong's pupils shrank. I was sweating coldly in my heart. The eyeliner quickly moved downward. Lu Liguan, who was originally lying on the ground. I saw Lu Liguan's head turn 180 degrees. Look at it and come to the back of your head. At this moment, the eyes were slowly rising. What the hell is he dependent on this? Xing Fengtong screamed in surprise. I quickly tried to throw away the paste in my hand. But the meat paste seemed to stick to his hands. I can't push it anyway. It collapsed with time. The child will feel ulcerated between his skin and the paste. Start generating connections. This piece of meat paste will become a part of your body. And at this time, Lu Liguan, who was originally lying on the ground. It also completely turned into a meat silk monster. The body begins to swell. A mouth widened enough to swallow Xing Fengtong's head in one mouthful. It's really troublesome. Xing Fengtong used the phantom magic art. He easily escaped from the raid of the meat mud monster. He didn't expect that. After Lu's optimistic self-cognition collapsed. Well, Lu Liguan actually turned into such a monster. No. Maybe the Lu Liguan I met was originally this monster. Now it's just his self-awareness as a human being shattered by me. So the nature of the monster exposed is just the one. Xing Fengtong had already understood the truth in his heart. He wasn't going to waste any more. The innate energy flows in the body. The first time he used the innate steel gas technique. A light sound accompanied by a layer of steel. The passport rose from his body. He soon wrapped his whole body in here. This passport is wrapped in his body. It was easy to shake the meat paste that could not be removed. The meat mud monster turned into a strange life and rushed forward. His body is like plasticine. You can be stretched and kneaded at will. For example, the fist of the meat mud monster has turned into a huge hammer, carrying forward with unimaginable power. I really think I'm afraid of you, Qin Fangtong sneered and did not dodge. Just stood there and took the blow. The meat mud monster turns into a giant hammer's arm. It was directly exploded by the recoil force. Qin Fangtong's innate steel gas passport still stood firm and flashed without flashing. If you encounter a monster, you can't fight it, even fleeing in fear. So why did I practice martial arts for so long? Qin Fangtong sneered. Slide forward and take a photo. The cloud hand is superimposed on the small grave of innate steel. The airwaves roar in the world. The huge palm steel device visible to the naked eye slapped the meat mud monster. Blasted it all over. Scattered all over the place. Qin Fangtong let out a sigh of relief. I have an accurate and clear understanding of the power of the innate steel gas technique. At the same time, I was very satisfied with my original choice. The meat mud monster that was slapped by his palm did not die. The pool of meat paste scattered everywhere is quickly gathering. It seems that it will soon become that meat mud monster again. This is not dead. Qin Fangtong was a little surprised. But I didn't care too much. It's quite awesome. But is this useful? Weak urination is original sin. You can't beat it. I'm just resurrecting 1,000 times. 10,000 times are useless. Qin Fangtong walked slowly forward. When he walked to the meat mud monster, the meat mud monster is almost about to recondensate in form. The meat mud monster's mouth is opened. Make strange steps towards him. But I couldn't help but retreat. Just very soon. Meat paste. The monster found that he could not move a layer of innate steel. The passport covered his whole body. Then his passport began to shrink. With Qin Fangtong's control, the passport shrinks and the smaller it is. The meat mud monster shrouded in it was angry, boxing and hitting the small ground. What effect does it produce? Final. The meat mud monster is in the shrinking innate steel gas shield. It was forced to compress into a meatball with a diameter of about 1 meter. To this point, the meat mud monster can no longer maintain its human form. Then let me see what is extraordinary about the crematorium that was started at midnight. Can you burn your monster to ashes? Qin Fangtong was also covered by a congenital steel gas shield. But this shield is under his control. Soon, it will no longer maintain its original spherical shape. Instead, he turned into a human form and enveloped his body. Form a layer of protection that is invisible to the naked eye. It feels like wearing a protective clothing. But security and sense of security have improved the position of infatuation. With this invisible shield, some of the evil spirits in the burning corpse cannot invade my body. Even if someone takes advantage of my attention, even if I do something against me, I can't break through the shield's defense. Give me a time to react. At the same time, this layer of shield can filter harmful gases such as poison gases. He gently pulled his body with his hands. This invisible shield. Qin Fangtong expressed satisfaction. Then he came to the crematorium. Open the furnace cover. Look inward. I saw that the original bright yellow flame had turned red. A wave of heat hits my face. He couldn't help but take a step back. There are indeed many magical things about burning corpses at night. Qin Fangtong whispered to himself softly. This red crematorium flame. He has seen it before. Just yesterday morning, the young man died. A few black-haired monster corpses were fed with blood and flesh. Those black-haired monster corpses. Therefore, and some strange change happened. No longer aggressive. After being thrown into the crematorium by him, it burns easily. The fat left behind is also very resistant to burns. After touching the fire, this red flame will be emitted to burn other corpses for easier and faster. The grease left by several corpses at that time. It's just a few red flames. It has that kind of power. The crematorium opened at midnight. But it's all full of this red flame. Qin Fangtong his voice. A little expectation in my heart. He wanted to stuff the meatballs transformed by the meat paste monster directly into it. But the narrow furnace mouth could not swallow the 1-meter diameter ball of meat. Then there is nothing to do. Qin Fangtong activated the innate steel gas palm to slash the meatball. Innate steel gas transformed into knife steel and directly cut off part of the meatball. The meatball still wants to resist. But the innate steel gas passport that had just been unfolded was restored to its original state under Qin Fangtong's control. Continue to control it tightly. Can't move. The part of the meat paste that was cut off was also divided into a ball by Qin Fangtong, and it was rolled into a ball. Hold on tight. Then Qin Fangtong controlled the small piece of meatball that was cut down. Sent into the crematorium. The red flames in the crematorium are indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he used his innate steel energy to control the meatball. Passport burned through. The meatballs that were originally controlled inside were instantly liberated. But at the same time, the red flame meatball that greeted him was also the one that was greeted by him. Instantly differentiated into smaller meat paste. The monster wailed in its wide open mouth. It fell into the violent burning of red flames. He wanted to struggle and hit Lu Bai. Want to escape from the crematorium. But he was beaten back by Qin Fangtong again and again. Final. This piece of meat was burned to ashes in the incinerator. Qin Fangtong's system immediately responded. A new notification flashed on the system panel. The reward of the meat mud monster is slightly indestructible and free attribute points. The sacrificial ball sacrificing consideration of the wreckage original sword sees these rewards. Qin Fangtong's eyes are straight, and is he so fierce? No wonder it's so hard to kill him. Rubbing hands and eyes flashed with a longing light. Watch for you literature for free for the first time. This is not dead. Even if it's just a weak indestructive nature. According to the performance of the meat mud monster, it was enough to make Qin Fangtong drool all over the ground. Just choose this one. But you can't choose now. After all, the meat paste monster has not been burned yet. Even if I choose, I can only get incomplete and indestructible rewards. Qin Fangtong was doing it all in one go. Hands up and knife falls. Cut the meat paste monster quickly. Divide it into several pieces. Then use the innate steel gas passport to make meatballs. Then they were stuffed into the crematorium. But it was just like the previous time. Qin Fangtong's innate steel passport was instantly burned through the red flame. Then the meatballs that were originally tightly bound inside. It also began to be burned by red flames. It's just different from last time. This time, Qin Fangtong divided the remaining body of the meat mud monster into. It can pass through the size of the furnace port. Then I sent it in. After these meatballs are free from the control and constraints of the innate steel gas shield. On the one hand, it trembled slightly due to the burning of the red flames. On the one hand, gathered quickly. Soon, he turned into the meat mud monster again in the crematorium. Although part of it has been burned, causing a punch to shrink. But it's still huge. Almost cracked the incinerator. The red flames in the crematorium seem to have spirits. Becoming more and more stingy. The entire crematorium burned red. The meat mud monster almost filled every corner of the crematorium. The body is hard against the red flames. The burning furnace of the body is burned red. The firewall was so hot that it was spasm. Even so, the monster still didn't want to be burned. Chung Hong wanted to break the crematorium and kill it out of it. Do you think you are a monkey with golden eyes burned out? Qin Fangtong sneered repeatedly. Waving your hands repeatedly. Go to the furnace mouth. The innate steel gas constantly turns into palm steel under his fingers. Sword. Steel knife cylinder. These steel weapons attacks constantly bombard the meat mud monsters. Although some of the red flames will be burned away on the road. But it is enough to stop the meat mud monster from time to time. Make the other party unable to escape. The meat mud monster is angry. It surges towards the furnace mouth. Want to fight Qin Fangtong to the death. But in the next moment, Qin Fangtong sucked his head to pieces with one palm. I had to retreat again. That's all. With Qin Fangtong's efforts to maintain, the body of the meat mud monster was finally burned through by the red flames. The so-called immortality. It was a joke at this moment. The charred meat monster kept secreting oil from the burnt, but it further fueled the fire. The red flame-charred pieces of meat cannot be reconnected. Final. The meat mud monster ushered in his wailing defeat. It was burned to ashes in the crematorium. The remaining residue was stolen by Qin Fangtong's system as soon as possible. Looking at the powerful crematorium in front of you, Qin Fangtong couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Even the meat mud monster with a weak immortality is so simple. It was burned to ashes. It can be seen that the power of this crematorium is. This thing was so conspicuous before, but I ignored it. Think about it carefully. These crematoriums that can burn monster corpses. Perhaps it is the most precious thing in the entire funeral home. There are probably truths and secrets that I cannot understand. By the way, my system awakens in front of the crematorium. I have always been rewarded for burning corpses in the crematorium. If I burn the corpse with ordinary flames outside, will that be rewarded? 1,000 thoughts flashed through Qin Fangtong's mind for a moment. But he didn't stay too much because of this. Instead, I opened my own system panel directly. I saw that the weak indestructible rewards that were originally marked on the system panel have become complete. Qin Fangtong was happy in his heart. I chose this reward without hesitation. Suddenly, he only felt the heat flowing in his body. It seems that there are earth-shaking changes. But carefully sense. But no major changes were found. When this heat wanes, Qin Fangtong could feel that his blood and energy had improved for a period of time. Now he, just by blood and energy, already matched the immortal reward for the 6th level warrior. It did not transform my body structure. It's more like adding indestructibleness to my basic attributes. The only obvious change. It improves my physical fitness in blood. Qin Fangtong has some understanding in her heart. In the closed tomb corpse at this time, suddenly, the sound of joint twisting came. Qin Fangtong suddenly turned around. Look in the direction where the sound comes. I saw the corpses at the entrance. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes in his direction. It seems that their fingers and muscles were twisting. It seems like I want to gain the ability to move. I also seem to want to say something. Qin Fangtong looked at these corpses. His face turned bad. I was just fighting with Lu Luguan. All forgot about these things. According to Lu Luguan's sense of, I saw a small door that was near red. The crematorium was started at midnight to burn these corpses. Although I don't know what happened to that meat mud monster. But it seems that he is still doing things in a fixed pattern of behavior. He still maintains his optimistic self-awareness as a corpse burner. And in this self-awareness, if he hadn't burned these corpses for a while, then the alarm in the burning corpse will sound automatically. At that time, people from the security department will come to check the situation. Security department. I have never met anyone from this department. However, judging by Lu Luguan's reaction at that time, he was quite afraid of this department. I'm afraid it's not the beauty of kindness. Qin Fangtong looked towards the alarm. I saw an alarm that was originally like a decorative object. It actually began to flash with urgency. This is on the alarm. I'll start burning the bodies as soon as possible. Qin Fangtong's forehead hopped gently. Realizing the urgency of time, he walked quickly to the dip viewpoint. Of course, I saw my sister Qin Yuxiao's open eyes. The two girls looked at each other. Each of them had some complexity in their eyes. My sister Qin Yuxiao's eyes are quite complicated. There seems to be thousands of words hidden in it. I would tell him that Qin Fangtong's actions were paused because of this. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and pointed out the Qin people. The night I found my sister Qin Yuxiao soon. Looking at Qin Yuxiao and Qin Fangtong wearing black underground cleaning troops in front of her, she chose to call the phone. After a while, the phone was connected. My sister Qin Yuxiao made a loud voice from the opposite side. Hello? Elder brother. Is there anything wrong? It sounds like he's asleep. Suddenly woke up by the phone ringtone. So the reaction is a bit slow. The tone was also a little vague. But he is indeed Qin Yuxiao. That's right. It's indeed his sister. At this point, Qin Fangtong can still recognize it. Nothing. Just put your phone in your pocket. Forgot to lock the screen. The screen rubs against the fabric. I made it out for some reason. This phone number. Qin Fangtong made an excuse casually. Perfunctory. Then he hung up the phone. He put his cell phone back in his pocket. Then he looked up again and looked at Qin Yuxiao in front of him. This is still not enough time to allow these corpses to gain the ability to move. They can't speak, either. But from the eyes of these corpses, Qin Fangtong could feel an intersection. They seemed anxious to say something. It seems that these corpses are indeed very different from those before. At least these corpses seem to have quite good wisdom. Qin Fangtong's face gradually became solemn. Because with the passage of time, he heard the faint heartbeat coming from the bodies of these corpses and the sound of blood regaining flow. Reach out and touch it. He can also feel the body temperature of people and the activity of this body's skin on the surface of these corpses. You don't look like corpses. And it's like a human being gradually moving towards resurrection. Qin Fangtong's face was quite solemn. This is the first time he burns a body at night. It was the first time I encountered such a thing. No useful information was transmitted from Lu Leguan. I can't figure out what's going on. I just know I haven't been long. Qin Fangtong looked at the sirens. The red lights are flashing faster and faster there. It may sound at any time. Take a deep breath of the alarm. Qin Fangtong once again met the body of his sister Qin Yuxiao, who was lying there. This time he did not hesitate anymore. Although I don't know what happened. But this is the ultimate I can do. He waved his hand. The body of my sister Qin Yuxiao disappeared. He directly put it into the system. There is no oxygen in the system space. In theory, it should not be taken into the living thing. Unless the other party is Qin Fangtong's enemy. But this time the system did not pop up. Qin Fangtong took a look into the system space. I saw that my sister Qin Yuxiao's body had closed her eyes again. The heartbeat that had recovered. Pulse. The physiological characteristics of human body such as blood are gradually recovering. Calm and dead silence. I hope you can survive. Qin Fangtong talked to himself in his heart. Without knowing what this is going on. This was the best solution he could think of. Certainly. If Qin Yuxiao is released in the future. If you find this guy dead. Then he has no choice. That would mean death. Everything is over. I don't have to worry about it. Qin Fangtong comforted himself in his heart. Then start to quickly move. He walked through Teacher Zhou's armpit with both hands. Take this female teacher quickly to the crematorium. Teacher Zhou's qi and blood were slightly swelling. Obviously. He is ready to resist. This is also the reason why Qin Fangtong chose to deal with him first. Although Teacher Zhou treats him very well during the day, he is also very grateful. But the other party is a 7th grade person after all. Qin Fangtong has never fought with an enemy of this level. I don't know if I can beat it. If you just let Teacher Zhou restore his ability to move. If the other party is the same as Teacher Zhou I met during the day. Very kind to him. Then naturally everything is fine. But if he bet wrong. The other party is extremely vicious and takes his life. Then he will be really miserable. I can't say I have to fight to the death. Therefore, Qin Fangtong had to take advantage of the fact that Teacher Zhou could not recover his ability to move. Just solve him. This process went smoothly. Teacher Zhou was successfully thrown into the crematorium by him. Since there has not been much ability to move. So Teacher Zhou was burned to ashes without struggling for a few times. Don't blame me, Teacher Zhou, for the situation is so weird. And it's not necessarily you. If Fangtong takes a deep breath. Turn your head and look at the siren. But I saw the alarm that was originally flashing red light violently. At this moment, calm has returned to the point. It seems like it is just a decoration placed on the wall. Qin Fangtong looked at his system panel again. I saw that Teacher Zhou's reward had already been dropped. In the future, all methods will not infringe on the full set of free attribute points of the 5 Academy of Shanghai. Memory ball wreckage. What is this? All laws are not invaded. This comment is a bit attractive. Qin Fangtong muttered and clicked. Check out the detailed introduction of future Tai. Just took a look. A strong sense of absurdity and a small sense of guilt came out of his heart. Only then did he know what he burned. The teacher Zhou he burned was indeed teacher Zhou himself. It's just not the current teacher Zhou, but the future teacher Zhou. What is this? Qin Fangtong feels so ridiculous. It seems like teacher Zhou took the students from the special courses to the underground in the future. But I came to me. It turned into the corpse that Leola officials were going to burn. There is such a strong connection between underground and funeral homes. Qin Fangtong hesitated and struggled for a long time. Finally, before the students in other specialist classes are about to recover their ability to move, he ended his tangle. They stuffed all of these people into the crematorium one by one, watching them burn to ashes by the red flames. Feel sorry? Don't blame me. After all, some things start. It's impossible to look back. Qin Fangtong said softly. These students from the special science classes all saw him taking it away with their eyes open. The scene of Qin Yuxiao stuffing teacher Zhou into the crematorium and burning it. Even if you don't know this, what will happen if people recover their ability to move at this point in the future? He couldn't let these guys leave alive. Only dead people can keep secrets. As the bodies of the TKB were burned, the burning corpse is also changing. Sticky. The blood-like red light began to fade. Maintenance line work. The terrace and the red tiny doors are gradually becoming illusory. Seeing this, Qin Fangtong's face changed. Is it a change at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night? Everything is just to make Lu Lubuan burn? The bodies of teacher Zhou and others. One of his eyes looked at the rust. The red door's expression was quite entangled. Lu Lubuan is the rust that comes out of it. The red door was not closed tightly. Through the crack of the door, you can see the absolute darkness inside. This boy could feel the threat and threats coming from his shadow. This made him temporarily suppress the desire and curiosity in his heart. There is no choice to explore. Instead, I silently waited for everything to settle. My strength is still insufficient. Don't explore these secrets for the time being. All was left for you, but he finally showed the power to determine the body of others. Now his ears were broken before his limbs. The body of the polluted person entering the corpse's mouth will eventually appear again. Now they were surging alone on the ground. It has already left the area of the inlet. The inlet that lost its blockage. A new corpse fell out of it again. Qin Fangtong thought it would end here. But he was already seeing the scriptures with different ghosts. It made his spirit tense again. Because I noticed the source of this peeping feeling. It was exactly the direction of the red door of the blood sniffing before. How is this possible? Should everything be over? The square-shaped child was shocked. He stopped, originally going to deal with the corpses of the polluters. Turning around toward the rusty red door. Look! A rusty red door that flashed from the corner of his eye was captured. I saw the strange slit that was less than a finger wide. A little bit of the cluster opened. It seemed that a pair of red eyes flashed away. However, when Qin Fangtong looks closely, there is only the usual corners there. Where is there a rust red door? Not to mention the eyes behind the door. I definitely read it right now. Qin Fangtong's face looked ugly. His eyes quickly swept through the burning corpse. Carefully investigate the inexplicable source of the feeling. Finally, he discovered something. The light bulb above the head has not completely changed back to the original incandescent lamp. The lights of ordinary incandescent lamps are still mixed with a small layer of thin blood-colored corpse flames in the corpse furnace. There were a few red flames jumping in the seemingly ordinary yellow flames. The 12 o'clock midnight abnormality did not disappear completely. Still some strength remains, covering this burning corpse room. Why is that? Qin Fangtong thought of the answer almost instantly. Qin Yuxiao. I did not burn all the bodies from the future. My sister Qin Yuxiao's body was taken into the system space. It seems that this is not completely hidden from the abnormality in the burning corpse. Qin Fangtong stood there and waited for a while. No further changes occurred in the burning corpse. Seeing that the wall of the burning furnace that was burned by the empty furnace was burned red. It will be burned like last time. He finally moved. The corpse that was surging with stone tools on the ground was stuffed into it. The crematorium was filled with. Then, the corpses that were about to recover their ability to move were cut off. Then move it away. Let it fall from the mouth of the corpse. More corpses counted. There are almost 10 of them later. He took the hand that had been broken off from a corpse. Close to the corpse mouth. This will be the next round of corpses. These corpses were naturally broken by Qin Fangtong. Then he went back to the crematorium to check it out. I saw that with the help of the red flame. The stone corpses stuffed in the crematorium were burned to ashes at an extremely fast speed. The speed of burning corpses has been greatly accelerated. It was also a blessing in disguise. Qin Ziton let out a sigh of relief. Turn around slowly. In the direction of the rusty red door. Begin to shake my black bile. Improve your mental power. Really? The rust that disappeared before under the observation of the naked eye. Red small door workbench. The maintenance line and other things appeared in his eyes again. It's just different from the first time I saw it. These things now have a sense of vagueness. Not that illusory. It seems like you can touch it with your hand. Looking at the fan as I had seen before. Not only wasn't closed. Instead, a little rusty red door was opened. The Qin corpse child spit out a breath of turbid air. Sure enough, all this is not over yet. He slowly walked towards the rusty red door. Soon, I arrived in front of the rusty red small door. Arrived here. He seemed to be able to smell the rust. A pair of hands stretched towards the rusty red door. Soon he touched the body. Although there is a feeling of discomfort and illusion. But Qin Fangtong was sure that he had indeed touched the body. Qin Fangtong quickly withdrew his hands as if frightened. Then looked down. I saw that my index finger was stained with something like rust. Certainly. Now Qin Fangtong's whole body is wrapped in innate steel gas. Actually, these things are like rust. Not attached to his hands. Instead, rub it gently with your hands on the innate steel gas shield attached to his fingers. These things are rolled into pieces. The red powder slowly spreads in. Disappeared in the air. But it doesn't look like rust. At least it's not just rust. Qin Fangtong looked at the rusty red door in front of him. Very solemn. His heart beats like a drum. For some reason. I felt a little nervous. Never mind. No matter what. Let's explore again later. Qin Fangtong stretched out his hand. Grab the rusty handle. After grabbing. We must completely close this blood-red door. But just the moment the door was about to close completely. A huge force suddenly came from the other side of the door. I wanted to open this rusty red door suddenly. How could I think of the things inside? Qin Fangtong was startled. Then quickly reacted. The whole body is full of blood and blood. Begin breaking with the thing behind the door. Want to force the blood-red door to close. The other party is very strong. But Qin Fangtong's body is comparable to the 6th grade. The qi and blood of those who do not have it is not covered. With his strength. Not only is the whole body hot. Even the mucus and blood in the body began to boil. Although the star map burned on the bones of the whole body is dim. But it was also glowing at this time. Qin Fangtong's strength has increased dramatically. But the red tiny door was completely closed. It's not far away. This small rusty red door. Under the breaking of the two. Thrilling. It emits a burst of sour wine. It seems to be deformed and broken at any time. The door trembled violently. The rust that was originally attached to it was also collapsed. Splashing around. Then it turned into a red scent after a while. Dissipated into the air and disappeared. Qin Fangtong could keenly detect it. With the collapse and disappearance of these rusts, the hazy blood color in the incandescent lamp above my head became a little more intense. The sound of Thyro La was made from the crematorium. Those polluting corpses. The struggle began to weaken rapidly. Until it finally turned into dead silence. This door alone. The rust above can have such a big impact. Increase the abnormality in the burning corpse. Qin Fangtong's eyelids twitched. In my heart, the red door and the existence behind the door became more and more alert. Never let this ghost come out and close it for me. He let out a low growl from his mouth. The body seemed to be overturned by the sun god furnace emitted a boiling heat. The cold wind blowing out from the crack of the door emitted from the naked eye, and the red blood that was visible to the naked eye was emitted from his collar. Swelling muscles. The opportunity to support the workpiece is cracked. His bones are glowing. There was a brilliant starlight overflowing from his blood. Moisturizes the internal organs and the flesh and blood of the body. Finally, it penetrated from his pores. Contact the mysterious star map on his body. The star map flows. Qin Fangtong only feels that his whole body strength has increased exponentially. This thing is like a euro. Every turn can bring him a huge bonus of power. The star map turns to the end. I'm afraid it can have the power to collapse the sky and the earth. Qin Fangtong had this feeling in his heart. When the star map turns to the existence behind the third circle of the door. Finally, he failed desperately. Showing the red door slams. After closing, Qin Fangtong almost pulled the door handle down. He took a few steps and shook his hand. Relieve the shock force. Then he looked down at the star map flowing on his body. With the end of force, the star map on his body also slowly turned into starlight and disappeared. His body has returned to normal endocrine brittle body method. It seems that there are still many secrets and potentials to be explored. Qin Fangtong seemed to be thinking. At this time, the incinerator began to make a sound of abnormal sound. Turning around and looking, it turned out to be the corpse inside. After burning, it turned into an empty furnace and turned into a fire to open the incinerator wall. Now the wall of the crematorium has been burned red. Maybe when it will crack. Or turn into hot molten iron. Oops. Almost forgot this one. I don't want to deal with people in the maintenance department anymore. Qin Fangtong used the phantom magic art. Almost instantly, he arrived at the corpse-soaked mouth. In less than 3 seconds, the stone corpse filled the crematorium again. He broke his hands and feet again by breaking his hands and feet from the stone corpse that fell from the corpse hole. After, Qin Fangtong returned to the crematorium and looked inside. I saw that under the force of the red flame, the corpse of the polluter, which was originally wriggling randomly, was burned into ashes at the fastest speed. This is too fast. He couldn't help but blame his words for burning copper. He looked up at the light bulb above his head. The faint red light remains. The red flames in the crematorium were still fierce. It seems that there is no abnormality in the burning corpse. He disappeared because he closed the rusty red door. That's fine. At least the speed of burning corpses has been greatly accelerated. I was able to harvest at a faster rate. Go to Fangtong whispered softly. Until this time, he was finally able to rest. Take a look at the body of the polluter. There's nothing to say. He changed them all to points. At this time, his total freedom attribute tree has been broken through again. The column of endocrine citrus body method has been broken by 500. The plus sign afterward reappears again. This means that he can perform the next level of practice through adding points. Practice. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate. Directly selected deduction. Accompanied by free attribute points. Return to single digits. His endocrine brittle body method. The next stage of practice was finally deduced into green bile. Then Qin Fangtong looked at other rewards. He has not received the reward for burning teacher Zhou's future body. Not to mention the rewards from other specialist students. Without exception, these rewards are still guarding future Tai. And you can stack so many future titanium rewards and superimpose them together. I won't bring me the future on the spot. Qin Fangtong was a little ready to move. Without hesitation, he received most of the future titanium reward. Only one male student's future is left behind. Titanium rewards were not received. Soon, a feeling of coldness and heat began to appear inside him. Qin Fangtong suddenly felt like he was head-heavy. The land under my feet seemed to have turned into noodles. Some are unstable. A fragmented picture appeared in front of him. The funeral home that was on fire was beaten to death. Finally appeared in front of me. One monk after another who was stuttering on his head. The brightly lit underground entrance at night. The special professional class member with a good face is Qin Fangtong's current mental power. I actually felt dizzy. Fortunately, this change ended soon. What I just saw are some clips of the future. The funeral home in the future will be invaded by a bunch of bald heads and invaded. It seems that there are still those funeral children thinking about it. Unfortunately, this skill cannot be activated casually when you see the future. The key is more and more related to yourself. The more cause and effect. Forced to see. I'm afraid that his body of chi and blood will be drained. It will damage your potential and lifespan. It seems like there should be some time left. Then let's put it aside for now. Qin Fangtong already knew that this future titanium ability was invincible when it was attacked. He can transform himself into a future peptide. Steel part. In the future, your strength will become stronger. It can also be able to escape from the current time and space in a rather strange way. He is in that state. It can be said that all laws do not invade the enemy. Unless the same means are. Otherwise, he wouldn't be beaten at all. But he can kill his enemies at will. It's indeed amazing enough. More importantly, this state can also be collected by stacking. Qin Fangtong's face changed when he looked at the crematorium. He has only received more than 20 people's future peptides so powerful. If the corpses burned every night. If you rush to burn these future corpses every day. Then what level can he reach in the future? Even he dared not think about it himself. Qin Fangtong is excited. But I heard another sound from the crematorium. Looking up. It turned out that the 10 bodies stuffed in before were burned out again. I'll do it. The first time I met your thirsty crematorium. Qin Fangtong quickly took action. 10 more bodies were stuffed. Then, all the corpse that had just fallen out of the entrance was broken. The efficiency of the crematorium has become quite high. Qin Fangtong has never been so busy. Fortunately, the harvest is also great when the late afternoon time comes. Manager's son informed everyone in the group. You can have lunch after get off work for a while. Qin Fangtong's free attribute point has regained everything. He beat his demon. Looking at the burning furnace that was so hot that it was in front of me. His eyes have changed completely. It was a look of seeing a baby. Good baby face. I'll have a midnight snack first. Let's fight you all night again. When the bodies in the stove were burned out, he closed the crematorium. The flames in the crematorium. Unwilling to go out. But a red light still stayed in the furnace. Qin Fangtong has no intention of finding the root cause. Turn off the light switch in the incineration room by yourself. Then I'm ready to go out. As a result, the burning corpse did not go completely dark. There is also a red light remaining in the direction where the incandescent lamp is located. These 2 red lights are not enough to illuminate the entire burning corpse. Instead, it brought a strange atmosphere. Qin Fangtong chose to ignore the iron gate of the burning corpse. Turn around and walk towards the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, others have eaten in it. It's been a while. Qin Fangtong scanned it casually. I found that 2 new people and 1 old man unfortunately died. The rest of the people looked a little embarrassed. Haiba even complained loudly in public that he shouldn't have burned the body at night. Qin Fangtong rolled his eyes at this. After some meals, start filling your stomach. He originally wanted to test whether the same changes occurred at midnight in the world as him. I don't know what happened. Everyone else feels nervous. I can't communicate well with him at all. Go over and contact him rashly. Even the nerves will roar. The only thing that was calmer was Mr. N. As a result, this old guy looked like an old god. No positive answer at all. Qin Fangtong's test. On the contrary, I was very interested in what happened in Qin Fangtong's No. 17 burning world. One was asking. Qin Fangtong rolled his eyes. Ignore this old guy. He could see that. Mr. N is actually very interested in what he said. Want to know. But I don't want to give the same amount of information to exchange. Whether you really don't know or the old fox. Don't want to say it. I treat everyone equally. Qin Fangtong decided to hang this old guy. Do you really treat him as a young man without any scheming? Late night snack time is over soon. Manager's son urged everyone to go back to work as soon as possible. It's so late. He is still staying up late. It can be regarded as accompanying everyone to fight until the last moment. For this kind of nonsense, Haiba and others naturally made another verbal criticism. Qin Fangtong was not moved by this. I hurriedly returned to everything I had. The emotions are still bright. During this period when popularity is gone, the atmosphere in the world became even more strange. He also removed his chin from his limbs that were led by Qin Fangtong. Polluters who can only keep surging on the ground. The movements of the corpse. The atmosphere is even more weird. The next moment, the lights light up again and the bright light dispels the darkness. It also exposed everything in the burning corpse to Qin Fangtong. Although the strange atmosphere is still there, but it is no longer as strong as before. Qin Fangtong closed the iron door again. Reopened the crematorium. He started his own great cause of burning corpses again. That's all. He finished his first night shift. This night, the crematorium is getting stronger and stronger. The corpse that was constantly thrown into it. It seems that this crematorium has also been upgraded to a certain extent. The speed of burning corpses is higher. Qin Fangtong didn't have much time to check the rewards. He kept moving the bodies back and forth and threw them into the crematorium. Only in this way can we catch up with the crematorium. The speed at which the corpse is swallowed. This night, he couldn't remember how many corpses he had burned. I only remember the dead in the battle behind wearing black underground cleaning troops costumes. The corpses no longer falling down. These corpses are also wearing black clothes. They are all bald. There is also a ring scar on my head. Besides, it's just that these corpses are not normal when they are alive. Not missing arms and legs. There are large scars on your body. Some are scalds. Some are wounds of swords and axes. Some are burns. Is this the induction ceremony of a certain sect? Qin Fangtong guessed in her heart. Looking at these corpses. Before his eyes, the future scene of the funeral home being broken was once again revealed. But this time more useful information is revealed in the picture. The hall used to store corpses. The black statue of Buddha is carved on the four walls. The monk in black, half of his face full of scars, walked into the hall. Facing the black Buddha statue buckleboard. Then the Buddha statue's belly is turned on. The Buddha's layer inside revealed the hollowness. Something is quietly placed inside. The future picture ends here abruptly. It seems that the Buddhist forces that will break through the funeral home in the future. It is these guys who provide the same side to carry the corpses of these monks. While thinking in my heart, they actually broke through the blockade with the previous one. Forced into the underground. In the end, the mysterious forces that were wiped out were all in the same group. I remember that Zhong Wubo just called in the toilet. Notified a certain force. Do things quickly. Then he used the demon subduing pestle with me. It turned out to be almost evening. The group of people started. It's true that there is nothing to do with it. Qin Fangtong absolutely does not believe it. So what's going on with this group of forces? If it really is based on the underground, don't try to explore. Then he fought hard with the people from the underground cleaning troops. Why did he go to the funeral home again? It is the funeral home that attacks the funeral home again. Is there anything they care so much about? And the black Buddha statue. I seem to have seen it somewhere. It should be in the funeral home. Qin Fangtong frowned tightly. With the melodious bell ringing, the sound of footsteps began to come outside the burning corpse. Soon, there was a knock on the door and a clear boy in the corpse burning room of No. 17. Hello? I'm responsible for taking over the day shift. Your working hours are over. Are you still alive? After that, Qin Fangtong threw the body in his hand into the crematorium in a daze. Confirm the new furnace. After the corpse has filled the crematorium. Then the crematorium was closed. He raised his watch and looked at it. Time is indeed. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. It's almost the normal daytime work time. Why does time pass so quickly? Qin Fangtong scratched his head. Some reluctant moves. Walked to the iron gate. Don't urge it to death. He opened the door. The sunlight outside the door shone in instantly. He was the burner who worked all night in a row. subconsciously blocking his hand in front of him. You are still alive. Responsible for the burning of the corpse on Note 17. The indirect work is a young man who looks 27 or 8 years old. At this moment, he was staring at Qin Fangtong with some vigilance. Otherwise, Qin Fangtong was speechless. Will the dead person come to open the door for you? Feel sorry. The young man scratched his head. A little apology appeared on his face. Said, you know, too. It is common for us to wake up and die. Even we ourselves cannot assert that we will definitely be able to be on duty alive. I can't hear it after knocking on the door for so long. It is normal for you to respond to doubts. Qin Fangtong nodded to express his understanding. Then open the iron door completely. Let the other party see everything inside clearly. The other party then took off his guard. He apologized to Qin Fangtong even more sincerely. All right. Okay, don't waste time. Go to work quickly. Kindly remind you. My corpse burning furnace in the No. 17 burns the body. But very soon. You'd better keep replenishing the corpse inside. Otherwise, the crematorium may burn itself through. Then you will have to trouble the maintenance department. Qin Fangtong walked out of the burning corpse slowly. The burning corpse behind him was completely closed. The young man just started his own work. Qin Fangtong stood in the open space, looking up at the horizon. The rising sun blinked quickly. Swing your head. This will restore your mind to agility. Logically speaking, I didn't have a rest all day and night yesterday. It should be very tired. But now I'm not only not tired, still very energetic. What's going on? Even if I go back in this state, it seems that I can't sleep in the dormitory. He scratched his head. A difficult plan. Let's go to the cafeteria to fill your stomach first. Here. He met Haiba and others again. One night. The night shift is over. The corpse burners in the local funeral home in Changgol City were killed and injured. Everyone was filled with anger. Then, guided by anger or fear, started to go crazy in group chat. 8 Village Supervisor. If you want, let the other party stop working night shifts. Or transfer them to day shift. Unfortunately, Manager's son pretends to be dead. No response was made. Not with that guy's personality. I really want to be beaten by my subordinates so close to each other. Even if it is to maintain the majesty of your superiors. It is impossible not to respond. This is the result. There is only one explanation. Sun Weitong did not see this information. This guy probably went back to bed in the second half of the night last night. Pull the corner of your mouth. Qin Fangtong sat opposite Mr. N with a plate of breakfast. It's very magical. Everyone else suffered heavy losses. Even old employees have died. But the 3 new apprentices taken by Mr. N are all very good at it. Now. They all sat next to Mr. N. This slow breakfast. Mr. N saw. Qin Fangtong comes here. The iconic old fox appeared on his face. What about Xiao Qin? You're not kind. It started yesterday. Specially to attract my old man's appetite. Yes or no? Today you have to finish your story. Otherwise, old man, I won't let you go. Qin Fangtong looked at Mr. N's thin feet. But there is. For example, a hydraulic press-like palm. Hold your wrist tightly. That looked like I was afraid that I would run away. Said helplessly. I'm a wish after all. I don't know what to encounter in many things. Strange things are naturally coming to you. Such an old senior tells. Let you give me a clear way. But I can't believe your old man's previous performance. Let's do this. Let's exchange information. Tell me something I'm interested in. I'll say something you're interested in. This is fair to both of us. What do you think? Mr. An's turbid gaze. Keep a close eye on Qin Fangtong's smiling face. Finally nodded and said. For the sake of sincerity. I can say first. I just don't know which aspect you are more interested in. This is what Qin Fangtong asked. Qin Fangtong didn't ask a question immediately. Instead, he looked at the 3 apprentices sitting next to Mr. In. It means there are outsiders. It is not convenient for the audience to talk about important things. Mr. In sat firmly as a mountain. Nothing bad. They are not outsiders. Qin Fangtong nodded. Speak to know. He thought for a moment. Asked. I want to know. It is at 12 o'clock in the evening. Have you noticed something wrong? He could have asked the funeral home staff code. You can also ask about the incidents that occurred in the funeral home that year. But in the end he chose this question. Mr. In looked at Qin Fangtong meaningfully and said, do you know why the funeral home once strictly prohibited the burning of corpses at night in the corpse palace? Of course I don't know. Qin Fangtong urged. Don't keep it a secret. Say it quickly. Mr. An's 3 apprentices also cast curious eyes. Because funeral homes are not just as simple as we see so far. After Mr. In squirted his mouth. Lower the sound. Said. It belongs to us during the day. It's with other people at night. They also have their jobs to do. Funeral homes that prohibit us from burning bodies at night. It's just to prevent us from interfering with their work. Qin Fangtong's face changed a little. He recalled everything last night. Is all this actually within the framework of the funeral home? There are more and more secrets in this funeral home. I just don't know what level to upgrade to know these secrets. Kai Weiton, that waste, seems to know nothing about it. The news from Mr. In. Qin Fangtong was surprised to hold back the unknown. Now it seems that the secrets of the funeral home are more than he thought. The water on this beach is getting muddy. Have you ever seen those night workers? Qin Fangtong asked Dawan. The old man looked up at him. Lift the bowl. Take a sip of rice soup. Then he spoke. No, Qin Fangtong is boldly surprised. Otherwise? Mr. In said funnily. If I've seen it. Are you still going to make a deal with you here? But last night Qin Fangtong frowned. I was puzzled. Logically speaking. Last night at 12 o'clock. It is the time when those night workers come out to play. The funeral home has opened night shifts for a long time. At that time, Mr. In should have been working in his corpse burning room. We should have met night shift workers like Lu Leguan. But now Mr. In said. He didn't see what was going on. Is there only the 17th corpse that looks good in the red? Only grave no, 17? There will be night shifts like Lu Leguan in the world. Do workers come out to do things after midnight? Why is that? Grave no, 17? Is there anything special about the world? Qin Fangtong was filled with questions after questions in his mind. Old Master Manon seemed to guess what Qin Fangtong was going to say. At this moment, he was staring at him with bright eyes. Qin Fangtong quickly stopped the sound. He forced himself to swallow the words he almost blurted out. Change the topic. Haven't you answered my question yet? Did you find anything wrong last night? Mr. In was a little disappointed. But he responded obediently. What is yo? Qin Fangtong asked in a moment of spirit. Mr. In slowly took off the bong from his belt. Start. Fill in the tobacco pot. Until after dutifully taking a breath of cigarette. He answered Qin Fangtong's question. After 12 o'clock in the evening, I noticed the grave. Some changes have taken place in the world. He frowned. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. That feeling is hard to explain. It's like a familiar grave. There is another space in the world. Someone is active inside. Doing his own thing. I can feel something that is not very harmonious. I even heard some other person's voice occasionally. But I can't figure out what's going on. The source of the exception cannot even be found. Qin Fangtong listened to these words. Brow. The veins wrinkle. This shouldn't be. Embroidery. Red door. Maintenance lines and other things. Although it cannot be observed through normal means on weekdays, it is necessary to resonate the spirit and qi in blood to an extremely high level. But at 12 o'clock in the evening, after the change began, the red door of Shanqiu opened. It shouldn't be seen with the naked eye alone. Can you even touch those things? Why is it different from me? Qin Fangtong's eyes turned to the 3 apprentices of Mr. In. Ask them about their feelings and experiences. What the three apprentices said. It's very similar to Mr. N. With Qin Fengtong's current cultivation level. Want to make sure they are lying. It can still be done simply. So he knew that none of the three were lying. What they said is indeed what they experienced. In fact, my experience is the most abnormal one. Is there anything unusual in the world? Or is the problem actually lies with me? Qin Fengtong frowned. At present, he has too few clues. The so-called truth is hidden behind layers of fog. It made him unable to see it clearly. All right. Old man. I've answered your question. It's time for me to ask a question next. Mr. N knocked a cigarette pot on the edge of the dining table. Then he stared at Qin Fengtong with bright eyes and asked, "What did you see last night?" Qin Fengtong realized that Mr. N was not easy to deceive the old fox. I'm afraid I've guessed something from the previous conversations and questions. Fortunately, he never thought about cheating on the other party. Some things are said openly. There will be no problem. He can even determine certain things through Mr. An's reaction. I met Lu Leguan. So he opened his mouth and said, "What old man?" and suddenly widened his eyes. The old eyes approached with a look of surprise. His reaction was even greater than Qin Fengtong expected. What is going on? Xiao Lu. Didn't he be killed long ago? Mr. N asked in a hurry. What happened last night? I'll say it without missing a word. It turned out that the real Lu Leguan had already died. After confirming the news of Lu Leguan's death, Qin Fengtong suddenly said in his heart. He said without further delay. I don't know what's going on. I only know that after midnight comes. Some strange changes occurred in the burning corpse. Lu Leguan suddenly appeared from the darkness. Since I've seen his pictures, so I can recognize him. He didn't know that he was dead. I don't even know what year it will be. I thought I had just joined the job. A corpse burner in less than half a year. I thought it was 16 years now. Then it fell out from the entrance. Several special corpses. Lu Leguan started working. He threw all the bodies into the crematorium and burned them. He told me. This is his job. The truest lies in this world. It's Jizen's family. Qin Fengtong talked happily. Suppressing your heartbeat and mental fluctuations. Even the most energetic instrument. I would only think that what he is telling the truth at this moment. Although Mr. N has secrets and strength. But it was not as good as seeing through Qin Fengtong. He looked like he suddenly realized. Murmuring to myself. So that's it. How to say it? What else do you know? Qin Fengtong asked. Dawan. The old man doesn't want to say more. This is not something you can know at the moment. After saying this, he took his 3 apprentices away. Looking at the 4 people leaving, Qin Fengtong drank expressionlessly. You just lowered your grudge with that old guy. What about the things that are so dark? After inquiring, nothing. Qin Fengtong glanced at Heibai. The sight seemed to be frightened. Eason quickly looked at the grave's face. Just this glance. Before his eyes, the black and black 8-way picture of the black and black are emerging. He obviously died in the chaos of the monks attacking the funeral home. And the Noah 17 burning prisoner, who was stabbed to death by his apprentice, came to take over the shift. Qin Fengtong's young man is working diligently. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. Just threw a corpse into the crematorium. Looking at the burning burner of flames, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes were filled with fear and incomprehension. How so? How could this burning corpse be burned? So efficient. And you're in my previous experience is useless. This feeling is not that I am using a crematorium. Instead, it is the main thing. I became a slave who kept feeding the crematorium. This thing is not alive, right? The young man had a saliva test. I just feel that my throat is extremely dry. This can't continue. This thing threatens a submissive word. I'm going to die here sooner or later. The young man gritted his teeth. He made up his mind. Next, he will not throw the body into the crematorium. The through holes that allow the furnace wall of the crematorium to be burned. Finally, it burned directly after a loud bang. This should be almost done. Whether it is repairing the crematorium or just change to a new one, all of them can let me fish for a while. You can also wash away the crematorium. The original bloody young man closed the crematorium, looking at this big thing that has been deliberately broken by me. A hint of gratitude appeared on his face. By the way, what should I do after the crematorium is damaged? It seems like I'm going to find someone from the maintenance department to come over to repair it. Submitted to the maintenance department for evaluation. It's really impossible to repair. Will continue to report? Then change to a new maintenance department. How to contact the maintenance department? The young man glanced around and looked at him and began to search in the burning corpse. Soon, he saw the repair line hanging on the wall. It's indeed here. So, there is no error in my memory and cognition. After the burning furnace was destroyed, it's indeed someone who wants to find a maintenance department. A smile appeared on his face. Walk quickly to the landline. He raised his hand and took off the microphone. The landline is automatically allocated to the maintenance department. Soon the phone was connected to the maintenance department on the other end of the phone. The customer service specialist described the problems he encountered. The other party's reaction was also very calm and cold. Okay. The corpse burning room No. 17, right? You wait a moment. A dedicated maintenance staff will come to help you repair the crematorium. Remember to open the door to welcome them in when you can. Otherwise, they can't help. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. The young man doesn't care. Just waited in the burning corpse. Soon, there were footsteps and knocks on the door outside. Hello? We are from the maintenance department. I heard that the crematorium here is damaged. That's right. On the new year, I secretly praised the colleagues in Changle Room for being so quick. While walking quickly to the iron door, open the iron door. Two repairmen in red work clothes were seen standing on their faces at the door, looking at him with a surprised smile. The two sides talked a few words. The atmosphere is harmonious and harmonious. After a while, two repairmen walked into the crematorium. The door of the crematorium slowly closed. There was a sound of ping-pong from it. 1 minute later, wearing blue work clothes and feet wrapped around the repairman, he was having fun. Standing at the door of the No. 17 burning core, listening to the sound of beating lubai inside. That sound of ping-pong. His face was very ugly. How so? Wasn't he quite clever last time? Why did you let those two red-clothed people in this time? Since only 2 days have passed. So he still remembers that after Qin Fangtong finished eating these words, Qin Fangtong returned to his dormitory. I met many people along the way. Occasionally he can see the future trajectory of some people. It also gave him more understanding of the future titanium state. First of all, I don't see other people's future anytime, anywhere. After reading a person's future, it must be stored for a period of time. Only then can you continue to view the next person's future. Fortunately, after a brief exercise, I have already mastered the tricks. Qin Fangtong's face was quite contented. He is now able to automatically switch the ability to look at others' future. You won't waste your abilities on unnecessary people. Next time we meet, let's take a look at Mr. An's future. Qin Fangtong thought so in his heart and pulled out the system panel. This knight went in and out until now. His total number of free attribute points has exceeded 1,000 points. And there are a lot of rewards. I didn't receive it roughly. In the end, the total number of free attribute points can reach about 1,500 left. Unfortunately, these people who have just died. Basically, I can't tell any powerful abilities. For this, Qin Fangtong felt that it was quite a pity. The body burned all night. More surprising, that is, the future titanium and immortal stars obtained from the mutation chamber in the middle. The rewards that other ordinary polluters can be seen by him. It can be said that there are very few. That's it. Qin Fangtong looked at a reward he deliberately left behind. I thought to myself, the corpse that rewarded this door was exposed. During his lifetime, he should be considered a senior monk in black. Master some abilities and inheritances that ordinary generals do not have. One of the visualizations called the Nightfire Pluto's visualization was very easy to understand. This visualization method not only comes with visualization pictures. There are also visualization ideas and the experiences and lessons left by a large number of predecessors in this sect practicing this method. Although the precious and magical aspects are not as good as the visualization of the great sun that Qin Fangtong obtained before. But it's much safer. Although it is good to visualize disciples on the big day. But it is still too dangerous to understand rashly. This time I happened to get the idea of the Nightfire Pluto. Use this visualization first. Practice my spiritual power and soul. Then come to understand. The great sun visualization disciple should be much safer at that time. Qin Fangtong thought so in his heart. Red decisively exchanged for this reward. He is now energetic. Can't sleep at all. Just practice the visualization. At that time, you will be able to nourish your spirit and even enhance your health. Then go to work all night in the evening. Nothing will be wrong. After accepting this inheritance, the visualization diagram of the visualization of the Nightfire Pluto that is attached to the visualization of the Nightfire Pluto slowly unfolds in his mind. And it was imprinted in his mind. It will not fade as the memory lasts forever. Can be visualized in real time. In the legend of Nightfire Pluto, it is a Buddhist Pluto. Among some schools of Buddhism, he even called him the incarnation of Buddha. After all, karma fire is the most powerful in the Buddhist system. The most terrifying flame. It is formed by the gathering of countless karma. Can burn everything in the world? Only Buddha can sit firmly in the fire. For all living beings, eliminate endless night power. And finally, the golden body is reshaped with karma fire. The visualization of karma fire that Qin Fangtong obtained is a scene of a karma king walking forward in thorns through endless karma fire. Qin Fangtong, as taught in visualization. Be careful to start visualizing. Suddenly, all the noise in his ear disappeared. When only the flames burn. Something exploded by chance. Before entering the meeting, the dormitory of channeling was buried above the entire ice. Only this is completely eliminated. There are only a flaming fire hell. The hideous evil spirits and demons struggle in the karma fire. In the end, it was burned by the supreme power of fireworks. This fire Qin Fangtong was stunned. He raised his hand and hissed at the red flames. He quickly retracted his palm that sensed the pain. But I saw that half of my palm had been destroyed by the fire of karma. The severe pain hit my heart. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but change his color. Fortunately, he accepted the inheritance. It's not just as simple as obtaining the method of cultivation. He gained all the achievements of the corpse in this visualization. His soul and spirit were thriving in this raging fire. Sitting cross-legged on the golden lotus. The illusory Buddha light blooms all over the body. Like a god and a Buddha. It can be temporarily not burned by fireworks. Qin Fangtong frowned slightly. Then it stretched out. The Buddha's light is practiced in the body. The right palm returned to its original state. He reached into his heart. A black gas was captured from it. Relax your hands gently. This black air. Then he rushed into the hell of fire and was directly burned by the boundless karma fire. This black air was the pain in Qin Fangtong's heart just now. The product of the entanglement of negative emotions such as distress and resentment. Burn it with karma fire. Qin Fangtong only felt that his heart seemed to be washed. It calmed down instantly. It just so happens that I really have a few strands on my back. Night power Qin Fang. The child whispered to himself softly. I started to close my eyes and recall that I killed the bag differently. The scene after scenes of indirectly killing the introverted youth and burning the future bodies of Teacher Zhou and other special corpses of Shanghai 5th College. Do these things. He was not without pressure. After all, he is not a black air of iron. Surging in his body. Finally rushed out. He was burned by the fire of his karma. These black gases are the so-called night power. After Yeli was burned, turns into a small amount of golden sand. Under the breeze that came from nowhere. Blow towards Qin Fangtong. Finally integrated into his body. It further strengthened his soul and spirit. This is the visualization of Karma Fire Pluto. Keep practicing like this. Sooner or later, you will be able to practice Karma Fire Pluto. That level. For some reason, Qin Fangtong is actually very confident about this. But he also had some vague concerns. Although this visualization seems to be inconsistent with the essence of Buddhism. But I always feel a little weird. If you continue practicing like this, it is not important to chant the Buddhist scriptures or not to understand the power of Zen. As long as there are enough kills, karma is enough. Qin Fangtong frowned lightly. He always felt that this visualization was more suitable for those who killed countless people and were more traitorous and evil. Such people are often plagued by karma. Practice this method. Just turned into Supreme Zen body. Help them reach the sky in one step. Could this be what Buddhism says about letting go of the way of killing? The essence of becoming a Buddha on your own? No, right. Can't think so. Qin Fangtong quickly curbed his distracting thoughts from Buddhism. It's a famous sect at least. How could it be written like this? These can be improved rapidly. But they are all a little bit of a path. The true way of light should be from this endless karma fire. It is best to understand Zen mind. Qin Fangtong tried hard to stare at the burning fire hell in front of him to see the burning karma. Gaining cultivation growth. In the idea of karma fire Pluto crown. Although it is special by big books. But the most orthodox way of practice. We still have to temper our Zen mind in this scene of hell. This will make your practice stronger as if you are crawling like a turtle. Soon. Qin Fangtong withdrew from the state of practice of the idea of the karma Huaming crown. Nothing else? This speed is really too slow. I suddenly become a murderer. Kill people everywhere. It is also impossible to obtain karma. Fortunately, I can add some points directly in the system. Qin Fangtong. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. Open the system panel and see the total amount of your free and skilled points. It has indeed reached the 1500 mark. Qin Fangtong is opening his skill bar. At a glance, the name of the Night Fire Ming crown is on it. And the plus sign behind it is very bright. It can be jogged obviously. Qin Fangtong almost subconsciously clicked on it. No. You can't be so slutty to the outside world. He still controlled himself at a critical moment. He slid up and down on the system panel. In the end, my focus was on my fundamental skills. Innate anal device and starting exercises. These two exercises in the endocrine brittle body method. A cultivation of mysterious innate energy. The other is to directly cultivate one endocrine organ after another in your body. Different from each other. It does not interfere with each other. Instead, it can complement each other. Therefore, you can add some key points of cultivation at the same time. Which one? Qin Fangtong felt that he was having difficulty choosing. According to his previous thoughts, it should be just to choose to add some innate qi. After all, this technique is very potential at first glance. And it was so powerful in the beginning. But the problem is that I am still in the innate rigid tool. The beginning stage of this technique. Not yet finished yet. The boy in front scratched his head. Feeling a little nervous. Since he added points to break through the innate tough energy. After the most important step of acquiring the innate energy kept condensed in his body. As long as you practice the exercises, there will naturally be some cold things outside that will enter his body. Then in the dantian, converge into innate energy in the meridians. Innate energy has also been transforming his body. Make him stronger. Until now, the innate energy in Qin Fangtong's body is still slowly generating. The current upper limit has not been reached. His body has been struggling with slow changes for a long time. Final. Qin Fangtong decided not to worry about the innate qi for the time being. For this technique, I still have too little understanding at the moment. This is what we will say after the changes at this stage are over. Otherwise, there may be some big problems if you advance rashly. Since the innate qi has been temporarily put aside, then his choice is undoubtedly the endocrine fragility method. Just last night, he spent 500 free attribute points. The 6th level of bile in the endocrine brittle body method was deduced. Even so, Qin Fangtong still did not choose to add points to the 6th realm of Advanced Endocrine Brittle Body Method on the spot. Instead, click the next moment on the Endocrine Brittle Body Method. The Endocrine Brittle Body Method column expands multiple sub-options. From the beginning of mucus to the latest realm. All have a sub-option bar that belongs to you. Qin Fangtong checked carefully. Soon a clear smile appeared on his face. Sure enough. I just told me why I only have the secret to breaking bones and kicking. It was one of the key points he had not discovered before. In fact, add points through the system. He is in the realm of every endocrine brittle body method. The lens can be sublimated into an exclusive secret. For example, the broken bone T in the mucus realm and the star map rotation that was accidentally discovered in the realm of the door liquid. And now with his discovery, he found the remaining 3 small realms. An exclusive plus sign began to appear later. He can get 3 brand new secrets each through these plus signs. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate. Immediately I started to get crazy. Suddenly, thunderous sounds came from his body. More amazing changes. It's okay to start producing yellow bile and blood. Said it suddenly. It was to get him a secret. But black bile allowed him to obtain a spiritual secret while completely completed the half-performed life. The whole black bile turned golden. Even Qin Fangtong's pupils were rendered golden. He opened his eyes and looked forward. Get out of the mental power. Covered the entire room. Suddenly, everything in the room was under his nose. The little bit is revealed. Even the tiniest microorganism. As long as he wants. It can also be infinitely enlarged in Qin Fangtong's heart. He investigated it from various perspectives. This ability is quite useful. Qin Fangtong is satisfied. Now his mental power can cover such a range in front of him. But with his mental strength increasing, it may be able to cover a city or even the entire world. Qin Fangtong put away his mental power. Looking to the system panel, the just-in 1-point increase cost him more than 400 free attribute points. Among them, the secret of yellow bile is combined with the Phantom Demon Palace. A secret to make him become faster in blood. Because of the secret method of burning blood. As the name implies, can make him burn blood to carry out the entire field of himself? It is more miraculous when enhancing escape. As for the spiritual secrets of black bile and the genital bile, it is called spiritual puncture. Be able to pierce other people's spirits. If you don't play well, you can completely ruin it. It's okay, too. Qin Fangtong grinned. Until this time, he just planned to advance to the 6th realm of the endocrine brittle body method to quit green bile. But it was at this time. The cell phone he puts aside. There were a wave of message prompt sounds. Qin Fangtong touched it and looked at it. It turned out that Manager Sun was sleeping. Wake up. Hey BA and others who started to complain wildly before starting to swear in the group. Qin Fangtong felt speechless after reading it. Just about to block it. I saw Sun Weitong tagging herself. Your 2 ignorant disciples were sent back. Right at the gate. You go and pick it up. Qin Fangtong raised his eyebrows. I was quite surprised. After all, when I called those 2 guys yesterday, they are very tough. If you keep your mouth shut, you will never reply. Yesterday, when Sun Weitong said she wanted to deal with them hard, Qin Fangtong thought that the 2 guys would never come back. I'll never see it. As a result, the situation now seems to have changed. No wonder I'm so tough last night. It turns out that there is a backer behind it. And this backer seems to have a strong background. After Qin Fangtong replied thoughtfully in the group. Then he walked out of the dormitory. Walked towards the entrance of the funeral home. Although these 2 guys have been tossing around, you still have to come back to work well. But they can come back as normal employees. Without revenge or difficulties. It can be seen that the people behind them must be extremely energetic. Otherwise, in places like funeral homes, Qin Fangtong had no doubts. Facing these 225-child Sunway, children will definitely dare to kill them openly. I don't know whose thigh these 2 guys are holding. Qin Fangtong thought so. The door is in sight. The funeral home door that was only opened occasionally. Now, one reinforcement vehicle after another is directly opened. Drive in from it. Qin Fangtong. Stand silently to the side of the road. Make clear the way for the other party and observe carefully. With the arrival of batches of reinforcements, it was a bit deserted. A funeral home that seems a bit too large. It's also rare to be lively now. It can be seen everywhere. People everywhere are funeral homes. It was considered that it will be today at the beginning of construction. Or when the original funeral home was planning to select a site. The departments have not been separated as they are now. Qin Fangtong, who lives in the same land, was still thinking about it again. After avoiding these vehicles, he sought his face as if he had a glance at the gate. Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa, who were crazy about flies. The two also saw the other two people standing beside them. Qin Fangtong was a little surprised. Return to teacher Xiao Zhou. Why are you here? He was really surprised. Because I was accompanying Wang Defa and the other two at the gate. It's his sister Qin Yuxiao. And teacher Zhou, who met twice yesterday, is Fangtong. Teacher Zhou showed a reluctant smile on his face. It can be a bit complicated as you say it. It will be difficult to explain clearly for a while. By the way, why did you come out of it? Is there anything wrong? Teacher Zhou's face was a little confused. I heard that the rules of this funeral home should be strict. You are no longer allowed to go out at will. How can you go in and out at will? I don't know what to say at the same time. After all, Teacher Zhou's future body was thrown into the crematorium last night and burned it. Now seeing Teacher Zhou's face, he is still a little guilty brother. At this time, Qin Yuxiao also came to him. Said with a smile, "The teacher is here. To send a leaf, burn it." Smiling, "You can follow me. It's to meet you. I didn't expect that when I got here I found that my phone had no signal. I'm wondering how this makes you shout out. Unexpectedly, you came out." Looking at the sister Qin Yuxiao and Qin Fangtong in front of her, her face was complicated. There is still a sister lying in his system space. Looking at the interaction between Qin Yutong and Qin Yuxiao Zhou, Qin Defa looked surprised. You know each other? Yes. This was my brother Qin Yuxiao said for granted. Your brother Yi Jihuan and Wang Defa were like ghosts. Eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What do you mean? Qin Yuxiao was a little unhappy. You won't react like this. You guys know my brother too. Qin Yuxiao reacted. Asked. Your brother is the little master we told you before that we worshipped after entering the funeral home for a moment. Yi Jihuan decided to tell the truth. After all, Qin Fangtong stood aside as if she was smiling. They have no chance to tell lies. Qin Yuxiao and teacher Zhou were both shocked. Their incredible eyes. It moved to Qin Fangtong's face. The situation is so good. Qin Fangtong shrugged. Then he said a little sigh. But I didn't expect these two guys to have a relationship with you. For a moment, the five people fell into a long silence. Everyone is trying to digest this information as quickly as possible. In fact, Xiaoye is also a student of our special class in Shanghai 5th College. I was going to go to school with your sister. The admission time should also be a little before your sister. It's just that he's infringed on his soul. Being fooled by the summer vacation workers. Then I arrived at the funeral home. He also signed a labor contract. Speaking of this, Teacher Zhou couldn't help but feel a headache. You just left yesterday. He called the school. I said I didn't want to go back to the funeral home. I hope the school can come forward to protect the first insurance. He thought about it. Yesterday, when I was on the phone. Yi Jihuan's confident tone. Qin Fangtong's expression became playful. Facing his gaze, Yi Jihuan lowered her head. I can't raise my head at all. So now it seems. Shanghai 5th Courtyard could not forcefully take people away from the funeral home system. Qin Fangtong asked. My secret heart is a little happy. The funeral home is indeed hard enough. All right. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry about being bothered by these guys. You can continue to burn the body in the funeral home with peace of mind. No way. After all, he signed a labor contract. After negotiation, Does the funeral home require him to execute at least the 5-year working time stipulated in the contract? Teacher Joe said these inside stories helplessly. Yi Jiwon's face was extremely embarrassed. Yesterday, he thought he had finally got the support of his parents. You can leave the funeral home, the magic cave. So it's awesome. But I never expected that this would be the result. The 5 courtyards of mountains and seas. There is no way to do anything about a funeral home in a local area. As for the so-called 5-year period, when I think of this, he felt a burst of despair. Not to mention the dangers in the funeral home. Whether he can live until 5 years later is a question. Even if he survived 5 years later, then the funeral home will not let anyone go. What to do? At that time, will Shanghai Fifth Court be willing to force the funeral home to fulfill its current agreement for him? Now he can be called a genius. But in 5 years, it will be lost. And maybe he will also bring his secret wound. Yi Jihuan is very pessimistic about his future. I think even if I successfully survived for 5 years, it is impossible to leave the Wuyi Pavilion. Something that makes you look ugly. Wang Defa, who was standing beside him. Yi Jihuan was a genius dancer who received the admission notice for the special courses of Shanghai Fifth Academy. What a burden he is. Just a follower. When I met Teacher Joe yesterday, Teacher Joe told him clearly, he is not a student of Shanghai Fifth College. Shanghai Fifth Courtyard will not come forward to tie him up. In other words, he didn't even have this 5-year period. He is destined to work in the funeral home until he dies in his life. Teacher Joe and Qin Yuxiao's faces were also a bit ugly. Qin Yuxiao pulled Qin Fangtong's sleeves a little worriedly. Next. He didn't say it. But obviously I was a little worried. Looking at the 4 people in front of them, Qin Fangtong also had to force her joy and her patience. Show off the same style as their dead father. He said with consolation. No need to do this. I'm doing pretty well in the funeral home. You see, I just got to the position of a master in a few days. In fact, the funeral home is not as dangerous as you think. And ghosts? I'm quite happy about it. He revealed some of the truth. But he was mistaken, forcing a smile. The victims in turn comfort them. These bystanders immediately made Qin Yuxiao red their eyes. Teacher Joe was also moved by Qin Fangtong. That self-improvement mentality. Solemnly promised. Xiao Qin. When you first joined the job, you signed a 5-year labor contract. According to the practice of funeral homes, no matter how many years you signed it, they will use you until you are jailed and dead. But this is just in the absence of external forces' intervention. Don't worry. As long as you can live until 5 years later, our Shanghai Fifth Courtyard will definitely come forward to bring you out of the funeral home. This is not necessary. Qin Fangtong's mouth twitched. Angry and helpless. You must not waste talent like you. In a place like this. Teacher Joe is very determined. Qin Fangtong was helpless but did not further argue with Teacher Joe. It also did not mean that I signed a 10-year-long contract. Because he knew that something would happen to Teacher Joe within 5 years. This is the future he sees through the eyes of the future. Teacher Joe will bring students from the preparatory class into the underground. Then I encountered an unexpected accident in it. This is similar to the corpse I burned last night. Qin Fangtong thought in her heart. He doesn't speak. Being regarded as a Moran. Teacher Joe was very pleased. Comfort him for a while. Then he solemnly handed over Yi Jihuan's and the others. I asked Qin Fangtong to take care of him for his sake. Don't worry. Teacher Joe, you have spoken. Then I must take good care of my 2 good apprentices. Qin Fangtong grinned. Exposed white teeth. Then I'll feel relieved. Teacher Joe was very pleased. He also pulled Qin Yuxiao away with great peace of mind. Until the butt of the car disappeared at the end of the road. Qin Fangtong retracted his gaze. I didn't expect to go around in circles. There is such a relationship between us. Wang Defa. I came over shamelessly. Smiling with a fat face. Then please, brother Qin. Please take care of it. Your sister. Qin Fangtong slapped there. Zhang Peng's face turned cold in an instant. Yi Jihuan kicked the fiercely pussy in with another kick. Two little bastards in the funeral home. Do you know how much trouble you were late and didn't return last night? Yesterday, I was taken out by the dog bastard in Sun Weitong as a typical example. He scolded him in a sarcastic manner. Qin Fangtong said, "These things that are not available. Don't just forget about this matter. It's not because he's really angry. Instead, it needs to be eliminated. Teacher Zhou's request just now laughed at him to death. I don't want to really take care of these two guys. According to the strength shown by these two guys in today's increasingly dangerous work of burning corpses, it's destined to be unable to last long. Not to mention the burning of corpses at night now. Two consumables that are destined to die. Why waste time and mind so much? But I just agreed to Teacher Zhou's request." Wang Defa looked like he was trying to be arrogant. He had no choice but to find an excuse to dispel Teacher Zhou's request. After being kicked a few times, Yi Jihuan and the others became honest again. Don't dare to make trouble again. Follow Qin Fangtong obediently. Walked towards their temporary dormitory building. Watching the lively funeral home along the way. And strangers everywhere. They widened their eyes. His face was incredible. What's going on? When did so many more people appear in the funeral home? Just arrived yesterday. Otherwise, we will not be recalled urgently. Qin Fangtong yawned. He took the two of them to the dormitory building. Said downstairs, "Go back and rest quickly. Stop coming out and making noise. Our funeral home has opened a night shift. It's a coincidence in the work. Our group of local corpse burners were placed on night shifts. In other words, you will re-enter the tomb corpse tonight. If you don't have enough energy after working, I'm afraid you won't see the sun tomorrow." Yi Jihuan and the others exclaimed again. His face was filled with disbelief and fear. Obviously, they all realized that the corpse was burned at night. It will only be more terrifying than their energy yesterday. Don't stand there. You don't want to sleep. I still want to sleep. Qin Fangtong kicked the two of them into the dormitory building with one kick. Many people watched the scene with a lively attitude. With the arrival of reinforcements at the funeral home, it's getting lively slowly. Even if it was originally empty, the dormitory building, as if no one was a ghost, was also full of people. The sound became noisy. At least it has a bit more humane flavor. After Qin Fangtong kicked his two apprentices in, I was going to turn around and leave. Turning his head, I saw a long straight black suit wearing a long legs wrapped in black stockings. The beauty is holding her chest with her hands. Standing not far away and smiling. Watching myself see this person. Qin Fangtong scratched his head. I feel quite irritable and unhappy. I really want to go back and upgrade immediately. But he still adheres to the polite idea. He walked over and said hello. Hello. 7 beauties. It's day now. You won't work. The black straight beauty shrugged. Said. Too many reinforcements have been brought. I'm not going to be my turn yet, right? It's really enviable. Qin Fangtong looked very emotional. Don't be so envious. The black and straight beauty stroked her hair casually and said. In fact, what you are looking at is not the specific duty schedule and arrangements for funeral homework, but whether or not someone died. The person ahead died. The people behind you will have to take the lead. No matter what time it was. No matter what state you are in. I'm just a little bit lucky. It's not my dad's turn yet. I heard that many of you died on night shift last night. Then it seems that I might be scheduled to work at night shifts, and it may not be necessary. Speaking of this, the smile on the face of the black and straight beauty is no longer so natural. A frown slightly. Then it returns to normal. Qin Fangtong looked at her thoughtfully. This black and straight beauty is naturally yesterday. She came out of the hotel and returned to the funeral home. Opened the door and get out of the car. The one who greeted her was the one who welcomed her. Later, the two talked a few times in the car. I learned that the beauty was named Ji-yoon. It is said to be a rare beauty in the funeral home system. The well-known dream lover in the burning room section of Flower in the public burning corpse performance. Anyway, colleague Qin Fang could not imagine how this person was wearing black stockings working in the burning corpse. So, should the locals accompany me to visit your local funeral home? Say I am familiar with the situation. Ji-yoon put his hands behind his back. The upper body leans forward. I asked with a smile that this posture looked very similar to the shy junior who confessed to the senior in Japanese comics. Actually, I'm just a newcomer who has just entered the industry for a few days. I'm not very familiar with our local funeral home. What's more, I still have night shifts tonight. Shin Fangtong politely declined. Who knew that the beauty opposite didn't give her the chance to refuse at all? He quickly hugged Shin Fangtong's arm. He pulled him out. Coquettishly. You straight man. But I really don't understand the style. It is rare for a beautiful woman like me to invite her in person. You actually refused. With your emotional intelligence? How to find a wife in the future? Shin Fangtong felt a softness. Frictioning against your arms from time to time. It makes people feel itchy. For a moment, he actually forgot to refuse to take subconscious steps. Follow Ji-yoon to leave. After walking a few steps, I realized that I shouldn't waste my time like this. I couldn't help but feel upset. But it didn't push Ji-yoon away. The two really started visiting. Explore the funeral home. Shin Fangtong happened to make up for the shortcomings of being unfamiliar with the terrain. I looked at the drowsy medical room opposite. Ji-yoon suddenly smiled. Your Changle City funeral home is really interesting. Not to mention the precedent for night shifts without authorization. If one big funeral home has only one department for the burning department. I don't know how it works on weekdays. Shin Fangtong asked with a heart move. Does your Shujo funeral home strictly prohibit the burning of corpses at night? Your funeral home. In addition to the corpse, you can see other departments. Ji-yoon's seductive eyes turned around Shin Fangtong's face a few times. A laugh said. You also said you are a newcomer. It looks better than some guys who claim to be old employees. Do you know more? Shin Fangtong smiled. No response to this topic. Waiting silently for Ji-yoon's answer. He doesn't know how to sperm into the brain. A waste who is fascinated by beauty. Ji-yoon wants to get information from him. The same amount of information must be paid to exchange. Ji-yoon also saw this. Had to say. That's right. In the staff manual of our Shujo funeral home, the black text on white background says it is strictly prohibited to burn corpses at night. In addition to the corpse burning department of Shujo City Funeral Home, there are other departments. For example, maintenance department, logistics department, security department, etc. Ji-yoon's eyes turned. Begin to test. For example, the cafeteria and dormitory. Infirmary. These are all areas under the responsibility of the logistics department. I'm a little unimaginable. Since the office building and supervisor of the logistics department cannot be found in Changle City Funeral Home. So how do the canteen and funeral rooms operate? Your Shujo funeral home is still issuing employee manuals to incinerators. Shin Fangtong did not rush to respond to Ji-yoon's question. On the contrary, I was a little surprised at this aspect. What is this? The country's funeral homes should not be like this. Ji-yoon subconsciously felt that Shin Fangtong was making a fuss. Then his face changed. He realized the information revealed in Shin Fang's fairy tale. You mean? Changle City Funeral Home does not issue employee manuals to employees. Posted once. However, afterwards, there seemed to be some kind of drastic change in Changle City Funeral Home and it did not continue to be released. Shin Fang. The child stretched his hands to his clothes. Inner hole. In fact, it called out the system. Relics were taken out from the system space. That was the broken page of Lu Leguan's employee manual given to him by Mr. In. He handed the thing to Ji-yoon. Cumulus took it and checked it carefully. His face became more and more serious. He pondered for a moment. Let Shin Fangtong wait in place. He himself ran back to the dormitory building. After a while, he ran back again. There is a new employee manual in hand. There are a few big words written on it clearly. Shujo Funeral Home Office Staff Manual. Shin Fangtong's face was solemn. I immediately opened the employee manual to view. The employee manual belongs to Ji-yoon. The second page is the basic information and photos of Ji-yoon. Qin Fangtong quickly found the rules recorded in the employee manual of the corpse burning department of Shuzhou Funeral Home. The first thing is to wear a good working card. The second article is also recorded in Lu Liguan's employee manual. It is the rules for the destruction and repair of crematoriums. But there is no content about red and blue maintenance personnel in this article. Article 3. Article 4:5 is the same as recorded in Lu Liguan's employee manual. Lu is optimistic. That employee manual is incomplete. Half of the page about the rules was torn off. It's gone from Article 6. But now, Qin Fangtong saw the employee manual of her colleagues in Shuzhou. The complete record above. All rules. 6. There is never an underground area for funeral homes. 7. There are only 30 corpses in the funeral home. According to 1. The serial number of No. 30 is arranged. There is no corpse in the grave of 0. 8. If there is no, please go to the infirmary for diagnosis and medication outside of working hours. Please ask for any doctor, no matter what he wants you to do. 9. Please stay in your corpse for work during working hours, no matter what happens outside. Please do not stay in the 10 funeral home outside working hours. No form of faith is allowed. After reading these contents, Qin Fangtong thought about something. It seems that, depending on the situation of funeral homes in different places, the rules issued by employees and the rules that need to be followed are also different. At least there will be some differences in the details. It's not just that simple. I suspect that your Chang'an City funeral home is very special, but some unique features that other funeral homes do not have. They also have different rules than ours. Shi Yun retrieved his staff manual. He also handed back Lu Liguan's employee manual. Continue. This should have been considered normal. After all, the location of each funeral home has its own priorities. Therefore, different environments and codes were born. But your Chang'an City funeral home is a bit too special. Shi Yun frowned slightly. Not just that, I feel. All the members of the Shuzhou funeral home who came to reinforce the situation feel this way. Among them, there are many seniors who have supported other places many times. But even he and the others have never been to this kind of funeral home. There is only one department. It's not the only department. Qin Fangtong smiled. Say, except for our grave department. Other logistics department, maintenance department. The security department and other departments are actually in the funeral home. But we can't see it. It's just that I can't touch them. But when we need them, they will show up and do things related. What Shi Yun is bold and shocking. Isn't this easy to reason with logic? Qin Fangtong is cowardly. Shrugged. Said for granted. Otherwise, where did the food we ate come from? What happened to those people in the cafeteria? He opened the broken page of Lu Liguan's employee manual and said, and isn't the above clearly stated? If the crematorium is destroyed, then you have to contact the maintenance department. Just remember. A maintenance worker in a blue workwear repair worker is a maintenance worker in a funeral home. Ji Yun frowned. Looking at Qin Fangtong, he said with some dissatisfaction. Can't you just tell what you know? Why isn't it just a foggy blow? Of course I can't do that. Qin Fangtong shook his head and said. After all, I have heard of it. Say it's my mysterious man. The more it can arouse a woman's curiosity. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, then he is not far from falling. Ji Yun stared at him. Qin Fangtong no longer had the desire to talk to him. Go away with a sloppy road. He returned to his dormitory. He sat cross-legged on the bed for a long time. Pull out the system panel to view what's inside the system space. I saw that the sister Qin Yusin, wearing a black underground cleaning army uniform, was still lying quietly in the system space. Hesitated for a long time. Several times the fingers were poked out. But in the end it shrank back. After Qin Fangtong put the optimistic employee manual into the system space. Finally made up my mind. In the end, I will ignore this for now. After all, it is impossible to determine what happened to this sister now. It is also impossible to confirm that it has been collected into the system space. Can he survive? Now this sister from the future is Schrödinger's cat. Don't let her out and try it. It is impossible to be sure whether he can come back to life in reality. But if it is released, I found that the other party was dead. Can't live again. This made Qin Fangtong hesitate a little. Finally decided to delay. Until I can't let it go again. Alright. Let me see what happened. Qin Fangtong clicks on the reward page of the system panel and has a reward. He has never received it. This reward. A male student from the special course of Shanghai 5th Academy. This person is average in strength. The martial arts practiced are also average. Therefore, Qin Fangtong's focus is not on these. The reward he really wanted was the memory ball of the male student. He wanted to figure out that after his future sister and others entered the underground. What exactly happened? Have made up my mind. Qin Fangtong naturally won't hesitate. I directly chose to receive the memory ball. Suddenly, the darkness in front of him entered the illusion woven by the memory ball of the male student. What you see is a brightly lit camp. The members of the special department have changed into black underground. Clean up troops to fight acts. Get together now. I couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Qin Fangtong searched in the crowd for a while. Found his sister Qin Yusio. At this time, Teacher Zhou has also completed negotiations with the officers of the local underground cleaning force. He walked back with big strides. Said with a serious expression, "Students, this extracurricular practice is very rare and precious. But at the same time there are unimaginable dangers. You must have a taming moment." The members of the special technical school finally began to advance underground. Although these students were very excited. But they were also very excited. There are not many pig teammates. That's all. They entered the underground all the way. The entrance to the underground. It is a huge crypt. Since it has been cleaned up underground, the troops have been in and out many times. So the previous journey has been cleared out. There are bright lights. There are also cement steps. This distance is the safest. Everyone encountered nothing. Until they reach the end of this road. The bright lights can no longer shine on the darker depths of the road. The cement pavement under your feet has also become soil again. Sand and stone. Be careful from now on. We are truly going deep into the ground. Teacher Zhou's voice came from the front. Then he took the lead in walking into the darkness. The students behind quickly followed Qin Fangtong and looked at him thoughtfully. Until now, he hasn't found anything wrong yet. I remember that these corpses from the future had no wounds on them. Is it because they are too special? The corpse will not maintain its illusion in front of us. Qin Fangtong thought while thinking. While looking at the illusion in front of you. She has experienced many such fantasies. It can be said that the underground passage is more familiar to many people than. He knew that although these underground passages were extremely dangerous. But it's not really underground. The real underground should refer to the place where the underground ruins are located. Qin Fangtong was thinking so. I saw that the exploration environment has always been smooth. Suddenly something happened. First there was a female classmate. Suddenly, a scream that could shatter the eardrums. Panic began to spread throughout the team. Don't quarrel. Don't shout. Don't panic. Teacher Zhou's stern voice rang. Stabilize the morale of the army. What did you find? Teacher Zhou asked the female classmate about the head of the head. The female student pointed in one direction in horror. The vision of the next moment is deflecting. Looking in the direction pointed by the female classmate. After entering the underground, all the students and teachers in the special science class wore night vision. The sight saw a piece of green. Even so, Qin Fangtong saw clearly what the female classmate was at the first time. That's indeed a human head. And it is a very serious rotten head. The head was inserted toward everyone and was inserted into a stalactite growing up from the ground. Suddenly, many people were frightened. But that's it. Don't be so fussy. This kind of thing can be said to be everywhere in the underground passage. Teacher Zhou was patting his chest. Comfort your students. Then I saw that my students became more panicked and manic. Move. The teacher's head moved. The teacher screamed as if he was about to tear his vocal cords. It keeps echoing in the underground passage. Then Shin Fangtong saw a black fantasy ending. This guy died just like that. Shin Fangtong grinned. Some regrets. If I had known it, I would have watched a few more memory balls. To fully understand what's going on. At least we must find out whether all the people in the special technical school died under the gaze of this head. Although the illusion just now trembled very hard. When the final panic broke out. It is even more difficult to see what value content is. But Shin Fang's mental power was too strong and could imprint everything he had just seen in his mind. At this moment, you can look back one by one frame. But it is difficult to see some key pictures. Just as Teacher Joe turned to comfort the students. It was originally just facing the decay of everyone. The head is just on the road and the body is slowly turning. In the end, his face was rotting straight towards the students' heads. But those eyes were weird. Flashing green light. Preserved quite well. Shin Fangtong kept magnifying this picture. Finally, the appearance of all members of the special science class was found in the flashing green pupils. The students and teachers of the special science class were imprinted in this pupil. At first it was originally very lively and panicked. Then it changed. Become dead. Stay at him. The body is fading. Not over. All turned gray and almost the same as the same. After this, the picture is dark. The memory ends here. It indicates that your master has lost his life. Perhaps this is the killing method of this head. Shin Fangtong judged that it was too dangerous to get underground. All kinds of dangers emerge one after another. It's not surprising that such a person is born. However, the attack method and ability of this head are quite cruel. If the troops are cleaned up underground, can send him here. It would be better if I let it burn. Shin Fangtong chuckled. Now he has figured out the reason why the special team has been wiped out. A burden was lifted in my heart. The previous impulse disappeared completely. For him, explore these so-called truths. It's really better to enhance your future abilities. It works well. It's time to get stronger after you've finished watching everything you should watch. After Shin Fangtong dealt with these miscellaneous corpses. No hesitation. Just try harder on the plus sign after the endocrine brittle body method. In an instant, his free attribute points began to dive wildly. But the benefits are also obvious. His gallbladder began to heat up and expand. A stream of heat flows to every corner of the body. Only the moment is accompanied by the pain. He stepped into the realm of 5th to 6th grades in one step. He has achieved the 6th realm of endocrine fragility. After the transformation of green bile is completed, he quietly felt his own changes. Smack your lips. He felt a change in his mouth. The saliva became quite sticky. The sound from his stomach belt. I just had breakfast not long ago. It was digested in the blink of an eye. Unlike before. This time he was able to accurately sense the digested energy wandering in his body. Finally assimilated by the innate energy of the Dantian. Transform into a part of the innate energy. The biggest feature of the Chlorobium realm seems to be strengthening digestive ability. Directly carry out energy dissipation conversion. Shin Fangtong was stunned. Doesn't this mean that I want to become a bucket? The next moment, he felt comforted again. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary restaurant. I can eat anything. Don't be sad when you're done. Even if you die, you have to keep a good look for yourself. Not so. I just got down from the underworld before. Maybe the king of hell will take a look. You will be pushed to the 18th level of hell by you. Shin Fangtong comforted himself to measure his land casually. Finally, he was free from Fengyu literature master. It's better not to speak up if you do this. Wang Defa still looked frowning. There is deep worry between the eyebrows. Even if they are praying and resisting, the night is still coming unstoppable. The shift time is getting closer. Shin Fangtong also kicked open the door of their dormitory. Force them. Pull it out from inside. Take them to change the liner. This made Yi Jihuan and his calves cramped. Soon, the burning corpse room that was arranged by one was already in front of me. Going from this direction. It is closer to the corpse burning room of No. 17. Jean Fangtong had already heard the bell ringing for the day shift. There were also heavy footsteps in the burning corpse, moving towards the iron gate. Obviously, the day shift staff are ready to get off work. This made him anxious. I wish I could cast the Phantom Demon Palace immediately. Throw these two burdened disciples into their burning corpse. The iron door creaked. Open a gray face. With the surprise of the aftermath of the disaster, he quickly rushed out from behind the door. Qin Fangtong was about to force his two apprentices to run over, but suddenly stopped. He turned around. He stared at the corpse burner in surprise and asked, "It seems that I am not the guy who handed over shifts with me this morning." This made the corpse burner who had just survived the disaster stunned. Something happened to that guy. Qin Fangtong easily guessed the truth. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This is a bit high. More than just? Although the corpse burner didn't quite understand what Qin Fangtong was saying. But I still understand these last words. I immediately complained loudly. This burning furnace in Changdal City Funeral Home is so good. I don't feel like I'm manipulating the crematorium to burn the body. Instead, the crematorium was manipulating me to fill the corpse. Although I don't know who you are talking about. But I can tell you. Today, in this 17th corpse burning room, 3 experiences have died in total. The old Taoist will become a supporting corpse burner from the outside. Speaking of this, the pale-faced corpse burner was filled with shock. Even if I hadn't been forced to take over the burning corpse half an hour before I got off work, I will be one of them, too. What Qin Fangtong? The master and apprentice couldn't help but exclaim. How so? The same questions came to their minds. However, it deviates due to the differences in personal experience and experience. Is the burning corpse room now so dangerous? Yi Jiwan's legs became weak. I almost sat on the ground and started. Qin Fangtong was surprised and happy. The efficiency of the cremation furnace has improved the good thing. He became more and more anxious. I just want to throw these two burdened disciples back into their burning corpses and die. Then come back and do a good job. As a result, the radio speakers arranged in every corner of the funeral home at this time. But after a burst of electric current, suddenly a sound came out. Now, I announced the abolition of the night shift system of Changdal City Funeral Home. From now on, Changdal City Funeral Home only has a day shift system. Momo is together, Yi Ji-won, Wang Defa is a white-faced corpse burner. And Haiba and others who were about to start their night shift couldn't help but cheer loudly. The speaker was still conveying orders. Now, no matter what it is in Changdal City, it's also supported by outsiders. Whether it is an experienced master or an apprentice. As long as the corpse burner goes to the synagogue to gather in the synagogue. Similar to the school's report hall and large lecture hall. It is a huge battleground where thousands of people can be accommodated at one time. When the number of local people in Changdal City Funeral Home was rare, it can only be said that it is useless. But now it finally comes in handy. Master, what should we do? Yi Jihuan and the others were able to stand up by themselves. What else can I do? Of course, follow the commands on the radio. Go to the synagogue to see what's going on. Qin Fangtong gritted his teeth. Add it in mind. See who it is. He actually dared to cut off my wealth. The 3 of them followed the flow and moved towards the synagogue. Yi Jihuan and his 2 were a little excited on the way. Look left and right. Looking at the 2 of them, Qin Fangtong couldn't help feeling sad. I feel that these 2 people are so lucky. I met it in less than half a day at work. On the night of the holiday, I worked night shift but forced myself to come back. There is no punishment yet. When I had to work night shift the next night. But he received a notice. The night shift was cancelled. Mad. What are these? Against the will of a dog's luck. Why do you come to do if you have luck? A corpse burner. Go buy lottery tickets and get the synagogue. Finally, I was shaking in the distance. Everyone entered it one after another. I found my own location. Sit down. The whole hall was noisy. Until someone sat on the speaking table. I slapped the table several times. It finally calmed down. Introduce yourself. I am Lao Su, who came to support him by Shujo Funeral Home. A middle-aged man with a square face and a strong look stood up. Said. As usual. We are the ones who come to support us. It should be to accept the orders of the master. Sorry. I really can't do this. Manager Sun from Changle City Funeral Home is really outrageous. It actually sets a precedent for night shifts. Sun Weitong, who was sitting next to Lao Su. His face was extremely embarrassed. It's like a dead fly, a rotten egg, a black dog put it into his mouth. Old Su is like a storm. He criticized Sun Weitong for a while. Except for him. There are several more funding halls. Sorry, the corpse of the grave was captured. In the Lesaport force. Rich in qualifications and experience from all over the country. Full of prestige. Even Mr. N from Changle City Funeral Home went up to join in the funeral. Everyone criticized Sun Weitong's rebellious actions. Then jointly declared this violation of the ban. The system that endangers everyone's life safety was overturned by us. From now on, the Changle City Funeral Home no longer fully accepts Superintendent Sun's orders. We adopt a democratic deliberation system. Something big to discuss. No last words. Not to mention the layman's point of fingers. As soon as this is said, the atmosphere was instantly piled up to the top. The whole hall was filled with endless applause. The corpse burners were filled with tears. Applaud hard. Some people even stood up excitedly. Looking at this scene, Qin Fangtong knew that the situation was hopeless. Even if you stand up and oppose and support it, Sun Weitong can't reverse the big thing. I couldn't help but sigh. A magical song appeared in my mind. Automatically soundtrack the scene in front of you. If you come to Dondong, you will be replaced by Snow White. The old Suan and others who quickly united the vast number of corpse burners. Didn't stop myself. They began to control themselves in a real sense. Now Changle City Funeral Home comes in. Because of some local reasons, the dangers of corpse burning work have greatly increased. We have many brothers who have sacrificed their lives. This situation must not continue. Precedents can indeed be made into old systems or abandoned. But this is definitely not about commanding like Sun Weitong. Instead, we need scientific considerations. Given that we are now sufficiently staffed, we decided to abandon the previous one-person general system. Let 2 or even 3 form a group. Join the corpse burning room to deal with the whole day of work. In this way, the efficiency of burning corpses will be greatly improved. At the same time, the safety factor of the corpse burners who have been advised by their partners can also be greatly improved. We can stop people who are currently not at the turn of high mortality. You can also take a rest in one breath. There is little to worry. As soon as this command is issued, once again, I got the thunderous palm in the venue. The burning world workers clapped hard again and burst into tears. This is the system and measure that is truly considering us. Really? Let those guys who only know how to blow air conditioners in the office make random commands. Or have your own talents on it? Qin Fangtong in the crowd was already in tears. These successive reforms and orders. Anyway, it's not just my own inch. This is specifically targeted at me. Not to mention the cancellation of night shifts. All kinds of soul power he lost. Just say that these 2 people or more are working in teams. Qin Fangtong was very dissatisfied. If there are more eyes in the burning corpse, wouldn't it be easy to expose the fact that the system has been stealing residues? Pity. The development of things is not subject to his will. Under the general trend of unanimous agreement among all, these orders were quickly recognized one by one. After the meeting, one corpse burner after another was discussing what had just happened with joy. I sighed that I was finally saved. Walking out, Qin Fangtong mingled among the crowd. A little confused. Wang Defa, Yijiwan, who was following him, was also discussing excitedly with the white-faced corpse burner who happened to meet. Just for a while. They were already in a good mood and made an appointment. I've had a delicious meal at the cafeteria. Celebrate. He also pulled Qin Fangtong over. Qin Fangtong is now a little confused. No objection. After arriving at the cafeteria, I stopped eating. Shocked turn grief and anger into appetite. His digestive ability is simply no limit. As soon as any food falls into the stomach bag, it will be digested in the blink of an eye. Then it turns into innate energy. Looking at Qin Fangtong and the other two who were crazy about eating and drinking, I was worried about whether he would die of suffocation and that he felt sorry for the money in his pocket. But later I gradually lost my attention. They started to discuss again. As he spoke, he talked about the No. 17 burning core room. The white-faced corpse burner said after drinking a sip of wine, "If you choose. It's too evil to not go to the place where the No. 17 burning core room. The flames in the crematorium are not normal yellow. Not blue, either. But red. It's this flame. Any corpse thrown in, it will be burned to ashes in less than a few seconds. The most terrifying thing is that under the burning of this flame, even if it's residue, I can't hold on for long. It will also be burned in a few minutes." Speaking of this, Yi Jihuan and the others were so shocked that they let out a burst of screams. Really? Even the incinerator stopped eating. Silently. Because of course it is true. Why am I lying to you? The white-faced corpse burner spit out a wine grid. He said, "I even suspect that the colleagues in front of me were not dead at the hands of the corpse. But because I failed to satisfy the crematorium in time. So he was burned by the burning corpse man. This is some conspiracy theory conjecture." As soon as he said it, Yi Jihuan and the others shivered. "I'm not talking nonsense," the white-faced corpse burner said again. "But when I took over, the body of the former colleague was not found. There was not even a drop of blood on the ground. Not to mention that he was in a special bloody state after eating his colleagues." Listen to these words. Qin Fangtong chewed the food in his mouth, while thinking in my heart, is this related to me? He couldn't help but remember what happened because of himself last night. The corpse is abnormal. And the red flames appearing in the crematorium. He didn't notice it last night. What's wrong? But after practicing the idea of night fire Pluto crown this morning, Qin Fangtong had an amazing guess about the origin of the red flame. That's night fire. Although this guess is a bit scary. But it is not impossible. After all, the red flames in the crematorium were basically exactly the same as the night fire he saw when he was thinking about it. Plus the characteristic of burning everything. But this is not very true. When I was handing over the shift, there were only a few red flames in the crematorium. Although it greatly improves the efficiency of burning corpses. But it's not overwhelming. Not to mention that the cremator is actively devouring the cremator. Could it be that something unexpected happened during the day? Qin Fangtong is guessing. I heard a sound of high heels hitting the ground. Walk straight in the direction he is. Turning around and looking. It turned out to be Ji Yun. Ji Yun was not polite at all. He sat down on Qin Fangtong's body very skillfully. He took out a hard card and said, "The palace seat watch has come out. I don't know if it's a coincidence or a coincidence. I was actually in a group with you. I believe you." Qin Fangtong muttered in her heart. Ji Yun came to support him from the Shuzhou funeral home. Lao Su, who has great prestige. It also comes from Shuzhou funeral home. Then what democracy and self-determination? In the parliament, Mr. Ren was about to say that it was a coincidence that Ji Yun and he were formed into a pair. Qin Fangtong didn't believe it. But now he is not paying attention to such a small problem. He took the hard card at the first time. Check it carefully. What he cares most about is working hours. However, he was disappointed. His and Ji Yun's group was lined up for 3 days before they could start working. Besides, the only information worth seeing is where the two work. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Or intentionally made a coincidence. It is the corpse of the No. 17th tomb where Qin Fangtong has been working diligently. The next day, my belly was empty at noon. Qin Fangtong went to the cafeteria to have dinner. What happened last night had a huge impact on him. He can't sleep at all. I practiced all night. In addition to the night fire me crown in the morning, the mental power of the mind has increased greatly. While also completely burned his worries and anxiety. Let his mind calm again. And full of energy. It doesn't look like a night-long person who hasn't slept all night. He now feels calm. Can do it. Do not feel sad. But soon. His calm mindset was a coincidence. Because it's a restaurant here to have a meal now. Not only is he a dangerous man who has nothing to do. And those workers who need to go to work to burn their bodies today. Although you may not be familiar with it. But after all, they are all in the same place now. Doing a head lost work? Communication between each other is inevitable. I saw the two people who looked the most embarrassing and the most injured were crying. The Noah 17 burning corpse room was too bloody. We were a little unable to withstand the work together. We are not workers who burn corpses. Still a slave who was serving the crematorium to eat. Xin Fangtong, who heard this statement again, had a slightly changed direction after eating. He was eating while watching the two corpse burners complaining over there. These corpse burners gather together. Exchange information with each other. It turned out that the Noah 17 burning core was actually the most evil and weird photo among them. It seems that even if two people are on duty together, there will still be a bleeding case in the last 17th corpse burning room. Someone came to this conclusion. Make the atmosphere in the canteen further depressed. But for the current situation. But it's useless. I hope that the democratic resolution can detect this problem as soon as possible. Increase the number of people working in the corpse burning room on the 17th. In the end, they could only hope that the two corpse burners who were currently on duty in the No. 17 burning corpse were extremely embarrassed. Because they know. If the resolution is to take this issue seriously and make changes, then there must be real casualties. This means that only the two of them sacrifice their lives. Only this problem can be changed. The corpse burners who subsequently worked in the corpse burning room of Noah 17 were able to gain a little life. Bird Zhang Kuo. What does this have to do with them? By then, they don't know how tall their grave grass will be. The mealtime is over. The corpse burners scattered. 2. In those two corpse burners currently working in the corpse No. 17. The lost and desperate Bak Xing Fangtong's eyes lit up. Followed quickly. 2. I heard you are troubled by the troubles in the corpse burning of No. 17. That's right. But what does this have to do with you? The life and death crisis is right in front of you. It caused the two to become irritable. The attitude is very bad. Xin Fangtong didn't care about such trivial matters. He said with a smile. Not to be hiding it from both of you. In fact, I was the corpse burner in the No. 17 burning room in Changdal City. Where you work now. Actually, it was my territory. Actually, what you mentioned is the problem of the crematorium. As the original owner of the No. 17 burning core, I know a little about it. Hearing this, the two people who were originally irritable and angry, their eyes lit up. Asked anxiously, do you know how to solve this problem? Big brother. No, Dad. You teach us. Or you can just offer a price. The two of them were irritable just now. Now it has become extremely humble. He even knelt down on the spot. Looking at the two of them, Xing Fangtong was also shocked. He quickly helped the two of them up from the ground. They are all their own brothers. Don't do this. To be honest, I have no solution to the abnormality of burning a corpse. Seeing their expressions becoming disappointed and angry, Xin Fang said again after a turn of the fairy tale. But I have some means. Can suppress the abnormal emotions in the burning corpse? The two of them were filled with surprises again. Then can you teach us? Cannot. Xin Fangtong refused neatly. No matter how the two of them beg for a fight, they will not be rude. Until the mentality of these two people was finally trained to live and die. Xin Fangtongkai said with compassion. Although I can't give you my method. But I can't watch you die after all. Not Buddhism. There is a saying that goes well. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Not as good as this. I'll go to the corpse burning room on the 17th. Xin Fangtong's picture is more difficult than the line. But the two misunderstood what he meant. Asked with surprise. You mean? You want to form a 3-person team with us to go to the No. 17 burning room? That's not what I mean. Xin Fangtong gave the two a big surprise. I mean, the corpse burning room of No. 17 will be handed over to me. You two can stay wherever you are cool. The two of them couldn't believe their ears. Is this the right one? What can I do like this? Why can't it? Qin Fangtong tried his best to encourage the two of them. This kind of thing. As long as you don't say it, I won't say it. What else can you do if you don't look at it or look at it? Besides, do you really want to go back and take risks? This sentence hit the two of them with a fatal flaw. But they didn't agree. They insist on giving Qin Fangtong a reward. It is said that only in this way can you rest with peace of mind. Qin Fangtong had no choice, either. He knew that if he was really arrogant and wanted nothing, then these two people will inevitably be unable to feel at ease. So he had to offer a price. Let the two transfer 1 million to themselves respectively. Treat it as a reward for helping them take the lead. This deal is so happy. After the two of them paid the deposit, they each left with a peaceful smile. Qin Fangtong took the key. I smiled and returned to my loyal No. 17 burning corpse. As soon as the sword was opened. Incinerator furnace. A hot wave of heat hits my face. Qin Fangtong looked inside. More than half of the flames turned red. Qin Fangtong tried to cultivate the industry's swarming crown without closing his eyes to visualize. Instead, he stared straight at the burning room. The red flame in the furnace blew. There has been a huge change in the incinerator furnace. Almost exploded. A trace of the red flame flew out of the incinerator, entering Qin Fangtong's mouth and nose, passing with him. Qin Fangtong quickly came with the cliff contained in the idea of Night Fireman crown. Do your best to reward. To control this flame. Don't burn yourself to death. Wherever this ray of flame goes, a lot of black air is steaming. Finally turned into some kind of golden gravel-like substance. Qin Fangtong's physical fitness has been rising steadily. At this time, the evil spirit I was contaminated in the funeral home. Qin Fangtong was surprised. Qin Fangtong was really surprised. He didn't expect. Before I knew it, I actually contained so much evil energy in my body. This trace of fire burns not only evil spirits. There are also some black silts. After these unknown blockages were burned, it also turns into a cleansing force. Qin Fangtong's blood surged directly. Arrived at the peak of the 6th grade. But not 7th grade. Without these evil spirits and blocked objects, Qin Fangtong only felt refreshed. I feel like my whole body is ethereal. It seems that it is possible to fly away at any time. At the same time, innate steel gas absorbs the cold things from the outside world. The speed at which it gathers into innate energy has also begun to increase significantly. It is the legendary way to open up the run and do meridians. Wash the essence and marrow. Qin Fangtong was surprised. But soon, his face was a little panicked. Because this trace of anger had already wandered around his body. All the ones that should be burned have been burned. What should be done next? Can't put it back. According to the physical and mental situation, this is very likely to be really obtained by the liquid fire that is solidified by liquid gas. How could I just put it back like this? But if you want to store it, don't be careless. To avoid burning myself. Qin Fangtong finally hid this scar of karma in his heart. He also knew that this was extremely dangerous. But there is no way. It is most suitable for the 5 internal organs of the human body to go back. And he always uses his strong spirit to move the karma fire. Ming Wang crown thoughts to control it. This time, there is no fear of something happening if you are karma fire. At this time, the crematorium suddenly made another loud noise. The strong spirit of the Hui Fangtong. Suddenly I realized that I was being targeted. That malicious sight. Go down and glance back and forth on your whole body. He opened his eyes and looked at the crematorium in front of him with an incredible face. That malicious peeping feeling. It actually came from the crematorium. Because I've been doing something else. I didn't burn the body for you. So angry? It wouldn't be like the white-faced corpse burner said. Those vanishing corpse burners. You have burned it. Qin Fangtong frowned. Didn't fight this thing immediately. Just at this time, the black-haired monster corpse that fell from the entrance of the corpse had already stood up staggeringly. Regained some action ability. He really needs to start burning the body. Did the black-haired monster corpse finally fall down again? Qin Fangtong walked over with a hurry. So many corpses burned. I found out. You are the most generous. Honey. I miss you so much. Although the black-haired monster corpses have initially obtained the ability to move. But it is still useless in front of Qin Fangtong's iron fist. He was soon thrown into the crematorium one by one. Just like what those corpse burners said. The current corpse burning furnace is so fast that it is unimaginable. The black-haired monster corpse is already quite difficult to burn. Even so, I couldn't last half a minute either. It's still in the stove. Not all because of karma. Otherwise, the speed will only be faster. Qin Fangtong had some understanding in his heart. Start working hard. The phantom magician's rapidity was cast under his feet. It looks like it is in the mouth of the corpse soaking in the mouth of the crematorium. Two places responded in a flash. Another black-haired monster corpse just fell from the corpse-drowned mouth. Before I could absorb the yang energy, the ability to restore movement was captured by the Baptist boy. Thrown into the crematorium. This speed made the crematorium unresponsive. It was actually stuffed with burning corpses once. The child was also able to stop temporarily. Observe the crematorium nowadays. His gaze looked at his system panel for a while. After a while, I looked at the crematorium. He didn't forget the corpse burners said before. Nowadays, the crematorium does not even let go of the residue. It will be completely burned. Even if the corpse burners want to snatch the residue out, there is no way. The shovel and tongs were burned into molten iron as soon as they reached in. The more corpses that were burned with this burning furnace were. This crematorium is becoming more and more weird. Qin Fangtong suspected that the problem lies in the burned residue. After all, the reason why his system can reward him. It's all about the residue. So these residues are definitely important. Some residues still contain very serious pollution. But I still can't get my system. Looking at the rewards that pop up constantly on the system panel. Hint. Qin Fangtong completely let go of his heart. One corpse after another was burned to ashes. Only residue remains. Hard to resist the fireworks coming. Without waiting for the crematorium. Refining this residue for your own use. Even the residue was stolen by Qin Fangtong's system. Suddenly disappearing. Let the crematorium be able to stare blankly and stare dryly. But there is nothing to do. The secret boy hummed a small song. Once again, the body was transported. Soon he stuffed the crematorium into full capacity again. I heard those guys say how dangerous it was to burn the corpse. No, 17. In my opinion, it's just that. Qin Fangtong smiled proudly. He had to worry about it before. Deliberately leaking the residue of about 10 corpses and handing over it. Every time he feels so distressed. But now he finally doesn't have to worry about these messy things. You can burn anything with this mouthful. The crematorium that can't even withstand the residue. Wouldn't it be very normal to hand over without residue? This Noah 17 burning corpse room? It's indeed my dragon heart. Qin Fangtong felt happy in her heart. He works wildly here. Digested one corpse after another at a very fast speed. But he was frightened by the people who were responsible for putting the bodies on the top. Speaking of which, this person is also an old man. I don't know how many curses and curses the corpse burners have been secretly scolded and cursed. Just because he doesn't care about the real situation below. As long as the pipes are burned, the gap will rush down the corpse in it. Even if the cremator gets off work. It doesn't matter if the body is stuck in the passage. But now he was a little scared. It's just because one pipe is empty and looks completely different from the other pipes that are stuffed. The old fried dough sticks embarrassingly, and more than a dozen black-haired monster corpses were put inside. It relieved the number of corpses at the mortal mouth. The sound of black hair shaves against the wall of the tube sounds. The pipe that had just been stuffed with him quickly emptied. Isn't it that fast? Or what happened next? The old fried dough is a little nervous. I didn't dare to put the body into that pipe anymore. Just as he was struggling to report to Shangguan, the pipe suddenly sounded. A young voice rang out of the pipe. Hey, hey, hey. The higher authorities are responsible for the body. What's going on with you? There is no body here without seeing me. It's ready to burn. Get out of the body quickly. Qin Fangtong was very dissatisfied with the guy who was responsible for putting the corpse on the top. He was burning corpses crazy, and it was so fun. But the body suddenly stopped. It no longer rolls down from the entrance of the corpse. How could he tolerate this? Then, he slapped the steel plate at the entrance of the corpse in anger and shouted, "I have to say, is it really possible to express my opinions so sharply? Wait for a while." When I entered the corpse, the sound of black hair shaving the tube wall again came. One corpse after another fell out of it. Fangtong was overjoyed. Start teleporting back and forth between the inlet and the incinerator furnace again. Throw one corpse after another into the crematorium. Looking at the empty pipe in the blink of an eye, the old employee responsible for releasing the bodies, Qian Ming, took a breath of air conditioning. Retreat several steps in a row. He said tremblingly to the artist standing beside him, "Supervisor, you've seen it all. I really didn't lie to you. This No. 17 burning core is so ghost." With the escalation of the situation, he had to pay attention to which burning corpse was connected to this pipe. Only then did I learn about the name of the No. 17 burning core. The supervisor of the morgue was an old man with black face. He was wearing a dark tang suit. One hand behind your back. Put one hand on your chest. 2 iron walnuts are being plated. Even in the current situation, he didn't have much change in expression. Give people a very peaceful feeling. What are you panic? The old man angrily scolded the money first. A clear sentence. Then he spoke. I've confirmed with the burning department. There was no trouble in them. Everything was as usual in the corpse burning of No. 17. This is the case now. I can only say that the corpse burning technique in the No. 17 burning room is high. Very capable. Since they have the ability to eat all the bodies you put down. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send all these corpses down. The old man turned around and pointed to the corpses after corpses in the dim morgue. After coughing twice, he continued. These corpses have been here for a long time. Something will happen sooner or later. Now that someone can take action to solve it. That would be better. With the money ordered by the supervisor, Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Begin to work wildly. Pushing one cart after another. All the corpses above were poured into the pipe leading to the No. 17 burning core. No. 17 burning core room? From then on, I have been entrusted with the morgue department. From the above. No intention. The green light was given in this burning corpse. Don't say anything else. Just one sentence. The body tube is enough. Although Qin Fangtong had not had face-to-face communication with colleagues in the parking lot, but he felt the enthusiasm of his colleagues from the falling body. He was also very excited. Work harder. In such a busy job, he didn't even have time to go out for lunch. It was just because the corpse was falling from the entrance. And the crematorium is like a Tao-Tai who will never be satisfied with the stomach. He opened his mouth and waited for feeding. In this high-intensity work, even Qin Fangtong couldn't help feeling a little tired. But seeing the dense rewards on the system panel, he cheered up again. Keep working hard. Full of investment. At work. Until the ringtone rang after get off work. The 2 corpse burners who were supposed to work here came outside anxiously. Promote the corpse mouth? No more body down. Qin Fangtong resisted reluctance. Turn off the restless crematorium. Walked out of the burning corpse. Believe is not as good as fate. He showed his white teeth to the 2 anxious corpse burners. Said with a smile. You can really suppress the evil spirits in the No. 17 burning corpse. 2 corpse burners were amazed. Then he obediently called the remaining 500,000 to Qin Fangtong. After all, it's 1 million. It's too impulsive to pay the full payment rashly in one go. Even the crematoriums who earn a lot of money will feel distressed about this. So at noon, they only transferred 500,000 yuan to Qin Fangtong. It counts as a deposit. Have to wait until after get off work. I was willing to give the final payment when I saw Qin Fangtong with my own eyes. To prevent Qin Fangtong from running away with the money, They made them lose huge losses at once. It seems quite chilling to say this. But Qin Fangtong didn't feel too much. It is easy to show up when you show up. He can understand this many times. Some seemingly cold, inhuman systems and precautions can ensure smooth transactions. If it's all about a moment of anger. Rather, things are prone to happen. The two of them each gave Qin Fangtong 1 million. But I still couldn't help but thank Qin Fangtong in various ways. He insisted on treating him to a big meal. 1 million. But I can't buy my life. Qin Fangtong happily agreed. Then these two people in the canteen auntie saw what the big eater is. The words mean that the corpse was burned on the 17th day. Brothers who work indirectly. Do you know each other? Qin Fangtong was eating and drinking. Asked. No, 17 burning core room? After all, it's too dangerous. Without me. He was afraid that something would happen easily to everyone. It will be bad if a person dies. After all, everyone is traveling thousands of miles away. Come here to help with passion. I can't just do it, either. Someone gave his life for this. I don't know when the two of you hand over the keys to the burning corpse later. Can you explain the interests of these two colleagues who are going to succeed? It's best to show up. I advise them to have such a top-notch deal with me too. The reason for saying this is nothing else. It's just because Qin Fangtong likes burning corpses so much. Two corpse burners who just finished the deal with him. There is no resistance to this. He agreed with a big bag. Qin Fangtong also stopped. After eating almost the same food, I left. After all, he is a super big deal now. He himself doesn't know how much he can eat. He also counts on these two people to help with their work. It is not good to really go bankrupt if the other party is eaten. On the way back, he met Ji Yun, who came out of the darkness. I didn't expect to meet you all this. What a coincidence. The beautiful girl Ji lifted her sleeves. Said with a smile. A coincidence? Qin Fangtong raised his eyebrows. He and I noticed Ji Yun's existence from afar. Deliberate detours. Want to avoid it. Who knew that this beautiful woman had bumped into her? This is obviously a purposeful way to block people. Is there anything wrong? Qin Fangtong asked straightforwardly. You are really confused about the charm. Such a beautiful woman, I came to my door on my own initiative. That's what you look like. Ji Yun bit his lips and showed a sense of pride. He looked very aggrieved. Qin Fangtong was unmoved. Just staring at her quietly. Watching Qin Fangtong doesn't like this. Ji Yun no longer pretends. Where did you go today? Why can't you find anyone everywhere? He asked aggressively. Haven't gone anywhere. I've been sleeping in the dormitory. Otherwise, what else can it be? Qin Fangtong wanted to pass by casually. Who knew that Ji Yun sneered and exposed his lies? During the day. I've searched for it in your dormitory. You don't have to give it 10 questions. Every time you are not in Qin Fangtong. I didn't expect Ji Yun would go to find him. I was a little stuck for a moment. I just thought about it again. Be tough again. What's wrong? Where am I going? Is it necessary to report to you? Who do you think you are, mine? You're going to feel itchy. But calm down and think of him. It seems that I really can't care about Qin Fangtong, okay? Since being tough is useless. Then turn to tenderize me. It's not that I can't find you for a while. So I'm anxious. No. Said in a tone. Good day. It was the day when we partnered to work in the corpse of Tomb No. 17. I heard that the corpse of the No. 17th tomb is very evil. Several corpse burners have died inside. But later I heard that you are a local corpse burner. I was specifically responsible for the No. 17 burning room. I think there should be some way to deal with it. That's why I hurried over to discuss with you. Don't be misled by these rumors. Qin Fangtong said with a very serious expression. The No. 17 burning core room is just an ordinary burning core room. Where is the legendary demonic harass? As long as the craftsmanship is passed. Don't worry about any danger. Don't believe it. Look at how I've been working in the corpse of Tomb No. 17 for so many days. Not a little thing too. No. Didn't the guy who worked in the corpse burning room today, who was nearly 17, escape without any hesitation? After a few casual words, Qin Fangtong slipped away. No more attention to opportunities. Looking at Qin Fangtong's leaving back, Qiyun was both angry and helpless. This guy has absolutely something wrong with it. Go back to your dormitory. After shaking the entire room with mental power, confirm that there is no problem. Qin Fangtong happily pulled out the system panel and started collecting it. I don't know how many rewards there are. The talent that can catch his eye. He deliberately kept everything like the power and dharma. No redemption yet. He has enough skills now. It's enough at this stage. If you add it randomly, it will only lead to chaos. All other rewards are basically redeemed for free attribute points. The results surprised him. Such a day. Working without sleep. His total number of free attribute points exceeded the previous record. It reached more than 7,000 points. So cool. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but feel excited. There are so many attribute points. Of course, I need to add some. Qin Fangtong first added the chlorophyll realm to perfection. Add a hidden secret to swallow the sky and the earth. Add the secrets to the fullest. Then he spent 500 attributes to point out the seventh realm of the endocrine brittle body method. The method of practice. Tai Su. Qin Fangtong, who was rich and powerful, did not hesitate or hesitated all this time. Just choose to add taboos. And directly add 1+ to the peak of Tai Su realm. He also added hidden secrets in one fell swoop. After the Tai Su realm is cultivated, can claim that Tai Su Dao body is stronger? Potential growth. Besides, it can also be friendly to heaven and earth. All kinds of mysterious energy wandering between heaven and earth. They will be close to him. Take the initiative to drill into his body. Qin Fangtong could feel that his talent limit had increased. The innate energy in the Dantian is also increasing dramatically. He was greatly inspired. Another 500 free attribute points were spent. The practice method of the next level was deduced. The eighth realm of the endocrine brittle body method is called Jinjiang. It's a pity that I've got here. Qin Fangtong's free attribute point is in a hurry. Less than 3,000. Unable to enter the 5th to 8th grades. It doesn't matter. This is the result of my lack of morning working hours. If I could work for a full day, the income of a free attribute point in a day may reach more than 10,000. What other skills do I have to practice then? Qin Fangtong couldn't help laughing wildly at the sky. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Qin Fangtong saw the people outside the door with a swept his spirit. It turned out that the two buddies who had made a deal with him today came to him with new customers. Qin Fangtong naturally would not refuse. Opened the door enthusiastically. The four of them went in. After a long time, he said he had dried up his saliva. Still, I couldn't convince the two new customers who were hesitating. After all, the other party had just heard of the murderous girl in the corpse. No, 17. Didn't experience it myself. Therefore, it feels that the price per person for 1 million a day is a bit outrageous. They want to bargain. Qin Fangtong originally planned to agree. After all, what he is interested in is the free attribute points and various rewards. Not this worldly money. But just as he was about to agree, but I saw the faces of two old customers. Qin Fangtong immediately refused and firmly expressed that he would never allow any bargaining. Want to start the business. New customers are important. Old customers also need to consolidate two old customers. Today they only earned 1 million. If he had accepted other people's bargaining requests that night, that would definitely hurt the hearts of two old customers. And as soon as this hole is opened, the future will only be worse. Today I bargained for 500,000 yuan. Someone will bargain with me tomorrow. This gap of 200,000 must not be cut. Qin Fangtong said very seriously. So the deal failed. Two new customers walked out cursingly. The two old customers were in a position to hold Qin Fangtong's grievances. So sorry. We didn't expect them to be like this. After they saw the power of the corpse in the 17th grave. I know that 1 million can buy your life. How cost-effective it is. facing two old customers who were filled with righteous indignation. Qin Fangtong's face turned calm. Fine. Do business. How can it be successful every time? At least I left them a contact number. If they aren't stupid, then maybe you can avoid the death disaster. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Qin Fangtong is practicing the idea of the night fire crown. But the phone suddenly rang. Pick it up and take a look. It's an unfamiliar number. After dialing with doubt, the other end of the phone rang immediately. Is the voice of the two failed new clients I met last night, Brother Qin? Can the transaction last night continue? Oh. We really need you to come and help us do it. When I heard this, Qin Fangtong laughed. It's more interesting to have two older brothers. Last night. You are not saying it firmly. Even if you die, wouldn't you accept this condition of peeling off the skin and drinking blood? Oh, Brother Qin is not dad. You are my dad, two people cry from the other end of the phone. The sound of father calling for his mother. This is the time. Don't keep making fun of us. Even if we want to laugh, we will wait until we get out of danger before laughing. Okay? We were wrong yesterday. We are here to apologize to you. So can the transaction continue? Able. Of course. Qin Fangtong agreed happily. Is that money? Have to rise a little bit. After all, one time and another. Although Qin Fangtong doesn't care much about money. But the rules must be established. This way the business can be done smoothly. It's more convenient, too. Certainly. Of course, the price is up to you. The two people on the other end of the phone didn't care about this. Not as petty as she had last night. Please come here quickly. We must not be able to hold on. Don't worry. Let's talk about it first. This will avoid quarrels later. Qin Fangtong is a good person. Although I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I don't want to slaughter people too much. Let's do this. Each of you has risen from 1 million to 1 million. Give me the money. I immediately went to fulfill the transaction. Good. Say it's okay. I just don't know your card number, Brother Qin. The two on the other side gave in much faster than Qin Fangtong. Imagine that there is almost no bargaining idea. It seems that. Experience the corpse burning room of Noah 17 and the corpse killing mace that promotes transactions. Qin Fangtong revealed his card number. Soon, a large bank account text message was sent from his mobile phone. Qin Fangtong is a very professional person. Seeing that the money has arrived. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Running out of the dormitory building all the way. While there are not many people at this time, I want to do something outside. Running all the way to the No. 17 burning core. This is not enough time. Just reached 9:30. If the funeral home hadn't been equipped with a lot of surveillance cameras, from the dormitory to the corpse burning room on the 17th, he doesn't take it for more than a minute. After hearing his voice, the two people who were still struggling to persevere in the burning corpse are like Meng Dasheng. Open the iron door quickly. He won Qin Fangtong in. The person who was responsible for releasing the corpse did not know what medicine he took. The two of them pointed to tears without tears. Almost half of the burning corpse was filled with corpses. Then he pointed to the crematorium that kept making vibrations and abnormal noises. And this burning corpse always gives us a very dangerous feeling. Just wait for the speed at which the body is filled. A life and death crisis will hit you. It seems that our fate will be even worse than these corpses. A person may have a wrong feeling. We both have this feeling. Wait until the two of them continue to tell their tragic experiences. Qin Fangtong took the key and pushed it out of the No. 17 burning corpse room. Okay. I know what's going on. Don't get in the way here. Go back and have a good sleep. Have a break. The things here have nothing to do with you anymore. After driving the two out, Qin Fangtong quickly closed the iron door from the inside. Then the figure flashed and came to the mouth of the crematorium. The corpse that fell out of the entrance has spread here. At this moment, my body was shaking slightly. Both waists are so close. He could actually make the crematorium hungry for so long and moved by the child. Then he immediately took action. His hand stolen the sky and changing the sun was like a waving afterimage. But blink time. I picked up the corpse and stuffed the crematorium full of it. Because the food is right in front of you. But I can't eat it in my mouth. And the furious crematorium was instantly satisfied. No more abnormal movements or formation directions. No longer can you swallow these corpses. Qin Fangtong's stealing of the sky. The hand is combined with the Phantom Demon Palace. It's simply a sharp tool for burning corpses. These corpses have not yet been recovered. Action ability. He was already stuffed into the tomb by Qin corpse. The corpse stove was burned to ashes. Less than 10. The corpse that had originally covered half of the burning corpse had been cleaned up. More corpses fell from the entrance. Qin Fangtong threw it into the crematorium at an extremely fast speed. Qin Fangtong quickly had a tacit understanding with Qian Ming, the corpse transporter who was responsible for releasing the corpse, and start to consume quickly. Thank you for the corpse in the morgue. I was scared to death. I did so much that I had to die in the past half an hour. I thought something was wrong below? Qian Ming sighed while pushing one corpse after another into the pipe. Now it seems that I'm overthinking it. At that time, it was probably the corpse burner who was responsible for burning the corpse. Just late to work. Otherwise, how could it be so slow? Qin Fangtong worked from morning to night. Don't eat or drink again. A day when I was just burning my body. The corpse was no longer dropped when it entered the corpse. What did he realize? Lift up the watch and look at it. It's after get off work time. Time for happiness is always so short. Qin Fangtong upholds professional spirit. Retreat the messy burning corpse room. Then he turned off the crematorium and walked out. 2 new clients who just concluded the deal today. I have been waiting outside the door for a long time. Seeing Qin Fangtong walking out of the inside with a calm expression, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Fangtong did not return the key to the No. 17 burning corpse. By chance. Not the one who will work in the corpse of this 17th grave tomorrow. It's me. According to the system implemented by funeral homes today. The day before yesterday, he was responsible for the group meeting of the corpse of the grave. That night, handed over the keys of the grave to another group member the next day. In this way, inheritance. It is precisely because of this. So the 2 old customers yesterday were able to attract Qin Fangtong to the 2 new customers today. However, since Qin Fangtong and Jin Yunjian will work in the corpse burning room tomorrow, then this link can be saved. Cooperation between 3 people. Not to mention everyone is happy. Both sides were very satisfied. After each of them paid 1.5 million. The 2 also invited Qin Fangtong to the cafeteria for a good meal. Qin Fangtong received a call from Jin Yun during this process. The other party said that he did not wait for the key to the corpse burning. Ask him how it is? Qin Fangtong took a photo of the key to the corpse in the tomb and sent it to him. I said a few more words. After the meal, he finally returned to his dormitory. With a little private space. Needless to say, pull open the system panel and add points. These days, Qin Fangtong worked from morning to night. Finally, I earned more than 10,000 free attribute points in one go. In addition, the total amount of his free attribute points left yesterday has exceeded the point. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate. Just add him. In an instant, he became a golden room. For a doctor who is an 8th grade dancer, there is a golden light. Explodes from inside him. Cover the entire room. Looking at this golden light, Qin Fangtong's face was joyful. This is the golden energy field obtained after cultivating Jinjiang. In this field, he can do all kinds of incredible things. Can be called a fairy standing on the ground. Only, this requires too many free attribute points. Qin Fangtong's face was a little serious. This time, he made a total of 5,000 free attribute points. Next, Qin Fangtong General Jin pushed his realm to the peak. Click out the hidden secrets. Pushing hidden secrets to the peak again. Then, another 500 free attribute points were spent. The endocrine brittle body method was deduced. The practice method of the gods and people in the 9th realm has arrived here. His free attribute points shrink rapidly. Only more than 6,000 left. I ordered the endocrine brittle body method. The plus sign behind has turned gray again. Can't tick. Spending money is like flowing water. Xing Fangtong sighed. Fingers slid around the system panel. The endocrine brittle body method cannot be activated at present. But the karma has just begun. Pluto's crown. Thoughts and other exercises. The plus sign behind is still bright. It indicates that these exercises can be upgraded with points. The inner child hesitated for a long time. In the end, I didn't choose to do it. Being a person must have a beginning and an end. First, add the endocrine brittle body method to the highest level. After becoming a real 9th grade warrior, let's worry about these again. Xing Fangtong thought so and quickly entered into meditation. Begin to repair the industry. The idea of the Pluto coffin is restrained. While many distracting thoughts, restore the mental loss during the day. At 8 o'clock the next morning, he just finished washing up. I heard the sound of going upstairs. Sweep the mental power. I saw Ji Yun, who was decisive in work clothes. Before the other party raises his hand and is about to knock on the door, he opened the door. Looking at Ji Yun with a somewhat shocked expression. Xing Fangtong's vision. Discuss the other party. After looking at several films, exclaimed. The beautiful chicken is worthy of being the dream lover of the vast number of corpse burners. Just put on work clothes. Plain face to the sky. So beautiful and proud. What's the use of this? Ji Yun snorted lightly. Do a deadwood that is unfamiliar with charm. Not still ignored it. Wrong, wrong. I don't want to appreciate beauty. Just a little busy. There is only no time. Xing Fangtong said with a smile. He was still staring at Ji Yun. This is not only because the other party is indeed proud. It was also because the other party exceeded his expectations. He thought the other party could really do his job in a small suit with black stockings and high heels. Ji Yun looked beautiful and I didn't say anything about you. Xing Fangtong didn't know what to reply for a moment. I had to change the topic. There is still some time to go to work. Or we go for some breakfast. Okay. Ji Yun was very happy to wing Yun during breakfast. Ji Yun kept beating indirectly. I want to get some information about the No. 17 burning corpse from Xing Fangtong. Xing Fangtong couldn't figure out whether this guy was just for the corpse burning room No. 17. To test yourself. Just pretend to be stupid. Be with the beauty. Time always passes quickly. It was 9 o'clock and the two of them were in different moods. Step into the big iron gate of the No. 17 burning corpse. The corpse that fell out of the entrance like diarrhea. Let Ji Yun open his eyes. Going crazy. There are only 2 people in one stove with so many corpses. How can I finish the burning? There was Ji Yun between the person who was responsible for releasing the corpse and the No. 17 burning corpse. It feels something is wrong. If the monsters in the No. 17 burning core are really true, then the person above who is responsible for releasing the corpse is definitely very responsible. He thought so many corpses in his mind. It's really hard for him to imagine how to burn it. I am afraid that all the remaining bodies will be restored to their ability to move just after burning. Just think about that picture. Ji Yun couldn't help but tremble all over. He has a 5th to 3rd grade cultivation. Even if Xing Fangtong, who is from 5th to 4th grade, is once trapped in the vast ocean where the bodies were revived, can't kill it at all. No wonder so many people have been lost here. Ji Yun was sweating profusely. Don't think so much. It's better to start working soon. Look at Ji Yun's crazy thinking. Xing Fangtong didn't know what he was thinking. I had to say that. He turned on the crematorium. Suddenly the heat waves were rushing into the red flames. Shoot people's hearts. As more and more corpses burned, there are also more and more karma fires in this furnace. Xing Fangtong doubts what is the connection between the two. Unfortunately, he is not from the maintenance department. I don't know much about crematoriums. Because there was another person staring at the scene. Xing Fangtong could only try his best to suppress the strength and speed of his Yungfu and the 4th grade warriors. Throw one corpse after another into the crematorium. Not forgetting to greet Ji Yun. Why are you standing there? Come here quickly to help. Looking at the corpse that was burned to ashes in a few seconds, Ji Yun's pupils shrink. Heart. Be bold and shocked. The legend is actually true. The efficiency of this furnace is far greater than any other furnace I know. But why is this? Is there anything special about Changle City Funeral Home? Is there anything special about the corpse burning room of No. 17? Is there anything special about this stove? With a lot of confusion, Ji-yoon started to help. The speed of the two people working together is not slow. Although it is not as good as Chin Fongton when he let go of the demonstration alone. But at least it won't let the crematorium starve and become crazy. There is no chance for the black-haired monster corpse friends to get up and cause trouble. The nuances of this. In addition to Chin Fongton, only Qian Ming, who is responsible for releasing the body, can detect it. Strange. Did you develop a tacit understanding yesterday? How do you feel about the corpse burning room of No. 17 today? The rhythm is a bit messy. Qian Ming scratched his head. A little confused. He suddenly had an epileptic. That's to go down and see what happened in the No. 17 burning core room. I met the corpse burner who had a tacit understanding with me. If you can talk about everything, that would be even better. No. 17 burning core room? Middle. Chin Fongton finally couldn't help but stop the movements in his hand. In Ji-yun's confused gaze, standing next to the crematorium, said righteously, "We do this. It's really too slow. I think we should take a look at the factory assembly line simply by throwing the body over there." I was responsible for throwing the body into the crematorium. Ji-yun stared at Chin Fongton with an incredible face. I saw that Chin Fongton had already touched the crematorium. At this moment, he was stretching out his hands to make a connection. Why didn't I forget to urge him to stand there? Work quickly. After Ji-yun grinded his teeth a few times. After all, I started transporting the corpses obediently. Throw the bodies to Chin Fong. Tom was watching Chin Fongton throw his body into the crematorium. It turns out that men and women are not tired of working together. Chin Fongton was in a happy mood and thought about the reason why he did this. There is naturally a reason. Chin Fongton discovered the body that he had sent to the crematorium by himself. The system will collect residues. Then I issued a reward to myself for the corpses sent to the crematorium Ji-yoon. It has nothing to do with him. These corpses and the remains left by the corpse. The crematorium that had been hungry for 2 days. Finally I had to eat it once. For such a situation. Of course, Chin Fongton cannot allow it. So he moved deliberately. Arrived next to the crematorium. He asked Ji-yoon to throw the body over to him. Now he is the only reward. The two of them work together like this. Soon. Lunchtime is coming. After having a partner, Chin Fongton can no longer be self-righteous and do not eat or drink. I could only turn off the crematorium with reluctance on my face. Follow Ji-yoon out for a meal. Unexpectedly, I came back for lunch. Ji-yoon refused to let him go. He occupied the position beside the crematorium. Said to him, adhering to the principle of fairness. Let's change shifts. Now it's your turn to throw the body over to me. Why? Chin Fongton was anxious. I said, why are you doing this? He persuaded Ji-yoon with great sincerity. Although we are working in division of labor. But in fact, the work done is the same. You don't think I'm lazy? Otherwise, Ji-yoon sneered repeatedly. You just need to catch the body. Then just turn it over and send it to the crematorium. But I need to bend down and lift the body up. Throw it to you again. Also prevent corpses from destruction. Which of us is more busy? Don't you know what's going on? Worked all morning. My waist hurts, and it's time to change you. Why do you have to do this? Chin Fongton sighed. If you feel unfair, I can compensate you for money. Ji-yoon was amused. I remember you just joined the funeral home. It's less than a month. You haven't received your salary this month yet. Just based on your family conditions. How much money can you have? Let's do this. I don't make things difficult for you. If you can give me 500,000, I will do what you said this day. In Ji-yoon's opinion, this is already a great embarrassment for Chin Fongton. It is enough to make Qin Fangtong retreat when he sees the difficulties. Agree with his conditions. Unexpectedly, Qin Fangtong nodded very decisively. Take out your phone. Asked. What is your card number? Ji Yun felt panicked. Does he really have so much money? Impossible. He joined the funeral. How long do you care? How could it be possible to make so much money in one go? Even if he passes through some secret channels. I did get a lot of money. But didn't he still want to give it to his sister? And this kind of child born from a middle-class competitive family always have psychological defects. Even if you have money, it shouldn't be so casual. Just throw out $500,000. So there must be a fraud. He is playing psychological tactics with me. Ji Yun smiled proudly. I feel like I have seen through Qin Fangtong. Then he loudly revealed his card number. Not forgetting the little stimulation. Qin Fangtong, I've given you a card number. You should give me money, too. Don't be stingy. Bala saw Qin Fangtong operating on his phone. Then Ji Yun's phone heard a prompt sound. I found it and found that it was a large amount of money sent by the bank on my hand. The notice counted carefully. Number 5. The 0 or no more is exactly $500,000. How is this possible? Ji Yun was stunned. We have already agreed in advance. Now I've given the money. You have to do what I said. Qin Fangtong walked over with relaxed steps. Pushed Ji Yun aside. Then he pointed to the pile of black hair strange things. The pile of corpses said. Go and work quickly. Why did you Ji Yun have not reacted until now? Standing there, asking stupidly. Qin Fangtong was unwilling to continue wasting time. He was dissatisfied with excitement of Ji Yun. His face was cold. You've received the money. Why don't you go to work? Do you want to repent? Qin Fangtong's cold god. Shin Ji Yun shivered. After all, he was also in existence who broke through to the third-grade warrior realm at the age of 22. Although his talent is not as good as Qin Fang. But the child can also be called a peerless genius. Therefore, he has always been arrogant. But now he actually felt a creepy feeling. It seems that if I continue to ignorant of the sway, then welcome your own fate. It will only be extremely miserable. No way. He went there in the end. Arrived at the previous location. Start bending over to pick up the corpse again. That's all. The two of them worked until supper time. Qin Fangtong closed the crematorium with unfulfilled wishes. Take Ji Yun to have supper. After returning from supper, continue to work. Get off work directly. Ji Yun hammered his slim waist. He stared at the little corpse furnace of 2/3 of it, who was Yehua solemnly. This thing is really too dangerous. Although I work all day long. Never stop again. Observation of this crematorium. In this way, the furnace is unimaginable. The shock he brought to him was indescribable. Instead, it looks like a child is like living. We are not like crematorians using stoves. Instead, it was like a corpse servant who was serving the furnace. It's like being busy and dangerous. This guy is the only one who can enjoy it when he is at work. This Dong Yun Yun has always been a burning furnace. The expression is full of living words. What the hell is going on with this guy? You can still laugh at this time. Could it be that this was the case with the crematorium before? He has long been used to it. I spent a total of 500,000. It's just a day's work easier. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. Ji Yun only felt that the corpse of the 17th grave was strange and dangerous. There are too many secrets hidden. We must inform Mr. Su and others immediately. He was secretly anxious. Then give me the key to pass it on. What should you do? Qin Fangtong happened to say this at this time. It is naturally perfect for Ji Yun. At this moment, my mentality couldn't stand a burst of gratitude. The girl didn't know what she was thinking about again. Watch for you literature for free for the first time. Qin Fangtong looked at Ji Yun's back, who was leaving hurriedly. I suspect that the other party has made up for some idea. But this doesn't matter anymore. Focusing on your own business is the most important thing. Qin Fangtong snorted lightly. Lock the large iron door again. I put the key in my arms and went to the cafeteria for a big meal. After eating, he met a colleague who was going to work in the corpse of Tomb No. 17 tomorrow. The other party came to him to hand over the key. But he talked about the deal with the other party. I'm a business person. Always fair and just. There is no deception. You can ask about the customers who have made transactions with me. Which one is not full of praise? I'm a well-known businessman. He kept boasting about the opposite side. But I don't believe it very much. Even so, 1 million is still too expensive. All right. Since you all said so, then I can't force it. You are not the classical boy and shook you out loud. Lost the key. He also left his own contact information for the other party. If you really feel that you can't hold on, then call me. Our transaction can continue. However, there will be a certain increase in the amount and expenses. Qin Fangtong did not rest after returning to the dormitory. Instead, add some upgrades on the spot. It took a full 10,000 attribute points. He finally became a 9th grade dancer. The realm of the endocrine brittle body method. It can open up the bridge of heaven and earth in the human body. Sensing the external universe. Use the power of heaven and earth. And such combat power as war is no longer something that ordinary thermal weapons can threaten. Call it the ground. Wu Ming is not an exaggeration. No wonder the 9th grade warrior is so precious. Such a high status. Even adding points requires so many free attribute points. Qin Fangtong looked at his palm. His palm flipped slightly and a small whirlwind blew into the room. Qin Fangtong felt that if he tried his best, it is possible to create a hurricane out of thin air in this inland city. I can sense the power of various elements in nature. Wind and lightning, earth and fire. The water wind can be called by me. Qin Fangtong was extremely excited. He realized that because of his extremely strong mental power. Therefore, this kind of calling the power of heaven and earth is not rough. Instead, it can be carefully crafted. Improvement of strength. It's not unrelated to each other. If every aspect goes hand in hand, there are no shortcomings. That will inevitably become stronger and stronger. Qin Fangtong is ready to move. I really want to immediately question how strong I can be. But I also know that it is not suitable for now. So I forced myself to resist the impulse. Speaking of which, how many 9th grade warriors in the country have expanded their scope to the world? Am I strong or weak among the 9th grade warriors? Qin Fangtong has a new anxiety again. Although he has now become a 9th grade warrior. But it still can't be called invincible. With Qin Fangtong, he came up with a solution. You can figure out what level of your strength is. Take out your cell phone immediately. Start searching. The endocrine brittle body method I practice can be found in the current world. It was even put on the shelves for sale. Then there must be predecessors who refine the country. If you have been refined to the 9th level before, and leave a ranking or battle record, then can you intuitively figure out which level my strength is at? Fang Tongtong is full of his own intelligence. The results are searched together on your phone. The final result. But it made the smile on his face frozen. How could Qin Fangtong be together and sweated coldly? Turn on the results you found on your phone. There are only 4 realms in the endocrine body extraction method. All you can only practice to reach the 4th level. It is precisely for each limitation. Therefore, the Qin realm is stronger than other laws. The inner brittle body method can only be rated as the final chain method. Then I practice chlorine later. The state of courage. In fact, the system is based on its original content. Qin Fangtong, who was deduced by himself, was boldly shocked by this. He didn't expect the system to have this function. But think about it carefully. This is unexpected. In reason. After all, it's a system. It is known as the most amazing plugin in online literature history. It's normal to have this kind of function I didn't expect before. In this way, I can't figure out what level I am currently at. I hope there is no 9th grade warrior in the family. Qin Fangtong didn't forget it soon. The black-clothed men will break through the funeral hall and make chaos at all times. If they want to protect themselves in this chaos, even turning the tide, if you receive benefits, Then you must have enough strength to do it. The child, who was reeling from strength anxiety, began to continue to cultivate the idea of the industry's hot crown. At 9:05 in the morning, his phone rang. It was the call from the two Toon Corpse palaces last night. He cried on the other end of the electric power. Dad and Mother asked Fong Tong to come over to help him. And it means that even if you add money, you will have to complete it. The conversation broke last night. Shin Fong Tong was recorded again. After 3 million, he rushed to the corpse of the No. 17 grave. Replaced those two people. Then the whole day of mood disappeared. After working this day, another free attribute point income of more than 10,000 points. Shin Fong Tong saw the group of black-clothed magical realms. A plus sign reappears later. Can you activate it? It is also to first improve yourself to the peak of the 9th grade. Point out the realm of heaven and man. The secret book says. In this way, no matter what. I can't even call myself the bottom of the 9th grade warriors. Shin Fong Tong originally planned to add some ideas and innate steel tools to upgrade tonight. But now he has changed his mind. I plan to add the endocrine brittle body method to the top first. It's time to end. And this can take a few free attribute points. At that time, I still have the spare time to upgrade the innate steel tools and Nightfire Pluto crown ideas. That's what he thought. This is also done. After pressing the plus sign, watching the free attribute point that shrank rapidly to 300 points. And quiet. His face froze. It took a full 10,000 years. His realm has been upgraded to the middle stage of the 9th grade warrior. Shin Fong Tong took a breath of air conditioning. This is not just a pity for one's own freedom attribute point. Still shocked by his strength. It's just improved from the early stage to the middle stage. As a result, the strength was earth-shaking. It is no less than upgrading from an 8th grade warrior to a 9th grade warrior. Shin Fong Tong could only barely sympathize with the world power within Changle City. But now, he felt that his perception had expanded to the entire country. Even larger than the country map. It is just the free attribute point that needs to be increased from the early stage to the middle stage. It is actually comparable to rising from the 8th grade to the 9th grade. Certainly. The increase in this strength is completely worth it. Shin Fong Tong thought so in his heart. I'm just pitiful. The free attribute points that have finally accumulated. I originally thought that the innate steel and visualization that I had always put aside had also upgraded my business. Shin Fong Tong sighed. He closed his eyes slightly. Sitting cross-legged on the bed. But consciousness has been withdrawn. The body came to the sky. Silently looking down at the world below. Through the special perspective of the interaction between heaven and man, he can see something that cannot be seen with the naked eye. In his eyes, Pupa's funeral home changed. In addition to the body burning department, there are also some departments that have been cut out. They cling to the edge of the burning corpse like bubbles and existed on the burning corpse. These bubbles also contain dormitories and other buildings that are exactly the same as those in the burning department. In the cafeteria, there is even crossover in buildings such as infirmary rooms. This should mean that these overlapping parts are common among departments. Although it's normal on weekdays. But carefully observe or through some special methods. You can travel between departments through these places. Shin Fong Tong said in his heart. At this time, he was shocked. Suddenly, a brand new discovery was made. This funeral home is established here. The others seem to be just meticulous details. The use of piggybacking. Real purpose? I'm afraid it's just to suppress the thing below. Shin Fong Tong widened his eyes. Looking down to the underground of the funeral home. There is an absolutely dark area. Some dangerous and tingling breath hits my face. Shin Fong Tong had to withdraw his gaze immediately. I remember Ji Yun once said. Each funeral home has its own priorities. This is why subtle differences between each funeral home. This is the special thing about Changle City Funeral Home. Shin Fong Tong remembered the absolute darkness behind the rusty red door. And the existence of a position of determination with him inexplicably. The water in this place is still too deep. Shin Fong Tong was so moved. But suddenly I heard a knock on the door. His consciousness quickly returned to his body. After scanning the mental power, he recognized who was knocking outside? I just met today. Introduce him new clients. Process. It's still the same process as before. Before Chin's customer experienced the horrors of the world of 2No17. Everyone thinks that Chin Fangtong's asking price is too high. But the next morning, they will cry again. My father called Chin Fangtong. It means spending more money. I also want to ask Chin Fangtong to help take the shift. Chin Fangtong is naturally happy. Agreed. Another day of transaction was completed. It just made him a little worried. It starts from this day to fall. The speed of the corpse was a little stuck. It seems to be a little lack of momentum. But at least he was forced to harvest. Enough of 10,000 free attribute points. Chin Fangtong originally thought he could become a master in the late 9th grade tonight. Unexpectedly, I found that the plus sign behind the endocrine brittle body method turned gray. It's impossible to activate at all. Add points to the exercises to upgrade. The more free attribute points you need to spend later. Even the free attribute points of Ivan cannot make me become a master in the late stage 9th grade. Chin Fangtong was a little helpless. Hesitated again and again. He decided to wait and see again. Save the free attribute points in your hand. Maybe you can upgrade after saving 20,000 tomorrow. As a result, the next day, the corpses that fell from the morgue began to decrease greatly. Not enough at all. Chin Fangtong burned. Chin Fangtong angrily slapped the pipe entering the corpse. Go up. It was also helpless to ask about the former name of the morgue. You're doing so slowly. Then there will naturally be the day when the body is burned out. The consumption of corpses in the parking lot was slow. It's so slow that we're all a little anxious. As a result, after you go online, the consumption speed is fast again. We can't help but choose to give up me for it. I've taken special care of you. He brought many corpses that were originally going to be sent to other burning corpses. Here you, I even pulled out some corpses that were still in other pipes. How else do you want me to have no body? There are no corpses. You have to wait a few more days. Listening to such an answer, the burning corpse child couldn't help but feel helpless. He closed the crematorium. Walked out of the burning corpse. The burning department has also received it. The message from the morgue soon issued a holiday notice. It's just this holiday. All actions were prescribed in the funeral home. Not allowed to go out. Prevent any unexpected events that don't have time to react. Even so, it is enough to make the corpse burners grateful. I shouted God blessed. Everyone even arranged a small party. Sing and dancing at night. Drink wine and eat meat. Joyful. Although Chin Fangtong, who was sitting in the corner, was also shocked. But he inexplicably showed a sense of loneliness. What are you doing? Just your frowning. Shiyun walked over. Climbing glasses with Chin Fangtong. Chin Fangtong drank a bottle of high-concentrated energy liquid in one sip. I am different from you guys who yearn for fishing after get off work every day. No job. I was so uncomfortable that I was almost thorning all over my body. Chin Fangtong said. If it weren't for the unlimited supply of various high-energy foods tonight, I won't even come down. I'm sick. 11 Yun is gone. Drinking the rising black 8. While twisting his body. He came over while coming. A guy who was holding hands with Chin Fangtong. You can't do this. At a young age. Good years. How could you be so shy? Forget it if you don't dare to talk to the little girl. The beautiful girl comes to talk to you. You can still make people angry. If I were you, I'd take the initiative. This single old man talks. He looks like a romantic wandering son. Come on. Chin Fangtong shook. Haiba's hand was thrown out on his shoulder. It is better to be more careful than to pay attention to women when you have time. Your two apprentices. Haiba's faces froze. It took you a long time to laugh. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah? Chin Fangtong turned his head. He stared at Haiba with a smile and became confused when he looked at her eyes. There seems to be light. From it, the eye of the future shines. Chin Fangtong saw more about Haiba. I have learned a lot of things from this in the future. He said with a smile. It seems that you, the master, have noticed a lot of things. But because of this, that's why you have to die. Do you know that there is a cause of death that you know too much? Haiba was sweating coldly. The alcohol that had just been raised instantly disappeared as a tomb corpse in the funeral home. It's just a force. He is really just a corpse burner. With a little trick and toughness. Lived until now. About a week ago. While he was secretly selling residues. Someone came to the door. The other party expressed his intention to make a deal with him. The core of this deal is his 2 apprentices. The other party promised that as long as he could accept those 2 people as his disciples. And keep the other party alive for more time as much as possible in the funeral home. He will get a huge sum of money. After agreeing, he got a deposit. He successfully brought his 2 apprentices to the funeral home. After that, he received a portion of the subsequent transfer. Seeing that this huge sum is about to be completely cold into my pocket. But he couldn't laugh. Because he had already noticed the strangeness between the group of people and these 2 apprentices. I guessed that the other party entered the funeral home. I'm afraid it's prepared. Have bad intentions. Just as Qin Fangtong said. He knows too much. It is very likely to be silenced afterwards. It was pointed out. This layer of black 8 was sweating profusely all over. My little eyes scanned left and right to confirm that not many people were paying attention. Then he approached Qin Fangju and lowered his voice. Asked. What do you know? I don't know anything. Qin Fangtong chewed in big mouthfuls. Unlimited supper. It's time to go. You lied to me. Haiba was anxious and even the entire funeral home was in danger. Do you know? I can sense that the power behind that group of people is definitely not simple. This kind of thing must be prepared for it. Only then can we have a chance to escape in the chaos. Now we work together. Redeem the information they have with each other. Maybe it can piece together the whole picture of the matter. Facing the intersection of Black 8. Qin Fangtong still looked calm. He wiped his mouth. Said. You're thinking too much. I know everything you know. I know. You don't know why you exchanged with me. You don't have this qualification. Do you know? Haiba is so angry that he is crazy. How do you know what I know? Even if you know it all. But you are alone and have limited strength. He tried his best to convince Qin Fangtong. But it's useless at all. Qin Fangtong only cares about lowering his head to eat. Ignore his pot at all. Later, he even pushed him out. Stop quarrel. Your saliva is almost spraying into my meal. Haiba looks like the sky is about to collapse. He fell into a state of fear. Seeing this, Qin Fangtong. I couldn't bear to give him a clear path. Great chaos. It really is about to explode. You just need to be careful of your 2 apprentices. Then others will have their own affairs and goals. Your 2 apprentices have received the task of knowing you, an insider. You either kill them, or find a place to hide. Kill you in the mission they have taken? It's just the least important one. Once you find out, you can't find it. Or after searching for you will waste your time too much. They won't hold on anymore. Certainly. You still need to deal with the pursuit of this force in the future. I hope your strong fortune can protect you. Live for a while. After sending away the Black 8, Qin Fangtong kept eating again. Until the party ends. People dispersed in groups of 3 or 3. He was still snorting at his responsibility. Have to sit down. Come over with an embarrassed look on your face. He said that all the ingredients stored after the sign was eaten up. Although I promised to provide limited supplies before the party. But in fact, it really can't be done. Qin Fangtong was helpless. Nai took a photo. The bombing room became empty again. Stand up from the chair. Walk towards your dormitory and go back to your dormitory. He opened the system food field. His own free attribute points have reached the total number of points. But the plus sign after the endocrine brittle body method is still gray. This free attribute point is still not enough to allow him to enter the wine limit. Not possible later. Can't wait any longer. Qin Fangtong was also a little anxious. His gaze turned straight by him. His visualization and innate piano decided to point these 2 skills as much as possible. Today I watched the limited number again and again, because of this, and the continuous capacity is extremely long. While he saw more images. Finally, we can confirm that group. The monk in black attacked the funeral home for no more or less time. Just 7 days later. When will the morgue be filled again? Continue to provide me with a lot of free attribute points. I must seize every opportunity to improve myself. Can't be as casual as before. Qin Fangtong made up his mind. Just go directly on the plus sign in the column behind the innate rigid device. In an instant, the innate energy from his dantian rioted, becoming stronger and stronger, and form a cyclone. Store more innate energy. The first time the innate rigid device added points was only 100 points. Qin Fangtong was very surprised by this. Press the plus sign again. This time, the innate energy in his body turned into liquid state. Extremely concentrated. It took him a full 1,000 points of free attribute points. Qin Fangtong did not hesitate. Be tough again. This time he spent a total of 10,000 free attribute points. The dot amplitude of the innate steel device. Within the jump ratio. The method of clotting the brittle body. The doctor who is better at preparing for the preparation of the weather device is controlled. The system is inspired from the body of Qin and Qin Fangtong. Turned into a huge ball. Cover him in. Fortunately, Qin Fangtong is now mentally powerful. Extremely fast. Rapidly expand your golden field. That infinite is Messen. A passport made by wrapping the entire room in the innate steel device. The diameter can reach thousands of kilometers. However, under the use of the golden field, it did not break through this room. Not noticed by outsiders. This is the mystery of the golden field obtained after the 8th realm of the endocrine brittle body method is cultivated. In this, it can be big or small. In the golden field where the inner space can expand infinitely, Qin Fangtong can be called a god and an angel walking on the ground. After the innate steel gas passport is activated by itself, it began to vibrate and rotate quickly at a certain special frequency. Qin Fangtong's body is also developing new ways of movement. Soon, a golden light appeared on the innate passport of the Qi innate. Expand quickly. In the end, the entire innate air and nothingness in the passport seemed to change. Turned into some kind of golden medium. From a virtual fossil to a more real world. Any substance must be something harder. The original innate steel gas passport turned into a huge golden sphere with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. The sphere is suspended in Qin Fangtong's golden field. Layer waves of air. Breaking outward. It actually made the golden field stagnate for it. After the sphere is accomplished, it seems that it can fix the equilibrium within a certain range. Qin Fangtong was extremely surprised. At this time, the changes became more intense. The golden sphere, which was originally a diameter of thousands of kilometers, began to compress violently. Each time the smaller the circle. A drop of cold sweat would fall from Qin Fangtong's forehead. Its state is very intense. Not painful. But I feel very stressed. He had a feeling. In the process, as long as a shape is accidentally compressed and changed, it will fail. The entire sphere will explode. He will never die then. I'm afraid he'll be seriously injured. Fortunately, this is a system-led upgrade. Finally, all the changes were completed without any danger. Although the golden sphere with a diameter of up to thousands of kilometers, it turned into a golden projectile the size of a quail egg. It slowly sank into his dantian. A child's heart moves. This golden projectile passed through his skin again. Flying out again. Rotating around him. Everything within the range was fixed when the golden light rippled out. This is not the legendary golden elixir. Qin Fangtong suddenly had some kind of association. I couldn't help but be shocked. Innate steel gas is not a martial arts technique. It is the practice of immortal cultivation. If you say so, it seems to make sense. But there is no reason why the system intervenes in this change now. I absolutely don't believe it. Qin Fangtong felt that things were a little beyond his control. He originally thought that innate steel gas was a relatively advanced martial art. In the fantasy, he had seen this martial arts from the main perspective of the illusion. Although the other party did not complete the step of becoming the acquired and innate. But its power is also an absolute martial arts master who can break through the mountains and collapse. He was imagining at that time. If you really complete the step of the acquired transformation into the innate, so how strong will it be? Now he knew that the descendants of the innate sect of the monster's monster were seeking a genius who could complete the key step of the acquired transformation into the innate. Compared with those who embark on the innate path and begin to cultivate immortality, the acquired dancer is nothing at all. Qin Fengtong's heart is surging. After he got up and cultivated into the golden elixir. With the continuous nourishment of the golden elixir, his body has been further improved and changed. This change and improvement are long-term. No results are yet to be seen. But Qin Fengtong could feel the improvement of his life potential and the extension of his lifespan. He was just in his youth and glorious. Now that he has cultivated into the golden elixir, he has added a fairy-like temperament. I feel my body becomes lighter and stronger. It seems that he is at the peak all the time. This beautiful change and feeling intoxicated him. Qin Fengtong wishes he could continue to increase points and upgrade. Work straight to ascending to become an immortal. But unfortunately, the balance of poverty-stricken freedom on the system panel has damaged his dream. Just cultivating the golden pill costs me 10,000 free attribute points. That's the reason to cultivate it. I don't know how much it will cost. Qin Fengtong has some mom too. He only has more than 4,800 free attribute points left. Be content and happiness. Qin Fengtong found the idea of Nightfire Pluto crown on the system panel. The plus sign behind this column is still bright. It did not turn gray. The free-minded point that is less often required to add points for the first time. The subsequent increase will be exponentially. Qin Fengtong understands this. So I didn't have much hope to press the plus sign hard. A scene of hell of fire appeared in front of him, accompanied by the surge in soul and mental power. The lotus platform under his feet expanded with a punch. Liehua was also forced back with a punch in his original technology. This only took 50 free attribute points. Qin Fengtong was immediately happy when he saw the consumption. Then continue to press down on his mental power and soul soar again. The manifestation in the hell of karma fire is that the lotus platform under his feet becomes increasingly huge. He himself is becoming a huge giant. It's just with this change. The originally dazzling Buddha light on my body is gradually extinguishing. A divine light that belongs to oneself. It starts to appear from there. That's fine. I don't want to leave any flaws. One day, he was taken directly by a Buddhist master. Qin Fengtong muttered. Continue to get dark on the system panel. The first time I added points to the idea of the Karma Fire Pluto, he only spent 50 points on his free attributes. The second time spent 100 points. The third time it took 200 points. The fourth time cost 500 points. The sixth time I got 1,000 points. The sixth time cost 2,000 points. Then his free attribute point is not enough. But Qin Fengtong was also very satisfied with the result. 7 times added points. He turned into a huge divine light thousands of feet high in the hell of fire. Almost for the mobile lighthouse tower, there are specific points of letters. Free to die. He could not confirm how strong his soul and mental power were. All he knows is, when I am now sympathizing with heaven and earth again. Everything within the sympathy range appeared in his heart. Within this range, he can do all kinds of extremely meticulous actions. No longer as wild as before. Such strength. Even if you overestimate your current vision, I am definitely not a weak person. Qin Fengtong's anxiety about strength has finally eased. I have some confidence in myself. He looked into the underground of the funeral home again. This time his vision penetrated. That's absolutely dark. I saw it trapped by layers of magic circles. A huge thing that cannot move rashly underground. The other party feels aware. Follow the source of sight. It seems that after a slight collision with Qin Fengtong, it's to restrain the other party. Take your eyes away with guilt. Close your eyes silently. Pretend to be still sleeping. Get up the next morning. Qin Fengtong stretched his waist hard against the morning glow in the sky. Since I began to practice the idea of the night fire Pluto, he hasn't been able to sleep normally for a long time. I have always used practice to replace sleep. But last night he relaxed his spirits. Have a good sleep. It feels bad. Rely on your own to practice speed. It's still too slow. Qin Fangtong sighed. It's still fast by the system. He lay on the railing, looking down. With the arrival of the next day, the funeral home is also gradually regaining its vitality. There were already people moving around the ground. Fang Tong saw his apprentice among the people who were in these activities. Wang Defa and Yi Jihuan were practicing under the strict teaching of the white-faced corpse burner. Qin Fangtong, who really has you, couldn't help but say a word. I thought these two guys would die soon. Who knew that they encountered accidents in the funeral home one after another? After the new system is implemented, the two were broken up. It's no longer a team of two people. Instead, they each followed an old senior. Under the protection of the old seniors, they survived safely on their respective rotating duty. He also established a good relationship with the old senior and was taught some real skills. According to these two guys' luck, they won't live until the end of this incident, right? Qin Fangtong felt a little incredible. You should know where the funeral home is. A absolute brother who does not seek bones. How many corpse burners have died on this land for a long time? Even if Qin Fangtong himself did not have the system, this foreign museum, maybe he died as early as the first day he started working. It is through the system that he is becoming more and more like a fish in water. I slowly began to like the work and atmosphere here. As a result, these two weak chickens who were very similar to him at the time, he actually lived all the way to the present. And look like you can live longer. What's wrong with him? Qin Fang's children's teeth were grinning. Use visualization quickly. Soothe the negative emotions in my heart. Actually, there is nothing wrong with these two guys living. After all, they still owe their own money. Time flies so fast. Tomorrow is the end of the month. Qin Fangtong took out his cell phone and looked at the time. I couldn't help but sigh. Working in the dark in the burning corpse, he almost forgot the time. Qin Fangtong's strength is now rising. I am no longer so anxious about many things. Finally, I was able to rest assured to see the clouds rolling and unfolding. Soon. The first day of the 7-day countdown. It just passed by his boredom. The next day, there was still no intention of reopening the construction. Everyone is still leisurely. Still happy and happy. Sun Weitong finally did something human resources. Pay the monthly salary and various rewards to everyone in advance. If you don't start working today, then everyone's attendance time and reward amount this month are determined to pay the salary. All bonuses are fine. That's what he said. It was Qin Fang after all. After the child came to this world, I am naturally excited to receive my salary and bonus for the first time. The same is true for Wang Defa and Yi Jihuan. Although they have not done any serious work, the bonus is relatively small. Various overtime subsidies are piled up together. Each person still earns more than 100,000 yuan. The two of them laughed. Before they could imagine how to spend the money, Qin Fangtong came up with a smile. The two of them looked bitter. I had to transfer the money to Qin Fangtong obediently. After all, they agreed. I have to hand over all my income from the first 2 months to Qin Fangtong. Don't think that this is enough. Qin Fangtong put away his cell phone and said, when I promised you this condition, imagined. But each of you can earn 1 million a month. So each of you still owe me 1 million. After saying this, he turned around and left. The two of them who ignored the frowning faces looked in a good mood. Qin Fangtong was in a bad mood. All kinds of income added up. In less than half a month since he joined the funeral management, the income has reached tens of millions. It's really high risk and high rewards. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the newcomers, those old people are much calmer. After all, don't cry. The deal on the belt. Enjoy something. The benefits of first pay are normal. They are no longer surprised. Qin Fangtong thought that her good mood would be maintained forever. Unexpectedly, it was late at night. Qin Genhua called him. He asked him about his salary in a slight way. Then he was asked to pay his salary. Qin Fangtong is so fierce. It's not that I just paid less than a day. How did you know there? Aren't you just an ordinary middle-aged man? So well informed. Qin Fangtong is extremely fucked. This is the money I earned with all my life. Why should I hand it over to you? Okay, you guys. The wings are hard, right? Through the phone. Qin Fangtong could even imagine Qin Zhenghua's angry look on the other end of the phone. Just because I am your father. You made some money. Shouldn't you be filial to me? Qin Fangtong is not used to the point of being pointed at the weak rays at all. I started arguing with Qin Zhenhua through the phone. You also know that you are my father. When I was sold to the funeral home. Why can't I remember this blood relationship? Why didn't there be any affection at that time? I entered the funeral home. Working hard for so long. Have you ever cared about me? My money is now in the account. You are more positive than anyone else. The money is in my hands. What if I don't hand it over to you? Qin Fangtong was almost mad at the verge of anger. As the situation is about to progress all the way to the point where Qin Fangtong and his original family have completely completed the separation. A quarrel suddenly broke out on the other end of the phone. Mother Wu Suli took the call. Start to comfort softly. Qin Fangtong said. Standing on my son's side. Then he said. It's really not our parents. Think about your money. But you are still young after all. Not yet adult. I've made such a big extra money in my hand. It's not good for you. Let's do this. You hand me your salary card. I'll take care of the money for you. I'm waiting to buy you a house in the future. Get married and listen to these words. Qin Fangtong was not moved at all. Instead, he sneered repeatedly. Now I think I'm not really a grown-up yet. When I was brought into the funeral home to sign a labor contract. Why can't I remember this? Don't pretend to be a good person, either. What kind of attitude did you give up? I can see clearly. You don't need to care about money. I've used various channels of openness and confusion. I made more than 10 million in total. Qin Fangtong directly revealed his bank card balance. Then smiled badly. Look at how many things you like. Can't open it. I want it or not. Why? I won't give it to you. You only deserve to look at you with your eyes. How can you do this? The sound from the other end of the phone. Somewhat aggrieved. Full of anger. You do this. Are you worthy of our raising for so many years? Without us? That's how you repay us. It was as if the other party had begun to impose moral kidnapping on himself. Qin Fangtong couldn't help but smile. That's right. I am an unfilial son. That's how I repay you, right? Still the same sentence. What can you do to me? The scream of collapse came from the other end of the phone. Then the phone was snatched up again. Qin Zhenghua said angrily. I want to teach Qin Fangtong a lesson. It seems like I want to whisper a few words. Qin Fangtong was so happy. You are not even a warrior. I want to teach me a lesson. I was almost laughing. Come on. I'll wait for you in the funeral home. If you have the ability, come. See how you can do me. I forgot that you are not from the funeral home. You won't be able to even come to the funeral home to find me. Qin Fangtong was sarcastic. Tell yourself. I feel so happy, but I have pulled the cracks in this home so huge. It's about to break completely. But the voice of his sister Qin Yuxia was remembered on the other end of the phone. Soon. The person who answered the phone became Qin Yuxiao. He is much smarter than his parents. There is no obvious strong voice. Instead, the voice is soft and gentle. Standing on the side of my brother, he condemned his arrogant and unreasonable parents. Since my brother in my previous life. You earned it back with your own life. Of course, it's up to you to decide how to use it. After talking nonsense? In addition to the team Qin Fangtong. Beyond the comfort. Basically, nothing important information was said. Qin Fangtong hung up the phone directly. He opened the system space. Take a look. The future still lies quietly inside. Qin Yuxiao's body in black touched his chin. Several thoughts came into my mind. The next day of the 7-day countdown passed. On the third day, the above finally issued the order of the deputy attacker. Through transactions, Qin Fangtong once again returned to his loyal corpse of Grave Note 17 and began to work. This time, there are various types of corpses that fall from the entrance. There are black-haired monster corpses in ancient costumes. There are also underground cleaning troop soldiers wearing black combat uniforms. There are also some sources of danger in underground passages. For example, Qin Fangtong once saw the rotten man who killed the entire special science class in the future illusion. Qin Fangtong's face was solemnly stretched out. Regardless of the smooth touch and pungent smell, hold the head in your hand. Observe carefully that the human head kept shaking the rotten flesh on his face. But there was nothing to do with the golden thread sewn between the rotten human head and eyes. Qin Fangtong stretched out his hand, gently caressing the eyes of the rotten human heads that were sewn. Through the touch, he could feel the pupils under his eyelids turning around. This head. Qin Fangtong's face had some thoughts and would never admit this head. It was the rotten head he saw in the future illusion that killed the entire special team in seconds. But how could this head appear here? It shouldn't be. In this case, doesn't it mean that there will be changes in the future? Could it be because of me? That's why the butterfly effect is produced? Qin Fangtong couldn't help but guess this. It feels ridiculous. If it was because of him burning the corpse wildly. The corpses in the morgue were burned out. This led to the underground brothers' efforts. Begin to march into the Changi-style underground passage. That's why I caught this head. That's really messy. The future can be changed. It has never been said that the future is a fixed space. But in this way, will Qin Yuxiao and Te Keben die in the outdoor courses of underground exploration? What are the corpses I burned? Qin Fangtong's face was solemn. He could feel that his future state still exists. He opened the system space again. Looking at Qin Yuxiao's future corpse, I saw Qin Yu wearing a black combat uniform. Zhao's body was still lying quietly in the system space without any change. It is because it is put into the system space to isolate all the effects. There is something I don't know about in this matter. Some witty Qin Fangtong fell into deep thought. Because he thought for a long time. Ignore the feeling of the crematorium. The crematorium can only look at the many corpses in front of him. Swallowing. But I can't eat it. This made the crematorium very dissatisfied. Is the crematorium shaking again? Don't make noise. I'm thinking. Qin Fangtong casually used his golden field bath. Cover the crematorium. The crematorium calmed down almost instantly. He doesn't want to be quiet either. But there is no way. He was shocked by the strange golden light. Falling into the golden field can't move. This made the crematorium terrifying. He has never encountered such a situation since he was wise. The thrilling crematorium struggled subconsciously. The red fire broke out in the furnace mouth. It seems to be about to rush out of it and burn everything. Qin Fangtong noticed the abnormal movement of the crematorium. He couldn't help but frown. I was very dissatisfied. If you don't eat toast. The karma fire that just gushed out from the mouth of the crematorium furnace. Before I could show my might, Qin Fangtong stretched out his hand and put it in the palm of his hand. The greenhouse is like a cat crematorium shocked. How so? This is the supreme karma fire that even he can only barely control. What kind of existence is this? He actually easily resolved his killer move. The crematorium is not a real person after all. Although wise. But there is a difference from the brain circuit of ordinary people. Until now, he is still trying hard to resist. Qin Fangtong won't let him go. The crematorium without karma fire. It's useless to him. The golden field bath was squeezed into the supreme fireworks with a slight force. A vaguely side of the burning corpse. The dedicated telephone number of the wall maintenance department appeared. Qin Fangtong raised his eyebrows slightly. Throw the rotten head of the eyes sewn by the thread into the fireworks in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a slashing sound rang out. The human head, whose throat and tongue are prone to rot, opened its mouth and cried silently. The surging fireworks burned the slit to stop the head. The warp of the eyes rots the head. Open your eyes instantly. The strange grey pupils looked towards Qin Fangtong, who wanted to end Qin Fangtong's life in this moment. Although I don't think this move can work for myself who has a weak indestructibility. But Qin Fangtong is still unwilling to take risks. controlling the karma fire instantly. Burn towards the eyes of the rotten human heads. It burns into the rotten human head and body along the wounds on the 5 senses and 7 orifices and neck stems. Burn it to ashes. Residue left by rotting human heads. Qin Fangtong didn't even have time to see clearly. It was stolen by the system. Watch the first release for free and watch the storm and snow. Looking at the foot message that appears almost synchronously on the system panel. Qin Fangtong could only do it. He admired his profound attainment in the visualization of karma fire Pluto. Already able to control fireworks in the real world. He blew a breath at the fireworks. A large number of flames flew out of his palm, falling into the entrance of the corpse. The pile of corpses that kept falling down. With his current visualization. Contradiography. Even without the help of an incinerator, they can also burn these corpses calmly. These corpses were burned by the fire of karma in the blink of an eye. After no obstacles, more corpses fell from the entrance. The speed and the pace of change. It was quite uncomfortable to let the front name of the body above be responsible for going down. With Qin Fangtong's current mental power, it is enough to accurately control these karma fires to burn corpses, without hurting the floor and wall next to it. There is not even a trace of smoke and fire. Leave. Qin Fangtong looked at these corpses that were constantly burned. His eyes were deep to his current realm. I can already feel that there is a large amount of evil energy in every corpse. Residues that cannot be burned by ordinary flames. It is a system formed by the large condensation of these evil spirits in the corpse. Although he will take away the residue. But those burned bodies are not completely useless. After the corpse and the evil energy in the corpse were burned by the karma fire, it will be transformed into something that I don't know what to call it yet. The fuel-enhancing liquid fire makes the liquid fire constantly hit. It's really amazing. It is worthy of being the legendary flame. Qin Fangtong walked to the maintenance line. He took off the phone with his face as usual. Automatically dialed out. It was connected in less than a second. Is it true that the corpse burning room of Note 17? The person who answered the phone opposite was plain and simple. It seems that all the machines have been lost. Only mechanical responses remain. That's right. My crematorium is completely scrapped. You may need to change another Qin Fangtong to take a look at the crematorium that was crushed into scrap iron. Said so. What's the tone of the person opposite? It seems very surprised. There is still a trace of uncontrollable anger. What do you do? Halfway through, he quickly changed his words. He said in a forcibly official tone. Okay. You have received your message here. Please stay where you are. Wait silently. Soon, the repairman will arrive. The Taoist priest also asks you to help open the door. Qin Fangtong hung up the phone. Wait silently. The footsteps suddenly appeared outside the door. Then there was a knock on the door. Qin Fangtong swept his mental power. I saw 2 repairmen wearing red work clothes outside the door. This time he did not turn people out again. I was afraid that this big iron door would put the other party in. This result shocked the 2 red-clothed repairmen. I thought you wouldn't let us in. Just like last time. How could it be? Qin Fangtong, who has always been very hospitable, smiled and let the door open. 2 red-clothed repairmen walked in. After the red-clothed repairman entered the corpse of the grave, Qin Fangtong did not rush to close the iron door and face the urging of 2 red-clothed repairmen. He said with a smile, "Why is this urgent? Someone else hasn't arrived." After the words fell, there was another sound of footsteps outside the door. The footsteps were a bit strange this time. It seems that the visitor is a little lame. Run quickly towards the No. 17 burning core room. I'm afraid that this big iron gate will keep me out. After experiencing the last incident, he was desperate to figure out what was going on in this burning corpse. Wouldn't this idiot let those 2 red clothes in again? Looking at the open door of the corpse, Huang Huan cursed in her heart. When he finally rushed all the way to the door of the burning corpse, I saw Qin Fangtong and 2 red-clothed repairmen inside turn their eyes to him. Huang Huan's face was stiff and he was frozen. He figured out what was going on in front of him. I saw Qin Fangtong smile. He reached out and grabbed his arm. Pull him in, Say ciao ciao. Our late friend finally arrived. Big iron gate. With a bang. Closed the corpse burning room of No. 17. It has become an independent and closed space again. At this time, the four people in the space looked at each other. The eyes were full of surprise. They have their own little abacus in their hearts. What are you doing? Huang Huan lowered his voice. Almost jumped out of the crack of the cliff. He couldn't understand. As usual. Or put in red clothes. Or put in a mess of clothes. Why did you pull everyone in at once? Is this suitable? There has never been a precedent. Faced with the anger and doubts of the three repairmen in front of them, Qin Fangtong shrugged very calmly. He pointed to the crematorium that had turned into scrap iron. Said, "No way. The problems I encountered this time are really serious. You see, this crematorium has become like this. Can you still want it? Can it be repaired well? This must not be replaced with a new one. So I thought, if you three can conduct an authoritative appraisal together, if you suggest going out for a new crematorium, the above should be more face-saving." Huan Huan and three other repairmen also jumped straight. It seems like I want to say something, but I couldn't speak for a moment. In the end, the two red-clothed repairmen broke the silence. They looked at Qin Fangtong and Huang Huan with a smile. Then he spoke. There is no need to change a new one. Only repairers with poor skills. Only when faced with this situation will you be at a loss. I can only ask the top to change a new crematorium. For workers like us, there is nothing that cannot be repaired. After saying that, the two walked to the crematorium that had turned into scrap iron. Take out the hammer and nails from the toolbox. Start knocking and striking on it and taking this opportunity. Huang Huan came to Qin Fangtong and lowered his voice. Asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Qin Fangtong ignored his questioning. Catch Huang Huan. Push him in the direction of the crematorium. Don't stand there either. Get on now. You don't always brag about me. The craftsmanship of the Blue Clothes Repair Department is the truly unique funeral home. Come on. I will provide you with a platform now. You guys have a good judge. See who is better. Under the eyes of two red-clothed repairmen, Huang Huan resisted the bad mood of tearing Qin Fangtong 8 petals. He smiled stiffly. Also removed the hammer from the toolbox. Knock and beat. Amazing. Amazing. Qin Fangtong came over, watching the scrap iron in the ground gradually stand up under the knocking of three repairmen. The general prototype of the crematorium has been re-emerged. I can't help but praise your skills. Who doesn't envy anyone after seeing it? Even if you are fired from now on, can go out to set up a stall, repair a motorcycle three-wheeler. Who watches home appliances and water heaters? You can still make money. The three of them listened to his untuned words. The forehead is full of burnt thread. What are the stalls to repair home appliances? When they are elite craftsmen in the maintenance department who control the top inheritance. Two red-clothed repairmen looked up at Qin Fang. I looked at the karma with fear again. The inlet of the corpse that keeps burning. Then he lowered his head. But he continued to knock and beat. If it weren't for the fact that the corpse burning in No. 17 was a bit strange now, they could not help but take action. Repair the brain of this corpse burner. It was because I did some tricks when I entered the corpse No. 17 last time. That's why they are willing to understand how weird and terrifying the No. 17 burning core room is now. The crematorium is scrapped. The karma fire spreads out. But it didn't burn everything. Instead, the corpse was burned with principled paper. Not guilty of anything else. This is simply too strange. It's like someone is controlling these karma fires. Two red-clothed repairmen couldn't help but secretly look at Qin Fang's companion from the corner of their eyes. It seems to be trying to find out some extraordinary things about this kid. Qin Fangtong noticed that. Their sight. Looking up at them. And her mouth was covered with white teeth. Two red-clothed repairmen instantly lowered their heads and continued to work. After working for a while, all three repairmen hesitated to put away their hammers. No more knocking. The crematorium has returned to its original state, standing quietly in place. If there wasn't a big crack on it, maybe it can be called perfect. That's all. Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? Qin Fangtong blinked his eyes. Asked. In fact, the repair is not over yet. After the repairman in red coughed. Said a little embarrassedly. To this point, want to restore the crematorium to its original state. Even becoming stronger. Ordinary materials are not good. The red-clothed repairman was twitching. It seems to say the materials needed. There is some shame and difficulty for them. You guys shut up, the blue-clothed repairman Huang Huan couldn't help but scold him. How can you do such a thing? Are you not afraid of retribution in the future? Retribution. Two red-clothed repairmen glared at each other and gazed at each other. Get ready to go. It's about to take action. We brothers can now let you know what retribution is. Do you believe that the repairmen are about to start fighting? Qin Fangtong hurriedly took action to stop him. And asked. What materials do you need? Can I collect it? The key is that you don't even say it. Don't you have no hope for me? The two red-clothed repairmen no longer paid attention to Huang Huan's entanglement. Said to Qin Fangtong. The materials they need. We need flesh and blood. It's better to be a whole person's body. As soon as the voice came out, the whole corpse maintenance worker fell into a calm state. Two red-clothed repairmen sneered at Huang Huan. He looked at Huang Huan's face without stopping. Obviously, they plan to use Huang Huan as the material for restoring the crematorium. Huang Huan looks a little scared. He took a few steps back towards Qin Fangtong. Qin Fangtong didn't say who to sacrifice. He just exposed a gap in the karma fire. He pulled it from the entrance of the corpse. An ancient corpse with a hideous face said, "Is this okay?" Two red-clothed repairmen were stunned. He said hesitantly, "It is theoretically feasible. But we never did it. After all, use ordinary warriors to repair the crematorium. It is enough to make some changes in the crematorium. You should have seen such changes during this period. Combined with the karma fire in the crematorium, it's already very dangerous. If these contaminated bodies are used, even this is polluted. If you don't know how many years old, then the degree of the agreement after the repair of the crematorium will increase exponentially. We are likely to create a terrible monster with our own hands. At that time, I'm afraid no one can serve such a crematorium." Listening to two red-clothed repairmen tell Qin Fangtong with serious risks. But it's a bold interest. In addition to these risks, it's also beneficial. Isn't it? For example, the speed of burning corpses has been greatly accelerated. Two red-clothed repairmen were speechless. They looked at the karma fire floating on Qin Fangtong's palm. Heart. You can control the karma directly. What else do you need a crematorium? Huang Huan also saw it. Qin Fangtong's tendency quickly spoke out and dissuaded him. Unfortunately, Qin Fangtong is too firm. Tough. 3 repairmen were asked to repair the crematorium with bodies on the ground. He even pulled out a few more corpses for their use. No way. The 3 maintenance workers had to surrender. Under his tyranny, Qin Fangtong watched helplessly as they beat the iron-hard body into flesh. Who was on the crack of the crematorium? In the blink of an eye, the crematorium that was completely renewed appeared in front of him. Because the materials are too abundant. Therefore, 3 corpse burners wrapped the incinerator with flesh and blood to improve their heat resistance. Make sure not to be burned through at any time. It also gives the crematorium a more hideous new look. Not as good as life. 2 red-clothed repairmen took a few steps back. Looking at the works in front of you. The eyes were full of joy. Huang Huan's face was full of sorrow. The eyebrows were squeezed together. Qin Fangtong smiled. Throw the karma fire back into the crematorium. There was a whim like his moan in the crematorium. I heard that many industries have their own rules. Or Qin Fangtong suddenly said. Just like the chef's new pot has arrived. Must be boiled. The actor must open his voice. In short, many firsts are very important. 3 corpse burners looked at each other. Then he looked at Qin Fangtong and couldn't understand what he meant. I saw Qin Fangtong smile at them. Then said, "Don't you think it's important that this new furnace is boiling for the first time?" Before the three of them could come back to their senses, the golden field wrapped the entire burning corpse room. Two red-clothed repairmen didn't have time to say anything. Qin Fangtong threw himself into the crematorium. The red fireworks rushed out of the furnace mouth. The sound of fireworks burning overshadowed the screams of the two red-clothed repairmen. Soon the two of them were left with only a handful of dust. I didn't expect it. You're so decisive. No matter what. Thank you all. The blue-clothed repairman Huang Huan came to the furnace entrance and took a look. I only felt relieved after watching the two red-clothed repairmen burn to ashes. He turned around and apologized to Qin Fangtong. But Qin Fangtong looked at him with a smile. He was about to ask Qin Fangtong what he was laughing at. But when he saw Qin Fangtong approaching and kicking him in the chest, the blue-clothed repairman Huang Huan felt a sharp pain from the point where he was hit in his chest. Then the body flew backwards involuntarily. It fell straight towards the mouth of the crematorium. He screamed. Sweat all over. Obviously, I also know the consequences of falling into the night fire. He stretched out his hand and spread his limbs. Want to get stuck in the crematorium? Don't fall into it. Who knew that his limbs were stuck at the mouth of the crematorium furnace? The meat paste shaped like black iron at the mouth of the furnace. But it suddenly started to squirm. Huan Huan just felt his hand slipping. Nothing was caught. Still falling into the crematorium. You can't escape the resentful two charge figures coming from the crematorium. He appeared behind Huang Huan for no reason.